Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Grace. Well, I'm glad you called. I'll have to cancel out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. Some girl I know just brought me a very unusual proposition, and I'll be hanged if I touch it.
The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the talented twins. And now, the case of the talented twins. It's late evening in New York, and a yellow convertible tears down Riverside Drive. At the wheel is George Alexander, who operates the car as though he owned the streets. Yeah, Mr. Alexander is a big operator. And the blonde alongside of him knows it.
You warm enough, Masha?
Oh, I'm fine, Mr. Alexander.
My friends call me George. Now, why don't...
Oh, you passed it.
Huh?
You should have turned right on 76th.
What for?
Well, that's where I live.
Oh, I'm not taking you home, Masha.
Now, really, Mr. Alexander...
George.
The only reason I consented to go with you was because Mr. Kemp introduced us.
You like singing at Mr. Kemp's club?
Yes, of course. What's that got to do with it?
It's got everything to do with sweethearts. I own the joint.
Oh.
Sure. Whose idea do you think it is for Kemp to give you a job in the first place?
I didn't know.
Well, anytime you don't know something, Masha, you just ask George. He's got all the answers.
Well, if you don't mind, Mr. George, I'd like to go home. Really, I've got a splitting headache.
That's okay. I have my boy fix you up something at my place. Why don't you sit a little closer?
I'm perfectly comfortable over here.
Nah, it's too far away.
Please, Mr. Alexander, you better look where you're going.
Come on, Masha, be sociable. What do you want to sit there all
Look
by...
out!
Huh?
You're going to hit that man!
Shut up!
You're not going to leave him lying there.
Why not?
He may be dead.
And we can't do him any good.
Let me out.
Get your hand up that door, Masha. I'll let you go when I'm good and ready. And I'm not ready yet.
Yes?
I'm looking for Michael Waring.
Well, you've come to the right place.
Are you the one they call the Falcon?
When they can't think of anything worse. Come on in, Miss...
Davis. Ruth Davis.
Sit down.
Thanks.
Now, what can I do for you?
I'm not quite sure. Did you happen to notice an item in this morning's paper about a man being killed in a hit-and-run accident last night?
Yes?
That man was my father.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I want you to find the driver of that car.
Why?
Well, isn't that obvious? That man murdered my dad. He murdered him just as surely as if he used a gun. I don't care what it costs.
You should, Angel. I'd be lying if I didn't tell you that anything you invest in a case like this, it'd be money thrown down the sewer. As I recall, the police don't have a single lead.
Oh, yes, they do. There was a man named Arthur Crane who witnessed the accident. He might know more than he's told them.
What makes you think so?
Call it a woman's intuition?
You know, that's greatly overrated.
Maybe, but there's no harm in trying.
Mm-hmm. What did you say this witness's name was again?
Arthur Crane.
Arthur Crane. All right, Angel. I'll do what I can.
Here it is, Artie. Alexander George, real estate, 1792 Belmore. It's Elwood O6742.
Wonder if that's the right Alexander.
Well, it has to be. Didn't the license bureau tell you that was the name of the party who owned the car?
Yep.
Well, it's the only George Alexander in the book.
All right, hand me the phone.
Yeah.
What's that number again?
Elwood O6742.
See who that is, will you?
You expecting anyone?
Nope. Too early for Jack to drop around.
Just a second. Yeah.
You Arthur Crane?
No.
Well, is he in?
Who is it, Pete?
It's some guy who wants to see you.
How do you do, Mr. Crane?
How do you do?
My name is Mike Waring. I'm a private detective.
Private detective.
Yeah, at the moment I'm working for Ruth Davis.
Who?
Ruth Davis. She's the daughter of the man who was killed last night in that hit-and-run accident.
Oh, well, sit down, won't you?
Pete.
See if we got any beer on ice.
Don't bother, Mr.
Jordan. Pete Jordan, and it's no bother at all.
Yeah, go on, Pete. Now, what can I do for you, Waring?
Well, according to the police blotter, you were the one who discovered Davis's body after the accident.
That's right. I was coming home from a club date.
Club date?
Mm-hmm. I'm a musician. I play piano with a small combo around town.
Well, go on.
Well, just as I got out of the subway, I saw this guy Davis laying in the gutter.
What time was that?
Oh, it must have been around 3:15. First, I thought it was just some stew bum, you know. Until I saw that briefcase under his arm, then I realized it must have been an accident.
Well, you couldn't have gotten there much after it happened.
That's what the cops told me.
You didn't notice any sign of a car around?
Nope.
Well, there couldn't have been too many cars out of that hour. This is very important to my client.
Look, Waring, if there was any way I could possibly help you, I'd be glad to. Any driver who pulls a stunt like that ought to get it in the neck.
Yeah, sure, but you can't tell me any more than you have, huh?
Not a thing. I'm sorry. I wish I could.
Well, here's your beer, gents.
Well, I'm afraid I'll have to ask for a rain check, Jordan.
You going already?
Yeah, I got to. But I'll leave my card. If you think of anything...
Just leave it to me, Waring. If I think of anything, I'll know what to do.
Yeah?
Is Mr. George Alexander around?
Who wants to know?
My name is Artie Crane, but I don't think it'll mean much to him. Just say I'd like to talk to him about a yellow Buick convertible.
You what?
Tell him I admire his taste in cars.
You're nuts. Mr. Alexander doesn't own any convertible.
That's not what the license bureau told me.
Maybe you better come in, Buster.
Yeah, maybe I better.
Sit down. I'll get Alexander.
Hey, that's a nifty-looking piano he's got there. Mind if I try it?
Just so you don't break it.
That's very pretty, mister.
You like?
Yeah. What do you call it?
I've got those gimme, gimme blues.
It's a very original title.
I'm a very original guy, Mr. Alexander.
How so?
Well, 99 guys out of 100 who know what I know would have spilled everything to the cops.
But not you, huh?
Mm-mm. Little Artie knows when to keep his mouth shut.
For instance.
Keep out of this, Vince. Go on, Crane.
Well, for instance, last night I was coming home late and I saw a car bowl over some character who was crossing the street. Fortunately, I had enough presence of mind to copy down the license number.
And you think this car belongs to me?
Mm-hmm.
You're wrong.
Okay. I'm perfectly willing to leave it to Mike Waring.
The Falcon?
That's right. He's working for the daughter of the poor slob who got hit. He was around to see me this afternoon, wanted to know if I could help him.
And you told him?
Not a thing. I thought I could help you more.
How much more?
Why, you dirty little...
Let go.
Should I throw him out,
Now,
George?
calm yourself, Vince.
Don't be so free with your hands,
You shouldn't
mister.
blame... Vince never liked blackmail.
Ah, well, that little pushing around is going to cost you another $5, Alexander.
What? Take it easy, Vince. You think the money was coming out of your pocket. So now you want $15,000, eh, Artie?
Otherwise, I go straight to Waring's and from there to the cops.
Well, I wouldn't want you to make such a trip on my account.
Then you better get it up.
Okay, Artie. You leave it to me. I'll take care of you. And when I get through, I bet you don't complain.
Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. 2 hours have passed since Artie Crane made his little call on Mr. Alexander. Now we find Mike making a call of his own. Only his isn't nearly as successful.
So when you come right down to it, Mr. Waring, you've made no progress at all.
Well, I could give you a big song and dance, Ruth.
No thanks. I'm in no mood for entertainment.
You see, the truth of the matter is I'm stymied. The only potential witness we had was this musician, Artie Crane.
And he couldn't tell you anything?
No, not a single solitary... Oh, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
That briefcase your father was carrying...
That won't help you. They found it clear across the street where it was knocked by the car.
Well, if it was knocked there by the... Say that again. This Artie Crane character told me he realized that it wasn't some drunk sleeping it off when he noticed the briefcase under your father's arm.
What's wrong with that?
Hey, you just said it, Angel. The car sent that briefcase flying. If Crane saw it under your father's arm, it could only have been while your father was alive.
Then Crane was lying.
That he was.
Well, you think...
I think I ought to have another little talk with that boy.
Oh,
Let's see if we can get him up here.
he won't suspect anything?
Not if it's put to him the right way.
What'll you tell him?
Now, don't you worry, Ruth. I'll ad-lib something.
Hello.
Hello, I'd like to speak to Artie Crane, please.
Who wants him?
Mike Waring.
Well, Artie isn't here.
This Pete Jordan?
No, Pete isn't here either.
Well, where is everybody?
Unless there's been a change in plans, you might try the morgue. Hello, you still there, mister?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the top right. Hey, wait a minute. Is this Sergeant Corbett?
Sure is, Mike.
All right, Corbett. Give it to me gently. Who did what to whom?
Well, whom is your friend Artie Crane. The what was a half-dozen slugs through his head. As far as the who is concerned, we got no idea. Have you, Mr. Waring?
Okay, I'm coming.
Hello, Pete.
Oh, hi, Mr. Waring.
Well, I drop around and redeem that rain check.
Rain check?
I asked for one the last time I was here.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess you heard about Artie.
Mm-hmm. That his piano?
Yeah. To think he'll never touch it again.
Just how good was he on it?
Oh, you can have the Duke and Count Basie. I'd have taken Artie any time.
You a musician, too?
Yeah, but I wasn't in his class. I used to sing a little.
Oh. Well, how about an audition?
What do you mean?
Well, you never can tell, Pete. I may want to sponsor you. So let's hear how well you do in the voice department. Who killed Artie?
Oh, look, you can't talk to me like that.
Come on, Pigeon, sing.
I did. Ouch. You wouldn't try that.
If your big brother was around.
Let me go.
Not before we have a solo. Now, who killed Artie?
How should I know?
You should if anyone would. Who had it in for him?
No one. Everybody liked him.
So one of his admirers pumped 6 slugs into his face so even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Incidentally, how did you? There wasn't a thing on the body.
Well, I found him here.
Might have been a visitor from Mars.
Yeah, but he had a flag tattooed on his shoulder.
A patriot, no less. Who was the hit-and-run driver who killed Davis?
I don't know what you mean.
Yes, you do, Pete. Artie must have told you everything. He saw the car that killed Davis.
No, he didn't.
You know, you won't look so good singing without those dazzling white...
Teeth.
Well?
There's a fellow named Alexander.
Does this fellow have a first name?
George.
George? You mean Arthur tried to shake down George Alexander?
You know him?
Well enough to realize that Artie made a serious mistake trying it. Let's hope we all profit by his example.
That you, Vince?
Yeah.
How you make out?
Just look. All right, beautiful. Inside.
Stop that!
Inside.
Hello, Marcia.
You're not going to get away with this, Mr. Alexander.
I told you my friends called me George. You want to be my friend, no?
No.
You're fooling. Sit down, baby.
You can't keep me here.
You can't keep me here. You can't do this. You can't do that. Why don't you give that tongue a rest?
All right, that's enough, Vince. Marcia and me, we understand each other. Well, don't we, sweethearts?
What do you want?
I just want to make sure you didn't tell anybody about our little ride. Get it, Vince?
What about Marcia?
What's the matter? Can a gentleman invite a lady up to his apartment? After all, we got you for a chaperone.
All right. Hold your horses, will you?
Hello, is George here? Oh, I see he is.
Wait a minute, Buster. Not so fast.
It's okay, Vince. This is the Falcon. He's an old friend of mine.
Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say that. Oh, I beg your pardon. Am I interrupting something?
No. Marcia, meet Mike Waring.
How do you do?
Well, generally I do all right, but I see George does even better.
Cute kid, eh?
Yes, indeedy.
Well, if you gentlemen are through discussing me, I'll say good night.
Hold it, sister.
He's got her hypnotized.
Vince just thought maybe I want to tell her something. It's okay, Marcia. I'll give you a call later.
All right, George.
You wish you were in my shoes, eh, Mike?
Hardly, George. I wouldn't care to face a murder rap.
I'm afraid I don't understand you, Waring.
Well, it stems from the manslaughter charge.
Manslaughter?
Mm-hmm. For killing Ralph Davis with your car last night. You know, Mr. D.A. could tell this story very effectively. It's got a wonderful moral, how one crime leads to another. Now, the opening scene would show you driving along.
Get out.
Well, you might let me finish, George. It's got great dramatic possibilities.
You heard him. Get out.
Who's this little Sir Echo?
If you're not out of here by the time I count 3...
You mean you're not interested in how my little script ends?
No. And you keep up like this, Mike, and you won't be around for the end.
Very interesting, Mr. Waring, but what happened after that?
That's all there was, Ruth.
You mean you know who killed my father and you let him go?
I mean, he let me go.
He bought you off.
No, wait a minute, Angel.
Sure, I was a fool not to see it before. But we'll see what the police think about...
Sit down.
Oh,
You listen to me, Ruth. I walked out on Alexander because there wasn't a thing I could do.
you know he ran over my father.
Yeah, sure I do, but where's our evidence? There isn't any way I could tie it to him. The only witness was murdered.
Well,
Well, what?
you know he murdered Arthur Crane.
Can you prove that?
Well, it stands to reason...
Look, Angel, you can build as good a case against several other people.
Who, for example?
For example, you.
What?
Sure. You knew Artie Crane could identify the man who killed your father. And when he refused to give you any information, you murdered him.
That's the most ridiculous piece of...
Yes?
Mr. Waring,
That's right.
my name's Marcia West. I don't know if you remember me.
Oh, you underestimate your charms, Marcia. You're the kind of a girl my kind of man could never forget.
Well, I'd like to talk to you.
What would be the point? I thought you were a close friend of Alexander's.
Well, I was in his car last night.
You what?
Yes, he was taking me home when he killed that man.
Where are you now?
At the place where I work, it's called the TikTok Club. When can I expect you?
Just open your door, Angel. I'm practically there now.
Come on, you creep. Snap into it. We haven't got all night. The show goes on in a few... Yeah, what do you want, mister?
Where's Marshal West's dressing room?
The first one on your left.
This one here?
Yeah, that's right. I don't keep her too long. She's on in 10 minutes. Come on, girls. Don't stand up.
Marcia? Marcia?
She ain't here, Waring.
What?
No, just stay like you are, Falcon. Lock the door, Vince.
All right. Where is she, George?
Where is Sue?
Marcia. She called me from here not more than 15 minutes ago.
You sail, Vince?
Was it that old hag with the mop?
You boys ought to try television. That's a great act you've got there.
I'm glad you like it. What did Marcia tell you on the phone?
Who?
Don't be smart.
And I just wanted to show you that two could play that game.
What'd you tell you?
Enough.
You know, I wouldn't need much excuse to paste you one right now, Buster, so don't tempt me.
What do you say, Mike?
I say you boys aren't very smart. There are a dozen people out there.
And they all work for me.
So start talking, pal.
Why, you...
Careful, chum.
Now, why you want to knock him down for Vince? You only got to pick him up again.
That's all right, Alex. I'm in very good shape. I can keep this up all night.
Well, Sleeping Beauty, I didn't even have to kiss you to wake you up.
Huh?
Yeah, this isn't the Princess Palace. It's Bellevue Hospital.
No kidding.
Okay, Mike, who slugged you?
First, I want to know where you found me, Sergeant.
On West 8th Street.
How did I get down there?
I can tell you one thing. I don't think you made it on foot.
Someone must have given me a lift.
Oh,
A character named Vince, working at the behest of George Alexander.
what do they want to do that for?
Because Alexander was the one who drove the car that killed Ralph Davis last night.
Last night.
Well, isn't it Sunday?
Where have you been? Don't bother answering, I know.
All right. What day is it?
Monday.
Holy smoke. Where's Marcia?
Who?
Marcia West. She was in the car when Alexander killed Davis.
She tell you that?
Yes, and I wouldn't be surprised if she knew all about the Artie Crane killing, too.
Is that tied up with this?
Definitely. You see, Crane tried to blackmail Alexander, and
Not
he...
so fast. Can you prove that?
No, I can't hear Corbett. So let's go where I can.
Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. A half hour has passed since Mike Waring set out with Sergeant Corbett to try to tie the case together. Their destination, the apartment of George Alexander.
You're a pretty sick man, Waring. You don't know what you're saying.
It's no use, George. We've got all the evidence we need. Right, Sergeant?
Right.
So why don't I hear from the district attorney?
You will, shortly.
You're still bluffing, Mike. Admit it.
All right, then how do I know you paid off to Artie Crane?
You know?
Yes, and I can prove it.
How about that, Mr. Alexander?
Well, you see, it's like this, Sergeant. It was no shakedown. I gave Artie the money.
Oh. Because you were impressed by his musical talents and wanted to see him further his career?
Why, Mike, you take the words right out of my mouth.
Oh, no.
Something wrong?
You don't think the DA will buy that?
Why not? If it's okay for me to help young ladies interested in musical careers, why not young men?
Sounds logical.
Oh, come on, Corbett, be smart. You don't believe that?
I didn't say I did. I just said it sounded logical.
That's all I ask.
Where's Vince?
Why?
I want to talk to him.
You're going to have a long wait. Vince leave town Friday night.
Friday?
Yeah.
I suppose that was his double who bounced me around backstage at the TikTok Club on Saturday.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sure. Next you'll say you never heard of a girl named Marcia West.
Of course I have.
Oh, sweetheart.
You call me, George?
Marcia.
Is this the girl you mean?
All right, never mind the act, George. Listen, Marcia. This is Sergeant Corbett. I want you to tell him everything.
Everything.
Yes, beginning with your call to me on Saturday night.
My call to you?
Don't you remember?
I don't see how I could be expected to, Mr. Waring, seeing this is the first time we've met.
What?
But it's been a real pleasure. Let's do it again sometime.
You know, Mike, maybe we ought to go back to the hospital. It's not a bad place. They got a couple of good-looking nurses there.
Okay, so I'm nuts, Sergeant. But just humor me a couple of minutes more.
I still don't see what you're going to accomplish with Pete Jordan.
I tell you, he knows that Artie Crane went to see Alexander.
That still don't prove anything. Crane could have gone to see Alexander for a million reasons.
Well, suppose Pete's willing to swear that he...
Yeah?
Well, if it isn't the gay troubadour. Hello, Pete, remember me?
Now, look, Waring, I'm busy.
Yeah, sure you are. This won't take much of your time. Didn't Artie Crane tell you he saw the car that killed Ralph Davis in that accident?
Well,
Didn't he?
yeah.
Get your coat, Jordan. We're going downtown.
Now, don't rush him, Sergeant. You might break the spell. As long as Pete's in the mood for singing, maybe he'll be willing to croon you something else.
I told you everything I know.
Not quite. There's one song you forgot. The one that goes, I killed my best friend and am I sorry?
What are you talking about?
The murder of Artie Crane. You know enough about that to give us a complete chorus. So start singing, Pigeon. Well, girls, that's the whole story. Alexander goes up for manslaughter and Pete Jordan for murder. Any questions?
I have one, Mike. Oh, so have I.
I think Marcia was first, Ruth. All right, go on, Marcia.
Well, first, I think I owe you an explanation.
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, Alexander made me say I didn't know you. He and Vince caught me phoning you that night.
Yes, I figured as much.
I was afraid of what he might do, not only to me, but to you.
Well,
I thought she had a question to ask.
Oh, well, all I wanted to know is what made you suspect Pete Jordan.
very simple thing, Angel. As you recall, when the police found Artie, there was nothing on him.
So?
So the question arises, Ruth, what happened to the hush money Alexander paid him?
I don't get it.
I pulled one bluff on Alexander that worked. The only reason he admitted giving money to Artie was that he thought I could prove he did.
And you couldn't?
No, because there was no money found on the body. And it stood to reason that Alexander and Vince didn't remove it. Otherwise, they would have known I was bluffing. So I figured maybe this was just a plain, everyday murder for money.
And once you realized that, it was just a matter of picking out the only party who had the opportunity.
That's right, and that gave me Pete Jordan. But I'll tell you one thing this business taught me.
What?
Never take a case where two beautiful women are involved. Makes for complications.
How so?
Well, it's too much of a good thing. You know the old saying, two's company, three's a crowd.
He's got a point there, Ruth.
He certainly has.
Now, don't fight. I'm sure we can settle this peaceably.
I'm sure we can.
That's the spirit. Now, how are we going to work it?
That's easy.
Mm-hmm.
Good night, Mr. Waring.
Please turn the cassette over at this point to begin side 2.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Nancy. I'm glad you called. You busy tonight? Oh, you are? All right, Angel. You know what that means. Anything that happens to me this evening will be a dead loss.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the unwelcome Christmas present. And now, the case of the unwelcome Christmas present. It is Saturday afternoon in New York, 2 days before Christmas. And on Manhattan's busy corners, gaily dressed Santa Clauses ring their bells while people rush to do their last-minute shopping. And one of those frantic shoppers is a man named Larry Sterling, but the prices in the store windows seem to frighten him. And as he shakes his head sadly, a small delivery truck pulls alongside. And the driver, after watching him for a minute, calls to him.
Hey, mister. Mister.
Huh? Me?
Yeah, come here a minute.
What's the matter?
You look like a nice guy.
Oh, thanks.
Now, wait. Don't go away. I want to talk to you.
I'm sorry, I'm busy.
Now, take it easy, mister. What's your name?
Sterling. Larry Sterling.
Oh, glad to know you. My name is Haynes. Walter Haynes. I've been watching you.
So I noticed.
You got a girl?
What's it to you?
Look, Sterling, I want to do you a favor.
Well, don't bother.
Okay, if that's the way you feel.
Hey, wait a second. What kind of a favor?
How would you like to give your girl a silver fox jacket for Christmas?
You crazy.
Then you know what those things cost.
Yeah, and I haven't got that kind of dough.
Well, would you be willing to spend $75 for one?
What?
Get in the car.
Well,
make up your mind, Sterling. Either you want to look at this jacket or you don't.
Well, why can't I see it out here?
Because there's a cop watching us. Hey, careful, don't sit on the box.
Is it in here?
Yeah. Take a look. Pretty, huh?
Is this stolen merchandise, Haynes?
Now, look, Sterling, ask me no questions, I'll tell you no lies. All I know is that any gal who gets a jacket like this is going to think her boyfriend is plenty all right.
That's $75, you said?
That's right. And I'll throw in that gift box. Did you notice the label?
DuPont Brothers. Yeah. Hey, that's one of the biggest furriers in town.
Oh, sure. When your girlfriend gets a load of that, what do you think she'll say?
She'll wonder where I got the money.
Okay, if you don't want the coat.
No. I'll take it, Haynes.
You got yourself a buy there, Sterling. Take it from me, pal. You don't know what you walked into. Hey, you better fill up the tank, Joey. I'm going out again. Only sold one silver fox today. Think I'll have to try Lower Broadway.
I wouldn't if I were you.
Huh? Oh. Hello, Bonnie.
Hello, Haynes.
Where'd you drop from?
Steve Ellis told me you kept your truck here.
What's up?
Mr. Raynaud is looking for you.
Raynaud?
Uh-huh.
What for?
Don't you know?
No, what'd I do?
It's what Raynaud thinks you didn't do.
Oh, he's crazy.
Do you want to tell him that?
Oh, there's no talking to him once he gets an idea in his head. Hey, Bonnie, what'll I do, huh?
How would you like to hide out in my place?
You mean you'd let me?
Why not?
Oh, but if Raynaud ever found out about this...
Why should he?
Well, somebody might rat.
I'm not worried.
Oh, I want you to know, Bonnie, I'll never forget you for this as long as I live.
I know you mean well, darling. But if Mr. Raynaud ever discovers this little deceit, that's not saying very much, is it? Look, Haynes. Maybe it would be better if...
If what?
Oh, skip it. Go ahead.
Thanks. Bonnie, for a minute there, I was afraid you changed your mind.
Oh, there's very little danger of that.
Raynaud.
I'm delighted you remember me. Oh, Bonnie, will you please shut the door?
So it was a trap?
Yes, but you're very lucky, Haynes. Not every rat is offered such attractive bait. That was a very fine piece of work, Bonnie.
Listen, Reno, you promised me nothing would happen to him if I brought him here.
Did I? Well, let's not worry about it, shall we? Oh, Haynes, I believe you know Leonard.
Sure he does. We're old friends, aren't we, pal?
Cut it out.
Bonnie's right, Leonard. That's hardly the way to treat a guest. Really, Haynes, I'm so sorry about this. May I offer you something?
No, I don't want anything.
Well, that's where we differ. Because I do. 2 weeks ago, you received your usual consignment of fur jackets. One coat was different. Where is it?
In my truck?
Leonard, will you be good enough to check?
Sure.
Never mind. I've already looked. It isn't there.
It ain't?
No.
Yeah. You know, something I must have sold it by mistake. Oh, you gotta believe me, Mr. Reno.
Of course I do. Who was the lucky buyer?
Well, that's just the trouble. I don't know his name.
Leonard.
I've been looking forward to this for a long time, Haynes. No. When I get through with you, your own mother won't know you're...
What was his name?
I tell you, I don't know.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Reno, keep Leonard away from him. He'll kill him.
I hope not, Bonnie. But if he does, well, in our trade, death is always an occupational hazard. Carry on, Leonard.
Yeah?
You're the superintendent of this building?
That's right.
You got a Larry Sterling living here?
Who?
Come on, Pop. Get with it. Larry Sterling. Do you know him?
Sure.
What apartment does he live in?
3A.
Thanks.
But he ain't home now.
He's not?
Nope. Went out about 20 minutes ago.
When does he due back?
Didn't say.
Well, how's about letting me wait for him?
Oh, help yourself.
No, I mean in his apartment.
In his apartment?
Yeah. You got a pass key, haven't you?
Oh, sure.
Well, suppose you let me borrow it.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Why not? I'll make it worth your while. Could you use $10?
Yeah.
Well, all you got to do is let me borrow your key.
I know. Told you can't.
Now, you don't understand, Pop. My name's Leonard. You see, I'm an old friend of Larry's. I want to surprise him.
Yep, sorry.
All right. Then I'll tell you what I'll do. You still want to make that 10?
And not if it's going
No,
to...
forget the key. All I want to know is when Larry came home tonight, did he have a big package with him?
Big package, eh?
A package about this size.
Why do you want to know?
Now listen, you jerk. I'm asking the questions.
Well, I don't have to answer
And
them.
I say you do.
Oh, you keep your hands to
I
yourself.
got a good mind.
Help!
Shut up!
Help!
Just keep your trap shut.
Oh, you think you're smart.
Oh, you got me wrong, Pop. I don't want to hurt you. Now, why don't we forget this ever happened?
You just get out of here.
Okay, but if I was you, I wouldn't mention to Larry that anybody dropped around to see him. I want it to be a surprise.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm going to be awful angry if you spoil it. Now, take care of yourself, Pop. I'd hate to drop around again to do it for you.
No, I shouldn't do this, Georgia. We promised we wouldn't open our presents till Christmas Eve.
Now, Larry, 24 hours one way or the other won't make any difference. Is it a robe?
Nope.
Lounging pajamas?
You'll never guess.
Then let me see. Oh, Larry, it's...
Didn't expect a fur coat, huh?
No, I didn't.
Well, what do you say?
I think it's lovely, Larry.
Go on, try it on.
Oh, sure.
You're certainly not enthusiastic about it.
I'm sorry, honey. I guess I'm behaving badly, but you see... Oh, excuse me. Hello?
Is that you, Miss Corwin?
Yes.
This is Parker, the superintendent where Mr. Sterling lives. Do you expect to see him tonight?
As a matter of fact, he's here now.
Oh, could I talk to him, please?
Sure. It's for you, Larry.
Who is it?
The superintendent of your building.
It's funny. Hello.
Hiya, Mr. Sterling.
Well, what's the trouble, Pop?
I just thought you ought to know something. A fellow was around here tonight asking questions about you.
Who?
He wouldn't give his name, but he wanted me to let him in your apartment.
Huh?
He was awful interested in that big box you brought home tonight. When I wouldn't tell him anything about it, he almost hit me.
Oh, listen, Papa. Are you sure he was after me?
Positive. If I was you, Mr. Sterling, I'd be careful.
Oh. Yeah, thanks a lot, Pop. I'll be seeing you.
What's the trouble, Larry?
Somebody's awfully curious about that fur coat.
Now, why would anybody in his right mind be interested in that coat?
Well, it's a nice way for you to talk.
I don't want to hurt your feelings, darling, but if you paid more than $20 for this, you were stuck.
So you think I was a sucker?
I do.
You know, you could be wrong, too.
How are you going to prove it?
Maybe I can, but if you give me the classified directory, I'll find me someone who can.
Yeah?
I don't know whether I've got the right party.
What apartment do you want?
12A?
This is it.
Are you, Mike Waring, the Falcon?
That's right.
My name is Larry Sterling. I hate to bother you, Mr. Waring.
Quite all right. Come in.
Thank you.
What's on your mind?
Well, if you're not too busy, I'd like to talk to you.
About what?
This. Go on, open the box.
Oh, it's a fur jacket.
Yeah, I bought it this afternoon from a man named Walter Haynes.
Well, how come it's sporting the DuPont Brothers label?
This guy Haynes led me to believe it was stolen.
Oh, the old racket, huh?
Yeah, there's a new one on me.
Well, what do you want me to do? Get your money back?
No, I was a sucker, Mr. Waring, and I'm willing to take my loss.
And what's your problem?
How much would you guess I paid for this coat?
Oh, I don't know, $100?
75. But my girlfriend says it isn't worth 20.
Well?
Well, if this coat's worthless, why is somebody so anxious to get it from me?
What do you mean?
My superintendent told me several parties were making inquiries about me.
Well, it doesn't mean anything.
Funny they should all ask if I brought home a big, bulky box that looked like it might contain a fur jacket.
Let me see that coat again.
Well?
Well, it still looks like a skinned rabbit to me. But I've been wrong before. Let's see what the experts down at DuPont Brothers have to say.
Yes, sir? Is there something I can do for you?
There is. I've got one of your fur jackets in this box.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry, sir, but the exchange department is closed till after Christmas.
Well, I don't want to exchange it. I just wanted to praise.
Oh, I'm afraid that's out of the question now, Mr.
Waring.
Well, as you can see, we're practically rushed to death.
Uh-huh. Well, how long would it take you to look at it?
My dear fellow, you just won't understand. Mr. DuPont himself would have to look at it, and I wouldn't dare disturb him now.
Oh, I see. Well, then suppose I leave the jacket here.
Well, I can't make any promises, Mr. Waring.
Oh, that's all right. I'm willing to take my chances. I'll be back in an hour.
Hello.
Huh? Oh, hello, a lady burglar. Hope I didn't startle you.
Not particularly.
Well, if I'm in your way,
Oh, think nothing of it. You must be Mike Waring, also called the Falcon.
I guess I must be. And you?
You can call me Bonnie.
Well, I'd like nothing better.
A young man named Larry Sterling dropped in to see you about an hour ago.
Oh, did he?
Well, that's what I've been led to believe.
How did you get in here?
I could say the door was unlocked.
Yes, you could, but I wouldn't necessarily have to believe you.
In that case, you may as well know the truth. I used these.
Oh, that's not nice, Bonnie. It's a penal offense.
Oh, thinking of calling someone?
Just the police?
Now, let's not be hasty, shall we?
Who are you?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Mr. Waring, Mr. Raynaud.
You'll forgive me for not shaking hands.
As I understand, that gun makes it rather awkward, doesn't it?
Very.
What do you want, Renaud?
Didn't Bonnie explain?
I didn't get very far.
Mr. Waring, I have reason to believe that a young man named Larry Sterling left a fur jacket with you today.
Why should he do that?
Maybe he became suspicious.
Maybe he had reason to be.
Maybe. But that's hardly the point. Where is the coat, Mr. Waring?
I haven't got it.
I know. Bonnie and I were quite diligent in our search.
Well, I hope you were careful in handling my shirts.
You needn't worry about that.
Well, then I haven't a care in the world.
Not after you turn the coat over to us. I assume you can get it back at your convenience.
Anytime?
May I suggest there's no time like the present?
And I'm afraid I can't agree with you, Renaud. My client bought that coat in good faith.
In good faith?
Yes, he gave $75 for it.
I assure you neither of you will lose by this transaction.
Well, I don't know. His girlfriend was awfully crazy about it.
Shall we say $1,000?
Shall we say nuts?
Mr. Waring, I refuse to argue. Suppose I send one of my agents around. He's much more persuasive than I am. Come, Bonnie.
Hold it. Where do you think you're going?
Home, naturally. Have you any objections?
Yes, several. You're staying here till the police arrive.
You're overlooking one thing, Mr. Waring.
What, that gun?
Uh-huh.
Well, somehow I've got a feeling...
Look out, Reno!
You stupid, blundering fool! Your type can never let well enough alone.
You better take a slug of this, Mike.
No, never mind, Sterling. I want to hear the rest of your story.
Well, it's just like I told you. When I walked in here, I found you stretched out on the floor.
I'll start back a little further.
What do you mean?
How come you decided to pay me a visit?
Well, I knew Renaud was on his way over.
And you didn't think it necessary to warn me?
I tried to call you, but there was no answer.
Why did you tell Renaud you hired me?
I didn't.
Then who did?
My girlfriend, Georgia Corwin. He found out where she lived, and, well, I guess it wasn't very bright of her, but Georgia told him I'd gone over to see you. Mike, that coat must be worth thousands.
Mm-hmm. What was the name of that character you bought it from?
Walter Haynes.
Now get the phone book and see if he's listed.
Don't bother, I can tell you.
Waring.
He lives at 2719 West 93rd, apartment 2D.
Oh, thanks. And you're...
Leonard. I think Mr. Renaud told you I'd be around.
Yes, he did.
I want that coat wearing.
You know, Leonard, Renaud made a bad bet. You're no more persuasive than he is, and you're not nearly as pretty as Bonnie.
Well, you haven't seen me in action.
I can hardly wait.
I'm glad you're taking that attitude, Waring. It gives me an opportunity to check up on some gossip. They tell me you're a pretty tough cookie.
You don't want to believe everything you hear.
Well, there's one way to find out.
Get out of the way, Mike.
Hey, what?
Nice going, Larry.
I hope you don't mind me ruining that decanter.
Oh, no. I'll find it a lot easier to get a new bottle than this boy will a new head. Come on, let's go, fella. Apartment 2B. C, here we are.
Are you sure this is the right place? The nameplate says Walter Harvey.
That's probably an alias. Notice the initials are the same.
Could be a coincidence.
Yes, could be. But Leonard sounded as though he knew what he was... Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Door's open.
Careless of Mr. Haynes.
Yes, that sort of thing can cost you your life. And in this case, it did.
What?
Isn't that a hand sticking out of that trunk?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, no.
Now, take it easy, Larry.
Oh, look at his face. He was beaten to death, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's a fairly safe assumption.
Oh, poor Haynes. Mike, you gotta find out who did this.
Why?
Well, you can't let Renaud get away with this.
Look, maybe we ought to take this from the beginning. Who am I working for, anyway?
I don't understand.
You came to my apartment this evening with a yarn that Haynes had sold you a hot fur coat.
Well, it's true.
Then if you were stuck, why didn't you write the whole thing off? Why did you bring me into this?
Well, I told you that. Don't you understand, Waring? That coat must be worth thousands.
All right. Let's assume for the sake of argument it is. What does that mean to me?
We'll split the money.
What money? You admit the coat must be stolen?
Well, maybe there's a reward.
Oh. Well, there's one way to find out. Suppose we see the brothers DuPont.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
I hope so. My name is Waring. I was in here a little earlier today. I left a coat to be appraised.
Oh, yes, of course. I had Mr. DuPont look at it. Would you be good enough to identify your merchandise?
That the same one, Larry?
Yeah, I could never forget that fur.
Well, what's the coat worth?
Would you care to venture a guess?
Well, judging by the trouble it's caused, I'd say 10,000.
Oh, you're way off, sir.
What did I tell you?
20?
If I might be so bold, what did you pay for this coat?
Well, you can't judge by that. My friend got it at bargain rates.
And he gave?
Believe it or not, $75.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Well, strictly entre nous, Mr. Waring. This is a very rare example of genus felidae.
Ooh. English translation, please.
Skinned alley cat. And as such, it isn't worth a dime.
I don't understand it, Mike.
You sure that's the same coat?
Positive. But if the coat's worthless, why was Haynes killed?
Now, don't ask me, Larry. I'm a stranger here myself.
Maybe Renault doesn't know its value.
Well, I doubt that. Renault, Leonard, and Bonnie are too slick a trio to get worked up over a phony fur piece.
But it must mean something.
Yes, obviously. And Brother Renault knows. Well, maybe he won't mind sharing his information with us.
How are you going to find him?
Through Leonard.
You think he'll cooperate?
If it's put to him the right way. Remember how you knocked him cold?
Yes.
Well, don't forget how you did it. I may want you to try it again.
He's still here, Mike. Right where you left him.
Uh-huh. Come on, Leonard, get up. Come on, pals, or you'll miss Santa Claus.
Yes, but I won't miss you.
Mike.
Don't move, chum, or I'll let you have it from here.
Well, that wasn't nice of you to fool us that way, Leonard. I would have sworn you hadn't moved an inch since we left.
Now, don't feel too bad, Waring. I only moved 2. From here to where you left my gun and back. Where's the coat?
Are you still harping on that? You're wasting your time. It's worthless.
I don't mind. Hand it over.
And if not...
Don't be a sap, Waring. I'm not fussy. I'd just as soon take it over your dead body.
I think he means that, Mike.
Well, I don't. You're bluffing, Leonard.
You shouldn't have called me, pal.
Get down, Waring.
Larry, you all right?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't mean to frighten you, folks.
Oh, that's perfectly all right, friend. Another second and this Falcon would have been cold turkey.
What about him?
Well, he's dead. Well, to whom are we indebted?
Yeah, who are you?
What's the matter, Larry? Don't you know me?
Mister, the way your face looks, I don't think your own mother would.
Hey, buddy, you got a girl?
Haynes.
Sure.
Mike, this is Walter Haynes.
Wait a minute. If you're Haynes, who's the stiff in your apartment?
Renault. Leonard killed him.
Oh, the old double cross, huh?
Yeah.
Well, where have you been?
Well, they kept me tied up in some dame's apartment.
Bonnie's?
Yeah, Bonnie's. After I got loose, I went to Larry's apartment, and some other dame told me I could locate him here.
That must have been Georgia.
What's this all about, Haynes?
What's what all about?
This fur coat.
Believe me, Waring, I don't know. I got it in a consignment with my regular merchandise. I knew there was something screwy playing because Renault sent Leonard to buy it from me for $1,000, but I didn't want to get into trouble.
So you sold it to me, figuring you could get it back any time.
Oh, I'm sorry, fella. I didn't realize what I was letting you in for.
Well, it all adds up except for one thing. Where does Bonnie come in?
Right on cue, Mr. Waring.
Bonnie.
You want to do something about that door, Mike.
Yes. Next time, get a spring so it'll close. Where's the coat, Mike? I want it.
And if you don't get it?
Don't be silly, darling. Nothing's going to stop me. Not even if I have to shed a little blood.
I wouldn't be surprised if you meant that.
I do.
Well, what do you say, Haynes?
I say give it to her.
No.
She's a pretty determined young lady, Larry. But if you'd care to stop her...
How about that, honey?
Well, I guess that settles that. Here you are, Bonnie, and wear it well.
No, just drape it over the chair. I'll take it from there.
You're the boss.
And don't you ever forget it. Now, all of you stay put for the next 5 minutes. The first one who gets careless enough to show his face out of the doorway will get it blown off. Good night, folks. Thanks a million.
Get the phone, Sterling. Maybe we can head her off.
Yeah, hurry it up, Larry. Call downstairs.
I'll take care of it.
I thought you were going to rush her, Waring.
If you're worried about that coat, Haynes, forget it. She won't get away.
Oh, she can keep the coat for all I care. I had my fill of this business.
I don't blame you.
Oh, incidentally, what happened to the box that came in?
Oh, I threw it away.
You're kidding.
Why, it wasn't worth anything, was it?
Now, look, I want that box, Waring, and I'm not clouding.
Why make an issue of a little thing like that, Haynes? Unless it isn't a little thing. Suppose we see.
Get away from that door.
You want the box, don't you? I'm darned if I can see why. Looks like any other cardboard box to me. Maybe if I were to rip the cardboard apart...
Hey, cut that out.
Oh, well, what do you know? Pretty cute, huh? Who'd ever think of looking for a letter pasted between 2 sheets of cardboard?
You did.
Yeah, well, you gave me the lead. This is a pretty important piece of stationery, Haynes. Look at the name on top, Moscow Federation.
I want that letter, Waring.
Yes, I'm beginning to understand why.
Well, do I get it?
Mister, you certainly do.
Did you have to do that, Larry?
Did I have to do that? You realize he was going to kill you?
Sure, but I might as well be dead. You realize that was my last bottle of Christmas cheer? Now what am I going to do?
Waring, that was a real great job.
Oh, thanks, Larry. Say, hadn't you better be running off to see your girl?
No, not till I get the complete story on what happened from yesterday morning till last night. What was in that letter, anyway?
Something the boys in the Department of Justice have been looking for a long time. You've heard of the international movement known as Moscow Federation?
Yes, unfortunately.
Well, that letter contained a complete list of outfits here and in South America that are cooperating with them.
Well, how did it wind up in Haynes' hands?
Renault had it originally. He was an agent for Moscow. He was told to contact these organizations and keep them in line.
Oh, then Haynes was working for Renault.
Yeah, sure. Peddling hot fur was a blind for the mob. He was Renault's boy until he realized what a wonderful source of blackmail that list was. So he got you to hold the list for him while he carried out his plan. He killed Renault and messed up his face so it would pass for his own.
Well, where did Bonnie figure in this?
Poor kid, she didn't even know the score. She thought the coat was the all-important thing.
How did you know it wasn't?
That appraisal gave me the tip-off. And the one thing we'd overlooked in the case was the box that came in.
Well, what made you realize Haynes was the killer?
It was a story he told. He claimed he was beaten up and kept a prisoner in Bonnie's place, and he came to my house right after he escaped and learned where you were. But when I asked him about the corpse in his own apartment, he wasn't even surprised. Right off the bat, he knew it was Renault.
I guess that'll learn me. Well, thanks a lot, Mike. I'll be seeing you.
Say, wait a minute. Where are you rushing off to?
In case you've forgotten, this is the night before Christmas. My girlfriend Georgia must still be wondering what happened to me.
Ah, yes, of course.
But, what about you?
Well, I guess this is my unlucky night. I don't have a date.
On Christmas Eve?
Mm-hmm. Isn't that irony for you? Me and Santa Claus are the only 2 guys in town who are left holding the bag. Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Cora. Thanks for calling, Angel, but I'll have to take a rain check. Mm-hmm. Tonight I'm tied up with a guy who fell so hard for a girl, he never got up again.
The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the invisible thug. And now, the case of the invisible thug. It's early Sunday in New York, when terrified Vera Castro fumbles with the key to her apartment with shaking fingers. Finally, she locates the keyhole, unlocks the door, and enters.
Hello, dear.
Vera, what's the matter with you?
It's Pete.
Pete? Pete Lloyd?
Yes, I just saw him.
What's he doing in New York?
I don't know, but he's here.
Did he see you?
Well, I'm not sure. Ernie, he did see me. There he is. What'll we do?
Who is it?
Ask Vera, she knows.
It's him.
Aren't you going to open the door for an old friend?
Ernie, we've got to get out of here.
Oh, it's 2 floors to the street.
Looks like I'm going to have to invite myself in then.
He's trying to break in. Ernie, do something. He'll kill us. I know he will. Pete, please leave us alone.
Stop shaking, baby. I'm not going to touch you. It wouldn't dirty my hands. It's your husband I come to see.
Put away the gun, Lloyd.
Hey, funny boy.
What do you want?
Yeah, Castro, what do I want? You run off with my girl. Yes, what do I want?
Well, you don't want me. You just said so.
Yeah, I don't want you. Not now. All I want is payment. And I'm taking it.
We don't have much.
You're living. That's much.
No, Pete.
Shut up, Vera.
Please.
Shut up. All right, Castro.
Lloyd, listen, give me a chance. Don't.
Yeah?
Hello, my name's Pete Lloyd. I'm looking for Mike Waring, the detective.
Well, you found him.
Oh, good. I want to hire you to do a job for me.
In that case, come in.
Right. I want to be sure I have the right boy, though. You are the one they call the Falcon, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Try to find your office. Don't you have one?
Don't even have a trench coat.
Hope I'm not making a mistake hiring you.
You already made a mistake, or you wouldn't be needing a detective. I suppose you tell me about it.
Well, Waring, I pick up the paper this morning, and what do you think I see?
I don't know, fair and warmer.
It says I'm wanted for murder. For murder!
Well, nothing like starting the day off on a cheery note.
I used to go with a girl in Pittsburgh. We break up, and she marries a guy named Castro.
Mm-hmm.
Well, last night somebody shoots Castro. Vera, that's the girl, tells the cops it was me. How do you like that?
I like it fine.
Huh?
Well, it brought me a client. You have an alibi, no doubt.
Well, I wasn't even in town. That's how come the law hasn't picked me up yet.
Well, it's going to pick you up.
What?
I'm not shielding you.
Oh, no, sure not, Waring. I'll give myself up. They can't hang this on me. Only, I wanted to hire you first.
Mm-hmm.
You got to prove I didn't do it.
Suppose I prove you did.
I'll take my chances.
Oh, fair enough. I'll work on it. At $50 a day in expenses.
Yeah, sure. But I can't figure. Why'd Vera do a thing like this to me? Why?
Well, maybe she killed Castro. Thought you'd make a good patsy.
Hey,
let go.
Take that back, Waring. Vera wouldn't kill nobody. Not Vera. You're not going to say...
All right, chum, but let's call off the dance. I said let go.
She didn't do it, Waring. I know Vera.
All right. You didn't do it. Vera didn't do it. Nobody did it, but the guy's dead.
I'm sorry, Waring. It's kind of edgy.
You don't say.
The paper says it happened fast. Maybe Vera didn't get a good look. Maybe she really thinks it was me. I don't know.
Well, there's one way to find out.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'll ask Vera.
Of course I'm sure, Mr. Waring. It was Pete Lloyd. I know it. There can't be any mistake about it. I saw the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
I talked to Pete. I begged him to listen to reason, but he wouldn't.
He tells me you used to carry a gun.
Well, yes, I had a night job. A girl out late, you know.
Yeah, sure, I know. You still have the gun?
No, I sold it when I got married.
Lloyd told me you used to hide the gun in a blue urn you had on the living room table. Is this the urn?
I told you that I sold the gun, so
yeah, sure
why
you did, but you kept the urn after you married, and... Well, what's this?
Wait a minute. I never saw that before. That's not the gun I used to have.
How can you be so sure? You've hardly even looked at it.
But I don't have the gun
you
anymore.
have this. It was in the urn.
Pete must have put it there.
Right under your nose?
I fainted when he shot Ernie. He must have put it there while I was unconscious.
Did you tell the police about fainting?
No.
Well, something new has been added.
Well, it didn't seem important. I told them what I saw. That's what mattered.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I'm being framed. Don't you know that? Pete hired you just to find that gun. He was furious when I quit him and married Ernie Castro. He never got over it. So he killed Ernie, and he's trying to put the blame on me.
Well, I hate to be unflattering, Vera, but I'm not sold on Pete Lloyd's mad passion for you.
But it's true.
Well, it's convenient for hooking Lloyd. But I happen to know that instead of crying in his beer because he was jilted, he's been booking a chick who has what it takes to make a man forget even you, Angel.
And I know that Pete killed Ernie. I saw him do it, and he said that it was on account of me.
All right, Vera.
You don't believe me, do you?
I don't believe anybody. In my business, betting on dishonesty is the best policy.
And you think I killed Ernie?
Did I say that?
Well, what reason would I have?
How about Georgie Richards?
What?
Pete Lloyd says you were sort of interested in Richards.
Pete says. It seems that he's been making quite a study of me. I thought he just found me.
Well, people knew Pete used to go with you. They've told him things.
Oh, Mr. Waring, can't you see that he's just crazy jealous? Any man I ever spoke to he's going to make something of. Yes, I know Georgie Richards, but I'm not interested in him. He was interested in me, but I didn't want to have anything to do with him.
Oh?
Now, look. I loved Ernie, and that is the truth. Georgie Richards is just like Pete. Anything to make a buck. Gambling, stealing, whatnot. Well, I'm through with that sort. All they mean is trouble.
Well, some people like trouble.
I've had my fill. And now, if that is all, Mr. Waring...
Yes, for now. Goodbye, Vera.
Goodbye. I'll show him. Hello. Georgie Richards, please.
Action soon in the Triangle murder case. Pete Lloyd, sweetheart of Vera Castro and accused by her of the murder of her husband, surrendered to the police early today. He was grilled for hours, but the police were unable to shake his story, and he was released. It is believed, however, that he gave some important information, which, if confirmed, may lead to an arrest. The nature of...
It'll be confirmed. The Falcon will see to that.
Tell me something, Pete.
Yeah, sure, Kay. What do you want to know?
Did you kill Ernie Castro?
Well, you heard what the man said, didn't you? Police couldn't shake my story. He couldn't shake it.
You didn't answer my question.
Now, stop worrying. They can't pin this on me.
I'm not worried about that.
Just want to know, is there blood on my hands? All right, Kay, look at him. Look at him.
I just want to know, do you still have a case on Vera?
That's all over. I told you.
I wonder.
Baby. Come here.
I don't care what you do, Pete. I don't care how many men you kill, but not for another
Will you
woman.
cut that out? I told you I'm through with Vera. All I want from her is for her to get what's coming to her.
You hate her.
I hate her.
Well, that means you're still interested.
Oh, I don't know. Hello.
Hello, Pete.
Vera.
Yes, your address was in the newspaper.
What does she want?
Pete, I've got to see you. Can you come over here right away?
Why?
I'll explain when I see you. It's important.
All right, Vera, I'll be over.
You're not going to see her.
The heat's on. She's squirming. I want to see her squirm.
No, Pete. Forget her.
Will you shut up?
Pete, listen to me.
I said shut up.
My lip's bleeding.
Here's a handkerchief. Now get out of my way, will you?
Come on in, Pete.
Yeah, sure, baby, sure. And now, Vera?
Why don't you come on over here? Sit down beside me.
Sure, why not? That's it, Vera. Turn on the glamour. See how far it gets you.
All right, Pete. Isn't it enough that you killed Ernie? Can't you leave me alone?
Leave you alone? You asked me over. It was your idea.
I mean the gun. And hiring Mike Waring. Telling him there's something between me and Georgie Richards. You're trying to put the blame on me for Ernie's murder.
Like you tried to put it on me.
Well, could we make a deal? If I change my story?
Couldn't we make a deal?
All right, laugh. Just laugh. But you had your chance. Remember that.
I'll remember.
I'll prove you killed Ernie.
Is that a fact?
Because you did kill him. You did.
Relax,
You
baby.
killed him. You're a murderer.
How many times are you going to say that?
Until you admit it.
What's to admit? I killed him. You know that, I know it. But if you expect I'm going to admit it to anyone else, what are you grinning about?
I'm not grinning.
You were. What is it? Why did you make me... The other room. You got somebody in the other room, haven't you?
Ow, you hurt me.
Answer me. The other room. Maybe the law, huh? Will you answer me?
Please, stop me.
Well, I'll find out. Hey, you come back here. Well, what do you know? Georgie Richards, huh?
Let go.
So this is your witness, Vera. Some witness.
What are you going to do?
What am I going to do? I'm not going to do anything. Vera thinks your word's going to help her. Cheap punk like you. And for a minute she had me worried.
Leave him alone, Pete.
Sure, baby, sure. I wouldn't think of messing up pretty boy. All I'm trying to figure... Just what were you trying to pull here anyway?
Nothing.
Well, that's all it's going to amount to. You can bet on that. Just a great big zero.
And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 20 minutes have passed since Pete Lloyd was tricked by Vera Castro into revealing his guilt in front of a third party. Now in Mike Waring's combination apartment office. Hello?
Is this the Falcon?
Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
Well, this is Vera Castro.
Oh, yes, Angel. I'm glad you called. Just got a report on the gun. It's the murder weapon, all right.
Oh, so now you're sure I killed Ernie?
I didn't say that.
Not in so many words.
Well, it's not important. What do you want?
An apology.
When I see proof.
I have proof, positive proof, that Pete Lloyd killed Ernie. That's why I phoned.
Oh?
If you will meet me at police headquarters in half an hour, I'll show it to you. You will see that... Ow!
Vera. Hello. Hello.
Who is it?
Me, Mike Waring.
All right, just a second. Hello, Mr. Waring, come on in.
What happened to you, Angel?
I got knocked out.
And that proof you were talking about?
Gone.
Surprise.
You don't believe me, do you? You think I just faked the whole thing?
Well, it does look phony. As phony as the gun in the urn.
Oh, then you realize that was a plant.
No, I didn't say that. I just said it looked like it. But you never can tell. Just what was the proof you were supposed to have had?
A tape recording of a conversation between me and Pete Lloyd.
How'd you get it?
Well, I remembered that Georgie Richards had a tape recorder, so I called him.
I thought Richards was nothing but trouble. You weren't going to have anything to do with him.
I needed his machine.
Uh-huh.
You don't believe me, do you? You think there's something more to it?
Look, why are you so concerned about what I believe?
I don't know.
All right, anyway, you made a recording.
Yes, I did. Georgie hid the microphone under the pillows on the sofa. I got Pete to admit that he killed Ernie, and we got it on the tape. And then when he left, I called you.
Mm-hmm.
But Pete must have figured out that something was wrong, because he came back, heard me talking to you, and knocked me out.
How about Richards?
What about him?
Was he here when you phoned me?
No, he'd gone too.
Oh, too bad. He might have seen.
But he was here when we made the recording. He'll tell you.
Yes, I'm sure he will. But I'd rather hear what Pete Lloyd has to say about it, so let's go, shall we?
What are you going to say to Pete, Mr. Waring?
Oh, just check his story against yours, Vera. And look, don't you think it's about time you started calling me Mike?
Could be.
Well, here's his floor.
Except that you're still working for him. What's that?
I think that came from Lloyd's apartment.
The door locked?
Yeah, I'm going to break it in.
Wait a minute. I think someone's coming.
Yeah. Well, hello, Angel. What happened?
It's Pete.
Where is he?
Right there. On the floor.
Oh, Mike!
I see him, Angel. Oh, no wonder she screamed.
Is he dead?
Yes, Vera. Somebody knifed him. He's very dead.
Mike, don't you think we should have stayed back there with Kay until the police came?
No, I didn't want to waste time. I'll check back. All right, get in.
What's the hurry? Where are we going?
To see Georgie Richards.
You said you wouldn't take his word.
I won't.
Well, then why?
Now, you'll see.
Mike,
Yeah?
I didn't kill Pete.
Mm-hmm.
You don't believe me. I wish you'd believe me.
Where does Richards live?
Clyburn apartment. But I still don't understand.
Look, you borrowed his recording machine. Now it's my turn, that's all.
Well, what do you want it for?
You didn't notice me pick this up at Lloyd's, did you?
What's that? The tape!
A tape. Whether it's the tape remains to be seen. It was lying on the floor.
Well, that must be it.
Well, we'll see.
And if it is, will you help me?
If it is, will you need help?
Well, it'll prove that I didn't kill Ernie, but I may be accused of Pete's murder. So will you prove that I didn't kill him?
You want to hire me, Angel?
Yes.
Well, I just lost one client, so I'm available. But considering what happened to that client, maybe you'd better think it over.
Here's Richard's apartment, 205.
Hey, what's going on in there?
Well, it sounded like something fell over.
Yeah, there goes some more. Must be a free-for-all. Come on, open up.
What do we do?
Well, I just guess I'll have to... Wait a minute, stopped. I was just about to break it in.
Yeah. Anybody coming?
No, I don't think so. Maybe they couldn't hear me during the fight. I'll try again.
Wonder what that was all about.
I wouldn't know. Seems we're always butting into something. Hello,
Mike, catch him!
I got him. Where'll I get him into this chair? Close the door for it.
All right.
Well, I don't see anybody else in the apartment, Mike. But look, everything's all upside down.
He's gone, the window.
Who was it, Richard?
I don't know. Big guy. I never saw him before.
What was he doing here?
When he was searching the apartment, he had all the drawers out. I came in, caught him, and right away he started swinging.
Say, Vera, go in the kitchen, see if there's some ice in the refrigerator.
Hey, what's that for?
You should see your face, chum. It's all out of shape.
Huh?
And that shiner's a honey. Well, we patch you up, and then I want to try your recording machine, okay?
Killed Ernie.
Is that a fact?
Because you did kill him. You did.
Relax, baby.
You killed him. You're a murderer.
How many times are you going to say that?
Until you admit it.
What's to admit? I killed him. You know that, I know it. But if you expect I'm going to admit it to anyone else,
Well, Mike,
what are you grinning about?
Well, I guess that does it.
now you see that I've been telling the truth.
All right, Vera. Lloyd killed your husband, but who killed Lloyd?
Well, that's what you're supposed to find out.
Maybe it's the character who beat up on me.
Yeah, maybe so, Richards. What did he look like?
Well, he's a big guy.
Yeah, so you said.
Blonde, straight hair. He had a pushed-in nose.
Go on.
A rugged jaw. He looked sort of like an ex-bug.
How was he dressed?
He had a gray pinstripe suit, a blue shirt, a dirty yellow tie, a two-tone shoes. Oh, and yeah, his belt buckle.
What about it?
It was initialed J.H.
J.H., huh? Well, now we're getting somewhere.
Think you know who it is, Mike?
Think I know where I can find out?
Where?
Phone book.
The phone book?
Yes, I'm not the only private detective in town. I'll try all the J.H.'s till I land our boy.
You think he's a detective?
Think it's worth a try. This case is tightly knit. You, Vera, Kay. I don't see an outsider fitting in, unless he was working for one of you. So a detective looks like a good bet.
You could be right, Mike.
No, sure, Angel. Why so surprised? Come on, I'll take you home, then I'll go to work on it.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 10 minutes have passed, and the Falcon is fulfilling his promise to drop Vera at her house on his way to solving the case.
Oh, so long, Vera. I'll let you know how I make out.
All right, Mike. Good night. Oh!
I've been waiting for you, sister.
Hey, stop it!
Tear your eyes out.
You'll have to tear out mine first, eh?
That's a good idea.
Come on, break it up. Break it up.
She killed Pete. She killed him, and now I'm gonna kill her.
You're not going to do anything.
Ow, you're breaking my arm.
Let go of her. Let go of her.
Ow. All right.
You all right, Vera?
Yeah.
Good. Now, you, Kay. No use making like a maniac. That won't help anything.
You don't understand. I loved him.
Yeah, sure. Well, everyone to his taste.
Why, you... Ow!
I don't like to hurt you, Kay, but I can't let you go till you calm down. Now, come on, Kay. You better go with me. So long, Vera.
Goodbye.
Sorry if I hurt you, Kay. I don't like to rough a lady, but you haven't exactly been a lady, Angel. Now, come on. How do you feel now, Angel?
Rotten, thanks.
And belligerent?
No. Tired.
Well, that's an improvement.
Where do we go from here?
You go home, I go to work.
Let's see.
Yes, and you stay home.
If I don't?
You'd just be wasting your time. I'm phoning Vera to keep her door locked until I get back.
Oh, you're going back?
As soon as I nail J.H.
Who's J.H.?
He's the key to this case.
And you know where to find him?
I know where not to find him, and under the circumstances, that'll be just as good.
Oh. Hello, Waring. Did you find J.H.?
I have a lead on him, Richards.
Oh, good. Come in and tell me, huh?
Yeah. If you saw him again, Richards, could you identify him?
Sure.
Well, maybe I can arrange it. But I want to be sure I'm not making a mistake. Now, you said he's a big guy.
Well, at least 6'2".
Now, how'd you say he was dressed?
Pinstripe suit, gray.
Gray? Thought you said it was brown.
Did I?
I'm pretty sure you did. Viral remembered.
Yeah, well, wait a minute. Yeah, that's right. It was brown. Brown pinstripe, I forgot.
You should have kept notes, Richards.
Well, so I made a mistake.
Yeah, it's a big mistake. Because you did say gray before.
Well, okay, then. I told you.
Yeah, sure. And you switched when I bluffed. Because you weren't sure. Because you weren't describing J.H. from memory, you were describing him off the cuff, because there isn't any J.H.
Are you nuts?
Now, that's been so rumored, but verification is lacking.
You think I busted my face out of shape like this myself?
No.
Well,
I think Pete Lloyd busted it for you.
Lloyd?
Yeah, when you tried to blackmail him.
What are you talking about?
After you and Vera made the tape, you returned to Vera's. You conked her, you swiped the tape, and tried to blackmail Lloyd with it. He offered to pay, but when you produced the tape, he made a grab for it. There was a fight, and you knifed him.
I suppose you can prove that.
Now, come on down to police headquarters, and I'll show you.
Well, I have a better idea.
I'm glad you decided to put up a fight. It gives me a chance to black your other eye.
Oh, no, you don't.
No, I thought so. The knife.
Come on, let go. Let go.
Sure, when you drop that knife, go ahead, drop it.
All right, all right.
Yeah. Thought if we got in a fight, you'd pull that knife again. I have an idea the police lab will find specks of dried blood on it, Lloyd's blood. That's the trouble with playing with knives, Richards. You're likely to get stuck.
For a detective who operates out of his hat, you do all right, Mike.
Oh,
What's the matter?
Well, it's bad enough my setup isn't according to Hoyle, but on top of that, do you realize the awful faux pas I pulled on this particular case?
No, what?
I went all through this case without once getting knocked out.
That's right. I took the lumps for you.
Uh-huh.
Well, don't you worry. I won't breathe it to a soul.
That's my girl.
Hey, but I know one way we can keep from being too unorthodox.
What's that, Angel?
Well, right now I can ask you, how did you know that Georgie Richards was the murderer?
Oh, well, that business with J.H. The only time Richard saw that stranger was when they were struggling. Yet he gave me a perfect description.
Yeah, but what was the purpose of creating the mythical J.H. anyway?
To explain Richard's shiner. Richards killed Lloyd in a fight. The fight left marks on him. He had to explain them away, so when we arrived at his place, he staged the sound effects of battle and invented J.H. to account for the condition of his face.
I see.
And I pretended to go along with the gag to give him time to forget some details. Well, he did, and that's it.
And now you see that I didn't have anything to do with either of the murders. You didn't want to believe that at first.
Oh, what gave you that idea?
I could tell by the look in your eyes.
You mean you can tell what I'm thinking by just looking in my eyes?
That's right.
Well, can you tell what I'm thinking now, Angel?
I certainly can. Good night, Mike.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Connie. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. Some boy I know is thinking of taking up murder for a career. Yeah, he figures with all the money involved, the least he can do is make a stab at it.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the Happy Hoodlum. Friends, before we join the Falcon for his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you how you can have sandwiches and snacks and appetizers and salad toppings more easily and quickly than ever. Just make them with any of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. Kraft cheese spreads are so smooth and easy to spread, and they're so good eating. There are creamy, mild-tasting ones and sharp-tasting varieties, too, all simply delicious. And, of course, all are of the finest quality because they are made by Kraft, a name that's been famous for years for top-quality foods. Try them, won't you? Tomorrow, get several of these handy, delicious Kraft cheese spreads. And now, the case of the Happy Hoodlum. It's late afternoon in New York, and a tall, thin man with a dirty trench coat walks up the steps of the Revere building. His name is Marty Kramer. Mr. Kramer is embarked on a mission where the chances are 1,000,000 to 1 against him. Apparently, that doesn't bother him. He smiles as he takes the elevator down to the basement where the Revere Express Company has its headquarters. Then, still smiling, he marches down the hall to a door marked Employees Only and barges right in.
Hey,
Just a second there, mister.
Yeah?
You don't work here.
Do you?
Yes.
Good, then maybe you can help me out. Where do they keep the dough around here?
Were you crazy?
Don't tell me the stories I heard about this place aren't true. I saw a piece in the Sunday paper that said you always have $2 or $3 million on tap.
Now, look, mister.
No, you look, friend, because I got a little more than you have.
What?
That's right, it's a gun. And if you don't want a practical demonstration of how it works, you better take me to where they keep the dough.
Okay, you're the doctor.
Wait a minute. Where do you think you're going?
You said you wanted to go into the bullion room, didn't you?
That's right.
Well, I've got to get my pass. They won't let me in without it.
Where is it?
In that drawer.
Okay. Open it slowly. And don't put your hand in there until I can see what you're doing. Hold it. What's that?
Oh, that? Why, that's the signal for one of the drivers that a bank wants him for a pickup.
You wouldn't try to kid me, would you, friend?
So help me, it's the truth.
All right, where's your pass?
Right here.
Now, which way do we go?
Down the hall.
Okay, let's move.
Say, tell me something, mister.
Yeah?
That piece you read in the paper.
What about it?
Did it tell you how many armed guards we have in the joint?
68, wasn't it?
That's right. And you expect to pick up an odd million and walk out without anyone bothering you.
I'm doing it, ain't I?
You haven't got the million yet.
Just give me time, pal. Where do we go now?
In here. That's where they get the shipments ready for the trucks.
Okay, open the door. Now, don't forget, I'm right behind you.
And I'm right behind you, mister.
What?
Just drop the gun, Pally.
You got him, Paul?
Yeah, I got him. All right, Barney. Frisk him.
Right.
You don't have to do that. I'm clean.
I know, but we don't believe in taking chances.
I can see that. That drawer you opened was connected with an alarm, wasn't it?
That's right.
Real cute.
What's your name, mister?
Marty Kramer.
You escaped from some lunatic asylum? You didn't think for a minute you'd walk in here and heist this place?
Well, I guess I was over-optimistic,
You're over something. Now, look, Kramer. What do you got up your sleeve?
Not a thing. Ask your friend. He just frisked me.
Don't be a wise guy. You're on the spot.
So it would seem, wouldn't it?
I don't get your angle.
Angle?
Yeah. You knew darn well you didn't have a prayer of getting away with this job. Now, why'd you do it?
As long as you put it on that basis, I'll tell you.
Well?
I just wanted to prove to the kiddies that crime doesn't pay.
Yeah? Oh.
Hello, Mike.
Sergeant Corbett.
You gonna invite me in?
I don't know why I should. Come on. Let me take your coat.
No, thanks. I can't stay long.
Oh. How about a little,
What time is it?
5 to 6?
You sure you're not 5 minutes slow?
Come to think of it, I am.
Good, then I'm off duty. I'll have a short one.
What's on your mind, Sergeant?
It's funny you should ask that.
Why?
If there is something on my mind. Did you read about that boy named Marty Kramer?
Lad who tried to heist the Revere Express Company yesterday?
Yeah. How do you figure it?
Simple, he's crazy.
No, he isn't. He's as sane as you are, if that means anything.
Well, he certainly couldn't have believed he stood a chance of walking off with the loot.
No, he wanted to get caught.
Why?
That's what bothers me. I can't make it out. Can you?
Sergeant, what are you getting at?
I'd like you to look in on Kramer.
Are you out of your mind?
I guess I am. You know, if you do this, there won't be a dime in it for you.
You must think I'm as crazy as you are.
I do. What do you say, Mike?
Well, if everybody's going to act nuts, I might as well get into the act, too. Okay, I'll do it.
All right, Kramer. Mike Waring's here.
Mike Waring?
Yeah. You have 10 minutes, Mike.
Thanks, Mac.
Wait a minute, Buster. Who sent for you?
Sergeant Corbett asked me to look in on you. My name is Mike Waring.
You the bird they call the Falcon?
Mm-hmm.
What do you want with me?
Sergeant Corbett feels there's a lot more to your case than meets the eye. And I'm inclined to agree with him.
Well, you're wrong. I tried to pull a job and I was caught. That's all there is to it.
There are too many things it leaves unexplained.
Such as?
Such as your background. Your name isn't really Marty Kramer.
No? Then what is it?
I don't know. All I could find out is that you came to New York 6 weeks ago. Where from, nobody seems to know.
Maybe I'm ashamed of my past.
I don't see why. You have no criminal record that the police can discover. This was your first offense.
Always a first time for everything.
Well, it goes deeper than that, Kramer. You weren't hard-pressed for cash, either.
Oh, how do you know?
I went through your room, found this bank book there.
Who gave you a license to go through my stuff?
The police. There's $7,000 in that account.
Well, maybe that wasn't enough for me.
Well, you certainly couldn't hope to pick up more at the Revere Express Company.
A fella can try.
Yeah, I know, but you didn't have your heart in it. The DA showed me the gun they took away from you up there.
Yeah?
Yeah. That thing couldn't hurt a fly. The firing pin was filed all the way down.
You're out of your mind, Falcon.
Now, don't tell me that. I saw the gun.
What if the pin was shot? I didn't know about it. You don't think I'd do anything as silly as that?
I think you're doing something a lot sillier. Now, look, Kramer, you better start talking. Unless you level with me, they're really going to pop it to you.
Why don't you mind your own business?
Can I help it if I'm nosy?
Well, maybe this'll cure you. Mike, what's going on in there?
Nothing. I'm all right, Mac.
What's the idea, Kramer? I'm just settling accounts with my friend here. That was the down payment, Waring. If you insist on working for me in the future, you can expect a lot more.
This is Ed Hurley here again, friends. Say, I'd like to tell you how you can get compliments from the small fry. Next time the children want something to eat between meals, set out their favorite crispy crackers and a glass or two of Kraft pineapple cheese spread, one of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. Then watch those youngsters go to it. Watch how their faces light up when they taste this delightfully mild cheese spread that's filled through and through with juicy bits of sweet sun-ripened pineapple. Mm-hmm. Kraft pineapple cheese spread is delicious. And it's smooth, too, for wonderfully easy spreading. And you know it's a snack the whole family can enjoy often. Because, like all the Kraft cheese spreads, it's a wholesome dairy food made from only the finest ingredients. It's a good idea to have several glasses of Kraft cheese spreads on hand always for a grand variety of snacks. Try Kraft relish cheese spread, Kraft olive pimento cheese spread, Kraft pimento cheese spread. In fact, all 9 delicious varieties. Look for them at your grocer's tomorrow. They come in bright, new tulip-patterned drinking glasses in a choice of 4 gay colors. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A week has passed since Mike Waring had his little talk with Marty Kramer. Apparently, it didn't do any good, for the next day, Kramer pleaded guilty to armed robbery and was sentenced to Sing Sing. Now, as we find him, he's making his grand entrance.
Come on, Kramer. Hey, Bailey. Bailey. Wake up. You got company.
What's the matter?
I want you to meet your new roommate. His name is Marty Kramer.
Oh. Hiya, pal.
Hi. If there's anything you want, Mr. Kramer, just ring. We have 24-hour service here.
Well, thanks a lot, McGraw, but I wouldn't think of disturbing you boys.
Well, make yourself at home, Kramer.
Thanks.
My name's Bailey.
Yeah, I know. I heard a lot about you.
I've heard a couple of things about you, too.
Have you?
Yeah, a fellow was telling me in the yard today that a Falcon was working for you. How come he couldn't get you off?
Maybe I didn't want him to, Bailey.
I don't dig you, pal.
Maybe I wanted to spend some time up here.
Why would anybody in his right mind want to do that?
It's a long story.
Well, that's okay. I got 10 years more to save. Yeah, want a butt?
Yeah, help yourself. Thanks.
Not much.
You see, there's a guy up here that I wanted to see.
Well, you certainly took the hard way, Kramer.
Well, 5 years ago, this guy was partners with my old man. My old man was a schnook. He trusted everybody. That was his mistake. One night, his partner cleaned him out and then put a match to the place. When the insurance dicks came over to investigate, this guy took a powder and my father was left holding the bag.
What happened?
Well, he couldn't stand the disgrace, so he blew his brains out.
Tough.
Yeah. Anyway, I promised myself that I'd make it up to the old boy. I've been looking for his partner ever since.
You find him?
Yep. Through a private eye.
The Falcon?
No, another guy. He told me my party was serving time in Sing Sing. That's why I arranged to visit here.
What's his party's name?
Bailey.
Huh?
Oh, now isn't that a coincidence? Just the same as yours. Where you from, Bailey?
Los Angeles.
Oh, that's funny. So was this guy I was telling you about.
Cut it out, Kramer.
You don't remember me, do you, friend?
No.
Of course, I didn't call myself Kramer in those days.
Now, look, you. Stay away from me. Hey, Mac! McGraw!
You're going to get it, Bailey. I've waited 5 long years for this.
What? Go, Bailey.
You
Let him go, Kramer, right after I squeeze the life out of him.
No, you don't.
Let me go. Come on, break it up. After breaking my arm. Then behave. You okay, Bailey?
Yeah, I think so.
Leave me alone with him for 1 minute. 1 minute, that's all I ask. What you're asking for is a stiff dose of solitary. All right, Kramer. Let's go.
Go away. There's nobody here.
Yeah?
That you, Mike?
Who the devil is this?
Now, that's no way to talk to an old friend.
Well, this wouldn't be Sergeant Corbett, would it?
Why not?
You realize it's 3 o'clock in the morning?
You're slow. I got a quarter after.
Look, if your purpose is to annoy me, you're succeeding very well.
Got a little news item I thought you might be interested in. Remember our friend, Marty Kramer?
Yeah, sure. What about him?
I just got word from Sing Sing. He tried to kill his cellmate, a boy named Bailey.
Oh, so that's why he wanted to go to jail.
What do you mean?
Well, obviously this whole idea was a plot on the part of Kramer to get his hands on Bailey.
Maybe. I kind of doubt it, though. I got a hunch we haven't heard the last of our friend, Mr. Kramer. Don't ask me why. I just got a hunch.
Imagine how I felt, Logan. A couple of seconds more and it would have been all over. Instead, the guard had to break it up.
How long did they keep you in solitary, Kramer?
A week.
Was it bad?
It'll be worth it if I can get my hands on Bailey again.
Forget it. There's not a chance. That's why I transferred you in here with me.
I'll work it somehow.
What you got against Bailey, anyway?
Ah, never mind.
Come on, I won't give you away.
There's something he did to my old man 5 years ago.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
You got the wrong guy.
Oh, no, I haven't.
When'd you say this happened?
5 years ago in L.A.
Well, that proves it. Bailey's been in here since 1940.
What are you trying to give me?
What's the truth, Kramer? Someone give you a bum steer. This ain't the same Bailey.
You're lying.
Okay, don't believe me, but I saw his record myself. I used to help around the warden's office when I first came here in 45.
Well, that's true. I did all this for nothing.
You ought to be glad you didn't kill him.
I gotta get out of here, Logan.
You kidding?
Don't you understand this was all a mistake?
That's tough, pal, but can't be helped.
Let me out! Let me out!
Pipe down there, Kramer, unless you want another session in solitary.
I gotta speak to the warden.
Okay, I'll make an appointment.
Cut it out, Kramer. It won't do you no good.
I gotta get out of here, Logan.
Sure.
If I can't do it any other way, I'm gonna make a break.
Don't be a chump.
I tell you I can do it. Are you with me?
You just sounding off to hear yourself talk?
No, I tell you I can do it.
How?
Is there anyone outside you can count on for help?
No.
Aren't you married?
No. I got a girl in Jersey.
How about her?
How do you think I got in here in the first place?
She squeal on you?
That's what a couple of people would like me to believe. I was running the biggest gambling joint in town till Martha got friendly with Philip Hernandez.
Phil Hernandez?
One of my competitors. He and Martha got awful chummy.
Well, that doesn't mean she sold you out.
It does when you add to it the fact that that's how we met originally. Only this boy she fingered was some character from Chicago, and he was married to her. The more I think of it, the more I'd like to ask Miss Martha Pierce a couple of questions.
What do you say, Logan? Do you want in?
What's the deal?
Tonight, after roll call, one of us will pretend we're sick. When the guard comes in to investigate, we'll take care of him.
With what?
With this.
Hey, where'd you get that hunk of lead?
When I was in solitary, I noticed one of the water pipes was loose. I didn't think anyone would mind if I borrowed it.
Yeah, they're bound to find out it's gone.
Sure, the next time they throw someone in solitary, but that may be days. And we'll use it tonight. All right, Logan, here he comes. Start moaning.
Yeah.
That's the ticket, pal. Keep it up.
What's the trouble there?
I don't know, Mac. Something's the matter with Logan.
Stand back from the door, Kramer. I'm coming in.
I think it's appendicitis. Logan. Where does it hurt?
Right here.
Oh, I better get the doc.
Okay, Kramer, now.
What the...
Hello, Martha.
Philip, what are you doing here?
You heard the news?
What news?
There was a flash on the radio at 10:30. Your ex-boyfriend, he broke out of jail.
Logan?
Yes, he and a man named Marty Kramer.
Well, what do you know?
I know we better do something.
Don't tell me you're frightened, Philip.
Well, there's no point in taking chances. You know the kind of guy Logan is.
Suppose you leave Mr. Logan to me.
But maybe he'd think I made you squeal on him.
Well, didn't you?
No, it was all your idea, Martha. Remember, I didn't want you to do it.
Aren't you the brave boy?
Well, it's your fault. I was satisfied with the way things were. But no, you had big ideas.
This is the first time I heard you complain.
Well, I didn't know.
You don't know a lot of things. Now listen, Phil. If Logan knew about us, we would have heard from him before this.
But maybe somebody tell him now.
Then all he's got are suspicions. And I can talk him out of them. I've done it before.
You think he is in New York already?
Well, if he is, he must be with his friend Kramer.
You got any idea where they can be?
Maybe.
Where?
Never mind. What you don't know can't hurt you.
Tell me where, Martha.
Let go, Philip. You're hurting me.
Where are they?
You're going to regret that, Mr. Hernandez.
I'm sorry, Martha. I didn't mean it. It's just that I worry about Logan so.
You shouldn't, Phil. I've got a feeling Mr. Logan is the least of your worries.
Turn off that light.
Kramer.
Yeah. This time, Waring, I've got a gun with a perfectly good firing pin. Now turn off that light so I can come out from behind these drapes.
Okay.
Now stay where you are until I switch on this lamp.
Just as you say.
All right, sit down.
How'd you get in here, Kramer?
Through that fire escape window?
Oh.
Now, listen, Waring, I got to talk to you. You've got to help me.
You must be out of your mind.
I wouldn't be surprised if you were right. I was crazy to do what I did.
You mean break out of jail?
No, break in.
What are you raving about?
I wanted them to send me to Sing Sing because there was a man named Bailey there that I thought was responsible for my father's suicide.
So that's why you tried that phony holdup at the Revere Express Company, huh?
Yeah. But when I got to the pen, it was the wrong guy. I realized how ridiculous the whole idea was.
I could have told you that in the first place.
What am I going to do, Mike?
Why'd you crash out?
I told you I wanted to see you.
You could have sent me a letter.
I was rattled. I didn't think of it.
Well, you better give yourself up.
No.
Look, it's your only chance, Kramer. Fortunately, that guard you slugged wasn't badly hurt.
What do you think they'll do to me?
I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. But I'd gamble you won't even have to serve out your original sentence, providing...
Providing what?
We take Logan back with us.
No, I won't rat on him.
Don't be a fool, Kramer. Logan's dangerous. He's got a record as long as your arm. Now, don't be a chump. If the positions were reversed, he'd sell you out in 5 minutes. Now, what do you say?
Okay, Waring. Call a cab. I'll take you to him.
All right, Marty. Where is he?
Next floor.
Whose place is it?
Belongs to Logan. He owns the building.
Yeah, that's pretty convenient. Does he know you went to see me?
No. I told him I was going to get some grub. Hold it.
This it?
Yeah. You better let me go in first. I'll give you the high sign when it's okay for you to come in.
Right.
Logan? Logan, I'm back. Hey, Logan, where the... Waring!
Yeah, what's the matter? What's the trouble? Oh, never mind. I see him.
He isn't moving.
A few people do when they're dead. All right, Kramer, what do you got to say for yourself?
That's the whole story. Now, what am I going to do?
First, you're going to get a grip on yourself. You're absolutely no help to me this way. Now, come on, help me turn him over.
No, I can't touch him.
Oh, and you're the man who's going to kill for revenge.
Well, I didn't know they looked like this.
What did you expect? Well, judging by the signs, I'd say Logan got it around 9:45. Where were you at that time?
Waiting for you in your apartment.
Oh.
Look, Mike, how will this affect my chances on the appeal?
Not a bit if everything you say stands up. Cops couldn't possibly hang this on you.
Well, they could try.
You got a motive?
No, but...
There are no buts about it. Especially if we can deliver the right party to them. Now, when you left Logan to go to my place, did he say anything about expecting anyone?
No.
Well, somebody must have known he was here. Someone who had a key to this dive. Now, who could that be?
I don't know.
Now, come on, Kramer. You must have heard Logan mention some name.
No, I tell you. All he ever told me was he had a girl in Jersey.
Remember her name?
No.
You've got to.
He only mentioned her once or twice.
For Pete's sake, man, think. Your life may depend on it.
Wait a minute. Yeah, it was Martha. Martha Pierce.
Phil Hernandez girl?
Who's he?
Big gambler in town.
Yeah, I think you're right. Logan told me this Martha dame sold him out to one of his competitors.
All right, Kramer, you stay here. I'll be back as fast as I can.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Sounds like Kramer gave Mike a lead to the killer, doesn't it? Right now, though, I'd like to give you a lead to 9 kinds of wonderful eating. That's right, I said 9. Because I'm talking about the delicious Kraft cheese spreads that come in 9 grand varieties. There are delightfully mild-tasting ones like Kraft pineapple cheese spread, Kraft relish spread, and Kraft olive pimento cheese spread. And there are sharp-tasting kinds, too, such as Kraft cheese and bacon spread, Roca brand cheese spread, and hearty Kraft Limburger cheese spread. They're all delicious, all wholesome dairy products, and all so handy for making quick, easy snacks and sandwiches. Always keep your refrigerator stocked with several of the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 30 minutes have passed since the discovery of the body of George Logan by Mike Waring and Marty Kramer. And now, as we find the Falcon, he's knocking at the door of his first lead.
Yes,
Martha Pierce?
that's right.
I hope I'm not intruding.
Not at all, honey. But if you're going to show me your brushes, you might as well come in.
Well, thanks. I'm afraid I left my sample case at home.
What's your name, handsome?
Mike Waring?
I think I've heard that somewhere before.
Could be. I'm a private detective, Miss Pierce.
My friends call me Martha.
Well, I'll bet you'll get 1,000 of them.
Listen, Mr. Waring.
No, I'm sorry. I take it back. You couldn't have more than 999.
What's that supposed to mean?
You just lost one of your best.
Who?
George Logan.
Oh, don't tell me.
Yes, he's dead.
Poor Logan. I knew the excitement of breaking out would be too much for him. He had a bad heart.
Yes, well, that knife someone stuck in his back didn't help matters any either. Incidentally, where can I find Philip Hernandez?
You're wasting your time, honey. He isn't in New York. He took the midnight plane to Chicago.
Well, that must make it awfully dull for you. How have you been keeping yourself occupied?
Now, come, Mr. Waring. Surely you don't suspect me of killing Logan.
No, of course not. I was just curious, that's all.
Well, when Phil told me about the news flash he heard about Logan breaking out, I thought it called for a celebration. So I went to the Hawk Club.
Where undoubtedly you were seen by 100 different people.
At the very least.
Well, that makes a very handsome alibi, Martha.
I'm glad you like it.
All right, Angel, I'll be seeing you.
Oh, must you go?
Yes, but don't worry, I'll be back. And it may be sooner than you think.
Who's there?
It's all right, Kramer. It's only me, Mike Waring.
Oh, just a second. How'd you make out, Waring?
I didn't.
You couldn't get a thing out of her?
No. Our girlfriend Martha's got an alibi. Claims she spent the entire evening at the Hawk Club.
Well?
Well, I was down there, and everyone bears her out.
It must have been her new boyfriend who killed Logan.
No, I'm much more inclined to suspect it was her old one.
Who?
You.
I don't understand.
Oh, sure you do. You're a pretty smart boy, Kramer. That was a beautiful plan you worked out to get Logan.
What are you talking about?
You went up to Sing Sing to find somebody, only his name wasn't Bailey, it was Logan. That business of your old man's suicide was so much tripe. Logan took Martha away from you, and that's why you had it in for him.
You got rocks in your head. If Logan was the one I was after, why didn't I kill him when we were in the same cell?
Because you were sure to go to the chair. This way you felt confident you'd get away with it. The authorities up there thought Bailey was the one you were after. As far as they knew, you had no connection with Logan. It was just a coincidence that you broke out together and someone killed him. Now, you played it very smart, Kramer.
Obviously, it wasn't smart enough. You caught on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. Sometimes the fates conspire against you. You see, you broke out a stir at 8:30. So the news of the break wasn't released over the air until 2 hours later. The first flash came at 10:30.
Well?
Logan was murdered at 9:45. 3/4 of an hour before either Martha or Phil Hernandez could possibly have known he escaped. That's where your frame fell down. It's too bad you made that mistake.
We can't all be as clever as you, Waring. But speaking of bonus, you made a pretty bad one yourself.
I don't see where.
You shouldn't have come back here.
Why not?
You forget that I still have this gun.
Oh, no, I haven't. Sergeant?
What?
Hiya, Kramer. Don't bother turning around. Just drop the rod. Come on, drop it.
Well, did you hear enough, Sergeant?
Plenty. Okay, Kramer, let's be moving.
I'll make this up to you, Waring.
Oh, don't bother.
I owe you plenty.
You don't owe me a thing, friend. After all, if it hadn't been for you, I never would have met Martha.
What?
Mm-hmm. Take him away, Sergeant. I have work to do.
This is the season for hearty breakfasts, hot cakes, hot toast, hot rolls, waffles, and the spread that adds extra goodness to every bite is Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Yes, Parquet is the margarine millions prefer to any other because it tastes so good. And it tastes so good because it's always fresh. In states where the law permits, get yellow Parquet in its new Flavor Saver aluminum foil wrap. Elsewhere, get Parquet in the regular package or handy Color Quick bag. Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. The case of the substitute target. The Case of the Substitute Target. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that just because a fella has a head on his shoulders is no sign he's going to be able to keep it there. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Hear Martha Ray and Jimmy Durante on The Big Show today on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Barbara. Now, thanks for calling, but tonight is out, Angel. I have to teach some gangsters that you can't get away with murder. Especially since the murder they want to get away with is mine.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Substitute Target. Before we join the Falcon for his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you about 9 of the handiest little menu helpers you ever had in your kitchen. They're the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads, and they really are handy for making snacks and sandwiches, salad toppings, and appetizers. All of the Kraft cheese spreads, the mild-tasting ones and the sharp-tasting ones, too, are delicious. And they're all the very finest quality because they're made by Kraft. The name Kraft on cheese or cheese foods means the very finest you can buy. So tomorrow, get several of the 9 famous cheese spreads made by Kraft. And now, the case of the substitute target.
Oh, monsieur.
It's Sunday night in the expensive New York apartment of Ed Rizzo. Rizzo is the fat, bald mobster who is at the moment taking a bad pushing around from a tall young man who seems definitely to mean business.
All right, Rizzo, who is it?
Leo!
When you talk, no, you don't.
Oh, my finger.
You shouldn't have reached for that drawer. What are you looking for, a gun? Well, here's one, only I'll hold it. There's no use looking around for protection, Rizzo. I'm your protection, you know that.
Only right now, I'm not protecting.
Travers, if you'd only listen to
I
me.
want the boss, the top boss. Now, who is he? Where can I find him?
I told you, I'm the boss. You work for me. You
don't seem to understand, Rizzo. I don't work for you, not anymore. I want the boss, not a cheap stooge.
So you, Travers?
Who are you? I didn't know anybody was...
You weren't supposed to know anybody was here. Now stop waving that gun. You better do as I say, unless you want to find out if I'd really put a bullet in your stomach. Hurry up, drop it.
All right, don't. I'll drop it.
That's better. Pick it up, Rizzo.
Yeah.
All right. Now, just what's been going on here?
You're the boss, aren't you?
What gives you that idea?
Looking at Rizzo.
All right, I'm the boss. So what?
So from now on, I'm working for you. I'm tired of taking orders from Rizzo.
Ah? And what happens when you get tired of taking orders from me?
Well, I won't. I know I couldn't run the mob myself. At least not yet.
Listen to the punk. All right, kid. Now here's where you get yours for getting smart.
Cut it out.
Hold it, Rizzo. Let go of him.
We gotta teach these punks to stay in line.
Then start by staying in line yourself. Take your hands off him.
But, Mr.
Do
Dunlap.
as I tell you. Okay. Boy has initiative. I like that. Tell me, Travers, how did you find out Rizzo wasn't head man?
He could never make up his mind. He always had to think it over.
Ah.
Only he wasn't thinking, he was asking.
He's got a head on his shoulders, Rizzo. I think I can use him.
But, Mr. Dunlap...
By the way, Travers, I hope you haven't mentioned your deductions to anyone. I wouldn't care to have word get around.
What, are you kidding? I look out for Artie Travers. Anybody else wants to get to the top, let him do his own figuring.
Good boy. That's the spirit I like. You've got yourself a job. I have a suite at the Hotel Grayson. Be there tomorrow at 10.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's all. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, okay. I'll be seeing you.
Right. Tomorrow at 10.
Mr. Dunlap, how are we going to keep guys in line if you let punks get away with that
He's
kind
not
of...
getting away with anything, Rizzo.
But you told him...
And now I'm telling you. He's not getting away with anything. Not even his life.
Baby, did I pull a deal tonight. Little Lottie is going places.
I'm glad to hear it.
You bet you're glad. It's Sable's for you, baby. And for... Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Maybe I made a mistake.
What do you mean, what sort of mistake?
Just a minute, I want to turn this corner. See if they do, too.
They? Who?
Yeah. There they are. We're being followed.
Followed? Why? What does it mean?
If that's who I think it is, it could mean plenty. I gotta shake them.
What do you think they want?
Me.
They're speeding up, too.
Yeah, hang on, baby. We're gonna take another turn.
What's it all about?
Never mind. Just watching back. See if they make it.
All right. Yes, here they come. Oh, they're gaining. Can't you go any faster?
No, I'll give it a road she'll take.
They're still gaining.
We'll never make it. Get down on the floor, baby.
Well, what are you gonna...
Do like I tell you, quick.
All right.
Hello.
Hello. I'm looking for Michael wearing the Falcon. I was told I could find him here.
You were told right. Come in.
Thank you. Thought you'd have an office. Isn't it rather unusual for a detective to work out of his apartment?
I'm a rather unusual detective.
So I've heard. That's why I'm here.
Mm-hmm. Well, Lorna, what can I do for you?
You know my name?
Sure. Lorna March.
You are unusual.
Don't give me too much credit, Angel. You were all over the front pages.
Oh, that's when I was in the hospital. I didn't see.
Yes, but I did. You're not the type to ignore. I'm not that unusual.
Thank you. Then you know the police grill me about Art's connections. They think I know something that I'm holding back.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not so. I only knew Art a short while. I didn't know he was a gangster. If I had, I wouldn't have had anything to do with him, believe me.
You don't have to sell me.
But it's true. He told me that he was in some sort of manufacturing business.
All right, Lorna. You don't know anything about Art Travers. You don't know who killed him or why he was killed.
That's right. Only the police won't believe me. They think I'm holding back. And now what worries me, suppose the people who killed Art get the same idea.
You think they might go gunning for you to shut you up?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to do. That's why I came to you. I'll pay your fee gladly.
Well, first of all, let's put you where they can't get at you. I'll take you to a hotel, make sure we're not followed. You stay in your room and don't open the door to anyone.
But I can't stay locked in a hotel room indefinitely.
No, just till we get things rolling.
What things?
Well, maybe the killers will lose interest in you if we give them something else to shoot at.
What, for instance?
Me.
Homicide, Sergeant Corbett speaking.
It's your lucky day, Corbett. This is Mike Waring.
Goodbye, Waring.
Hold it. I want to talk to you.
I don't want to talk to you. I've already got a headache.
The Art Travers killing by any chance?
You've been listening at keyholes.
Naturally, in my profession.
All right, Waring, what do you want? I got no time for idle chit-chat.
I want you to do me a favor.
I told you I got no time.
Oh, for this you have. You'll love it.
What makes you think so?
It might get me killed.
All of a sudden, I find myself strangely interested. Tell me more.
In the Art Travers shooting. Police reveal that letters to Travers' apartment indicate that shortly before his murders, Travers employed private detective Mike Waring, known as the Falcon. Waring is wanted for questioning as to the nature of his work for Travers. It is believed that this may have a direct bearing on the killing, especially since Waring has disappeared since the killing. It is not known whether Waring is in hiding.
Hello, Joey.
Mike Waring. Hey, didn't you hear? Well, don't you know the law's looking for you?
That's why I'm looking for you.
Huh?
Have one on me, Joey. What are you drinking?
You name it, I'll drink it.
Okay. Bartender, double scotch for my pal.
Gee, that's pretty swell, Mike. What's cooking? What can I do you for?
I just thought you might let me hole up in your place until things cool off.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure, Mike. Sure, anytime.
Thanks, Joey. Well, I better get right up there. The sooner I'm out of circulation, the better. Here, this will take care of your drink.
Thanks. Hey, just a second. Here's the keys.
Oh, right.
I'll be up a little later.
All right, Joey. So long.
So long, Mike. Hey, hold the rest of the drink, Red. I'll be right back.
Hello.
Hello. Mr. Rizzo?
Yes?
Joey Jonas. I was just calling. I might happen to know where you could find Mike Waring.
Oh?
What's it worth?
Come on up. We'll talk about it.
Okay. I'll be right over.
Come in, Joey.
Yeah, Mr. Rizzo.
Now, what's this about you knowing where to find Waring?
Well, you see, he comes to me, asks me to help hide him out.
Oh, he comes to you?
Yeah, he says, well, Hey, come on, let go!
What does Waring come to you for?
I'm trying to tell you. Hey, don't hit me.
You a pal of Waring's?
I know him, sort of.
You know him, sort of, but he goes to you when he's in a jam.
Well, I guess he figured that, nobody'd think about him going to me. If he went to one of his real pals, a friend would, you know.
Maybe.
Hey, look, I'm telling you where to find him, ain't I?
You better.
Well, doesn't that prove I'm leveling with you?
All right, Joey.
But you said, well, I'm going to get paid, ain't I?
We'll talk about that after I find Waring. Where is he?
Well, the dough first. God, my arm!
Where's Waring?
But Ow! At my place. My place.
Okay. We'll see.
Yeah, but don't forget you promised if I told you you'd give me the dough.
All right, Joey, turn it off. If Waring's there, you'll be taken care of. After we take care of Waring.
Hello.
Hello, Larkin. This is Rizzo.
Yeah, Mr. Rizzo.
Just thought you'd like to know. It pays to keep your customers happy.
What do you mean?
Just that I've got another job for you.
Oh? It wouldn't be Waring, would it?
How did you know?
According to the papers, he was tied in with Travers.
Yeah. Well, will you take care of it? I know where you can find him.
You want him to get what Travers got?
Yeah. But first I want to talk to him, find out how much he knows. I want you to bring him here.
That's not going to be so easy. A guy like the Falcon.
You don't think you can handle it?
I didn't say that.
Then cut the alibis.
Okay, Mr. Rizzo. I'll bring you Waring.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, I guess Larkin plans to bring Mike to Mr. Rizzo, all right. Meanwhile, I'd like to bring you an idea. An idea for keeping the whole family pleased whenever they want a delicious snack. Just keep your refrigerator stocked with a glass or two of Kraft cheese and bacon spread. One of the 9 delicious cheese spreads made by Kraft. Kraft cheese and bacon spread is perfect for snacks because it tastes so wonderful and because it's velvety smooth for easy spreading on crackers or bread. Just wait till you taste this fine blend of mellow, sharp American cheddar cheese and hickory smoked bacon with that tantalizing sweet smoked flavor all through it. Mm-hmm. You'll keep coming back for more. And snacks you make with Kraft cheese and bacon spread are snacks you can enjoy often. Because like all 9 Kraft cheese spreads, Kraft cheese and bacon spread is wholesome dairy food, made from only the finest ingredients. And for variety, try some of the 9 other tempting Kraft cheese spreads. There's sharp Old English brand, Roca brand, and full-flavored Smoke Hill, too. Look for them in the tulip-designed drinking glasses in your choice of 4 gay colors. And remember, these are America's favorite cheese spreads. America's favorites because they're so delicious. So be sure you get the cheese spreads made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 20 minutes have passed since Rizzo ordered Larkin to deliver Mike Waring. Now, at the door of Joey Jonas's room, Larkin is ready to carry out his mission.
Who is it? Joey sent me up. He thought you might be hungry. Got a couple of sandwiches for you.
That's what I call a service. Just a second.
All right.
Hey! I expected the gun, pal. That's why I was ready to jump you.
Double-cross.
No, Joey, he didn't double-cross you. He double-crossed me, but I counted on it.
Yeah, well, I'll...
You won't do anything, pal. Not for a while.
All right, Larkin, who gave you your orders?
I want a lawyer.
He wants a lawyer.
Well, get him a lawyer, Corbett.
Waring, he's just a professional trigger. I want the higher-ups. He's got to talk.
With your charm, I don't see how he can resist you, but I have a hunch he will. You're wasting your time.
Well, you got any suggestions, Waring?
Yes, I told you. Get him a lawyer like he asked you.
Believe me, he doesn't want a lawyer.
He says he does.
Yeah, what'll a lawyer do?
Spring him?
Yeah, then the mob will rub him out to shut him up in case we want to pick him up again. We're doing him a favor keeping him here, believe me.
Well, Corbett, every man to his taste.
You're such a help.
Now, that's gratitude for you. I bring you the trigger.
I want the higher-ups.
No satisfying some people.
Like the chief, for instance. He's going to be screaming.
What, in your pretty shell-like ear? The thought shudders. Oh, so long, Corbett.
Where are you going, Waring?
Your every wish is my command. I'm going looking for higher-ups. Hello, Joey.
Huh? Falcon. Hey, stay away from me, Mike. Stay away.
Come here, Joey.
I'm warning you. Now stay away or I'll let you have it with this beer bottle.
Oh, Joey, if you're so anxious to give me that bottle, I'll just take it.
No. Now cut it out, Mike.
Yeah, sure, as soon as I get this away from you. That's it. All right, Joey, now we talk.
Please, Mike. Don't be sore.
You sicked a gunman on me. Now, what are you so startled to see me walking around?
I can explain.
All right, explain.
Well, we wanted it, and it's... I guess I can't.
As a matter of fact, you don't have to. I expected just what happened.
Huh? Well, why?
Because I know what a cheap rat you are.
I suppose you wouldn't believe it.
You're right, I wouldn't. But there's no use crying over spilled gunmen, Joey. So I'm willing to make a deal.
Hey, what kind of a deal?
I'm willing to forget the gunman, provided you tell me who hired him.
Well, what if I don't know?
You do know. You know plenty about what's cooking in mob circles. That's why I latched onto you in the first place.
I can't say anything else, Mike. Hey, don't hit me.
I'm not going to hit you. I'm just going to explain something to you.
Explain?
Yeah. You can deny it if you want to, but this is the way I see it. You tipped off a mob that I was at your place. They sent around Larkin to get rid of me.
Oh, Mike,
but that's
look,
just what I counted on. I was waiting for him. Now he's in the jug.
Oh, it's not
and
the
what
way
do you think the mob thinks about that? They think you double-crossed them.
Huh?
Sure, can't you see it? Larkin walked into a trap. You laid the trap.
No, I didn't do...
That's the way it looks to them. And they won't sit still for that kind of an act. No, Joey, I'm not going to hit you. I'll just leave you for the mob.
Oh, what am I going to do?
Well, you could help me round up the mob, put the finger on the boss. If they're behind bars, they can't touch you.
Yeah, but if something goes wrong...
So what? You couldn't be any worse off than you are. Think it over, Joey.
All right, Mike. Mike, I'll tell you all I know.
Stop pacing the floor, Rizzo. You make me dizzy.
Should have heard from Larkin long ago. Something must have gone wrong.
Something probably did. I understand Mike Waring is pretty sharp.
Joey double-crossed me. That's what happened, Mr. Dunlap.
Maybe.
He sold me out to Waring. Now Waring has Larkin to clinch it. He'll get him to talk.
What can Larkin say?
He can tie me to the Travers job. We've got to get to Waring before he gets to the law.
How?
I don't know. But if we don't, Mr. Dunlap, we're sunk.
Let's not underestimate the advantages of our method of operation, Rizzo.
Huh?
You're afraid Larkin will talk. But how much does he actually know?
He knows me.
Oh, true, but he doesn't know me.
That's a big help.
Perhaps not to you. It is to me.
Oh. And I don't count, I suppose.
Oh, certainly you do, as long as you're an asset. Now perhaps you see why I insisted upon the breakdown in the organization. Larkin knows no one except you. You can name me, but you don't know any of my other lieutenants.
Who cares about the other lieutenants? I'm thinking about me.
Of course. But you see how the setup works. A chain, as it were. All that's necessary is to eliminate one link in the chain, and investigation comes to a dead end.
So how are we going to eliminate Larkin? Waring's got him.
True, Rizzo. Therefore, we're forced to move on to the next link.
Huh? Hey, now, wait a minute.
Sorry, Rizzo.
Please, Mr. Dunlap,
As
don't
long
talk.
as we take care of the weakest link.
I wouldn't talk. You don't have to worry about me.
Too bad I have to do this myself, but there's no time, and I don't want to risk anything going wrong.
Boss, look, I won't talk.
Hey, Mike, tell me, what good'll I do here?
I told you, Joey, it's not what good you'll do being with me. It's what harm you might do if I let you out of my sight again.
Yeah, but Rizzo's going to be sore.
Let me handle Rizzo.
Let me get down. I'll wait downstairs.
You'll wait right here.
Let's go. There's nobody here.
You hope. I hear somebody in there.
Well, it was just maybe somebody upstairs.
I don't think so. I heard somebody moving around inside.
Well, it's funny they don't come then.
Yeah, very funny. Well, Joey, I guess he's not here. Let's go.
What's the...
Shh, come on.
Hey, you gone nuts?
Yeah, sure. All right, Joey. This is far enough.
Oh, what are we doing?
Obviously, visitors aren't welcome. But maybe if we pretend to go...
Or maybe if we really do go.
Will you stop that?
Well, what do we do? Just stand here in the hall?
Yeah, for a minute. If nobody opens the door now, we'll have to try something else. Now, just be quiet.
Okay. Here he comes.
Oh, fine. You scared him. Back.
What's the matter, Waring? Nobody home?
Huh? Corbett, where'd you come from?
Larkin finally cracked. Said Rizzo hired him, so here I am.
Oh, good. There's something going on inside, but... Hey, where's Joey?
Joey? That must be the guy who just ducked down the stairs.
I should have known he'd fade the second I turned my back. Well, maybe he doesn't matter for now. Look, we've got to get into Rizzo's.
But that's not the kind of door you can break into.
What's going on?
That's what I'm trying to find out. I knocked at Rizzo's door, and nobody answered. But I could hear someone inside, so I hid and waited. Then somebody opened the door, but before I could see who it was, Joey chirped and the door slammed.
Well, a door slammed in your face should be no new experience to you, Waring.
All right, I'll waltz with you later, Corbett. Right now, this calls for a search warrant and an acetylene torch. Now get on it, huh?
Well, Waring, from the look of them, we're not going to get much out of Rizzo.
Oh, except a collection of lead.
Yeah.
I wonder whoever was here didn't want to let me in. He probably just finished this job. Then while I was talking to you, he cleared out through the window.
So we're right back where we started.
Well, not exactly. You've got Rizzo.
What's left of him. Now we've got to get the boy who plugged him.
That's right, Corbett. Well, let's go see Ludovici Caffarello.
Eh? Who is Ludovici Caffarello?
A taxi driver.
Yeah, what's he got to do with this case?
Nothing, maybe.
This is the kind of help he gives me.
Okay, so I'll go see Ludovici Caffarello.
Hold it, Waring. I don't know what gives, but I'm in no mood to take you patting yourself on the back in front of my face if this pays off and I'm out of it. Where does this Caffarello live?
I don't know.
Gets better and better.
But I know where he works. So if you're coming, let's get moving. We've got work to do.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends, and while Mike and Sergeant Corbett go about finding Mr. Caffarello, I'd like to help you find out about the 9 most delicious cheese spreads I ever tasted. They're the 9 famous cheese spreads made by Kraft. There are delightfully mild-tasting ones, such as Kraft Pineapple Cheese Spread, Kraft Olive Pimento Cheese Spread, and Kraft Relish Cheese Spread. And there are sharp-tasting ones, too, like Roca Cheese Spread, Smokell, and Kraft Limburger Cheese Spread. All of them are mighty good to eat, and they're all good for you to eat, too, because they're wholesome dairy foods made from only the finest ingredients. For quick, easy snacks and sandwiches, keep your refrigerator stocked with several of the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. It's an hour and a half since Mike threw the name Ludovici Caffarello into the case. Corbett is still wondering if it was a straight, fast one or a curve. Now the Falcon and Sergeant Corbett are waiting in an elaborately furnished living room for the answer, while the butler goes to announce them to the master of the house. A moment later, their host appears.
Good evening, gentlemen. Which of you is Sergeant Corbett?
I am, Dunlap.
That's the guy, Corbett.
What guy am I?
The guy who slammed the door in my face at Rizzo's.
Well, when was this?
A couple of hours ago.
Tonight? I haven't been out tonight.
We can prove you have.
Your word against mine?
Mine and Caffarello's.
Who's Caffarello?
The taxi driver who drove you here from Rizzo's.
Oh. When I heard the police wanted to see me, I wondered what they wanted.
You know. You better come along to headquarters.
What charge?
Suspicion of murder.
I hate to disappoint you, gentlemen, but I have other plans.
No, you don't. No gunplay.
Hold him, Waring.
I don't think he will.
Stop, Dunlap. Stop.
Boy, he's great for going through windows. Didn't even stop to open it.
See him, Waring?
Yeah, he's on the fire escape. All right, Dunlap, that's as far as you go.
There's his answer.
Now, that's a two-way answer.
Get him?
No, he's too close to the building. But I've got him cornered. He can't get out to the stairs.
Keep him pinned there. I'll go down for him.
Yeah, right. He's 2 floors down. Corbett, wait a minute.
What's wrong?
He's taking a gamble. He's going over the rail. He's going to drop to the ground. It's 3 floors to solid concrete.
If he makes
Here,
it.
just a second. I can cover him from out here in the fire escape, even if he... There he goes.
Watch him, Waring.
It's all right, Corbett. I don't think he's going anywhere. He's not getting up. But you better get down there. I'll keep him covered just in case.
All right, Mike, so you and the sergeant found Rizzo's body, but then what?
Well, I knew the murderer left the building right after Joey and I got there.
Huh?
He went out the window while I was in the hall.
Uh-huh.
And I knew he'd be in a hurry to get out of the neighborhood. He might have taken a taxi, and since the taxi we arrived in was probably still out front...
Oh, I see.
Well, you know, they have the driver's identification in the cab. I remember the name because it intrigued me. Ludovici Caffarello.
So you called the taxi company and asked where you could find Caffarello.
That's right. And he told us he picked up a fare near Rizzo's and gave us the description.
We went to where he took the fare, gave the desk clerk the description, and he said it sounded like Dunlap. And that, with a little bluffing, was the end of the line.
Do you think Dunlap's the head man of the mob?
Seems to be. He's got a busted leg, but he'll be able to talk. Yep, looks like the mob's washed up.
And Joey?
He's probably on his bicycle heading for Texas.
Oh, poor Joey.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about him.
Well, the main thing is I don't have to worry about myself anymore. No. It's no fun having to hide out from gangsters.
Well, still, just to play safe, you better keep a bodyguard with you for a while.
You think there's still danger? I thought you said the mob was finished.
Well, probably is, but why take chances?
Well, do you know a bodyguard?
Mm-hmm. Me.
Oh.
I'd stick real close, Lorna.
I'm sure you would.
You'd be well protected.
I don't doubt it. There's only one thing that concerns me.
What's that, Angel?
Who'd protect me from my protector? Hmm?
In many parts of the country, winter means ice and snow, dangerous road conditions, and dangerous road conditions may mean a bad accident to you, so drive extra carefully. For safer driving, do these things. Adjust your car speed to the road and weather, keep your windshield clear of snow and ice, fog and frost, use tire chains on snow and ice, brake slowly to avoid dangerous skidding, keep well back of the car ahead. Whether you walk or drive, be careful. Remember, an accident doesn't always happen to someone else. The case of the bellicose boxer. The case of the bellicose boxer. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon. And Mike Waring learns that when some fighters are knocked out, they may also be knocked off. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Jerome Epstein, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Thaman was starred as the Falcon with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley, he's speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Hear Mr. and Mrs. Blandings later today, then the big show on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Dolores. I'm glad you called. You'll have to count me out tonight. I'm going to the fights. Yeah, I know some of them are dull, Angel, but this one ought to be a killer. The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Thaman. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the bellicose boxer. And now, the case of the bellicose boxer. It is early afternoon in New York. In the Stamford's Gymnasium, the young man whom experts hail as the slickest thing to hit the ring since Benny Leonard dances around in the shower. His name is Freddie Lane. He looks as commanding as a Greek god. And Freddie has a manner to match.
How about a towel, Steve?
What? What'd you say, Freddie?
What's the matter, you deaf? Let me have a towel.
Oh, yeah, sure. Here.
What'd you do with my robe? Come on, Steve. Get with it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Freddie. I guess I was thinking of something.
Oh, that's a novelty. Hand me my robe, huh?
Yeah, sure, kid. Yeah?
All right, what's eating you?
Well, I don't like to annoy you with details.
Go ahead. You know a manager isn't supposed to keep any secrets from his fighters.
Yes, that's just it, Freddie. As of 12 o'clock tonight, I'm no longer your manager.
That's right. Your contract expires then, don't it?
Yeah, you forgot to sign the new one.
No, I didn't forget, Steve.
Oh, what'd you do with my copy?
I tore it up.
I don't get you, Freddie.
I guess that proves you're not as smart as you're supposed to be.
Now, let me get this straight.
I don't know why you're having so much trouble, Steve. It's simple. I'm packing you in.
You don't know what you're saying. Why, when I found
All right,
you,
don't
little...
give me that tired routine about all you did for me. You got paid for that and paid plenty. From here on, little Freddie don't split with anybody.
Now, listen, Freddie.
Sorry, pal. I haven't time. I got no... Come in.
Hello, boys.
What are you doing here, Vincent?
Keep your shirt on, Steve. I just want to talk to you, boy.
You're making a mistake, Mr. Vincent.
Am I?
Yeah. I'm not his boy.
Oh, really?
Oh, really? As of 12 o'clock tonight.
Then if I want to discuss business, who do I talk to?
Me?
All right, Steve. Would you mind giving us a little privacy?
I'm staying here.
Buzz.
You want me, Mr. Vincent?
Yeah, would you take this gentleman for a little stroll? I think some fresh air would do him good.
Okay, Steve, you heard him.
Let go of me.
Come on, friend. Unless you want that fresh air to go right through you.
All right, Freddie. I'll be seeing you.
Don't bother, Steve. It won't do you any good. Okay, Mr. Vincent. What's on your mind?
You are, Freddie. Night and day.
Well, that's very flattering. What do I owe it to?
Your coming fight with the champ.
Oh, that?
Yeah, that. How do you think you'll do against him?
What's your guess?
Oh, I think if you wanted to, you could take Kenny.
You're not kidding.
I said, if you wanted to.
Well, why shouldn't I? I think the crown would look real good on me.
I think $100,000 would look even better.
Oh, meaning you want me to take a dive?
Meaning just that.
You know, Mr. Vincent, I like a guy who don't beat around the bush. When do I get the dough?
Right after the fight.
Oh, no. I don't do business that way.
When would you want it?
Tonight.
Okay, Freddie, you got yourself a deal. I'll have Buzz bring it over to your apartment.
Fair enough.
I guess that does it. Take care of yourself, kid.
Mm-hmm. Keep punching.
You too, Freddie. Just be careful where and when.
Hello?
Let me talk to Ace Richards, please.
Speaking.
Oh, hello, Ace. This is Freddie Lane.
Oh, hi, Freddie. What's up?
This is strictly QT, Ace.
Ever know me to talk?
Well, I'd like to place a little bet on my fight next Friday night with the champ.
How much?
$100,000.
Is that what you call a little bet?
Look, if you don't want it, Ace, I'll get somebody else.
No. I'll cover it, Freddie.
All right. Lay the whole bunch on me to beat Kenny by a knockout.
I don't like this business, Freddie. I don't like it one bit.
All right. Now, what's the matter, Ruth?
Steve Douglas did a lot for you. You can't toss him over like that. You need him.
I need Steve like I need a hole in my head. He should have seen his face when I told him we were through. I thought the guy was going to drop dead.
That's not funny.
Can't expect you to see the joke, Ruth. After all, you're both in the same boat.
What's that supposed to mean?
Here's where you get off, baby.
What? Oh, I didn't realize this was my house.
No, you had it right the first time, Ruthie. We're through.
Oh, please, Freddie. I'm in no mood for any more of your clowning tonight.
Now, what's the matter with all you people anyway? A fella tells you something right away, you think he's kidding.
But you can't be serious.
Go on, get.
Now, darling, listen to me.
Are you going to walk or do I have to toss you out? Now, beat it.
All right, Freddie.
Now, don't get so familiar. Next time we meet, remember, it's Mr. Lane.
Is that clock right, Buzz?
No, it's about 5 minutes slow, Mr. Vincent.
Oh, then you better turn on the radio.
If you don't mind my asking, how much dough is your syndicate laying on this match?
Enough. Is that the right station?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there it is now.
And in just a moment, we will bring you this blow-by-blow account of the first championship fight held in New York in 2 years. It's a 15-round match between Dan Kenny and the challenger, Freddie Lane. They're in the center of the ring now, getting their final instructions from the referee. Both boys look in great shape. Now they've just gone back to their corners, and there's the bell for the first round.
Both fighters come out of their corners swinging. The champ feints with the left and then tries another left, which catches Freddie going away.
Why don't they cut out
Now
the acting and get down to
all right,
business?
but Freddie dances back. Lane must feel that there's plenty of time to show it. What am I saying? Freddie just brought up a roundhouse that caught Kenny right on the jaw.
Boss, shut up.
And now Lane throws a right and a left and still another left. Oh, that one hurt. The champ staggers and Freddie moves in for the kill.
Hold on, you jerk.
Kenny is trying to clinch now, but Lane won't let him. Freddie brings up a right from the basement. And Kenny is down. He's badly hurt. The referee is bending over him. Just listen to that crowd.
Get up, Kenny. Come on, you bum.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and it's all over, folks. There's a new champion in New York tonight.
Turn it off.
And his name is...
Well, what do you think, Buzz?
Gee, Mr. Vincent, what can I say?
You're sure you gave that $100,000 to Freddie Lane?
May I drop dead if I didn't.
Okay, Buzz, that's all I wanted to know. I can take it from here.
Who's there?
All right, Mike, open up.
Who is it?
Open up and find out.
Oh, Steve Douglas.
Surprised you, didn't I?
In no small way.
Yeah, considering you're the one and only Falcon, that's no easy trick. Am I disturbing you?
No. Nothing I like better than entertaining company at 3 in the morning.
It won't take much of your time. Can you get me a gun?
Can I what?
Get me a gun, you know, a bang-bang. One that can't be traced.
Why?
I got a little exterminating job I want to do.
You're drunk.
Sure I am. Don't worry, I won't miss. I figure to get real close to him before I let him have it.
Who are you talking about?
Freddie Lane, the new champ, that's who.
You out of your mind?
I don't think so. The way I see it, so many guys hate Freddie, the cops will never pin it on me. Especially if you can get me a gun that can't be traced.
You're crazy.
You think I'm kidding, don't you?
No, that's what scares me. Now, look, Steve. Why don't you bunk here on the sofa and we'll talk this over tomorrow morning?
Nah. I'm going to get him tonight.
Look, I think you better sober up.
You mean you won't get me a gun?
That's exactly what I mean.
Well, a swell pal you turned out to be. Okay, if that's the way you feel, I got other friends.
Now, hold it. You're staying here.
Who's going to make me?
No, Steve, you're leaving yourself wide open for a crack there. There's no reason why you shouldn't get it. No. Good night, sweetheart. I'll see you in the morning.
Come on, baby. Drink up. Plenty more where this came from. You realize you're talking to the new champ?
Oh, I think you're wonderful, Mr. Lane.
Call me Freddie, baby.
All right, Freddie. But hadn't we better get back to the party?
Ah, what's our rush? Told him I had to go up to my room to get my bags packed. Well, there they are.
Oh, sugar, you ain't gonna wait.
Yeah, I'm grabbing a 12 o'clock plane for Seattle. How'd you like to go with me, eh?
Well, I don't know.
You better make up your mind fast, baby. We got 15 minutes to make the airport. That must be the boy I've been waiting for. All right, just a second. I'm coming. Well, if it is...
Sergeant Corbett around here?
I think so.
Listen, you lame brain. What's the idea of getting me down here at this hour?
Well, I had a little news for you. I didn't want to trust to the telephone. Freddie Lane's been murdered.
Is that supposed to be a scoop? It's in all the papers.
Yeah, but the papers didn't say anything about you entertaining Freddie's ex-manager early this morning.
But you mean Steve Douglas?
Uh-huh. According to our information, he went up to see you at 3 a.m.
So?
So, where's he now?
You tell me.
Okay. Your elevator boy brought him down about 5.
Well?
Well, the jury might think, inasmuch as Freddie was killed at 6, there might be a connection.
Where's Steve now?
Winslow. Ken Douglas in here.
Hello, Steve.
Hiya, Mike. Don't look so good for the home team, does it?
Now, don't you worry. We'll have you out of here in no time.
Who are you kidding?
Look, Corbett, you mind if I talk to him alone?
I certainly do. You don't think I'm letting you alone with a murderer?
You're talking through your hat. Steve didn't kill Freddie.
Funny he can't supply an alibi.
All right, Steve. Tell him what you did after you left my place.
I walked around.
Where?
I don't remember. You don't remember.
Has he been identified by the girl?
What girl?
According to the papers, there was a cutie in Lane's apartment when he was gunned.
We haven't found her yet.
Well, let me congratulate you.
You think you can do better?
Well, I certainly couldn't do any worse.
Wait a minute, Mike. You got any idea who this girl is?
Maybe. I'll be seeing you, Sergeant.
Sure. Why don't we make a date now? Suppose we meet at Sing Sing on the day Steve goes to the chair. That makes it nice and definite.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A half hour has passed since Mike had his little talk with Sergeant Corbett. And now, as we find Mike, he is making the rounds.
Just a second. Yes,
Hello, Ruthie.
I beg your pardon.
You don't remember me, do you?
No.
Well, I'm Mike Waring. Steve Douglas introduced me one night after one of Freddie's fights.
You certainly pick a strange time to renew old acquaintances.
Well, I might have been around sooner, but I kept thinking of Freddie's left jab.
All right, Mr. Waring, what do you want?
Well, may I come in, Angel?
I have a feeling you can say all you have to right there.
Okay. Who killed Lane?
How would I know?
You were up in his room last night when he was murdered.
Now, who told you that?
Well, it's just a matter of simple arithmetic. You were Freddie's girl, and that naturally followed you'd be doing some celebrating after his victory.
You better go back to school. You don't know your addition. The last time I saw Freddie was 2 days ago when we agreed to disagree.
Oh, so you're another member of the club, huh?
What kind of a crack is that?
Well, Freddie used to change girls as often as he did his shirts.
So?
So maybe that agreement to disagree was all on one side. And if he gave you the old heave-ho,
Yeah,
that would make you a very logical suspect.
that's very amusing.
Well, you've got an overdeveloped sense of humor.
Maybe I have, but the joke's on you. You wouldn't happen to know what time Freddie was shot.
I would. Approximately 6:05. I suppose you have an alibi for the time.
Mm-hmm. And it's supported by half the police force of New York.
Meaning?
Meaning at 6:05, I was in jail for reckless driving.
There's Ace now, Mr. Vincent.
Where, Buzz?
Getting out of that cab.
All right. When'll it pulls away?
Now?
Give him a chance to open his door. Okay, let's go.
Hello, Ace.
What the...
It's all right. It's only your best customer. Mind if we come in?
Well, it's awful late, Vincent.
And the longer you argue, the later it gets. Shut the door, Buzzer.
What's this all about?
I just want a little information. Mike Waring been around to see you yet?
Waring? No, why should he?
He's working for Steve Douglas. He'll probably ask you the names of some of the big losers on the fight last night.
So?
So, when he does, Ace, I'd like you to forget all about the bundle I dropped.
Okay, Vincent. Mom's the word.
Not that I don't trust you, Ace, but, where do you keep your records?
I tell you, I won't say a word.
Well, sure, but Waring's awfully persuasive, and you might spill without meaning it. But, of course, if your records were destroyed, no matter what you told him, there wouldn't be any evidence. Where are they?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Sure. That's why I asked.
Keep your hands off me.
I asked you a question, Ace.
And the only way you'll get the answer is over my dead body.
Well, that's the way you want it. That's the way you'll get it, because I aim to please.
Take it easy, Ace. You want some more water?
Please.
Here you are. You better let me call a doctor.
No. I'll be all right, Mike.
You feel up to telling me the rest of it?
That's all I know. After Vincent got tired of bouncing me around, he turned me over to Buzz. Cute kid, that Buzz.
So you told them where your books were?
Yeah.
Then what happened?
That's all I remember. I must have passed out. When I came to, they were gone. I called you.
Wish you were able to do it sooner. How much did Vincent lose on the fight?
20 grand.
Is that all?
I heard he spread it around. Bet around $250,000 in Las Vegas.
Well, that still doesn't give Vincent a motive to kill Freddie.
Don't it?
No, if a gambler ever tried to knock off all the people he lost dough on, the cemeteries would be loaded. The thing I don't understand is Vincent's bad judgment.
What do you mean?
Well, Freddie figured to take Kenny just the way he did. Doesn't add up for the smart money to be bet the other way. Unless Vincent thought Freddie was going to take a dive.
Why should Freddie do that? He had a big bet with me that he'd take Kenny.
How big?
$100,000.
Oh, then that proves it. Where would Freddie get that kind of dough? He didn't hit the big time until 4 months ago.
And you think...
I think Sergeant Corbett might very profitably have a little talk with Georgie Vincent.
What floor do we get off on, Mike?
The 4th.
I don't know why I'm humoring you in this.
Because you know I'm right, Sergeant. Vincent paid Freddie to take a dive, and when Freddie crossed him, he knocked him off.
And suppose Vincent has an alibi.
Well, he probably has. Everybody has an alibi except my client. No, this is our floor.
Now, where do we go?
Department over there.
What do you mean everybody has an alibi except your client?
I'll tell you about that later. You better keep your gun handy, because if I know Vincent,
Yeah?
we'd like to... Well, hello, Ruthie.
Who's she?
Well, that's right, you haven't met. Sergeant Ruthie Kent. She and Freddie used to be closer than 2 minutes, so you can understand my surprise. What are you doing here, Angel?
None of your business.
Is Vincent in?
No.
Mind if we look?
Yes, I certainly do.
Ah, you know that's not going to stop us.
Well, how about this?
You better put away the gun, Ruthie. Corbett doesn't approve of women carrying firearms.
Stop it! You're breaking my wrist.
Come on, baby, drop it.
All right, Mike. I got the gun. You can stop wrestling now.
Oh, that's a shame. I'm just beginning to enjoy it.
Well, the load.
Never mind. Did you do that?
No.
Did you do what?
Why do you think she didn't want us to come in here? What's behind that sofa?
Dead?
Yeah.
I didn't kill Mr. Vincent. I swear I didn't.
Who says you did?
You nuts?
Because I believe she didn't kill Vincent? Well, she didn't. I can prove it.
How?
By the body, Sergeant. You see, that's not Vincent. That's his boy, Buzz.
All right, Miss Kent, what have you got to say for yourself?
I came here to see Mr. Vincent, and when I walked in, I found that man.
What'd you want with Vincent, anyway?
Thought maybe he could give me some advice. I got frightened when you came around to see me before.
What made you pick him as a father confessor?
Well, I don't know many people in New York. I heard Freddie mention Vincent once as being a smart operator. He was the only one I could think of.
You certainly couldn't have made a worse choice.
What do you think, Mike?
For one thing, this clears my client.
I don't see how. Steve Douglas still could have killed Freddie, and she knocked off Buzz.
That's not true.
I'm inclined to agree with her, Sergeant. I tell you, both these murders are tied up.
How?
Well, I never thought to ask, but did you come across anything in Freddie's effects that might give us a lead?
Not a thing. I went all through his stuff myself.
What did you find?
A dozen suits, 36 shirts.
Well, never mind the haberdashery. Were there any letters?
No, the only thing he had in his wallet was a check for $28,000 for the fight and about $1,700 in cash. Got any more ideas?
Yes, I have. I think I can explain the whole thing now.
Well?
Suppose Buzz double-crossed Vincent.
Quit ad-libbing.
I tell you, it makes sense. Ace Richards told me that Vincent only bet 20 grand with him on the fight.
So what?
So that's peanuts to a guy like Vincent. I suppose he gave Buzz a lot more money to bet, and Buzz stuck it in his pocket and promptly forgot about it.
How would Vincent find out?
Well, that's easy. When he got hold of Ace's records, he'd see immediately that Buzz hadn't bet all the dough he was supposed to. Wouldn't that give Vincent a motive to kill him?
Sure it would. There's only one trouble with your theory.
What's that?
I'll bet a year's salary it never happened that way.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 15 minutes have passed since Mike Waring advanced his theory on the murder of Freddie Lane. And now at Ace Richards' apartment, Mike and Ace are receiving the results of Mike's effort to confirm it.
All right, pal.
Thanks a lot.
Well, it was a bad guess, Mike. My first estimate was right. Buzz placed close to $250,000 for Vincent.
Well, there goes a perfectly good hunch down the sewer.
You don't seem too upset about it.
Well, to tell you the truth, Ace, I half expected it. If the possibility of checking up on Buzz occurred to me, it must have occurred to Vincent, too.
Well, what are you going to do now?
Take stock again. Isn't it possible that you've overlooked the best prospect of all? I don't know who. Steve Douglas. Just because he's your client doesn't mean he couldn't be guilty.
Oh, I realize that, but even granting that Steve killed Freddie for revenge, he couldn't possibly have killed Buzz. He was in jail at the time. And if there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that both murders were committed by the same party.
Yeah?
Uh-huh. I'm convinced that some member of our little group benefited financially from Freddie's murder.
I can't see who.
Well, that's because your approach is wrong. Now, if you apply the test of who stood the most to gain, one person sticks out like the proverbial sore thumb.
Who?
You.
Cut the clowning, Mike.
What makes you think I'm clowning? You better get a bet down on yourself, Ace. You're a sure thing to finish in the chair.
I can't tell you how grateful I am, Mike.
Oh, forget it, Ruth.
I don't forget things like that. I want you to send me a bill.
Look, you don't owe me a dime. Steve Douglas is my client. The fact that you were cleared is incidental.
Then Ace Richards also killed Buzz,
Yes, but that was just window dressing. The all-important thing was the murder of Freddie Lane.
Well, what made you pick on Ace?
He had the most practical motive.
I can understand that now, but what put you on the right track?
Remember what Sergeant Corbett said they found in Freddie's effects?
Mm-hmm. There was a big check from the boxing promoter and about $1,700 in cash.
Exactly.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Well, it should have been a lot more. If Freddie bet $100,000 on himself with Ace, what happened to all the money he won? Well, common sense will tell you that a boy like Freddie could never blow town until he had every penny coming to him.
Yeah, but isn't it possible somebody might have robbed the body afterwards?
Well, then why did he leave the $1,700 the cops found? It was in cash. And I haven't met a burglar yet who would turn up his nose at that. So that rules out your theory of the anonymous thief.
Then the answer must be Ace never paid him off.
Only in lead, Angel. The same way he gave it to Buzz.
Well, this has been very charming, Mike.
Am I going to see you again?
That raises quite a problem. On one hand, you did put up a big battle for me.
Mm-hmm.
You managed to lick almost the entire New York police force single-handed. Yeah, you're quite a guy to have in your corner when the going gets rough.
Then where's your problem, Angel?
Well, I've just finished tangling with one fighter, and one such experience is enough for a lifetime. Good night, Mr. Waring.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Betty. Now, thanks for calling, but I'll have to skip this one, Angel. Yeah, I'm involved with a little character who has an idea he's a lady killer. And I have to see to it that he doesn't take it too literally.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the neighbor's nightmare. In just a moment or two, we'll join the Falcon for his latest adventure. But first, I'd like to tell you, ladies, how you can make delicious snacks and sandwiches, salad toppings, and appetizers more quickly and easily than ever. Just make them with those wonderfully handy Kraft cheese spreads. There are 9 grand varieties, you know, some sharp-tasting and others delightfully mild. But all are delicious, and of course of the finest quality, because they are made by Kraft. And for years, Kraft has been famous for foods of the finest quality. Try some of these handy helpers tomorrow. Take home several of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. It's late Sunday night, and at one of New York's most expensive hotels, short, baldish Gordon Daly is asleep in his room when there's a loud knocking on his door. Daly sits up, fumbles for the bedside light, then staggers sleepily to the door while putting on his bathrobe. At the door, he stops and puts his head close to it.
Who is it?
I have the room across the hall. I must talk to you.
Well, it's late.
Yes, I know, but please open the door. I'm afraid.
Afraid? Why?
Open the door, I'll explain.
Just a minute. Now, what is...
Let me in, please.
But it's late, and I was
suppose, somebody this time of night...
Just for a minute till I collect myself.
Well, all right.
Thank you. I know this seems strange, and when I explain, you're going to think I'm silly.
Am I?
I'm afraid so. You see, I had a nightmare.
Oh?
I was afraid to be alone. Isn't that childish?
Well, I guess so.
I get so frightened I just can't stand it. Look, do you have a cigarette?
Oh, yes, just a minute. Here you are.
Thank you. Look how my hand's still shaking.
Here, I'll light it for you. There.
I saw you on the elevator and coming in here a few times. You look, well, understanding. And when I get these awful dreams...
I know how you feel. I've had nightmares.
It's really my own fault. I should have put the money in the bank instead of splurging.
What?
You see, I've never had much all my life. And then all of a sudden to have $25,000, it's like coming into a fortune.
Did somebody leave you money?
No, I made a lucky investment. You see, I'd saved up a few $1,000s over a period of years, and then I heard of this opportunity, a new process for refining oil, so I put in all my savings.
And you took out $25,000?
Yes, in just a few months. I probably should have left it in. I might have been really rich. But $25,000 seemed like rich to me. I bought furs and jewelry, and I'm living here.
Your $25,000 won't last long at that rate.
Well, I may reinvest some of it, but I want to have my fun first.
Yes, I see how you feel.
The only trouble is I never had anything before. I was always so careful. That's how I saved up the few thousand I had. So now with my room full of expensive things, I keep getting these nightmares that somebody's trying to break in and rob me.
Yeah, but now about this investment...
I get so frightened when I have those dreams. I suppose it's because I... Oh, listen to me rattling on about myself. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bore you.
Oh, you didn't bore me.
You're kind. I knew you would be.
This investment, a new process you said for refining oil?
Oh, let's not talk about that now. Maybe tomorrow if you'd care to see me.
Oh, may I take you to lunch?
Oh, I'd be delighted. You know, maybe this was a lucky accident. I don't know many people in New York.
Well, now you know me. I think maybe we'll turn out to be good friends.
I know we shall.
Yeah?
How do you do, sir? Am I in the right place?
Well, look, pal, I'm a detective, not a mind reader.
Oh, then I am in the right place. This is the address I was given, but I expected an office building, not an apartment.
Mm-hmm.
You are Michael Waring, the gentleman they call the Falcon?
Well, you're two-thirds right.
What?
I'm Michael Waring. I'm called the Falcon. But about the gentleman, well, there are various opinions about that.
Oh? Well, may I come in? I'd like to talk to you.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Well, Mr.
Daly. Gordon Daly.
Daly. Gordon Daly. What can I do for you?
I want you to investigate someone for me. Mr. Barnes. Harold Barnes.
Mm-hmm. And what's this Barnes, Harold Barnes done?
Well, I invested $15,000 with him a month ago, and something's come up. I need my money. I've asked him for it, but he keeps putting me off.
And you think he's pulling a fasting?
I'm not sure what he's pulling. That's what I want you to find out.
Well, how come you invested with him in the first place?
Well, you see, Muriel, a friend of mine, put her money in Barnes' company, and she made a fabulous profit.
Fabulous is a nice word for it. Just how good a friend is this Muriel?
Oh, very good.
Uh-huh. For how long?
Oh, about a month.
Mm-hmm. She crooks the finger, you rush in and get stung.
Oh, now, don't get the wrong idea about Muriel. She's a nice girl.
Oh, no doubt.
She wouldn't lie to me.
No, of course not. She claimed dealing with Barnes is profitable for her. Well, I'm sure it is. A nice fat profit for every sucker she lands.
Now, you're wrong.
Well, in that case, do you still want to hire me?
Yes, but you'll find out how wrong you are.
All right.
You're thinking of this as a swindle, but it's not. Barnes meant to pay off, I'm sure of that. He did pay off to Muriel, but now something's happened and he's stalling. Apparently, he's hard-pressed for cash.
Mm-hmm. Well, if Mr. Barnes is so hard-pressed for cash, I think I'll offer him some and see what happens.
Oh, you're interested in investing with us, hmm?
That's right, Mr. Barnes.
And you say Mr. Daly recommended us?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, strange. To be perfectly frank, Mr. Daly hasn't been too happy with us lately.
Oh, he's not afraid of getting his money. It's just a matter of time. He happens to need it now. But me, I'm in no hurry, so if you'd care to outline the proposition...
I'd be glad to, Mr. Warren, did you say it is?
That's right.
Oh. Are you sure you didn't mean Waring?
What gives you that idea?
Don't be so modest, Mr. Waring. The Falcon is a famous man.
And the cops and robbers set. Which are you?
Well, I can't pretend to be a cop. As for the other, that's what you're trying to find out, isn't it?
Yeah, and this conversation seems to give me my answer.
But not your proof.
Well, I imagine any fair to middling accountant could take care of that.
Why not get one and see?
That's a good idea. Well, so long, Barnes. Sorry I bothered you.
Oh, that's all right, Waring. Oh, but before you go...
Yeah?
Take this! Oh, come on in, Muriel. I've almost finished packing. Say, where are your bags?
I haven't packed yet. Why'd you want me to drop by here?
Because I wanted to know what happened. I thought you were going to keep Daly in line.
I said I'd keep him happy. He's happy.
Yeah, so happy he hires a detective.
Well, he's the cautious type.
Well, this is the end of the line. With Waring on us, we've got to move.
They were stretching it pretty thin anyway. One of the suckers was bound to get restless. We're just lucky we have time to pull up stakes.
But we'd better hurry. That gunbutt's not going to keep Waring asleep all day.
You shouldn't have slugged him. You'd bluff.
What's to bluff? He could smell the setup.
You didn't have to tip that you knew him. You could have played along. That would have given us more time.
We have enough time if we don't waste it gabbing.
All right. Where's the cash?
In this suitcase.
How much does it come to?
Oh, somewhere around 80 grand. That's 40 apiece. Not bad.
I was counting on more.
Well, if Daly hadn't got itchy...
I'm not interested in ifs. I want cash.
You'll settle for what's here.
Not 40. I have plans. They call for big money.
Now, don't get the idea I'm cutting you in for more than half.
Oh, I'd never make that mistake, Barnes, knowing you. So I'll have to do my own cutting. I'll settle for 80.
What?
I said I'm taking the full 80. You're out, chum. If you don't believe me, maybe this gun will convince you.
Hey, now, kid, wait a minute.
I don't have a minute. So get out of my way. I'm taking the bag.
That's what you think.
No, don't. Oh. You fool! Why did you make me do that? Hello, Gordon.
Oh, Muriel, there you are. I've been waiting since 6.
I know, I'm sorry. I'm so late. Something awful happened.
Yes, I can see you. You look like you've had another nightmare.
This one's real. I've got to talk to you, but I don't want anybody to hear.
Well, there's a table in the corner.
All right.
I see Mademoiselle has arrived. You wish to be seated now, Mr. Daly?
Yes, please. That table over there, if we may.
Oh, certainly.
You said you got here at 6, Gordon?
Yes, that's when our reservation was for.
And you gave your name when you arrived, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, good.
This table, monsieur?
That's right, thank you. And before we order dinner, I think we'd better have a double brandy for the young lady and a glass of sherry for me.
Yes, monsieur, right.
Yes. Thanks, Gordon.
Well, now, what's wrong?
It's terrible. You've got to help me.
I'll try.
I knew you would, darling. You're wonderful.
Well, now,
Gordon, Mr. Barnes phoned me. He said he wanted to talk to me at his apartment.
His apartment?
Yes, he said it was very important, so I went. But when I got to the door, I heard arguing inside, and then a shot.
You mean a shot?
Yes. Then the door opened, so I hid on the stairs, and I saw Peter Somerset come out and go to the elevator.
Who's Peter Somerset?
Oh, he's someone who invested with Mr. Barnes, too.
Oh, I see. Well, then, did you go in?
Yes. It was awful. Mr. Barnes, he was dead.
Oh, dear, that means my money...
You never know. Maybe Somerset took it.
Excuse me. Brandy for mademoiselle, sherry for monsieur.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Not at all.
Well, Gordon?
Well, we'll have to tell the police about Somerset.
Well, that's just it. I can't. I don't dare. They might think I killed Mr. Barnes.
Why should they?
Well, they jump to conclusions. I was there at the time of the murder. That's what's so awful. I was thinking, Gordon... I know it's a lot to ask, but I was thinking...
Yes?
Well, the shooting took place at 6:15. You were here in this restaurant. You got here at 6. The waiter saw you. You have a perfect alibi.
Well, yes, but what's that?
Well, suppose you say that you were at Mr. Barnes tonight at around 5:30. And as you were leaving, you saw Mr. Somerset go in.
Oh, I couldn't do...
Well, Mr. Somerset was there. I saw him. And you're in the clear as far as the murder goes because you were here when it happened.
I know, but a thing like that...
For me?
I don't know what to say. Look, Mr. Waring, he's a detective. If I tell him what you saw,
no,
maybe
no. You mustn't tell anyone that I was there, especially a detective. No, if you won't help me,
Oh, you know I'll help you. But if there's only some other way...
There isn't any other way. The only way you can help me is to say you were there yourself.
All right, Muriel. I was there. At 5:30.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, it looks like Muriel is a girl with ideas. And here's an idea for all you folks who really like good salads. An idea for a wonderfully different salad dressing you can make easily. Just empty a glass full of Roca cheese spread, one of the 9 delicious cheese spreads made by Kraft, into a little bowl. Then use that empty Roca glass to measure out an equal amount of Miracle Whip salad dressing. Blend the two together, and the result is a delightfully different salad dressing. Creamy, smooth Roca cheese spread has a zesty blue cheese flavor that's unusually delicious, really tantalizing. And for wonderful snacks and sandwiches, try Old English brand and Smoke Hill and Kraft cheese and bacon spread, too. But, of course, you'll want to try all 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. Look for them in colorful tulip-designed drinking glasses you can use again and again. And remember, the Kraft cheese spreads are so delicious that they've become America's favorites. So, enjoy the best. Tomorrow, get several of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. They're America's favorites. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A half hour has passed since Gordon Daly agreed to save Muriel's neck by placing himself at Barnes' apartment at 5:30. Now he's phoning the Falcon. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Waring. This is Gordon Daly.
Oh, yes, Daly. I'm glad you called. I've been trying to reach you. Well, I saw Barnes for you. Looks bad for your money. He plays dirty pool. I've got the head to prove it.
What?
He slugged me and skipped. I called in his description to the police. They're looking for him.
What, they found him. I just heard on the radio he's been murdered.
What?
Yes, that's why I'm calling. I think I know who did it.
Yeah, who?
Mr. Somerset, Peter Somerset.
How do you know that?
I saw him. You see, I went up to Mr. Barnes' apartment this afternoon.
You went up there? Why?
Well, he phoned and asked me to.
What did he say when you got there?
Nothing much.
He asked you to go over so he could tell you nothing much, huh?
Look, why are you asking me all these questions? Aren't you working for me?
Well, I thought so, but you seem to be taking matters in your own hands.
Well, but Barnes asked me.
Uh-huh.
That's the truth. And as long as you're so skeptical, before you get the idea I had anything to do with the murder, I want you to know I was in a public restaurant in front of witnesses at 6:15 when the murder was committed.
I see. Now, how come you know when the murder was committed?
What? Oh, that was on the radio, too.
Well, if you weren't at Barnes' at 6:15, how come you're so sure Somerset is the murderer?
Well, I'm not sure, only he was there.
At the time of the murder?
I don't know. He just went in as I was coming out.
When was that?
5:30.
45 minutes before the murder.
Well, it's just a lead, but I thought you ought to know. The important thing now is my money. If Mr. Somerset is the murderer, maybe he...
Yeah, maybe he. Where can I find him?
He's in the phone book.
All right, I'll check on him. So long, Daly. Taxi.
Wait a minute, Waring.
Huh? Oh, Sergeant Corbett.
I'll save you a fare. You want to go someplace? I've got a squad car.
Well, you're too good to me, Corbett.
Don't mention it. I want to talk to you anyway.
All right, fine. What do we discuss? Existentialism or dialectics?
Let's discuss Harold Barnes.
Isn't he a pretty dead subject?
Very dead. How did you know?
It's on the radio.
Huh? How did it get on the radio?
What's the matter? Haven't you given out a story on it?
No.
Well, there's a leak someplace. Whole thing's on the air. Time of death and all.
Time of death?
Yep. 6:15.
Waring, you'd better have that radio of yours checked. Could stand a new tube or something.
Why?
I've got news for you. Barnes wasn't killed at 6:15.
No?
No, he was killed at 5:30.
What's that?
That's right, Waring. 5:30. want to talk?
I've been talking. Ever since we got to headquarters.
But you haven't said anything. What do you know about the murder?
Nothing.
You admit you had a fight with Barnes.
Yeah, some fight. He slugged me when I wasn't looking.
This is not going to make you love him.
All right, so I killed him.
You want to sign a confession?
You don't have enough rubber hose for that, Corbett.
I don't say you pulled the trigger, Waring, but you know something. You're covering for somebody.
Now, that's a brilliant piece of deduction.
Who is it?
No comment.
What's with the phony radio yarn you handed me?
That's what I want to know. If you'd stop wasting my time, maybe I could find out.
And if you'd cooperate...
You'd die of shock. I couldn't do it to you, Corbett. I simply couldn't.
I ought to book you, Waring.
On suspicion?
On general principles. But we've just cleaned the jail, so get out of here.
You say the sweetest things.
If this case isn't cracked in 24 hours, I may change my mind. Now beat it.
Oh, Mr. Waring, come in.
Yeah, Daly. Daly, where'd you get the idea Barnes was killed at 6:15?
Oh, I told you, the radio.
Wasn't on the radio.
But I heard it.
No, it's no use, Daly. That's too easily checked.
Well, I have nothing else to say.
You know, chum, when somebody has the facts of a murder before the story is out, it usually means he had something to do with it.
I have an alibi.
Uh-huh. So this isn't the usual situation, especially since those facts of yours happen to be incorrect.
What do you mean?
I mean that the murder didn't take place at 6:15.
It didn't?
No, it didn't. It happened at 5:30.
What?
Yes, just the time you admitted being at Barnes'.
Oh, no, there's some mistake.
And you made it.
I didn't kill him.
Well, I don't think you did. You wouldn't have stuck your neck out so far if you had.
I'm glad you realize that.
Yeah, so that leaves just one explanation.
Does it?
You mentioned a friend when I first talked to you, Muriel.
Yes?
Nice girl, you said. She wouldn't lie to you. Not much. She'd just trim you out of your savings and then frame you for murder. Well?
I don't know.
It was Muriel, wasn't it? Now, come on, Daly, wasn't it?
Stay right where you are, Waring. Don't you move.
Oh, dear. How chivalrous can you get? A gun because I accuse your girl?
I trusted her, Waring. I believed her. I loved her.
As long as you're putting that all in the past tense, why the gun?
You don't think I'm going to let her get away with this, do you?
You don't need the gun to get even. All we need is your testimony. If we can pin the killing on her...
Well, I'm not going to wait. And I'm not interested in just giving testimony. For once in my life, I'm going to do something.
Now, wait a minute,
No,
Daly.
you stay right there. This is between me and her. We're going to have it out, and don't you try to follow me. If you do, I'll kill you. I'm not joking, Waring. I'll kill you.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, I'd hate to be in Mike's shoes right now, but then I have a much more pleasant job than Mike's. Yes, I really enjoy telling you about the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads, because I know how good tasting all 9 of these fine cheese spreads are. Each one is extra good, and there's a variety to please every taste. There are mild-tasting ones like Kraft pineapple cheese spread, and there are sharp-tasting kinds, too, such as Roca, Smoke Ale, and Kraft cheese and bacon spread. They're all good to eat, and actually good for you, too, because they're wholesome dairy foods made from only the finest, purest ingredients. For easy sandwiches and snacks your folks can help themselves to, keep your refrigerator stocked with several of the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 20 minutes have passed since Gordon Daly took matters and a gun in his own hands. Now he confronts Muriel in her apartment.
You cheat, you lying little cheat.
Gordon, listen to me.
I did listen to you. I let you make a fool of me.
You don't understand.
I do understand at last. You were just using me, that's all. Just using me.
No, Gordon, if you'd only...
Just using me. I thought, I hoped... No, don't you move.
Please, Gordon.
Now you're going to pay.
Don't kill me. Somebody will hear the shot. You won't get away. You'll be caught.
Yes, I'll be caught. Well, I don't care. I'll give myself up.
Wait, there's money. A lot of it.
I'm not interested in money anymore.
Please, Gordon, put down the gun. Please.
Yes. Yes, Muriel, I will put down the gun. There.
Thank you.
I won't need it for what I'm going to do.
What do you... No, stay away. Oh!
I don't need a gun.
Don't.
All right, Daly,
Hey,
that's enough.
Waring, where did you come from?
The window. Now let her go.
Thanks, stranger, for giving me a chance to get the gun. Now put up your hands.
That's gratitude for you. I saved your life.
Oh, thanks. All right, Gordon, get up.
Yes. Waring, how did you get here? I made sure you didn't follow.
Now, you're not too good at the rough stuff, Daly. You shouldn't try it. You left me in your room. Muriel's address is on your phone pad.
Oh, of course.
When I got here, I knew you wouldn't let me in. That's why I tried the window instead of the door.
Well, if you're all through congratulating yourself, maybe you'll tell me what this is all about.
Yeah, sure. It's all about your pretty neck, as if you didn't know. Daly wanted to ring it. I wanted to save it, so that you can face the murder rap you're trying to pin on him.
Murder rap?
Now, don't tell me it's news to you. Your frame isn't going to work, Angel. Daly was supposed to put his neck in the noose by admitting he was at Barnes's at 5:30.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, we won't argue that. Anyway, so far he's only said it to me. He didn't tell the police, and if I deny he told me, where's your proof against him?
Maybe there isn't any. But aren't you overlooking one thing?
What's that?
Where's your evidence against me? Since you seem to be accusing me.
You tried to frame Daly.
Can you prove that?
I can try.
You'll get your chance. We'll see whose story holds up. And don't move, either.
What are you doing?
Calling the police. Any objections? Gordon had admitted being at the murder scene at 5:30, Sergeant. That's why he tried to kill me.
No, that's not it.
Daly, you and Waring both admit you tried to kill the girl.
Well, I lost my head.
Sure, just like you lost it when you killed Barnes.
But, Corbett, can't you...
Yeah, Waring, I see you're trying to build up Daly as a nice, innocent little sucker. So what's a nice, innocent little sucker doing with a gun?
I told you, Sergeant. Muriel, she gave it to me. She told me Peter Somerset might try to harm me because I accused him, and I'd needed to protect myself.
Sergeant, you don't believe...
You bet I don't believe. Waring gives me a lot of double talk. Now he admits he was covering for Daly. He admits Daly pulled a gun on him, and the gun turns out to be the murder weapon.
Murder weapon?
That's what ballistics says. So, with the gun, with the second murder attempt, with Waring's double talk, no. There's only one answer this time.
Can't you see it's a frame?
Did you ever see a murderer who wasn't being framed, Waring?
But the girl told him what to do.
She didn't tell him to pull a gun on you. She didn't tell him to try to strangle her. She didn't tell you to hold back on me. Her story makes sense. Yours and Daly's still doesn't.
All right, Corbett, you win.
But do you know how much I win, Waring?
What?
I could hold you, too, for obstructing justice, and don't think I wouldn't love it.
Oh, come now, Corbett. I know that behind that stony facade there beats a heart of granite.
Keep up the bright dialogue, chum. But you've just got one out. Otherwise, I throw the book at you.
And what's my out?
You sign a statement saying Daly admitted to you he was at Barnes at 5:30.
All right, Corbett.
No, Waring, don't.
The truth, Daly.
But it'll clinch the case. I don't mind about myself, but this means Muriel will go free. She'll get away with everything.
What can I do? Go ahead, Corbett. Have the statement typed out. I'll sign it.
Oh, it's you.
Well, that's a friendly greeting, Muriel. Still haven't forgiven me for saving your life.
I still haven't forgiven you for trying to pin a murder on me.
Oh, well, we all make mistakes. I signed the statement tying it to Daly, didn't I?
When you couldn't help yourself. What do you want?
In?
Sorry, I'm busy.
Doing what?
What's it to you?
I thought I might help.
No, thanks. Goodbye, Mr. Waring.
Not so fast. I happen to be interested in you, Muriel.
Thanks again, but it's still goodbye.
In fact, I'm so interested, I've been following you ever since they threw Daly in the can.
What's that?
You see, I knew this was more than a murder. Barnes was working a neat swindle. Must have collected quite a bundle. But the police had searched his place and Daly's. No dough.
So what am I supposed to do?
Well, I haven't given up on you, Angel. That's why I've been hanging around. A little while ago, you received a parcel post package. What was in it?
You tell me.
Okay, I'll make a stab at it. You mailed the swindle money to yourself. Let Uncle Sam hold it for you while the heat was on.
Nice guessing. Where does it get you?
I'd like to see the package.
You'd like to take a walk.
All right. I'll be back with Sergeant Corbett.
No, you don't.
No guns, Angel.
Let go.
Not yet. Let me have that. You're trying to pull this just about clinches things, Muriel.
You can't prove anything.
I proved enough to get Sergeant Corbett up here with a search warrant. That ought to wrap things up. Let's go phone him, shall we?
For a while, Waring, I thought you'd let me down.
Oh, for a while I had to, Daly.
Well, you worked with Sergeant Corbett before. Wasn't there any way you could convince him?
Sure, by getting proof. That's what I did.
And in the meantime, I had to sit in jail.
Or wasn't it worth it to save you 15 grand? Not to mention your neck?
It was worth it to get even with Muriel.
You sure are one for revenge.
I think of how much I love that woman. I still do, I guess. That's why I hate her so much.
Well, that makes sense.
It does. Well, at least I've learned my lesson. From now on, I'm through with women. They're nothing but trouble. That's all they are, wearing trouble.
Uh-huh. Well, I've got to be going.
Oh, yes? Where?
Oh, just out looking for trouble. Good night, Daly.
For the best in taste in the margarine you buy, get Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Yes, Parquet is the margarine millions prefer to any other because it tastes so good. And it tastes so good because it's always fresh. In states where the law permits, get yellow Parquet in its wonderful new Flavor Saver aluminum foil wrap. Elsewhere, get Parquet in the regular package or handy Color Quick bag. In any package, Parquet is the margarine that tastes so good because it's always fresh. That's Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Get a pound tomorrow. The Case of the Mighty Muscle. The Case of the Mighty Muscle. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that some people don't need a moving van to move in. A little Colt 45 can carry a lot more weight. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Gene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place, The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley, he's speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Jimmy Durante, Fred Allen, and Judy Holliday visit the big show today on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Louise. I'm glad you called. Oh, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. Some boy I know thinks committing murder is a sure way to make a fortune. And unless I can convince him otherwise, he's going to make a stab at it.
This is Jack Costello, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to the adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the Mighty Muscle. Friends, before we join the Falcon for his latest adventure, I want to tell you about the handiest little menu helpers a homemaker can have in her kitchen. They're the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. Every one so handy for quick, easy snacks and sandwiches, appetizers, and salad toppings. They're creamy, mild-tasting Kraft cheese spreads, and sharp-tasting varieties, too. All delicious, all of the finest quality, because they're made by Kraft. Tomorrow when you shop, get several of the 9 famous cheese spreads by Kraft. And now, the case of the Mighty Muscle. It's early Sunday morning, and the streets of Manhattan are deserted, save for a broad-shouldered young man named Al Compton, who strolls down East 86th Street and heads for home. But unknown to Mr. Compton, he has company. 20 feet behind him is a tall, lean gent who matches him step for step. And only after Compton has gone 2 blocks is he aware of his shadow.
All right, friend, what's the idea?
Speaking to me?
Yes, why are you tailing me?
Tailing?
Why should I want to do a thing like that?
That's what I want to know.
You're imagining things, Mr. Compton.
Yeah? And how come you know my name?
Oh, well, you're a celebrity. Everybody knows Ken Brady and the fella he's grooming to follow in his footsteps. Why, it's one of the big success stories of our time.
Who do you think you're kidding?
Okay, Compton, I'll put it to you straight. You going right home?
Why?
A friend of mine wants to talk to you.
Who?
Nick Daniels.
What does Daniels want with me?
Oh, then you've heard of the boss.
Maybe.
Then you know that Daniels ain't no two-bit up.
I know his territory is Indianapolis. What's he doing in New York?
That's what he wants to talk to you about. I got a car around the corner.
I'm sorry. I never take rides with strangers.
Look, Compton, as far as I'm concerned, you can keep on walking and heaven bless you. But Daniels said, Eddie, you bring Compton to my place, so you see the position that puts me in.
That's your tough luck.
Oh, no, friend. It's yours. Oh.
You must really enjoy your work, Eddie. What'd you hit him with?
Hey, Nick.
I heard it.
Think it could be the cops?
No, Brady wouldn't have missed him this fast.
You want me?
No. I'll take care of it. You look after our friend here. Just a second. I'm coming.
Hello, Nick.
What are you doing here, Claire? I thought I left you in Indianapolis.
Well, you're such an irresistible creature, I had to follow you. I want to talk to you.
You'll have to pick another time. I'm all jammed up.
With what? Well. What goes on under our little roof?
That's none of your business. Now, will you leave?
Isn't that handsome hunk of man on the bed Al Compton?
Didn't I tell you to beat it?
All right, darling, if you don't want me to stay.
Hold it, Claire. I changed my mind.
I thought that was a woman's prerogative.
You wouldn't be thinking of going up to see his boss, Ken Brady, would you?
Would you mind?
Very much. You don't want to jump to conclusions, Claire. Mr. Compton just dropped in to chat. He had a couple too many, and he passed out.
That hard stuff is awful, isn't it? Especially when you get it from the end of a blackjack.
Now, listen, Claire.
Sure. What's it worth to you?
What's what worth to me?
Keeping my mouth shut.
$1,000.
Oh, now, Nick.
Now, make up your mind, baby. If you don't want it, that's all right with me, too.
Now, don't be cheap, darling. After all, in your bracket, how much can you keep?
I
anyway?
said I'll give you $1,000. Take it or leave it.
I'll take it. Though I'd like to try for two.
Look, Nick, you're going to talk all night with that dame. We got work to do.
Just a second, Eddie. Listen, Claire, I want you to take a little walk for a while. Come back in a couple of hours.
4:30 be all right?
5 will be even better.
And you'll have that money ready.
I said I would. Okay, Eddie, get him up.
Come on, Compton. Wake up.
Let me alone.
Come on, you can go back to sleep after the boss talks to you.
Huh? Hello, Compton.
Oh, you're Nick Daniels, aren't you?
That's right. I'm awfully sorry about this fella, but I had to talk to you.
No good.
down.
Now, I've got a proposition for you, Compton.
I'm not interested.
Why don't you hear me out? I've been doing a little checking up on you. They told me you're Brady's fair-haired boy. Treat you like his own son.
So?
So I'm going to show you how to commercialize on it. Now, I'd like to open up a couple of gambling clubs around town.
You're crazy. You think Brady would stand for it while he's in the business?
That's just it. He's not going to be in business much longer.
What do you mean?
We're going to knock off his club regularly.
What?
Yes. And when his customers see the rough stuff that goes on, I don't think they'll be flocking there anymore.
You're out of your mind, Daniels.
You don't think it'll work?
No, we got spotters all over the place. It's armed like a fortress. How are you going to get your boys past the guards?
That's where you come in.
You think I'd sell out Brady after all he's done?
I think you'd sell out your own mother if the price were right.
Look, you can take your money.
Who's talking about money? There are other things in life besides that.
You're not making sense.
Ever hear of a man named Sam Richards?
No.
Funny. I found a guy in Mobile who's willing to identify you as the lad who killed Richards in a fight over some girl.
That's a lie.
Seems this friend of mine was living across the street and saw the whole thing from his window.
You're bluffing.
You think so? Well, take a look at these pictures.
Where did you get them?
Oh, I forgot to mention that this friend of mine is a camera enthusiast, and he thought a picture of you bending over the body might come in handy.
Well, you're not frightening me, Daniels. Brady knows all about that mess.
Yeah, but the cops don't. What do you say, Compton? Do you cooperate?
When would I get the pictures?
Don't give him a thought. I'll deliver right after you do.
Sorry, Judy. So you see the spot I'm in. Either way, I'm a dead duck.
What does this Nick Daniels have on you?
Oh, that's unimportant.
It can't be if you told him you'd cooperate.
Listen, Judy, I swear all this happened long before I ever met you.
Then why can't you tell me what it is?
I just can't, that's all. Just take my word for it that Daniels wasn't sounding off. If I double-cross him, it can mean my life.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, what can I do? When I came to New York, I was a bum. Brady took a liking to me. He gave me a job.
You mean you're going to tell him about Nick Daniels?
Yes.
Oh, no, you can't do that, Al.
You got a better idea?
Yes. Why don't we leave town?
How far do you think we'd get? Daniels probably has a boy now watching the hotel.
Then why don't you do what Daniels wants? Brady'd never suspect
Will you forget it?
If you really loved me,
I do.
Then don't say anything to Brady.
Just get out of my way, Judy.
No. I won't let you go, Al.
You can't stop me.
I can try. Al! Al!
No way. There's nobody here. No. Yeah?
Let me talk to Mike Waring, please.
Ain't here.
What's the matter, kid? Did I wake you?
Oh, that's a pretty ridiculous question, Corbett. What do you want?
That's no way to talk to a guy who's going to do you a favor.
Look, Sergeant, I don't like guys doing me favors at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, Mike, if you don't want to meet her.
What are you babbling about?
I just picked up a little number who's out of her mind to meet the Falcon. You interested?
Nope.
She's blonde, 5'2".
I said I wasn't
in. Figure that would put Venus to shame.
Oh. What's her name?
Judy Wainwright.
Never heard of her.
You will. She just killed Al Compton.
Ken Brady's boy?
That's right. She wants to hire you.
Is that why you called me?
Yeah.
Well, tell Miss Wainwright I'm not interested.
Nah, you're being smart, Mike.
What do you mean?
Well, strictly between you and me and the guy who's hiding under your racing form, this little girl hasn't got a prayer.
Not a chance, huh?
No. She's up the well-known creek without a paddle. I bet the jury won't take 20 minutes to strap her into the chair. You want to hear the story she tried to give us?
No, never mind, Sergeant. You always foul up a story. Tell Miss Wainwright I'll be over to hear it myself.
This is Jack Costello again, friends. While Mike is on his way to listen to Judy Wainwright's story, I have a little success story I'd like to tell you. It's about a hostess I know who helped make her latest party a special success by serving extra delicious appetizers. Here's how she made them. She took small strips of dried beef, spread them with Kraft's tempting relish cheese spread, and then just rolled them up jelly roll fashion. Good eating? I should say so. Mighty good eating. And of course, it's no wonder because Kraft relish cheese spread has a flavor that's delightfully mild and yet tantalizing. And it's smooth, creamy smooth for easy spreading, too. And like all 9 Kraft cheese spreads, Kraft Relish is a wholesome dairy food made from only the finest, purest ingredients. Kraft spreads are perfect for appetizers and for between-meal snacks and sandwiches, too. Try Kraft Pimento, Roca, Kraft Pineapple. In fact, try all 9 grand varieties. Look for them in gay, colorful, tulip-designed drinking glasses you can use again and again. And remember, Kraft cheese spreads are America's favorites because they're so delicious. Tomorrow, get several of the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Sergeant Corbett, acting at the behest of Judy Wainwright, got in touch with Mike Waring. And now at a local jail, while the Falcon listens, Miss Wainwright talks for herself.
You've got to believe me, Mr. Waring. I didn't kill Al.
Then how come you didn't see the murderer?
Because my back was to the door.
And you didn't hear it open?
No.
How do you explain the gun being found in the room?
The killer must have thrown it in.
And how did your fingerprints get on it?
Oh, I don't remember. I was so dazed I probably picked it up without thinking.
And you weren't so dazed that you couldn't pack a bag and head for the nearest bus line where the cops grabbed you.
I tell you, I didn't know what I was doing.
You had a fight with Compton, didn't you?
No. I was crazy about it.
Then how come the people next door heard you arguing? Corbett tells me they heard Compton say he was walking out on you and you wouldn't let him go.
That's a lie.
Did you or didn't you say you were going to stop him?
What is this, a third degree? Just what side are you on, Mr. Waring?
I haven't decided yet.
Well, if that's the way you feel, I'll get someone else. Falcon's not the only private detective in town.
Okay, Angel. No hard feelings. Hey, Sergeant.
No. Wait, Mr. Waring.
Yeah?
I'll tell you anything you want to know.
Okay. Suppose we start with the last question I asked.
Well, Al and I were arguing, but it wasn't over what you think. Al worked for Ken Brady.
You're not telling me anything new.
Well, late last night, a man came to Al with a proposition. Either Al helped him ruin Brady's club, or else.
Or else what?
I don't know. It was blackmail of some sort.
Or what was Compton's decision?
He was going to tell Brady the whole story, even though it meant his life. That's why I wouldn't let him go.
Mm-hmm. And would you know the name of the party who tried to blackjack him into line?
Yes. It was Nick Daniels.
Oh, the gentleman from Indianapolis?
I think so. Do you know him?
No, but I've always wanted to. And this may be my chance. Hey, Sergeant, I want out.
Want me to get that, Nick?
Don't trouble yourself, Claire.
No trouble at all. Hello? Yes, just a minute. It's your Indianapolis call, Nick. The operator says she's ready with Wilson.
Just tell him I won't need those strong-arm men I asked him for.
Anything else?
No, just say I'll be back in a couple of days.
All right.
Go right on, Claire. I'll take care of it.
Hello, Wilson. Nick asked me to relay some dope to you. Yeah, about those men. Look, you want to see?
Hello, Nick.
Do I know you?
Oh, not like you're going to. My name is Mike Waring.
Oh, the Falcon.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want with me?
Well, I'm working for a girl named Judy Wainwright.
I don't believe I know her.
She was engaged to Al Compton.
Oh. Too bad it was broken.
Then you know he was murdered, huh?
Sure, I heard it on the radio. Sad, wasn't it?
Yes, very. But doesn't it strike you strange that he should be knocked off right after you worked on him to double-cross Brady?
Who told you that?
Little birdie.
What's this little birdie's name?
What difference does that make?
It's got a long tongue. Maybe somebody ought to pull it out. Eddie.
Yeah.
First game.
Right.
Get your hands off me.
Shut up.
Nick, what are you doing?
I said, get your hands off me.
I heard you the first time.
Why, you...
Tough guy, huh?
Come on, break it up.
Let go.
I said break it up. Quit playing around, Eddie. Use the sack.
No, you don't. I can't. He's got my arm.
Well, in that case, I guess I'll have to take a hand. You all right, Eddie?
My arm feels like he tore it out of its socket. It's dirty.
Make him stop, Nick.
I'll fix him.
Cut it out, Eddie. Waring. Waring.
He's out cold.
Give me that vase.
You're not going to hit him with it.
Will you shut up? Lift his head up, Eddie.
Right.
That's fine.
No, don't.
It's only water, Waring. It can't hurt you. Want a drink?
No.
Suit yourself. Who told you about my deal with Al Compton?
That's none of your...
Oh, for heaven's sake, Nick, stop it.
I told you to keep out of this, Claire. Well, Mr. Waring?
You don't think I'd tell you?
Sure I do.
Well, you're going to be disappointed.
Okay, Eddie. Take off his shoes.
Hey, what's the idea?
I'm going to show you how we make it hot for guys like you back in Indianapolis.
Nick, you wouldn't.
No? We'll watch and see. You got a match, Eddie?
Sure.
No. Nick!
Well?
He still ain't talking, Nick.
What'd you come out for? Go back in there with Claire and work on him till he does.
That's no use. He's out cold. From the looks of it, he will be for another 3 or 4 hours.
Oh, that's fine. Now, how am I going to find out who told him I got to Compton?
Maybe he just guessed it.
No. You don't guess things like that, Eddie. Somebody's been talking out of turn.
Maybe it was Claire.
Maybe. Then again, maybe it was you.
Well, what kind of a crack is that?
Claire stood to make $1,000 if things had broken right, so take it any way you like.
All right, Nick, as long as you mentioned it. Where do I stand in this deal?
I told you that before.
Before, things were different. I was supposed to get 5% of everything you made in New York.
So?
So right now, the best you can hope for is to keep your health. If Brady ever hears of this stunt, you won't live long enough to regret it. Where does that leave me?
The same place it leaves me.
Well, not quite. You got dough. I haven't.
That's tough.
But only on you.
What's the idea of the gun, Eddie?
I want 10 grand for my trouble.
What?
You heard me.
I haven't got it here.
Don't hand me that.
I'll let you look at my wallet. I'm fresh out. It cost me plenty to start operating.
You've got plenty more in your safe.
Sure, but that's down in the office.
All right, let's go to the office.
Okay, Eddie. When a fella's got something coming to him, I'd be the last one to stop him from getting it. Let me get my coat.
Take it easy, Hanson. You're going to be all right.
Who are you?
You're not being very flattering, Mr. Waring. I was kind of hoping you noticed me when you first came in.
Oh, I did.
You had me worried for a minute. I thought I was slipping.
And what time is it?
9:15.
You mean I've been alone here for almost 3 hours?
Not alone, honey. I've been keeping you company.
Oh, lucky me. What's your name, Angel?
Claire.
And what's the rest of it?
Ames. Miss Claire Ames.
Since when has it been Miss?
Hmm?
Wasn't so long ago you were wearing a wedding ring there.
Who told you that?
Oh, I'm clairvoyant. Besides, you still got a band of white on your left hand.
Oh.
Yeah, see how simple it is? Who was the lucky man?
What difference does it make?
Because I've got a feeling it was Nick Daniels.
How did you know that?
Oh, just a hunch. You still married to the guy?
Yes, but don't give up hope, Hanson. I don't think it'll last. I've been thinking of Reno for quite a while.
How would Nick like that?
He wouldn't.
How'd you get into this mess, anyway?
Nick promised me $1,000 if I'd help him, and I needed the money.
Mm-hmm. Did he and Eddie kill Al Compton?
Use your head. What was their percentage? Compton was their boy.
Well, where are they now?
They left about 2 hours ago for Nick's office.
What do they do with my shoes?
Don't be a fool, Waring. You can't hobble around in your condition. You just lie still. I'll get a doctor.
Oh, don't you bother. I'll live through it. Too bad I can't say as much for your husband. Where's Nick's office, Claire?
Last one down the hall. Look, Mike, what's your interest in this case?
Well, isn't it obvious? I'm looking for Al Compton's murderer.
Why?
Because I've got a client named Judy Wainwright. The police think did it.
I see.
Do you?
Yes. So that's where the leak was, huh? That's how you knew that Nick approached Compton.
Uh-huh.
And the police think that your client is guilty.
Yep.
What makes you so sure she isn't?
Oh, I don't know. Call it blind faith.
I wish I could find someone to believe in me that way.
Well, maybe we could work out a deal.
Maybe.
This the place?
Yes.
Who's the Star Trading Company?
That's the name Nick is using in New York.
Oh. Well, I guess there's nobody...
What's the matter?
I spoke too soon. The door's open. Where's the light switch?
I've got it.
Well, awfully careless of Mr. Nick Daniels to leave his office in this condition. Doesn't it strike you as being sloppy?
No.
Well, obviously, we both can't be looking at the same thing. And the first thing I noticed was that open closet. And the next thing I saw...
Eddie!
Yes, that's who it is, Claire.
What's wrong with him?
Just to mention one thing, he's dead. Hand me the phone, Angel. I got to call the police.
86th Precinct, Sergeant Corbett speaking.
Hello, Corbett. This is Mike Waring.
Well, where you been keeping yourself, friend? Your client's been asking for you.
Now, you tell Miss Wainwright she's got nothing to worry about. I'll be down in 5 minutes with the proof that she didn't kill Compton.
What do you call proof?
I just found Eddie Nichols' body.
Say that again?
I just found Eddie Nichols' body. Nick Daniels' boy. Someone let him have a butcher knife right in the back.
Where'd you find him?
In Nick's office.
How do you figure that clears Miss Wainwright?
I'll explain it all when I see you, Sergeant. But it stands to reason the same party who killed Al Compton killed Eddie.
I still don't see how that gives the girl an out.
Oh, come off it. What's wrong with you, Corbett? Eddie's been dead for less than an hour, and for the last 5, you've had my client under lock and key.
Guess again, Miss Wainwright raised 10 grand worth of bail at 7 o'clock tonight. That was 3 hours ago.
You're joking.
If you think so, wait till you hear the payoff. The guy who put up the dough is a gentleman named Nick Daniels. Ain't that enough to kill you?
This is Jack Costello again, friends, and I'd like to say a few words about those 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. That's right, I said 9. There's a variety to please every taste. There are the creamy, mild-tasting ones like Kraft Pineapple Cheese Spread, Kraft Olive Pimento, and Kraft Relish. And there are sharp-tasting kinds, too, such as Kraft Limburger, Smokell, and Kraft Cheese and Bacon Spread. All of them are delicious, and good for you, too, because they're wholesome dairy foods made from only the finest, purest ingredients. For easy sandwiches and snacks, keep your refrigerator stocked with several of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. And now back to the adventures of the Falcon. A half hour has passed since Mike Waring received the news that Judy Wainwright's bail was furnished by Nick Daniels. And now, with the gorgeous Mrs. Daniels in tow, the Falcon tries to locate the good deeder.
Listen, Claire, you're sure Daniels wouldn't go anyplace but this apartment?
Well, it's either here or his office.
But the doorman said he hasn't been back since he left.
Yes. Obviously, he knew whereof he spoke. Well, I guess the only thing to do is to sit and wait.
It seems like a smart idea.
Want a drink?
Don't mind if I do.
Say when.
When?
Here's to what we both want.
Wait a minute. Does Nick have a hotel suite anywhere?
Not that I know of.
Where could he have taken Judy?
Why are you so worried about her?
You don't know how important that little lady is in my scheme of things.
You think she killed Compton and Eddie?
Well,
do you, Mr. Waring?
Judy. Where's Nick?
Right behind her.
Huh?
So try anything funny and you know what'll happen.
Why don't you let him bail you out, Judy?
I thought you sent him.
You'll forgive me for using your name, friend.
How did you find out about her?
I'm a gambler, Waring. I play hunches. This one paid off right on the nose.
Oh. Speaking of hunches, Nick, I've got a honey of my own.
Yeah?
Yeah. I've got a feeling that one of the things you're not expecting is this. Get
Why,
down, Judy. That's not nice, Nick. Drop that gun. Come on, drop it. Cut it out. You're breaking my arm. And I'm going to start on your neck.
What is... Mike, stop it.
Let go of me, Claire.
You'll kill him.
That's the general idea. Come on, Nick, get up.
Let him be, Mike. He didn't kill Al Compton.
No?
No. How would he know Compton was going to double-cross him and tell Brady? I tell you, Nick had no motive.
Who said he did?
What?
I never claimed he had a motive, Claire. I just don't like this guy on general principles.
I don't get you.
No. I'll see if this is any better. You killed Al Compton.
You're crazy.
And what's more, you killed Eddie Nichols when he stumbled on the truth.
You let go of me.
Now, don't struggle, Angel. Because now that I've finished with Mr. Daniels, I'd just as soon start on this missus.
So it was Claire who was the villain of the piece.
Mm-hmm.
But why did she kill Al? She had nothing against him.
Well, that's what made this almost a perfect crime, Judy. She had no motive, but her husband did.
You mean it was a frame?
That's right, Angel. You see, if Claire played ball with her husband, all she stood to gain was $1,000. But if Nick went to the chair for the murder of Al and Eddie, then, as his widow...
She stood to come into a fortune.
Now, you got it. While I was out cold, she followed Eddie and her husband to the office, where she let Eddie have it.
And you mean to tell me Nick just stood by and did nothing?
What was your reaction when you saw Al die?
Oh.
As I recall, you were a little on the bewildered side.
Yes, that's true.
Well, the same thing happened to Nick.
But didn't Claire say she was with you while Eddie and Nick were gone?
What could you expect her to do, break down and confess? After that going over I got, I was in no condition to tell whether or not she was lying.
Well, I still find it hard to believe she was in that hotel room while I was arguing with Al.
Why? You were both so worked up you didn't notice the door open.
Oh, now admit it. You're guessing.
No, she had to be in that room, Judy. You see, she knew something she never could have known otherwise. That Al was planning to double-cross Nick by telling his boss the whole story. Now, Nick didn't know that. The only reason he was giving up the scheme of breaking Brady was that, with Al dead, it didn't stand a chance of working. Now, is it clear?
I see.
Good.
I only wish there was some way I could pay you for all you've done.
Oh, there is.
How?
Well, I don't think this is the proper time to go into that.
Why not?
Well, a private detective likes to keep his fees strictly between him and his client, and I've got a feeling we're being overheard. Wait till we're alone, huh?
This is Boy Scout Week, the 41st anniversary of the beginning of the Boy Scout movement in America. All over the country, special Scout activities are in progress, including Scout open houses to which the public is invited. The Kraft Foods Company salutes the Boy Scouts and urges all America to support this character-building work among our youth. Why not get in touch with your local Scout organization this week? Drop in and get acquainted with the Scouts, their leaders, and their program. The Case of the Superfluous Murder. The Case of the Superfluous Murder. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that if a woman wants something badly enough, not even murder will stand in the way. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Gene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Jack Costello speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Groucho Marx joins Tallulah Bankhead's big show today. Be sure to hear it on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Ginny. I'm glad you called, but we'll have to try another time, Angel. Tonight I'm involved with a case in which a gun has one bullet too many in it, and the man has the same trouble.
This is Jack Costello, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to the adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the superfluous murder. Friends, in just a moment or two, we'll join the Falcon for his latest adventure. But first, let me tell you about 9 ways you can save time in the kitchen. Just discover the 9 handy Kraft cheese spreads and enjoy snacks and sandwiches, salad toppings, and appetizers that are really easy and quick to fix. There are sharp-tasting Kraft cheese spreads and mild-tasting ones, too. You can depend on them all to be delicious. And, of course, you can depend on them to be the finest quality because they're made by Kraft. Try some of these handy helpers tomorrow. Take home several of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. Now, the case of the superfluous murder. It's Sunday night in New York when Pudgy Wesley Endicott opens the door to his apartment and reaches for the light switch, but stops when he hears a noise in the darkened living room. For a second, Endicott pauses, then clicks the switch to see Dennis Fulton jumping back from the sofa on which Endicott's startled wife, Gail, is sitting.
Wesley, I didn't expect you so early.
Yes, that's pretty obvious.
I know how it looks, Endicott, but don't get the wrong idea.
No, Dennis? What idea do you expect me to get?
We were just talking.
In the dark?
What can I say?
You don't have to say anything. I should have known the way Gail's been acting lately. Gail, how could you do this to me?
You really want to know?
Yes.
Then look in the mirror. Take a good look.
You're not going to get away with this, either of
No.
you.
What are you going to do about it?
I'm going to kill that cheap double-crossing.
No, Wesley, don't.
Get out of my way. And now, Dennis, here's yours. Oh.
If you're going to fight for the honor of your home, Endicott, you'd better start taking boxing lessons.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I want to see Endicott.
Who shall I say is calling?
You don't need to say anybody's calling. I'll announce myself.
But you can't.
I said I can. Out of the way,
Just
Junior.
a moment now. Mr. Endicott won't like that.
Hello, Endicott.
Oh, Mr.
I
Mayo.
tried to stop him, Mr. Endicott, and he wouldn't tell me what he
Well,
wanted.
it's,
he just
it's
pushed his
all
way.
right, Shepard. It's all right. I know him.
Oh, well, you said you didn't want to be disturbed, and I didn't know. He wouldn't give his name.
All right, Shepard. Get back to your desk.
Yes, sir.
And shut the door.
Yes, sir.
And now, Mr. Mayo, what's the idea of upsetting Shepard like that? You could have let him announce you.
You mean I could have let him tell me you weren't in? I didn't feel like a runaround.
I don't understand.
You don't understand. I see somebody close one of your eyes for you. Would you like me to make it unanimous?
As a matter of fact, I don't much care. I learned last night that my wife... There's another man. Nothing much matters anymore.
Well, your personal life is one thing. This is business, and it matters. Especially this check of yours.
What? What about it?
You tell me, Endicott.
Well, is something wrong with it?
Wrong with it? Of course not. It's perfect. Absolutely finest quality, genuine A1 rubber.
Oh, no, that's impossible.
Will you argue with the First National Bank?
Well, there must be some mistake.
The mistake is you thinking I'm going to sit still for this. It's a stall, Endicott. You didn't have cash to cover, and you knew it. You figure to put me off till you can swing a deal.
No, Mr. Mayo, you're wrong. Believe me.
Believe you. That's rich. Oh, no, Endicott. You're scaring up the cash, and you're scaring it up fast. You've got until tomorrow noon.
But if you'd only...
Tomorrow noon. If you don't come across with payment by then, I turn this check over to the DA for collection.
Well, I'll do what I can, but it's all a mistake.
Well, you better correct it before it turns out to be a fatal one. I'll be seeing you, Endicott.
I know. Tomorrow noon.
Hello?
Hello. Michael Waring?
Yeah?
Aren't you the detective known as the Falcon?
Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
Well, this is Wesley Endicott. I'm sorry to call you at home, Mr. Waring, but I couldn't find your office listed.
Or maybe that's because I don't have one.
Oh, you work out of your home?
Mm-hmm.
Well, isn't that rather inconvenient?
Is it causing you any trouble?
Well, no.
Well, then.
Well, I didn't call to talk about you, Mr. Waring.
All right, change the subject.
Can you come over here right away?
Where's here?
My apartment, Sheldon Hall.
What's it about?
I'll tell you when I see you.
Well, there'll be a charge for the visit.
It doesn't matter. How soon can you get here?
Yes?
Mrs. Endicott?
Yes.
I'm Michael Waring.
Is that supposed to mean something to me?
If you listen to the radio.
I must hear the wrong programs. What do you want?
Well, didn't your husband tell you?
Oh, he and I aren't speaking.
Oh, well, he and I are. That's what he asked me over for. Where is he?
He's in the study. Last door on the right end of the hall.
Thank you, Angel.
You might tell him for me to quit sulking. I'm leaving as soon as I finish packing.
I'll give him your message.
Just walk in. He won't answer. He thinks it's me.
Thanks. Hello, Endicott. Hey. Mrs. Endicott,
What is it?
you don't need to leave him. Looks like he's left you. Permanently.
What are you talking about?
Well, he's not sulking. He's dead.
Dead?
Mm-hmm. And if this is his handwriting, it looks like he did it himself.
Hello, Waring.
Hello, Sergeant Sergeant Corbett. Well, this is indeed a coincidence. Sit down and join me in a knockwurst.
Coincidence. I've been looking for you, Waring, as if you didn't know.
As if I didn't.
You reported the Endicott body.
So I did.
Why didn't you hang around till I got there?
Well, Corbett, I didn't know you cared.
I've got questions.
Well, it's all in the note. He says he was betrayed, so he killed himself.
But who betrayed him?
No, I wouldn't know.
The note says he hired you to get proof for him.
It also says he changed his mind after calling me. He had all the proof he needed for his own satisfaction. That's why he decided to kill himself.
I still want to know who betrayed him.
Now, don't tell me you're the inquisitive type, Corbett.
It's my job.
Homicide's your job. This is suicide.
Is it?
Unless that note wasn't in Endicott's handwriting.
I showed it to 3 experts.
What did they say?
All agreed it's definitely Endicott's pen pushing.
Well, then what more do you want? He's found with a gun in his hand.
That's right, Waring.
And a suicide note in his own handwriting.
That's right, Waring.
So, Corbett, how come you're still asking questions?
Because I don't happen to have the answer to this one. Who killed him?
Well, Corbett, you just...
I said he wrote the note. I said he had a gun in his hand. But Waring, the gun in his hand was never fired.
This is Jack Costello again, friends. All of you in favor of having good, hot biscuits for dinner, say aye. That's what I thought. Just about everyone likes them. So here's a trick you should know. For extra delicious hot biscuits, spread them with delicious Old English brand cheese spread, one of the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads, just before they're ready to come out of the oven. Then slip the biscuits back in the oven and let the wonderful flavor of this tempting cheese spread melt right into them. You'll have some of the best tasting biscuits you ever enjoyed, because Old English brand cheese spread is so good. It's made of fine, sharp, aged American cheddar cheese for really wonderful eating. And it's smooth, creamy smooth for easy spreading. And, of course, like all 9 Kraft cheese spreads, Old English brand is a wholesome dairy food, made from only the finest, purest ingredients. Try it for grand snacks and sandwiches, too. And try Smokelle and Roca and all the 9 Kraft cheese spreads. Look for them in colorful, gay, tulip-patterned drinking glasses. Collect a whole set while you enjoy the delicious Kraft cheese spreads. You know, the Kraft cheese spreads are so delicious, they're America's favorites. So be sure you get the cheese spreads made by Kraft. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. It's a few minutes since Mike Waring learned that Endicott's suicide was not a suicide. Or was it? That's what the Falcon and Sergeant Corbett are wondering as they drive in a police car back to Endicott's.
So his wife was planning to leave him, Waring.
So she said.
Why didn't you tell me about it before I mentioned the gun?
Well, I didn't think it mattered before, Corbett.
Sometimes you don't think too much for your own good.
So I'll begin thinking. Tell me, does Mrs. E know her husband didn't kill himself?
Not unless she did it. I left her thinking it was suicide.
Good boy. That puts us a step up on her.
Yeah, and we may need it. The note says he was betrayed. Her leaving him could be the betrayal. Except if he didn't kill himself, does the note mean what it says?
What else would it mean?
I don't know, but it says he was going to kill himself. And if he didn't...
No, he should be ashamed of himself. After all, it's a sin to tell a lie.
Oh, Sergeant Corbett and Mr. Waring. What is it now?
There are a few more questions I want to ask you.
I thought that was all finished.
I've just been talking to Waring. He opened a new can of peas. Do we come in?
Well, Oh, all right, I guess so.
Thanks.
Now, what is it?
It's just that Waring tells me you were going to leave your husband.
Oh, no, that's not so.
Oh, wait a minute. You told me...
Well, I was just talking. We had a little spat. It didn't mean anything.
You said you were packing.
I often threatened to leave. I didn't mean it. Wesley knew it. This had happened often before. Had nothing to do with his death.
You don't think constant fights with you
But
could...
we always made up. Believe me, it didn't mean anything.
What was the little spat about?
Money. I wanted a new coat. Wesley said he couldn't afford it. He said business had been bad. I didn't see how it could have been that bad, or he'd have said something about it before.
Oh, he said his business was bad.
Mm-hmm.
Mrs. Endicott, when I was here before, I asked you if you knew any reason why your husband would want to kill himself. You said you couldn't think of any.
I couldn't.
Don't you call bad business a possible reason?
But I just told you I didn't believe he was telling the truth.
Oh, Corbett, there's one way to find out if he was. Let's look into Endicott's business, shall we? Maybe we'll find it's dead, too. Here it is, Corbett, 705.
Yeah.
Nobody in here. Mrs. Endicott said Endicott's assistant would be here.
Maybe he's in the back office.
Yeah, maybe. Hello? Hello?
What's that?
Sounds like somebody moaning. Come on. Oh, there he is on the floor. Hey, what happened to you?
Huh? It was Mr. Mayo.
Mayo?
Yeah. He came back and he started going through the files, and I tried to stop him, but... Oh, he knocked me out. Looted the office.
I'll say he did. Look at the inner office, Waring. Looks like a whirlwind in the paperwork.
Yeah.
Are you Mr. Waring?
Yes. Do you know what Endicott wanted to see me about?
Well, didn't he tell you?
Yeah, he didn't get around to it.
Why, I suppose it has something to do with Mr. Mayo.
Who's Mayo?
Reginald Mayo. He's in building supplies. He was here earlier today, had a fight with Mr. Endicott, and then Mr. Endicott went home, and then a little later, Mr. Mayo came back.
Mm-hmm. What was the trouble between Endicott and Mayo?
Well, I don't know. Why not ask Mr. Endicott?
Well, I'm afraid that wouldn't do much good. So we'll have to try Mayo instead.
Mr. Mayo, I'm sorry, gentlemen. Mr. Mayo isn't in. He left word he can be reached tomorrow morning at the Hillard Hotel in Boston.
Boston? What's he doing in Boston?
I'm sure I don't know.
When did he leave?
About 20 minutes ago. I understand he's taking the 6 o'clock from LaGuardia Airport. You may still have time.
Yeah, if we hurry. Thanks. Waring, come on. Well, this does it, Waring. Mayo's trying to get away, clinches it.
It does?
Sure.
How about the Boston address? Why would he leave that if this is a runout?
Well...
And the plane he's taking, would he point arrows for us?
Well, maybe it's a bluff. Maybe that's not his plane.
Then what are we hurrying for?
Because we can't take chances. And stop smirking.
Who's smirking?
All right, Waring, you don't like the way I do things. You got any bright ideas?
No, Corbett, I haven't.
He admits it yet.
Not a single idea. Not even any wrong ones.
Sergeant, I've got important business
They're
in
holding
Boston.
the plane, Mayo. Talk fast and make sense. Maybe I'll let you go.
Maybe. I'm
What's
telling
this
you...
important business, anyway?
Conference, tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock.
What's with you and Endicott?
Why?
I'll ask the questions.
Well, at least you can
want to
jump-
miss the plane?
All right. I did business with Endicott. Got him some materials that are hard to get hold of. Had plenty of bids for it, but took his. Then his check bounces. You wonder why I'm sore?
Oh, the check bounced.
That's right.
So you push him around.
I didn't push him around. I just warned him he'd better make good on that check by tomorrow noon or there'd be trouble.
Except tomorrow noon you plan to be in Boston.
I didn't know that this morning. This Boston business came up sudden.
Yeah, didn't it, though? The murder wouldn't have anything to do with it, I suppose.
Murder? What murder?
Endicott's.
What?
He actually looks surprised, Waring.
Maybe he is.
Well, I don't know anything about the murder.
Why did you go back?
I'm not answering anything more without a lawyer.
You went back to Endicott's. Why?
I didn't.
His assistant
I'm
says...
not answering anything without a lawyer.
What were you looking for?
I'm not
You're not
answering-
going to do so good in that Boston conference from a cell in New York.
You can't hold me. Just because I had an argument with
I can
Endicott...
hold you for beating up Endicott's assistant.
Well, you're crazy. I didn't...
He says you did.
Look, Sergeant, I've got to get to Boston. I don't know anything about the murder. If you want answers, ask Mrs. Endicott. She can tell you more than I can.
What gives you that idea?
She was seeing another man.
Yeah? Who says so?
Endicott.
All right, we'll check on that. But now, Mayo,
I have nothing more to say.
And you can sit in the cell until you think of something.
Look, I gave you a lead,
So
so now...
thanks. Now get moving.
Dennis, who can that be?
Well, don't ask me.
I shouldn't have had you come up here, but I was so upset.
Well, pull yourself together.
But if anyone sees you
Just
here...
don't lose your head. I can handle this.
Oh, dear. Oh, now, what are we going to do?
Answer the door. Leave the rest to me.
But you and I...
Stop making so much of it. Couldn't I have come to see Wesley?
I guess so.
All right, then. I didn't come up here because of you. I'm a friend of Wesley's. Just remember that. Now answer the door.
Yes, dear.
And don't call me dear.
Oh, it's you two again. How often are you coming back?
Until you tell us all you know.
I did.
That's not the way we heard it. Come in, Waring.
Yeah, Corbett.
But...
Well, she has company.
So I see.
Sergeant Corbett, Mr. Waring, this is Dennis Fulton. He's a friend of my husband's.
I see. Hello, Fulton.
How do you do, Sergeant? I dropped in to see Endicott. Gail, Mrs. Endicott, just told me the awful news. I can't imagine why he did it.
Do you think it could have been because his wife was seeing another man?
What?
Sergeant, how dare
We
you?
have it on good authority. You admitted threatening to leave him.
I explained all that.
You say you dropped in to see Endicott, Fulton? That's right, Mr. Waring. And Mrs. Endicott had nothing to do with your visit? What do you mean? Are you trying to suggest that she and I...
Now, that's ridiculous. I hardly know Dennis.
You call him Dennis.
Well, that doesn't mean anything.
How about your lipstick on his face? What? Does that mean anything? Well, Looks like you jumped the gun by locking up Mayo, Corbett. His lead is paying off.
Yeah. Well, you two, you gonna come clean?
I don't know what this is all about. Even if there is something between us, Sergeant, I don't see that it's any of your business. I didn't know you keep prying like this when a man kills himself.
We don't, when we're sure he did kill himself.
What do you mean? Is there any doubt?
Yeah, plenty. We don't think your husband killed himself. We think he was murdered.
Oh, no. Oh, yes, Dennis. Which makes your concealing your friendship with Mrs. Endicott very interesting, to say the least.
Look, you don't understand.
I'm willing to.
It's just that... Well, the scandal... We didn't want people saying we'd driven him to suicide.
Well, you don't have to worry about that. But they may say you killed him.
But the note... He said he was going to shoot himself.
Yes, only somebody beat him to it.
Well, it wasn't us.
You were here in the apartment.
Well, I only got in a few minutes before you arrived. He must have been killed while I was out.
You mean you hadn't seen him from the time you arrived until I found him?
That's right.
Still, you told me he was in the study. How did you know it if you hadn't seen him? The door was closed.
No, I mean, I hadn't seen him to speak to. I opened the door and called him, but he didn't answer. I didn't know he was dead. I thought he was just sulking. Don't you believe me?
I think you'd better come with me to headquarters, both of you.
Oh, no, please. Dennis, call a lawyer. Do something.
Sergeant, this is a terrible shock to me. I didn't know, honestly. If Gail killed him, it was without my knowledge.
Dennis, what are you saying?
She told me it was suicide. That's the first I'd heard of it.
Snake, I tear your filthy eyes out.
Go get her.
All right, that's enough. Cut it out. I said cut it out.
Let me go. Let me get out of here.
You'll calm down. I'll stop you here.
All right. All right, but he's not crawling out of this. We killed Wesley together.
No, Gail.
Oh, yes, together. And it was Dennis's idea. He made me help. He called Wesley at the office and asked him to come home early. He waited in the study.
She's out of her mind.
You want a confession, Sergeant? I'll give you one.
No. Robert, get him. He's going for the window.
Hey, you wait.
This is Jack Costello again, friends. Right now, I'd like to tell you about 9 kinds of wonderful eating. That's right. I said 9 because I'm talking about the delicious Kraft cheese spreads that come in 9 grand varieties. There are delightfully mild-tasting ones like Kraft pineapple cheese spread, Kraft relish, and Kraft olive pimento. And there are sharp-tasting kinds, too, such as Kraft cheese and bacon spread, Roca, and Kraft Limburger. They're all delicious, all wholesome dairy products, and all so handy for making quick, easy snacks and sandwiches. Always keep your refrigerator stocked with several of the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. A few hours have passed since Dennis Fulton beat a hasty retreat from Gail Endicott's accusations. Gail has signed her confession and is being held. Mayo has been released. There's an alarm out for Fulton. There's nothing much more for Mike to do on the case, or so he thinks, so he's returned home. He's settling down with the pipe and slippers when... He goes to the door, opens it, and finds himself looking at Dennis Fulton and a gun.
Get back inside, Waring.
I am inside.
Away from the door, and no quick moves.
All right.
That's better. Just keep your hands where I can see them, and we'll get along fine.
I don't know that I want to get along. You're not exactly my type.
I didn't come for chit-chat, Waring. I have a proposition.
Yeah?
I didn't kill Endicott. I didn't know anything about it. Gale's lying.
So you said.
I want you to prove it.
All right, give yourself up, and I'll work on it.
I'm not giving myself up until it's proved. That's why the gun. I want to hire you to prove that Gale did it alone.
Why should I work for you?
Well, they say money talks. Here's a mouthful.
500.
I'll double it if you clear me. Well, Waring?
Well, I don't like you, Dennis, but I can't say the same for your money, so let's hear your story.
You heard it all. There's nothing else. I didn't know anything about the murder until the sergeant told me.
You didn't call Endicott and ask him to go home early?
No, that's just another of Gale's lies.
All right, we'll start with that one. It can probably be checked.
How?
Endicott's assistant, Shepard, probably takes all calls and announces them to Endicott. So I'll check with Shepard and see if he got a call from you.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Well, I can't get him now. The office will be closed. But I'll look him up in the morning.
All right, Waring.
In the meantime, if you want to stay here...
Oh, no, thanks, Waring. I don't trust you, and you don't trust me, so I'd have to keep my finger on the trigger. Under the circumstances, I don't think it would be comfortable for either of us.
I see what you mean.
So I'll call you tomorrow. So long, Waring.
Oh, Mr. Waring.
Hello, Shepard.
What are you doing here?
Maybe saving your life.
What?
Well, let me in. I'll explain.
All right, come in. I don't understand.
Shepard, since I saw you this afternoon, you've probably seen in the paper that Endicott was murdered today.
Yes, it's awful.
Well, you may be able to clear one of the suspects or clinch the case against him.
I?
Yes, I told him you probably have the information. Now, if he's innocent, he won't do anything. If he's guilty, he may come gunning for you.
Good heavens.
Now, take it easy. He won't be coming yet. I told him I'd check with you in the morning so he doesn't think he needs to hurry. And I came right over.
Yes, but if he does
Now,
come,
before
what'll
you
I
get
do
in
then?
a stew, let's see if you really have anything to worry about. Now, tell me.
Yeah?
Didn't all calls to Endicott go through your desk?
Yes?
So you'd know about any call he received, huh?
That's right. Yes.
Well, did he receive a call today a short time before he went home from a man?
Oh, he didn't receive a call from anybody.
Oh, you're sure?
Positive. After his fight with Mr. Mayo, he called you, and then he said he was leaving the office.
I see. Well, then Fulton is telling the truth.
Fulton?
Dennis Fulton. So you don't have anything to worry about from him after all.
I'm glad to hear that.
But you may have to worry about Sergeant Corbett.
What? Why?
Well, he'll probably want to lock you up when I tell him you killed Endicott.
What are you talking about?
About you, Shepard, because you're the murderer. Well, we've wrapped up another one, Corbett.
Have we?
Shepard admitted the shooting, didn't he?
So what? Endicott wrote a suicide note, but he didn't kill himself. Mrs. Endicott said she killed him, but she didn't kill him. Shepard said Mayo attacked him. Now he says Mayo didn't attack him. He was lying to throw suspicion on Mayo. What's one more confession worth?
Well, I think Shepard's will stand up. Mrs. Endicott only confessed because Fulton started crawling and left her holding the bag, so she wanted to get him no matter what it cost her.
The woman scorned, yeah.
And as for Endicott, he really intended to kill himself. But Shepard saved him the trouble.
If we can believe Shepard.
No, it all ties up. He had drawn out the company's money for his private use, so when Endicott's check bounced, Shepard knew Endicott would get him for embezzlement.
So Shepard follows him home and shoots him, not knowing he's just about to shoot himself.
That's it, Corbett. He overheard Endicott phoning me to get information, so as soon as Endicott hung up, Shepard stepped into the room and shot him as Endicott turned, and then beat it without noticing the gun in Endicott's hand.
If we can believe Shepard.
Still not convinced, Corbett?
On this case, no.
All right, how about the clue that tipped me to Shepard?
What clue, Waring?
Shepard overheard Endicott's phone call to me. Now, he said Endicott made it from the office. But when Endicott talked to me, he said, "Can you come over here?" and gave me his home address. That meant he was calling from home, not from the office.
Well, does that convince you, Corbett?
If we can believe you.
Oh, please, how cynical can you get? You know I cannot tell a lie.
Yeah, Waring, I know it. But who's going to believe me?
It tastes so good. And it tastes so good because it's always fresh. That's Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Yes, next time you shop, pick up a pound of this good-tasting, fresh-tasting margarine. In states where the law permits, get yellow Parquet, already colored in quarters and ready to serve in its new Flavor Saver aluminum foil wrap. Elsewhere, get the regular package or handy Color Quick bag. It's the margarine that tastes so good because it's always fresh. Parkay. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. The Case of the Practical Joker. The Case of the Practical Joker. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that when some gag men go to work, their clients can choke to death. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Jerome Epstein, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Jack Costello speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Fred Allen, Edwin, and B. Lilly join the big show today on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Marcia. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I'm going to be entertained by some comic. And when this boy makes with the gags, he really slays them. This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Practical Joker. Before we join the Falcon for his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you about 9 of the handiest little menu helpers you ever had in your kitchen. They're the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads, and they really are handy for making snacks and sandwiches, salad toppings, and appetizers. All of the Kraft cheese spreads, the mild-tasting ones and the sharp-tasting ones, too, are delicious. And they're all the very finest quality because they're made by Kraft. So, tomorrow, get several of the 9 famous cheese spreads made by Kraft. And now, the case of the Practical Joker. It is Sunday afternoon in New York, and in a parked car outside the Club 91, a bad actor named Chuck Morgan and a blonde named Linda Stewart are rehearsing a new comedy routine. And although Mr. Morgan's ideas of humor may be overdeveloped, still he obviously believes this act should kill his customer.
Now, you understand what you're supposed to do, Linda.
I'm not too sure, Mr. Morgan.
What's the matter with you anyway? Your agent told me you were a hep dame.
Look, Mr. Morgan, I don't need a job that badly.
All right, I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean that. You see, I want to play a joke on this guy, and I want to make sure that it goes off the schedule.
Well, the more I hear this joke, the less I like it.
I told you there's nothing to worry about. This fellow's a good friend of mine.
And why do something as silly as this?
Just to settle a bet. He thinks he's a great little guy with the ladies, and I bet him $50 he was wrong.
But you promised me $100 for this job. How can you come out ahead?
You don't understand, Linda. It's not the money, it's the principle of this thing. I just want to make a sucker out of Davis.
Davis?
Yeah, his name is Red Davis. He's a thin little guy with red hair and pop eyes. You won't have any trouble spotting him. He owns the joint. He'll be in the corner booth.
But suppose your friend doesn't show any interest in me.
You haven't taken a good look at yourself in the mirror lately, have you? No, I'm not at all worried. Now, when Red sees you, he'll start baying at the moon.
But at the beginning, you want me to act insulted.
That's right. That's so he won't become suspicious. Then, thaw out and let him buy you a couple of drinks.
And after that?
Well, he'll probably want to take you out for the evening, so you tell him that first you have to make a stop at your apartment.
I don't think I like that, Mr. Morgan.
What's there not to like? This is on the up and up. When you get to your place, I'll be waiting for you.
And that's where you're going to tell Mr. Davis it's just a joke.
That's right. I can hardly wait to see Red when he learns it's a gag. I'll bet he'll practically die laughing.
Hey, where do you live anyway, Linda?
It's just the next floor, Mr. Davis.
Oh, cut it out. You promised you were going to call me Red.
I'm sorry. Red, do you know a man named...
Man named who?
Forget it.
You know, I don't get you, Linda. When I first saw you in the club, I immediately said to myself, now there's a dame with class. I was surprised when you gave me a tumble.
Well, I don't often do things like that.
It was an impulse, huh?
Yeah.
I understand. I get them all the time. Where do we go now?
Is this apartment here?
Oh, here. Let me help you.
It's all right. I can manage. Come in.
Thanks. Hey, nice layout you got here, Linda. I think I'm going to like this.
I wouldn't bet on that, Red.
Morgan.
Oh, then you do know each other.
You dirty little double-crosser.
But he told me it was a joke.
The joke's over now, honey. You can beat it.
Now, see here, Mr. Morgan.
I said beat it.
I don't
If you're a smart girl, you'll keep your trap closed. Now, go on.
Listen, Morgan.
Shut up. I don't want any conversation from you, Red. I just want my dough.
What dough?
Don't play dumb. The $60,000 you owe me on the Robinson fight.
Oh, that.
What'd you think I was talking about?
Well, you see, I'm kind of low, Chuck. I've been running in tough luck lately.
From now on, it's going to get worse. You know, all the boys are laughing at me for letting you hang me up. A man in my position can't afford that. It might give other people ideas.
Look, Morgan, suppose I pay you a little at a time, huh?
What do you call a little?
Well, I could give you $10,000 now and the balance
Keep
next...
your hands up.
I was just reaching for my wallet.
You got that dough on you?
Yeah.
Okay, let's have it.
Sure. I was going to give it to you all the time. All right, Morgan. Put him up.
Put away that gun, Davis.
Act your age. Well, Mr. Morgan, who's the joke on now?
I guess it's me.
And you're not kidding.
That's okay, Red. I'll see you again. And I'll lay you odds. Next time, you won't be this lucky.
Mr. Lyons, because you'll enjoy it. After Chuck Morgan goes to all that trouble, Red pulls the gun and leaves Chuck with his tongue hanging out.
Well, that's very amusing, Hudson. What happened after that?
Oh, Morgan started looking for him again.
And what do you think will happen if he finds him this time?
The same thing.
You don't believe Morgan will kill him?
No, Morgan's all talk.
You think so?
I know so. I wouldn't last this long as a private dick if I wasn't a good judge of character, huh? Now, take it from me, nothing's going to happen to Red.
Well, that's too bad, Hudson. It would be worth a lot of money to me if something did.
Huh? How much is a lot of money?
Well, what's the difference? You're not interested.
Try me.
$2,500.
You're right. At that price, I'm not interested.
Well, it isn't worth more. Everybody knows that Morgan has threatened Davis. So you run absolutely no risk.
What have you got against Red anyway?
Well, that's none of your business. Either you want the job or you don't.
Well, As long as you put it in that basis, Mr. Lyons. Let me think it over.
Club 91, good evening.
Hello, Victor. This is Red.
Oh, yes, Mr. Davis.
I'm in a booth at the corner of Madison and 46. Anybody been around the joint asking for me?
Several gentlemen.
What'd you tell them?
That I had not heard from you all day.
Good. Norma there?
Who?
My wife, stupid.
No. Mrs. Davis has not been in all evening.
Well, when she gets there... cut that out.
What's the trouble?
Some character's in a hurry to use the phone. Hold it a second, Victor, till I take care of this pest. Now, listen, you. How would you like a good... Oh, punch.
That's you, Waring?
What the...
Shut the door.
Listen, Morgan.
Shut it. Just keep your hands right where they are.
What are you doing here, Chuck?
Red Davis was knocked off a couple of hours ago.
That still doesn't answer my question.
I don't see why not. One, the cops think I did it. Two, you can prove I didn't. Now, does it add up?
Not to my liking. You better get somebody else.
Listen, Waring, maybe I haven't handled this right, but I didn't kill Red.
And why don't you tell that to the police?
You don't think for a minute they believe me?
Suppose I told you I don't either.
Now, look, Mike, I know you don't like me, but give me credit for a little intelligence. If I was going to knock off Davis, would I shoot my mouth off all over town?
So?
So I tell you I didn't kill him.
Then who did?
I got no idea.
Okay, Morgan. I'll see what I can do for you. But first, I want you to surrender to the cops.
Oh, no.
All right, then it's no deal.
Now, wait a minute, Mike. I'll make you a proposition.
No, I'm not interested.
For Pete's sake, give me a chance, will you? I'm convinced that with any luck, you can clean this up in a couple of hours. If you haven't by then, I'll give myself up.
What'll you do in the meantime?
I'll stay right here.
What's to prevent me from walking out and calling the police?
Nothing.
Oh, you just trust me, huh?
I don't have any other choice. What do you say, Mike?
Well, this is against my better judgment, Morgan. But you got yourself a boy.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. This time of year, especially, everybody longs for something just a little bit different to pep up tired winter menus. So this idea for a tempting salad may be just what you want. It's an easy salad to make. You just take a good-sized green pepper, scoop out the center, and stuff the pepper with Kraft's delicious olive pimento cheese spread. Then chill, slice into pinwheels, and serve each slice on a crispy lettuce leaf. Mmm. Oh, what wonderful eating. Kraft olive pimento is an extra delicious cheese spread, filled with juicy bits of red pimentos and fine green olives. And like all 9 of the good-eating Kraft cheese spreads, it's a wholesome dairy food made from only the finest, purest ingredients. And smooth, it's smooth as satin. Spreads perfectly for sandwiches and snacks. Try Smokell and Kraft cheese and bacon spread, and all of the 9 Kraft cheese spreads. Look for them in gay, colorful, tulip-designed drinking glasses. Collect a whole set while you're enjoying these delicious spreads. You know, Kraft cheese spreads are so delicious, they're America's favorites. So be sure you get the cheese spreads made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 20 minutes have passed since Mike Waring agreed to go to work for Chuck Morgan. And now, as we find Mike, he's about to earn his fee.
Yes,
Mrs. Norma Davis?
that's right.
My name is Mike Waring. I'm sorry to bother you at a time like this, but I'd like to ask you some questions about your husband.
But I've told the police everything I know.
Well, I'm working on a different angle.
Come in.
Thank you.
What do you want to know?
Mrs. Davis, have you any ideas who might have killed Red?
Yes, Chuck Morgan.
I mean, besides Morgan.
No. Red didn't have an enemy in the world.
Now, you know that's not true, Mrs. Davis. Your husband wasn't exactly the most popular citizen in New York.
How dare you say that to me?
Well, I only...
I won't have you talk that way about him. I'm tired of these insinuations. How do you know what kind of man Paul was?
Well, I'm sorry.
You're sorry. Go on, get out.
Mrs. Davis, look, all
I don't want to hear any more about it. Now leave me alone.
Permit me to congratulate you, Mrs. Davis. That was a marvelous performance.
Why, thank you, Mr. Lyon. You think I convinced him I was a broken-hearted widow?
How could you help it when you practically convinced me? Come here, darling, and let me console you.
Just a second.
Yeah? I'm looking for a guy named Larry Hudson.
Well, look no further, Mr. Morgan.
You, Hudson?
That's right.
One of my friends told me you wanted to see me.
He told you right. Care for a drink?
Yeah, I could stand one.
Help yourself. Bar's in the corner. Pour me one while you're at it. You're in a bad spot, Chuck.
You bring me up here to tell me that?
Yeah. Yeah, you see, I know who killed Red Davis.
What?
You heard me. Oh, that one mine?
Yeah.
Thanks. Say, how you fix the cash?
What do you mean?
Well, I got a lot of information to sell. It's going to the highest bidder.
You mean you can clear me?
I'm not doing any more talking until I see the color of your dough.
How do I know you got merchandise?
I'll give you a sample. Did you know that Davis's wife was two-timing him?
With whom?
Oh, no, that's all you get free. But you can use that kind of stuff, can't you?
Listen, Hudson, I want you to talk to Waring.
Who?
Mike Waring, the Falcon. He's working for me.
Are you kidding?
No. Will you talk to him?
Sure. Providing I can make a buck.
I'll take care of you. I'm going back to Waring's apartment. I want you to call him there in about 15 minutes.
Well, I'll be sitting right here at the phone.
Tell him what you told me about Mrs. Davis.
Oh, no good. Get the dough up first.
Now, look, Hudson, I only got $1,000 on me. I'll give you another $4 the next time I see you.
Ah. Okay, Morgan. You got yourself a deal.
Morgan? Chuck! Hello, desk. This is Mr. Waring. There was a man waiting in my apartment. By any chance did you... Never mind. Come in.
Hello, Mike.
I was just asking for you, Morgan. Where the devil have you been?
Out.
That tells me a lot. I thought you agreed to stay right here.
I know, but I had to see somebody.
Who?
Suppose you tell me what you found out first.
Well, not very much. Every lead I explored came back to you.
Did you see Mrs. Davis?
Just for a few minutes.
What'd you think of her?
She seemed all broken up over her husband's murder.
She was kidding you.
What makes you think so?
Because I've been doing a little checking on my own. She's been holding hands with some guy who wasn't her husband.
Where'd you get that from?
Private dick named Larry Hudson.
Oh, that lying thief.
I don't care what he is, Mike. He's got the evidence to clear me.
Who did he say killed Davis?
He wouldn't tell me, but I made him promise to talk to you. We should be calling you any minute.
Listen, Morgan, I wouldn't trust that guy on a stack of Bibles. What'd you give him?
Give him?
Yes, a guy like Hudson doesn't talk for free. How much you promise him?
$5,000.
Well, you better save your money.
But I tell you, he can clear me. There, that's probably him now.
Hello.
That's you, Waring?
That's right, Hudson.
I take it then you've talked to Morgan.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think?
What I think is unimportant. Morgan tells me you can clear him.
Sure. For a price.
Well, for my part, I'm not interested.
You got to talk to him, Mike.
I don't like it, Morgan.
Neither do I, but if this guy can save my
Well,
neck...
make up your minds, boys. They ain't got all week.
Okay, Hudson. We'll be over in an hour.
It's over here, Mike.
Now, look, I want you to let me handle Hudson and keep your mouth shut.
You're the doctor. What's keeping him?
I don't know.
Maybe he went out.
I doubt it.
How can you tell?
Take a peek at that keyhole.
I can't see a thing.
Sure, because the key is still in the lock. That means Hudson's got to be in there. Hey, Hudson, open up! Hudson! All right, Morgan, give me a hand.
What are you going to do?
Break it down. Shouldn't take too much effort. Come on, let's go. All right, one more. Should do it. Hudson! Hudson! Where the devil is the light switch?
It ought to be somewhere around the door.
And watch yourself, Morgan. Wait till I strike a match. I got it. There we are.
Mike.
Yeah. Don't touch him.
Was he dead?
Either that or asleep. With that knife in him, what do you think? Hand me the phone. I got to call the cops.
A nice piece of work, Mike. A very nice piece of work. All right, Morgan, let's go.
Now, hold it, Corbett. He's not the reason I called you.
I know, but I'm not complaining.
I told you not to call him Mike.
Yeah, I'm beginning to think you're right, Morgan. For the same dime, I could have phoned someone with brains.
What kind of a crack is that?
Well, in case you hadn't noticed, Sergeant, that's a body in that chair.
It'll keep. But as long as you raise the point, why did you kill him, Morgan?
You crazy? I just got here with Waring.
Don't hand me that.
It's the truth, Corbett.
So you're going to be his alibi.
Yep. And you better listen to me unless you want to look like a jerk when we get to headquarters. Now, how long would you say Hudson was dead?
Yeah, not too long. Body's still warm. Could be anywhere from 15 minutes to 3/4 of an hour.
And that lets Morgan out.
I don't see how.
Because he was with me every minute from the time I got Hudson's call to the time we broke down the door. And the whole business took at least an hour.
Your word's not good enough, Mike.
Okay, Sergeant. If you don't believe me, you can check with the switchboard at my place and the doorman downstairs. And if that's not enough, I'll dig up the hacky who drove us over.
That still doesn't mean Morgan couldn't have killed Red Davis.
Oh, now, come on. Use your head, Sergeant. You know both these murders were committed by the same party. Hudson knew who it was, and that's why he was killed.
I still say it was Morgan.
You're crazy. Hudson was going to clear me.
Keep quiet, Morgan. All right, Sergeant. I'll advise him to confess if you can show me one thing.
What?
How did he get in here? You can see the only door was locked from the inside.
So what? He could have used the window.
Yeah? We'll take a look.
There are bars on him.
That's right. And no one but a midget could fit through the opening.
And there must be another door.
Yeah, forget it. There wasn't.
And it was a physical impossibility for anyone to have killed Hudson.
Yet it was done.
How?
Well, I can't tell you. But maybe I can take you to the little lady who can. Shall we go?
Listen, Mike, if the DA ever finds out I let Morgan go, he'll have... Wait a minute.
Huh?
Isn't this where Red Davis lived?
That's right, Sergeant.
Well, you can't bother his wife now.
Why not?
Because her husband was just murdered.
Oh, well, she may surprise you with what she knows about it. Morgan told me that she was being romanced by some character.
Oh.
I don't know. And apparently neither did Red. If you ask me, Sergeant,
Yes?
Hello, Mrs. Davis. Remember me?
Not too pleasantly.
May we come in?
I'm sorry, Mr. Waring. I'm busy.
Oh, well, this gentleman would like to ask you a couple of questions.
This gentleman means nothing in my young life.
Well, now you never can tell. He's a sergeant in the New York Police Department's homicide division.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's just that the house is in such a mess.
Well, we promise not to stare.
Who was it, Norma? Norma.
I think you're being paged, Angel.
It's nothing, Raymond.
Oh, for a moment, darling, I was... Oh.
Hello, Mr.
Lyons, Raymond Lyons.
Listen, Sergeant, I can explain everything.
Sure, but suppose we do it downtown.
Downtown?
Yes, it's customary, Mrs. Davis, when the police are questioning suspects.
But we did absolutely nothing.
Nothing but murder your husband and the man named Larry Hudson.
That's a lie.
You deny that you and Lyons are busy in the romance department behind your husband's back?
Yes.
And what's Lyons doing here now?
Well, he's just helping me.
Mm-hmm. Like he helped you murder Hudson?
No.
Now, just a moment, Waring. I thought this gentleman was the officer of the law.
You're right, Lyons, but if you think my questions are going to be less embarrassing, you're in for a bad shock. Larry Hudson was murdered at 10:45 tonight. Where were you at that time?
I was with Norma.
That's right.
Well, now, that's what I call a wonderful alibi, Sergeant. Too bad there wasn't anyone else around to substantiate it.
Oh, but there was, Mr. Waring. A justice of the peace named Smith over in Jersey. I think he might recall us.
Why should he?
Because I gave him $100 to perform the marriage ceremony that made Norma here Mrs. Lyons. I guess he should remember that, don't you?
This is Ed Hurley again, friends, and I'd like to help you find out about the 9 most delicious cheese spreads you'd ever want to taste. They're the 9 famous cheese spreads made by Kraft. They're delightfully mild-tasting ones,
such as Kraft Pineapple Cheese Spread, Kraft Olive Pimento, and Kraft Relish. And there are sharp-tasting ones, too, like Roca, Smokell, and Kraft Limburger Cheese Spread. All of them are mighty good to eat. And they're good for you to eat, too, because they're wholesome dairy foods made from only the finest ingredients. For quick, easy snacks and sandwiches, keep your refrigerator stocked with several of the 9 delicious Kraft Cheese Spreads. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A half hour has passed since Norma Davis and Raymond Lyons punctured Mike's theory by coming up with an unbreakable alibi. And now, as Mike drives home with Sergeant Corbett, he still refuses to accept the obvious.
Doesn't make sense, Corbett. I tell you, it doesn't make sense.
Hey, will you watch where you're driving?
Something screwy about that marriage.
You saw the license?
Well, doesn't it strike you as strange that within 12 hours after her husband is murdered, Mrs. Davis marries another man?
Of course it does. There's no law against it.
No, but an alibi like that must have a hole in it.
Yeah, you show me where. And after you do that, show me how either Mrs. Davis or Lyons could have murdered Hudson. If it was a physical impossibility for Morgan to kill him, it applies to them, too.
Uh-oh, hold everything.
What's the matter?
Oh, what a chump I've been.
Well, they say confession is good for the soul.
I tell you, I've got the answer to the whole thing, Sergeant.
That on the level?
Yes. I know now who killed Hudson. And with the help of Chuck Morgan, I'm going to prove it.
See what you're driving at, Mike. I don't know anything about Mrs. Davis except what I told you before.
Well, how did you discover she was seeing Raymond Lyons?
I didn't know it was Lyons. All Hudson told me was that it was some man.
Mm-hmm. How well did you know Hudson?
I met him for the first time today. He got in touch with one of my friends and said he wanted to see me.
Well, that puts us right back where we started.
Look, Mike, why don't we drop the whole business?
Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you?
Well, sure. The cops know now that I couldn't have killed Hudson.
That's where you're wrong.
You mean they still
No, they don't. But I do.
What are you babbling about?
Morgan, I know how you managed it.
Do you?
Yes, it was pretty clever. I can't blame myself for not seeing it sooner. No wonder you insisted I go up and see Hudson.
I'm still waiting to hear you explain how I killed him.
Well, I'm saving that for the cops.
Ah, don't kid yourself, Mike. You've done all the talking you're going to.
All right, put away the gun, Morgan. You don't think I'd be sucker enough to come here alone?
Funny, I don't see anyone around.
You're not looking in the right places.
What?
Get down, Mike. I'm warning you, Morgan. You better throw your gun in the middle of the room.
You want it, Sergeant? Come here.
Watch it, Mike. He may be acting.
And with that hole in his forehead, Corbett, it doesn't call for much ability. Think you better phone the coroner. You can drop me over the corner, Sergeant.
Well, it's been grand.
Hold it, Mike. Aren't you forgetting something? I've got a report to make.
Who's stopping you?
You are.
Oh. Well, you know that Morgan killed Red Davis.
Sure. I was the first one to say so.
You should have stuck to your guns.
Well, when you tossed in that razzle-dazzle about Hudson's murder, you threw me.
Yeah, well, don't feel too badly about it. I was right with you. Of course, I'm reconstructing now, but this is what must have happened. Lyons tried to hire Hudson to bump Red. Hudson said he'd think it over. When Red was killed, Hudson knew immediately that if he hadn't done it, Morgan must have.
I don't see how that follows. It could have been Lyons.
If Lyons were willing to do the job, why did he approach Hudson in the first place? No, it had to be Morgan. And when Hudson realized that, he tried to shake down Morgan. He even told Morgan that if the price were right, he might be induced to frame Red's wife. So Morgan played along with him and asked him to get in touch with me.
Now we're coming to the part I want to hear.
Well, when Chuck went to meet Hudson, first of many such... So he slipped a slow-acting drug into Hudson's drink.
Why didn't he kill him then and there and be done with it?
Because he needed an alibi, and I was it.
I don't get it.
He needed someone with him while he murdered Hudson.
What?
Sure. Remember you said it was a physical impossibility for anyone to get into that room and kill Hudson before Morgan and I broke down the door?
Yeah?
Well, there you hit the nail right on the head. It was a physical impossibility. So it means that Hudson was killed while I was in the room.
Let me get this straight. You mean while you were hunting for the light switch?
Morgan was hunting for a place to plant his knife.
Wasn't he taking quite a chance there?
Oh. Hudson was drugged, so he couldn't make an outcry. And the knife makes no noise at all.
Well, that'll learn you. The next time I say something, you'll listen. I told you Morgan was the killer all along.
Yeah, well, you'll have to forgive me. I've been hearing so many radio shows. I forgot it wasn't unconstitutional for a cop to be right. Let's hope this establishes some sort of a precedent. Huh? Good night, Sergeant.
It's wonderful as a spread, delicious as a seasoning, superb as a flavor shortening. It's Parquet Margarine, that marvelous all-purpose margarine made by Kraft. Yes, millions prefer Parquet to any other spread, seasoning or shortening, for one big reason. It tastes so good. And it tastes so good because it's always fresh. In states where the law permits, get yellow Parquet in its new aluminum foil Flavor Saver wrap. Elsewhere, get the regular package or Color Quick bag. Get Parkay, Parquet Margarine made by Kraft. It tastes so good. The Case of the Gangster's Girl. The Case of the Gangster's Girl. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that somebody who starts out to be a stool pigeon is likely to end up being a dead pigeon. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Gene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Also heard on today's broadcast was Miss Ann Williams of New Orleans, Louisiana, who was chosen by this program from among the dramatic students of Sarah Lawrence College in Bronxville, New York. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Monty Woolley, Jack Haley, and Judy Holliday join the big show on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Thelma. I'm glad you called, but tonight is out, Angel. A girl is trying to break off with her boyfriend, but he loves her too much to let her go. And it's up to me to see he doesn't love her to death.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Gangster's Girl. Before we join the Falcon in his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you folks about Kraft's golden cheese food, Velveeta. Velveeta is such good eating. Just taste that grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And Velveeta is so good for you. It's rich in important food values from milk itself. For swell-tasting snacks, for good hearty sandwiches, for thrifty, easy hot dishes, it's smart to keep stocked with Velveeta. Get it tomorrow in the handy quarter-pound package or in the economical 2-pound loaf. The cheese food of top quality. Velveeta is made only by Kraft. And now, The Case of the Gangster's Girl. It's late Sunday night in New York, and Mort Potter, a local gambler, is returning home after hitting a few of the night spots when a large sedan pulls alongside on a deserted street. Potter pulls over to let the second car by, but instead of passing, it starts crowding him, forcing him toward the curb.
Hey! Hey, what's the idea? Why don't you look where you... Oh, Murray.
Hello, Potter. Come on, Hilliard. Here. I'm disappointed in you, Potter. Hilliard tells me you turned down our proposition.
Yeah, well, it's just... Well, I thought...
You didn't think so good. Come on, get out.
Hey, what's the idea?
Get out, or do I have to help you? All right, Hilliard, hold him.
Yeah, Mary. Look, fellas, if you'll just let me...
Oh, hey, cut it. Oh, yeah. Oh.
Murray, don't you believe in knocking?
You want privacy, keep your door locked.
I thought it was.
Well, you should be more careful, Sue. Well, where do you think you're going?
Little trip?
Looks more like a big trip. You've cleaned the closet.
If I want to go away...
From me? You wouldn't do that, baby doll.
I saw the paper. That man has 3 broken ribs.
What man?
You know what man. Everybody knows you did it.
Baby doll, don't take everything so serious.
3 broken ribs are serious.
Are they your ribs?
You said easy money. Well, I didn't like it from the start. But you insisted, what's the harm? Well, when you start beating up people, that's harm. Next, it'll be killing. Or maybe that's happened already, too.
Now, look, I don't want to talk about it. You're staying here, understand?
No, Murray.
I said you're staying here. Now start unpacking.
No.
Start unpack. Hurry up. Wanting to go away. You don't know how lucky you are, baby doll. I'm going to be big in this town. Real big.
I liked you when you weren't going to be big.
Now, don't talk dumb. And quit your bawling. We're doing a town tonight. I don't want your eyes all red.
Why can't you leave me alone?
Sometimes I ask myself that. I just can't, that's all. You know, you ought to be flattered. As soon as Hilliard told me you'd been over to the airline ticket office, I'd come right over.
Oh, Hilliard. How did he know?
He keeps his eyes open.
Have you got him spying on me?
He just likes to look after my interests, that's all.
He just likes to make trouble, that's all.
Oh, he's okay.
Like a rattlesnake, he's okay. And one of these days, he'll make trouble for you, too.
Don't make me laugh.
You'll see. Things aren't bad enough. You have to have worms around.
All right. You don't like him? I'll can him. Anything for you, baby.
Yeah, except getting out of the whole dirty business.
Except that.
Or letting me out.
Oh, you don't want out, baby doll. Not if it means leaving me. Now, come on, honey. Get those bags unpacked.
Hello?
Is that Michael Waring, the Falcon?
Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
I want to hire you.
Well, considering the price of groceries, I want to be hired. Who are you?
Oh, Sue Saunders.
Mm-hmm. And why do you want a detective? Or don't you want to say it over the phone?
It has to be over the phone. I don't dare come to see you. I might be followed. I'm calling from a phone booth, and I'll mail you the money for your fee.
All right, what do I do to earn it?
I want to get rid of my boyfriend.
Rid of him?
Yeah. I'm hoping you can have him put in jail.
Oh, for a minute you had me worried.
Well, you may still have something to worry about. He plays rough.
What's his name?
Murray Ross.
Oh, I see what you mean. I've just been reading about him.
Yeah, it's in the papers. The police questioned him, but they couldn't prove anything. But I know he beat up that man because he wouldn't join Murray's outfit. They want to corner all the numbers men in town.
Who's they?
Murray and Al Burkett.
Uh-oh. Is Burkett in this deal?
He is the deal. Murray just runs the West End for him.
Uh-huh. And just where do you fit?
I don't fit anymore. That's just the trouble. I've been going with Murray, but I want out.
And he has other plans for you, huh?
That's right. My only hope is for him to be picked up. But so far, nobody's been able to prove anything that would stick.
What makes you think I will?
Well, I have to do something, and I've heard a lot about you, and I got to get away. I simply got to.
Even if it means sending your boyfriend to jail?
He hasn't left me any choice.
Well, I'll do what I can for you, but how do I get in touch with you?
I'll have to get in touch with you. I'll call you from time to time.
Right. Can you tell me anything that might help?
Well, nothing more than I already have, and the police already know all of that. The problem's getting proof. If I learn anything, I'll let you know. Now I gotta go. He's expecting me for dinner.
Well, have fun.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm dead serious.
It's just the way I'll be if Murray finds out about this call. Goodbye, Mr. Waring.
Come on, baby doll. Let's have a smile.
I'm trying, Murray.
You shouldn't have to try. What's the matter?
You know what's the matter.
Ah, look, baby doll, I know it's a little rough getting organized, but everybody's just about lined up now. No more knuckle deals. Now it's a business, just like any business. I'll have an office, 9 to 5. You'll see.
You know, first it's getting people in line, and then it's keeping them in line.
They'll stay in line.
Not because they want to. You enjoy throwing your weight around, Murray. You know you do. You like people to be afraid of you. Makes you feel important. You have to pretend to be a big shot because you know you're just Burkett's errand boy.
Well, you...
Look out, you'll knock over the champagne.
Just Burkett's errand boy, huh? Listen, baby doll, I'm going to tell you something. I run the West End, see? All the collections are turned over to me.
And you pass them on to Burkett with a little cut for yourself.
Little cut? Listen, Burkett don't know all the angles. I got 2 sets of books. If Burkett knew what to take in this part of town really comes to it with curl his hair. I'm taking him but plenty.
And when he finds out?
Who's going to tell him?
Maybe he won't have to be told. He's good at arithmetic.
Yeah, but he can't figure what he can't see, baby doll. Ah, come on, stop worrying, will you? Everything's going to be all right.
Yeah, I guess it is. Just depends upon what you call all right.
Yes, what is it?
Murray Ross is here to see you, Mr. Burkett.
Oh, good. I've been waiting. Send him in.
Yeah. Okay, go on in.
Right. Hello, Burkett. I understand you wanted to see me.
Yes, I like to check up from time to time. You know how it is. Sit down. Cigarette?
No, thanks.
How's Sue?
Oh, she's all right.
That's good.
Anything special you wanted to see me about?
As a matter of fact, yes, there is.
Shoot.
Don't give me ideas.
Huh?
You take me for a fool, Murray?
I don't know what you mean.
I think you do. But just so there won't be any question, I'll lay it on the line. Cards on the table. To put it bluntly, Murray, you've been holding out on me, shortchanging me.
What? Who told you?
Never mind. I have sources of information.
Well, your sources are talking through their hat.
Perhaps. Won't take long to check.
Want to see the books?
Which set?
You got the wrong idea.
I think not, but as I said, I'll check. But not books. There are other methods, more reliable.
Okay, you'll find out.
I'm sure I will, my boy. And while I'm working on it, you'll stay here where I can keep an eye on you.
Here?
Yes, house guest. The boys will see you're comfortable. What's the matter?
Oh, nothing.
You're too warm? I see you're perspiring. Shall I open a window?
I'm getting out of here. What?
Going somewhere, mister?
Well,
Close the door.
Yeah.
All right, now come back here and sit down, boy. We've got to finish our conversation.
What are you going to do?
Ah, yes. What am I going to do? Let's discuss that, shall we?
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. And while Mr. Burkett is talking about what he's going to do, I have a little suggestion for you ladies who wonder what you're going to do for some interesting Lenten menu ideas. And my suggestion is this. Just get a 2-pound loaf of Kraft smooth melting pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta. You can melt Velveeta for smooth, delicious cheese sauce that'll add extra goodness to vegetables or seafood or rice or just plain toast for a fine main dish. And it's such an easy sauce to make. All you do is melt a 1/2 pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. Notice how smooth it melts without any lumps at all. Then slowly stir in 1/4 cup of milk, season to your taste, and there you have it. A delicious cheese sauce with a wonderful, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. A flavor that everyone, the youngsters and Grandma included, will enjoy often. And it's a wholesome dish because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk. So whether you melt Velveeta for a swell cheese sauce or slice it thick for hearty sandwiches, you'll find Velveeta is a mighty handy helper, Mother, especially now during Lent. Get a 2-pound loaf tomorrow, won't you? It's America's favorite cheese food, the one and only Velveeta, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. It's a couple of hours since Al Burkett revealed he knew about Murray's double dealing. And now there's a knock at the door of Sue Sanders' apartment. Sue goes to the door, opens it, and finds herself facing Murray.
Hello, baby doll. Surprised to see me?
No. Should I be?
Look out, I'm coming in.
All right. Why are you locking the door?
I've just come from Burkett.
Oh?
He knows about the finagling.
How'd he find out?
How'd he find out? That's Rich.
Well, he let you go.
Yeah, he let me go. Says I can still be useful, but now he's going to keep his eye on me. Won't that be real cozy? Somebody's going to pay for this, baby doll.
Well, you don't think that
Somebody tipped Burkett. He didn't have proof, but he knew about the deal.
Well, if he didn't have the
He
proof...
could always get proof once he was wise, so I had to come across. Come here, baby doll.
What do you want?
I just want you to come here.
Murray.
Why did you tip Burkett? Not much you didn't. I tell you, and right away, Burkett knows all about it.
You don't believe me.
Yeah?
Ouch, Murray, don't.
You little double-crosser.
Tell him, I swear it.
Then who did?
How about Hilliard?
Hey. Hilliard, huh? Why should he?
I told you he was dangerous. He spied on me for you. Well, he'll spy on you for Burkett. Get in good with the big boys. That's his motto.
Maybe.
That must be it. Hilliard would sell out his own brother if it would help him get ahead.
Well, we'll see, baby doll. We'll see.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Waring. This is Sue Sanders. Have you found out anything for me?
I'm working on it. I've got a phony deal cooked up. If I can get Murray to go for it, I may be able to hook him.
Well, I hope you can work fast. He thinks I've double-crossed him.
Does he know about me?
No, it's something else.
All right, I'll put on the heat. But I think I'd better try the act out on Hilliard first.
Hilliard?
Yeah, I have an idea he's more gullible than Murray. If I can sell him, Murray's a cinch.
Well, anything you think best, only hurry.
Hilliard. You can at least double your take if you work with my crowd.
How do you know what my take is?
Well, it's all down there in black and white.
I'm not admitting those figures are right. In fact, I'm not admitting I have anything to do with the numbers.
All right, look, I don't blame you for being cagey, but think it over, Hilliard. If you want to do business, you know where to reach me.
Okay, Waring.
But I'd like an answer by tomorrow. We want to get moving.
Yeah.
And, if I were you, I wouldn't mention this to anyone.
You think I'm crazy?
It's always a possibility. Well, now I've got... Look out, Hilliard, the window! Driver, did you see anybody come out of that alley just now?
Uh-huh. He just got in a red sedan, drove off.
Did you see where he went?
Turned right at the corner.
All right, let's see if we can catch him.
Okay. Hey, what's it all about?
Did you hear those shots?
Shots? I thought it was backfire.
Backfire never killed anybody.
Oh, somebody's dead?
Yeah, very.
Hey, I don't think I like this.
Well, I'm not exactly turning cartwheels myself. You said red sedan. Is that it up ahead?
Yeah, could be.
All right, step on it.
Yeah. Sees us coming. He's starting to speed.
Well, catch him.
Well, I'll try, but I'm just as happy if I don't.
He just turned left.
Yeah, I see. Hang on. Here we go.
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah. Just got through the light. It's changing.
Well, lean on your horn and go through on the red.
Now, look, if I get a ticket...
I'll stand the fine.
Okay. Do you stand the hospital bills, too?
Yes, and the funeral expenses. Just keep going.
Yeah, you say the nicest thing.
He's taking another turn.
Yeah. Hey, he'll never make it at that speed. I told you he's going to crash. Well, end of the line, mister.
Certainly looks like it for him. Hello, Murray.
Do I know you?
Name's Mike Waring.
Oh, the Falcon.
You see, you do know me.
Of you. What do you want?
Well, I got a proposition you might be interested in.
No, thanks.
How do you know till you hear it?
I said I've heard of you. I didn't like what I heard.
Well, neither did Hilliard, but he was willing to look over my wares.
Oh? You talked to Hilliard?
Uh-huh.
What'd he say?
Said he'd consider it.
I'm not surprised. Now I know I'm not interested.
You don't care for Hilliard, huh?
I don't care for rats.
How much don't you care for them?
Ah?
Well, just wondering if you'd try to exterminate them.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, somebody exterminated Hilliard. And since you called him a rat...
You mean he's dead?
That's right.
So that's her angle.
Whose angle?
Nothing. Anyhow, it's not going to work. I can prove where I've been all afternoon.
Yes, but this job was done by a professional trigger. You could have hired him.
Are they picked up who done it?
Picked up the pieces.
Well, it wasn't working for me. But I got an idea. I'll be seeing you, Wary.
Just a minute, Murray.
I got things to do out of my way.
Yeah, well, first...
I said out of my way.
Okay, if that's the way you want it, maybe this will keep you around a while.
Mr. Waring, you shouldn't have come here. I said I'd call you.
Well, I didn't want to wait.
But if Murray comes...
He won't.
How do you know?
The police are keeping him busy.
Oh, you've had him arrested?
Yes, temporarily. And they're holding him for questioning.
Well, they questioned him before. They can't prove anything. That's why I hired you.
Well, they never questioned him about this before.
About what?
Hilliard's murder.
What? Has Hilliard been murdered?
Uh-huh. And when I told Murray about it, I got the idea he was coming for you. That's the reason I tried to put him on ice for a while.
Would you think they'll be able to hold him long?
I'm afraid not. Unless you can give us a little something to go on.
Like what?
Like a motive, for example. Now, do you know any reason why Murray would want to kill Hilliard?
Now, look. It's going to be bad enough for me if Murray gets out of this. I'll only make it worse by saying anything, make him that much angrier.
Well, maybe he won't get out of it if you tell enough.
But this is murder. Yeah, I want him locked up, but the electric chair, that's something else.
Yeah, but you're hired to his, Angel. And if he's a murderer...
I don't know what to say.
Say whatever you know.
Well, I don't know much.
Look, did Murray have a motive for killing Hilliard?
Well, yeah, I guess he did.
All right, what was it?
I told you Murray thought I double-crossed him.
Yes, but you didn't say what about.
Well, he'd been holding back some of Burkett's money. Burkett found out about it. Murray thought I told him. I said it must have been Hilliard.
Mm-hmm. Well, that could do it. Anything else you know?
I don't think so.
Well, I'll call that much into the police. Then I'll go see Burkett. Now that the heat's on, I've got to find out what's cooking and make sure it's not your goose.
Burkett.
Yes?
Mike Waring is here. He wants to see you.
Waring, huh? Good. Tell him to come in.
Yeah. All right, Waring.
Well, thanks, sweetheart. Hello, Burkett. I've been wanting to meet you.
So I understand. You've been snooping around. What's it about?
Snooping?
Asking questions.
Oh.
If you hadn't dropped in today, I was just about to look you up.
Well, I saved you the trouble.
All right, now let's have it. I like to know where I stand. Why the interest in me?
Well, I'll tell you. I'm interested in the numbers game. It can be very profitable.
Yes, that's what I hear.
That's what you know. You're in it up to your ears.
All right, if you like. I won't deny it, but it'll take some proving. The DA's been working on it for months.
I don't have to prove it except to my own satisfaction. I'm not trying to convince a court.
Who are you trying to convince?
I told you, myself. Just wanted to make sure you were the boy to hit with my proposition.
Proposition?
Yeah, there's a new outfit coming into this game. They sent me on ahead to line things up. We're big, lots of backing. Now, we could run you out, but we prefer to do business with you. To your advantage and ours.
Whose outfit is it?
Well, we'll get around to that when you join. But now you deal with me.
Look, friend, if I was up to my ears in a racket, as you say, why would I want to deal with a character like the Falcon who's so chummy with the law?
I'm sure I've been chummy with the law. That's why the organization wanted me. A thing like that can come in handy. Now, look, I don't blame you for being cautious, but I've got the whole thing worked out on paper. Dollars and cents. Can't hurt to look at it.
Oh, it can't hurt. Be glad to look it over. Let's have it.
Well, I don't have it with me. I left it at Hilliard's.
Hilliard's? What were you doing there?
Well, I didn't think there was any use hitting you until I found out how your boys took to this idea. So I talked to Hilliard and Murray Ross.
Oh. What did they say?
Why not ask them?
Don't think I won't. I'm supposed to come here tonight. If they've been holding hands with you...
So you admit they work for you?
That's no secret, Waring. I have an investment business.
Still don't trust me, do you, Burkett?
Why should I?
You shouldn't.
But I'm always willing to look over any proposition.
Mm-hmm.
I'll send one of the boys over to Hilliard's to pick up your papers.
Yes, do that. I'm sure you'll find them interesting.
What I want to know is just how interesting did Hilliard and Murray find them?
Well, I'm afraid you'll never find out from Hilliard.
Why?
Haven't you heard?
Heard what?
Hilliard's been murdered.
What?
Yes, I thought you knew.
Oh, Hilliard talks to you, and right away he gets himself murdered. What's the matter? Did he turn you down?
Said he'd think it over.
Who are you working for, Waring?
I told you, that's not for publication yet.
I'm asking.
Sorry.
You know, sometimes silence can be very unhealthy.
Why? You're just a businessman. Investments. You wouldn't try any rough stuff.
That's right, Waring. I wouldn't. But you can always have an accident, can't you?
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, Mike won't tell Mr. Burkett what he wants to know, but I do want to tell you something I'm sure you mothers especially will want to know. It's how to get the finest cheese food you can buy for your family. It's simple, really. Just be sure you buy Velveeta, Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food. Velveeta tastes good, and it's so good for you, too. For Velveeta is rich in important food values from milk, and it's as digestible as milk itself. So it's perfect any time for snacks, sandwiches, and grand hot dishes. Try it, won't you, Mother? Make Velveeta your handy helper. Just be sure you get genuine Velveeta, the pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. It's 20 minutes since Mike Waring left Al Burkett. Now he's back at Sue's with a plan to wrap up the case.
Now, look, Angel, I want you to call Burkett. Ask him to come over here.
Why?
I want to get him away from his guerrillas. He was expecting Murray and Hilliard tonight. Now, he knows Hilliard can't make it, but he's still waiting for Murray. He knows you're Murray's girl, so maybe he'll come if he thinks you have an important message from Murray.
He'd probably want me to go to his place.
Well, you can be expecting a phone call from Murray and don't want to leave till you get it.
All right, I'll try. But what happens when he gets here?
Well, the only way to clinch anything against these boys is to get one of them on record against the other. I think I know how to do it now, and it ought to work.
Well, it better. After all, Mr. Waring, I hired you to get me out of danger, not into it. Come in, Mr. Burkett.
Righto, Sue. Where's... Oh, Waring.
Hello, Burkett.
Oh, she didn't tell me you'd be here.
I thought Murray might be here.
What did you want with him? You said you'd already talked over your proposition with him.
No, it wasn't about that. I want to talk to him about the murder.
So? What did he think he could tell you?
Well, as a matter of fact,
Murray.
Well, what do you know? Right on cue. Come on in, Murray.
What is this? What are you doing here?
Waiting for you. I didn't think the police would hold you, but maybe they will next time round.
Police? So that's your game, Waring. The proposition was just a bluff. I thought as much.
Yes, Burkett, I've been trying to find some way of proving what everybody knows about you fellas. It's not easy, but maybe it won't be necessary if I can pin the murder on you instead.
On who?
Who do you think, Murray?
You tell me.
Well, Burkett found out you had double-crossed him. Haven't you wondered why he didn't do something about it? The only reason you're not on the slab with Hilliard is that you make such a nice patsy.
How's that?
Hilliard blabbed on you. Gives you good motive. So it's safe for Burkett to have Hilliard rubbed out with you around to take the rap.
What rubbish.
I don't know, Burkett. I've been wondering how come you turned me loose.
Well, I told you I needed you.
Maybe. And maybe Waring's making sense. Now, you're going to tell me.
I told you. No. Go.
Come on, Burkett, talk.
Stop it, you idiot. Can't you see what Waring's trying to do?
You're going to talk.
Sure he will, Murray, at headquarters. That's where you're going as soon as you fellas get through dancing. And just in case you have any doubts about it, this gun ought to remove them. So let me know when you're ready, will you? Well, Angel, before they got through, they certainly spilled plenty on each other. They won't have much to worry about from Murray anymore. He has a long stretch ahead for racketeering. And Burkett is going up for murder.
But why did Burkett have Hilliard killed? Hilliard was helping him. He told me about Murray's cheating.
Yes, that's just it. You see, Hilliard was a stool pigeon. He squealed on you to Murray, squealed on Murray to Burkett. So Burkett reasoned he might just as likely squeal on him to the law.
Oh, I see.
Now, Burkett's motto was never trust a stoolie. Makes sense.
But how did you know that he was behind the murder?
Well, he pretended he didn't know Hilliard had been killed. When I told him I'd left some papers he might be interested in at Hilliard's, he said he'd send one of the boys over to pick them up. But since he was supposed to be expecting Hilliard, why didn't he simply call him to bring the papers along?
Of course. He must have known Hilliard wouldn't be coming.
That's right, because he knew he was dead.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad it's over. And I'm certainly glad you got me free of Murray. And believe me, I'm going to be careful who I start going out with from now on.
That's a very good idea.
Of course. A private detective ought to be safe enough.
Uh-oh. Don't look at me.
What's the matter?
You had your last boyfriend sent to jail. I'm going to be careful, too. Good night, Angel.
Friends, America's defense program has placed on the Red Cross one of the greatest responsibilities it has ever had to assume. Now, in addition to day-to-day aid to the sick and injured, the Red Cross must extend its services to the men of our growing armed forces in camps and hospitals, at home and overseas. Now, too, the Red Cross must recruit, train, and equip millions of home defense volunteers in first aid and home nursing. And the Red Cross system of blood banks must be expanded to meet greater civilian and military needs. That's why Red Cross needs your help. By giving as generously as you can to the Red Cross, you are helping to mobilize for the defense of your family, your community, your country. The Case of the Unsilent Butler. The Case of the Unsilent Butler. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that the way some people get a bang out of life is by using a gun. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Jerome Epstein, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Jan Miner as Sue. Be sure to hear the Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place, the Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley, he's speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Vivian. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to pass me by tonight, Angel. I'm all tied up with some practical joker. Mm-hmm. This boy thinks the only way to get a bang out of life is by using a gun.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Unsilent Butler. Before we join the Falcon in his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you folks about Kraft's Golden Velveeta. Velveeta is such good eating. Just taste that grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And Velveeta is so good for you. It's rich in important food values from milk, and it's digestible. Velveeta is as digestible as milk itself. For swell-tasting snacks, for good, hearty sandwiches, for thrifty, easy hot dishes, it's smart to keep stocked with Velveeta. Get it tomorrow in the handy half-pound package or in the economical 2-pound loaf. The pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality, Velveeta, is made only by Kraft. And now, the case of the unsilent butler. It's early afternoon in New York, and in the swank offices of the Conrad Oil Company, the president of the outfit thumbs through a stack of correspondence. It's quite obvious that Mr. Conrad is a big operator, and if you're wondering how he got there, just watch him in action.
What is it, Miss Rogers?
I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Conreed, but there's a Daniel Lyons here to see you.
Daniel Lyon?
He used to be with the Cooper Detective Agency. He says he has a 3:30 appointment.
Oh, yes. Send him in.
Mr. Conreed will see you now, Mr. Lyons.
Miss Rogers.
Yes, sir.
See that we're not disturbed.
Mr. Conrad?
That's right.
I'm Danny Lyons.
This is indeed a pleasure, sir. Won't you sit down?
Thanks.
You're probably wondering why I sent for you.
Now that you mention it, I am. Your company has its own staff of troubleshooters.
Well, the assignment I had in mind calls for peculiar talents, and I don't think our boys are equipped to handle it.
What makes you think I am?
Weren't you the detective whose license was revoked for your part in the Norden affair?
Yeah, but I was framed.
I'm terribly sorry to hear that.
What do you mean?
The man with an imagination capable of figuring out a method of swindling Mr. Norden should go far.
Could you use someone like that?
I could.
Then I'm your boy. What's the pitch?
Mr. Lyons, I don't know how much you know about the oil business.
Very little.
Have you any idea how we locate a well?
I always assumed you just kept digging and hoped for the best.
Oh, it's a little more scientific than that. However, there's still a great deal of guesswork involved. So much so that last year alone, my company lost $6 million sinking new wells.
Oh, that's tough, but that's one of the gambles of your racket, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. However, 3 months ago, an engineer named Robert Butler invented a device that takes practically 80% of the guesswork out of locating oil wells. He called it the Butler Petroleum Detector.
Gimmick like that ought to be worth a fortune.
It is.
Then it seems to me I'd get hold of this Butler character.
You should give me credit for that much intelligence, sir. But you see, Robert Butler died in an accident 2 weeks ago.
What happened to the invention?
He left it to his brother, Arthur, who unfortunately contracted to sell it to an independent prospector named Just Stevens before he heard from us.
What if he did sell it to Stevens? Couldn't you arrange with Arthur Butler to give you a set of plans?
There are no plans. They were all destroyed in the accident that killed the inventor. The only thing that exists is a 12-inch working model. Need I add, Mr. Lyons, as such, it's extremely valuable.
What do you call valuable?
If we got it instead of Stevens, it would be worth $100,000.
And no questions asked, Mr. Conrad?
And no questions asked, Mr. Lyons.
Taxi! Taxi! All right, driver. Let's go to the... Oh, excuse me a moment. Say, mister.
Me?
Yeah.
What's the trouble?
No trouble. My name's Arthur Butler. I like to make things easy for people.
Huh?
I got a date with a fella named Jess Stevens.
What?
I'm supposed to meet him at Mike Warren's apartment at the Belmore.
What's that supposed to mean to me?
Well, it should mean something. You've been trailing me ever since Friday, and seeing as how I'm only going to be in town another few hours, I wouldn't want to lose you now. So long. All right, driver, let's go.
Is that the right time, Mike?
More or less, Stevens.
What's keeping our friend, Mr. Butler?
Now, relax, Jess. He's only 5 minutes late. He'll probably be here. What did I tell you?
Come in. Well, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Oh, hi, Butler. We were just talking about you.
I'm sorry I'm late.
Oh, that's okay. I just didn't want to miss my plane to San Francisco. I've got to leave in half an hour. Can we get going?
No, I don't see why not.
All right, Mike. Suppose you take over.
Well, I don't think there's much for us to do. Did you bring the model of the petroleum detector with you, Butler?
Yes, sir. I got it right in this grip, chained to my wrist.
All right, get your key ready. According to the contract, you were to get $25,000. Stevens gave you $1,000 when the contract was signed, and right here I have his check for the balance.
Mm-hmm. Is it certified?
No, but I can assure you it's good.
How do I know that?
Hmm?
Well, this is on a San Francisco check. I'm sorry, gentlemen, it won't do.
Now, look here, Butler. We made a deal.
Take it easy, Jess. I'll handle this. Listen, Butler. That contract is legal and binding. You try to renege on it.
Oh, I have no intention of reneging, Mr. Warren. But until I see that $24,000 balance in cash, I'm not turning over this model.
And where can we cash a check this size on Saturday afternoon?
Well, that's your problem.
Mm-hmm. All I can say, Butler, is that you picked an awfully queer time to turn suspicious.
Maybe I did, but you can't blame me. I don't know you people too well. And, Well, meaning no offense, sir, but what guarantee have I that Mr. Stevens isn't trying to flim-flam me?
Why, you...
Now, Jess, easy. What do you mean, Butler?
Just what I said. If everything's on the up and up about this deal, why is Mr. Stevens in such a hurry to leave New York? And why has he had me followed?
Followed?
Have you had a tail on him, Jess?
Help me, Mike. The guy's crazy.
You must be imagining things, Butler.
Don't tell me that. I've seen the same gentleman too often. Yesterday, he posed as a bill collector. This morning, he was a telephone repairman.
What did he look like?
He's a heavy-set lad. Must weigh about 210 pounds. Brown curly hair. Oh, and across the bridge of his nose was a small scar.
Sounds like Danny Lyons.
Lyons? Who's he?
The private detective who recently lost his license for being mixed up in some swindle.
Mm-hmm. Now tell me I'm imagining things.
And now look, Butler, Stevens didn't hire Lyons.
Well, then who did?
I don't know.
Maybe I can guess.
Who?
Carl Conrad.
Carl Conrad? Who's he?
Oh, one of my competitors. Listen, Mike, is this man Lyons dangerous?
Enough.
Then I want you to leave that model here, Butler.
You're crazy. I'm not letting this out of my sight till I collect that $24,000 I got coming.
You'll have it Monday morning, just as soon as my bank opens in San Francisco.
Fair enough. You'll get the detective then.
Well, the least you can do in the meantime is to hire a bodyguard.
Don't you worry about me, Mr. Waring. I'd look after myself.
Oh, sure. Last man I heard say that was guest of honor at an autopsy last week. All right, Butler, we'll supply the bodyguard.
Yes?
Is John Webster in?
Do you have an appointment?
Well, I think he'll see me. Where is he, in there?
Just a second.
That's all right. I'm an old friend of the family.
Come back here. You can't walk in like that.
Hey, what goes on here?
Hello, Johnny.
Mike Waring.
I tried to stop him, Mr. Webster, but
That's
he wouldn't...
okay, Pat. This is the Falcon. We used to play hooky together.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
How could you?
Sit down, Mike.
Thanks.
Haven't seen you in months.
How's it going, Johnny?
Oh, it couldn't be better. Right, Pat?
Oh, yes. Everybody seems to want to hire Mr. Webster.
Well, what about the...
Oh, the furniture?
Well, I was referring to the lack of it.
Oh, we took it out. We ordered a new batch. You know, that modern chrome stuff. Pat thinks it's kind of flashy for a private dick's office, but I didn't. What do you say, Mike?
Well, I say I'm awfully glad to hear you're doing so well.
Yeah. I'm working on a case now that's a humdinger. $5,000 fee.
Well, I guess I'll have to find myself another boy.
Oh, what do you mean?
Oh, I had a little routine bodyguarding job, but I could see you wouldn't be interested.
Whoa. Sit down, huh?
No, I really got to go, Johnny.
Not until I get that job.
But this would only last 48 hours and pay $20 a day.
That's 40 more than Pat and I saw all week.
Oh?
I was bluffing, Mike. I haven't had a case in months. Do I get yours?
Sure, Johnny.
Thanks. What's the story?
Well, there's a man named Arthur Butler staying at the Belvedere. He'll give you all the dope.
He the boy you want me to keep an eye on?
Mm-hmm. You're not to let him out of your sight for a minute. He's got an oil detector gadget on him that's worth a fortune.
You expecting me?
Yeah, but I better call him and tell him you're on your way over.
Oh, Mike.
Huh?
It don't work. The phone company and me are feuding.
You mean they're sore because you don't pay your bills?
Ain't that ridiculous?
Oh. Okay, Johnny, I'll phone him from outside.
There's a booth in the lobby.
Yeah, I'll see you. So long, Pat. Been nice knowing you.
Thank you.
Well, baby, what do you think?
I don't like it, Johnny.
Why?
Don't ask me. I just don't like it.
Don't be silly, Pat. I got a hunch this is where our luck starts to change.
On a $40 case?
Guys have made fortunes in this racket starting with less. I wonder how much that gadget this Butler character owns is worth.
Oh, go away. Look, will you please go away? There's nobody home.
That's you, Waring?
So sorry, Mr. Waring, not to go to Saskatchewan.
Now, don't be funny.
Huh? Who is this?
Arthur Butler.
Oh, do you realize what time it is, Butler?
I'm sorry to disturb you, but I wanted to congratulate you and your buddy, Mr. Stevens, for that cute stunt you pulled.
Stunt?
Yeah, sending around that Johnny Webster.
What's the matter with Johnny?
Well, that all depends on your point of view. From yours, he couldn't have done much better.
Oh, look, Butler, you're not making sense. Let me talk to Webster. Put him on.
Oh, that's a nice act, fella, but it won't sustain.
What are you talking about?
Your friend Johnny skipped.
Johnny skipped. What about the model?
Oh, don't feel badly. He didn't overlook it. He's got it all right, but I want it back, Waring. And if I don't hear from you within 1 hour, you'll be hearing plenty from me.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, it seems that if Mr. Butler doesn't hear from Mike, there'll be trouble. And if you ladies don't hear this idea I have for you this afternoon, you might have more trouble than necessary in planning your Lenten menus. So let me tell you how you can melt Kraft's famous pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta, for a golden, smooth cheese sauce that's perfect with vegetable plates or seafood or rice or just over toast for a grand Lenten main dish. And this sauce is so easy to make. You just melt a half-pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. You don't need to cut it up because Velveeta melts so easily and smoothly without any lumps at all. Then stir in a quarter cup of milk, season, and there it is, a cheese sauce that's simply delicious with a grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And you know this wonderful Velveeta sauce will add extra nourishment to your meal because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk, and it's as digestible as milk itself. So it's perfect for all the family, the youngsters and Grandma, too. Make Velveeta your handy helper, Mother. Melt it for fine, hot dishes. Slice it thick for hearty sandwiches and between-meal snacks. Get a 2-pound loaf tomorrow and enjoy America's favorite pasteurized processed cheese food, the one and only Velveeta, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Arthur Butler informed Mike that Johnny Webster removed not only himself, but the Butler petroleum detector as well. Now, in his hotel room, Mr. Butler seems strangely annoyed.
Well, what do you got to say for yourself, Warren? You told me this Johnny Webster was trustworthy. You said with him on the job, I had nothing to worry about.
How did you learn that he skipped, Butler?
I woke up at 3 in the morning and discovered this.
That's the chain you had on the grip, isn't it?
Yeah.
You always sleep with a chain to your wrist?
Only since I got to New York. But as you can see, somebody took a pair of wire clippers to it.
Where did you leave Johnny before you went to bed?
On the sofa. He said he was going to read for a while, or so he claimed.
Now, listen, Butler. You've got to believe me. I recommended Johnny Webster in good faith. I'll get back that model for you.
When?
As soon as I can find him.
Yeah, well, that may be years, and I can't afford to wait. I'm going to the police, Warren.
Now, you don't want to do that.
Don't I? You just watch.
Look, you're wrong, Butler. Publicity is the last thing you want in this case.
No use talking. I made up my mind. Did you ask your cab to wait?
Nope.
No, there's usually one down at the corner.
Well, seems like you're out of luck.
Taxi? Hey, taxi!
Hey, wait a minute, Butler.
I said you're not going to talk me out of this.
No. Look over there.
Look over where?
That Chevy parked across the street.
Well, what about it?
That's Johnny Webster's heap.
What?
I'm sure of it. If I remember correctly, the rear right fender was off.
If this is some kind of a gag, Warren...
Well, what would be the point? Hey, what did I tell you? This is Johnny's car, all right. Now, why do you suppose he left it here?
Maybe he ran out of gas.
No. What Johnny ran out of was luck. Look behind the front seat.
What do you mean? Oh.
That's right. He's dead. And judging by that knife on his back, it wasn't due to an overdose of sleeping pills.
Yes?
I'm looking for a party named Danny Lyons.
Lyons?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Waring, Mike Waring.
You have the wrong apartment. There's no such person here.
Are you Carl Conrad?
That's right. Come in.
Thank you. I was given to understand that Lyons is working for you.
Where did you hear that?
From the usual reliable source.
Well, you know how trustworthy they generally are.
Yes, well, this came from a friend of mine, a man named Jess Stevens. Ever hear of him?
Stevens? I don't believe I have.
He's in the oil business, too, though not on the scale you people are.
Oh, of course. He prospects for oil on his own. What we call a wildcatter.
Uh-huh.
And Mr. Stevens led you to believe that this Lyons chap was in my employ?
That's right.
Doing what?
Trying to get hold of the Butler petroleum detective.
Believe me, Mr. Waring, I've been in this business 35 years, and I never heard of that. Just what is that contraption supposed to do?
Take a lot of the guesswork out of locating new oil fields.
It must be extremely valuable.
Yes, must be. Someone knifed a private detective named Johnny Webster to get it last night.
Surely, Mr. Waring, you don't think...
Yes, I do.
I don't know whether you're aware of it, sir, but you're being very insulting.
If I am, it's entirely intentional.
Then you can understand, under the circumstances, I must ask you to leave.
Oh, sure. But I'll be back.
You needn't bother, Mr. Waring. First of all, I don't believe any such object as the Butler petroleum detector exists.
Well, that's your privilege.
Oh, just a moment, sir.
Yeah?
I wouldn't want you to go off feeling I'm one of those diehards who doesn't believe there's anything new under the sun.
No, of course not.
As I said, I don't believe any such invention exists. However, I'd be willing to pay $100,000 to the man who can furnish the necessary proof that I'm wrong. I hope I'll be seeing you, Mr. Waring.
Where do we go from here, Mr. Waring, or don't you know?
Well, I'm convinced that Conrad was lying to me, Pat. But I'm sure he doesn't have the Butler detector yet. He practically offered me $100,000 to turn it over. On the other hand, I'd swear it came as no surprise to him that your boss was murdered.
Well, it came as no surprise to me either. I told Johnny I didn't want him to get mixed up in this.
Why?
Isn't that obvious?
No, who could foresee that Johnny would be hurt? This was a routine job. As a secretary, you ought to know that.
I only know he's dead.
Kind of went for the guy, didn't you?
What do you think?
I think if I never accomplish another thing, I'm going to find his killer. Now, who knew that Johnny got the job to nurse Butler along?
No one.
You sure there wasn't a leak?
I'm positive. Johnny left this office a couple of minutes after you did.
Did you tell anyone?
Did I tell anyone?
Inadvertently or otherwise.
You got your nerve?
Well, I'm sorry, Pat, but I can't afford to overlook any possibilities. How long had you worked for him?
That's none of your business.
And he couldn't have been paying you very much. If my memory serves me right, he said this was the first case he'd had in months.
You think you can browbeat me because I'm a woman? I notice you haven't tried it with Danny Lyons.
I haven't been able to locate Mr. Lyons yet.
Well, what about your friend Jess Stevens?
What about him?
Well, it seems to me if you're going to ask personal questions, he ought to take his turn in answering them. How well do you know him?
Well enough. I was in the Army with him.
So what does that prove? Just because a man wears a uniform, does that make him a solid citizen? Suppose Butler was right.
About what?
That check Stevens tried to give him for $24,000. Suppose it was rubber, and since Butler wouldn't accept it, Stevens knew that the only way he could get the model was to steal it. And Johnny caught him in the act.
Got it all figured out, haven't you?
Well, it makes as much sense as any theory I've heard you advance.
Yes, it does. Even I'll have to admit it's worth looking into. I'll let you know how I make out.
Hey, bartender. Bartender. Let me have a bourbon and water.
There you are, Jess.
No.
They told me at the desk I'd find you in the bar.
Anything new, Mike?
Well, yes, no. What do you say we squat, huh?
Yeah.
I've been doing a lot of legwork this morning.
Okay. You want a drink?
No, I'll sit this one out.
Say, bartender, serve that drink over here, will you? Well, what's the story, Mike? How long do you think it'll be before we can locate that model?
You seem more concerned over finding that than nabbing Webster's murderer.
Okay, if you want an honest answer, yes. I want to get my hands on that detector. To me, that's all that counts.
Well, let me tell you something, Jess. I don't care if I never see that miracle machine again. I'm only interested in one thing.
I'll bet you are. You've been in touch with Conrad, haven't you?
And what's that supposed to mean?
Just what it sounded like. What'd they offer you?
You accusing me of selling you out?
All I know is you seem to have forgotten suddenly that you're supposed to be a friend of mine.
Yeah, well, friendship works two ways, Jess. We have a mutual agreement. I can drop you just as you can cancel me out.
Thanks for reminding me, Mike. I may have to do just that.
Just a second.
Hello, Lyons.
Mr. Conrad, what are you doing here?
Well, if that mountain wouldn't come to Muhammad, Muhammad must necessarily go to the mountain.
Well, I was keeping out of sight.
You might have at least phoned me, Lyon.
I had nothing to tell you.
Mike Waring had. He told me that a chap named Johnny Webster lost his life last night trying to prevent a theft from Butler's hotel room.
So?
So, I'm merely putting two and two together.
Sometimes you wind up with 22 that way. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Conrad. Suppose I told you I haven't got Butler's whatchamacallit.
I wouldn't believe you.
I thought you'd say that. How high will you go for it?
We made a bargain last week, Lyon.
Yeah, but the whole thing was strictly spec then. If I guaranteed to bring it over to your place in an hour, what would it be worth to you?
I still think the stipulated price of $100,000 was more than ample.
Will you go 50 more?
25, and that's my limit.
Okay. What time have you got now?
9 o'clock.
Go to your office, start counting it out. I'll see you at 10.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Sounds like Lyons and Conrad have made a bargain. And if you ladies would like to make a good bargain,
Get a 2-pound package of Kraft's famous pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta, from your grocer tomorrow. Because when you buy Velveeta, you're getting the finest quality cheese food your money can buy. Velveeta not only tastes good, but it's mighty good for you because it's rich in important food values from milk. And Velveeta is as digestible as milk itself. So it's a wonderfully handy helper anytime you need snacks or sandwiches or a hearty main dish. Get a 2-pound loaf of Velveeta tomorrow. It's the pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality. Made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Danny Lyons promised to deliver the Butler petroleum detector to Mr. Conrad. Now, at Mike Waring's apartment, the Falcon is just returning home.
Come on in, Waring. The water's fine.
What are you doing in my apartment, Lyons?
Don't ask so many questions. Just shut the door like a good boy.
You mind pointing that gun elsewhere?
Now, don't tell me it makes you nervous.
Yes, very. You have no idea how easily those things go off.
What makes you think I don't?
Well, I assumed you preferred knives.
What kind of a crack is that?
I was thinking of Johnny Webster.
Now, listen, Waring. Don't get me any more annoyed than I am now. I made an appointment for 10 o'clock, and it's 5 after already.
That's too bad.
Yeah, I phoned my party a couple of minutes ago, and he's getting real impatient.
Well, don't let me keep you, fella.
You won't. Where's the thingamajig?
You mean the Butler petroleum detector?
Yeah.
I don't know, and what's more, I don't care.
Well, I care plenty. So open up, Waring.
Oh, careful, friend. I just had the suit pressed.
Now, listen, I never liked you, and I wouldn't need much excuse to part your hair with this cannon, so let's not have any smart answers, you understand?
Well, I just can't help it. I used to be a quiz kid.
Let go.
Come on, Lyons, drop it.
I'll drop it, Waring, right where it does the most good.
Wear it? Wear it. Oh, cut it out, Butler.
You all right?
How can I tell with you slapping me silly?
I'm sorry. Can I get you anything?
Yeah, you wouldn't happen to have a spare head on you.
I'm afraid not. What happened?
Well, it'll take too long to tell you. How'd you find me?
I came up to see if you had any more information.
What about the police?
There's nothing new there.
You know if they've spoken to Pat Dryden yet?
Pat Dryden? Who's he?
It's a she. She was Johnny Webster's secretary.
Well, what's she got to do with this?
Well, she's a gal with plenty of ideas.
Hey, is she hooked up with Stevens? Because I'm convinced he's the boy I'm after. I'll bet you anything you want he killed Webster and stole my model.
Now, look, Butler.
Don't misunderstand me, Waring. I don't think you had anything to do with it.
Oh, thanks. What time have you got?
10:30. Why?
Because I've got a hunch. And with a little luck, I may be able to wrap this whole thing up in a couple of minutes.
Who you calling?
Carl Conrad.
You're barking up the wrong tree.
I've been riding a merry-go-round for the past 24 hours. It's time I got lucky and caught the gold ring.
Hello?
Hello, that you, Conrad?
Yes?
Mike Waring.
I have nothing to say
Now,
to you.
don't hang up, Conrad. You'll be sorry. Remember that proposition you made me this afternoon?
No.
All right, I'll refresh your memory. You offered me $100,000 for the working model of the Butler petroleum detector.
I'm no longer interested, Mr. Waring.
What?
I don't care to buy.
I'll sell it for $75.
I guess there's only one way to convince you I'm not interested.
Hello, Conrad. Conrad! Well, he hung up.
I'll get the number back.
No, there's no need to do that. I proved my point.
Oh? What was it?
Oh, I'm sorry, Butler. I thought you knew. I was just proving that you killed Johnny Webster.
The one thing I can't decide, Mike, is just who owes whom an apology.
I suppose we call the honors even, Jess. We both made mistakes.
You sure you didn't make one in turning Arthur Butler over to the police?
Oh, no. There's no question about that. Butler killed Johnny, all right.
Why?
Well, to convince us that the detector had been stolen from him when it never had been.
But why should a man steal from himself?
No reason. Except he could make a very handsome profit thereby.
I don't get it.
You know that contract you had with Butler?
Yes.
Well, after Butler signed it, Conrad offered him more for the model. But by then it was too late. Butler knew he couldn't break the contract with you because you've sued and collected every penny he had. You follow me?
I think so. Is that why Butler refused to accept my check?
Sure, he knew it was good. He just wanted to stall. That's when he decided on this brilliant scheme of robbing himself.
That was the only way he could weasel out of the contract.
Now you've got it. The Butler petroleum detector was unique. If it was stolen, there was nothing you could do about it. You couldn't ask him to turn over the plans because none existed.
I still don't see why he killed Johnny.
Well, he had to. Webster on the scene every minute of the time, Butler's story of the theft would never stand up. But this way, with Johnny dead, it looked even better.
Yeah. But how did you learn the truth?
At 10 o'clock tonight, Conrad was ready to buy the model from Lyons. Now, Lyons didn't have it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to my place. And he couldn't have gotten it from me because I never had it to begin with.
So?
So when I phoned Conrad just half an hour later, he was no longer interested in the model, not at any price. Well, that convinced me that Conrad already had it. A man doesn't cool off like that. So the only one he could have bought it from was Butler. Once I hit on that, the rest was easy.
I see.
Yes, it's simple enough now. But we all should have realized it right at the beginning.
Why?
You don't know your detective stories. In practically all of them, it's always the butler who did it. Good night, Jet.
There comes a time in the life of every homemaker when she has to fix a dinner fast. And that's when Kraft Dinner is such a help. You see, in just 7 minutes cooking time, Kraft Dinner makes delicious macaroni and cheese. Wonderful, tender macaroni with fine cheese flavor all through. Just like I said, in only 7 minutes cooking time. That's because every package of Kraft Dinner gives you a special quick-cooking macaroni and just the right amount of Kraft grated for that grand cheese flavor. So, tomorrow, get a couple of packages of Kraft Dinner. The Case of the Witty Widow. The Case of the Witty Widow. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that some women use guns on their menfolk only because they have scruples about divorce. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Thamon was starred as the Falcon, with Elspeth Eric as Pat. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley, he speaking, for the Kraft Foods Company.
Enjoy Phil Regan's camp show today, and remember Tallulah's big show on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Paula. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. Some girl just learned that things have been kind of slow for me lately, and she's planning to give me the business.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Thamon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the talented Texan. Before the Falcon solves today's case, I have a question for you. Have you tried Velveeta lately? Isn't that the finest cheese food you ever put in your mouth? That rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor is good. Really good eating. You see, Velveeta is made by Kraft, and that's something pretty important to remember, because you and I know what the Kraft name means on cheese and cheese foods. It means the very finest you can buy. So remember this. There's no other cheese food like Kraft's pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta, because Kraft, and only Kraft, makes Velveeta. Now, the case of the talented Texan. It's late afternoon in New York, and in a small furnished apartment on Manhattan's East Side, a gentleman named Reed Stevens prepares for business while his wife watches interestedly as he opens up shop.
There's a box of shells in the bottom drawer, Kay.
So?
So would you mind getting it for me?
You going to work?
What's it look like?
Ask a silly question to get a silly answer.
What'd you say?
Oh, nothing.
Haven't you found it yet?
Yes. You must like working for Conway. Here.
What makes you say that?
Been at it for 7 months. That's the longest I ever remember you working for anyone.
I didn't have any better offers.
What about Myers? Didn't he offer you $50 a week more?
That's right, he did.
Why didn't you take it?
Maybe I didn't like the hours.
Or maybe it's because Mr. Myers is a bachelor.
What's that supposed to mean?
Don't you think I know the big attraction at Conway's?
Suppose you tell me.
Mrs. Conway.
How's that again?
Don't try to kid me, Reed. I recognize the signs. I've seen them often enough. You're in love with her.
You're out of your mind.
Then why does your face light up every time she calls you?
Does it?
Yes. And she feels the same way about you. You think I'm blind?
No. If anyone's blind, it's been me.
Well, I'd better stop. You're my guy, and nobody's going to take you away.
Mm-hmm. Well, this has all been very charming, but if you'll excuse me...
Where do you think you're going?
To work, do you mind?
Now, Reed, listen to me. You know, if I didn't love you...
You're going to get out of my way?
No, I am not. We're going to have this out right here and now.
I told you something. Kate. I have Conway calls. Tell him I'm picking up his missus first, then I'll pick him up at the club. Have you got that?
Yeah, I got it, Reed. I got it the first time.
I don't want to heckle, Reed, but you know where you're going?
That's a very good question, Mrs. Conway.
Oh, do you? You passed the club 20 minutes ago. If you intend to pick up Fred there, you're doing it the hard way. What are we stopping here for?
I'd like to talk to you, Lois.
Lois?
You know, my wife said something very strange today.
About us?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she thought there was something playing.
What made her think that?
Feminine intuition.
Don't ever sell it short.
And she was right?
Well, no, as it happened, she was wrong, but that's your fault. I went for you the first day I saw you at the club.
7 months ago?
7 months ago. We wasted a lot of time, Reed.
You're right, baby. We got a lot of time to make up for.
Just a second. Yes?
You're Kay Stevens, aren't you?
That's right.
My name is Fred Conway.
I know.
I'm flattered. May I come in?
Well, Reed isn't home.
That's why I picked this time to call.
Oh. Won't you sit down?
I believe I will.
Would you like a...
Not a thing, thank you. I have everything I want. Or perhaps I should amend that statement. I had everything I wanted.
I don't follow you, Mr. Conway.
Please call me Fred. Your husband does.
Well, Reed doesn't like me to take liberties.
Obviously, what's sauce for the goose isn't sauce for the gander.
I don't understand you.
Of course you do, Kay. You're a smart woman. I'm sure it won't come as any shock to you that Reed has been seeing my wife for 5 weeks now.
Well?
Well, what do you propose to do about it?
Nothing.
Nothing?
This may be a new experience for you, Mr. Conway.
Fred.
But it is an old story in this department.
Oh, have there been others?
Dozens. And Reed always comes back to me.
Did it ever occur to you that one day he may not?
What do you mean?
Someday he might meet the one woman who can keep him interested. Who knows? It could be Lois. Jackie.
Oh, hi, Mr. Conway. I didn't see you come in.
How we doing?
Not much action tonight.
Any calls?
Only Claiborne and Pepper. They want to lay off $8,000 on Mama's boy at Bowie.
Take it. Anything else?
Oh, yeah. Your missus is in the office.
She alone?
Uh-huh.
Fine. Incidentally, tell Reed Stevens he can have the night off. I won't need him anymore.
Right.
Hello, darling.
I've been waiting for you, Fred.
I know. Jackie just told me. What is it this time? A new coat?
No, this time you're wrong.
Well, you just name it, Lois. You know there's nothing I'd refuse you.
Suppose I told you I wanted...
A divorce?
How did you know?
It was fairly obvious. But I think you're making a mistake. Reed doesn't want to marry you.
Doesn't he?
No. I'll bet you've never even discussed it with him.
Have you?
Well, I figured his wife was a much better choice, and she was. She tells me Reed goes through these things periodically.
You're lying.
I wish I were, darling. I know what a blow this must be to your vanity. But I imagine if you called Mrs. Stevens, she'd be happy to give you names and addresses.
Now listen, Fred.
I'm sorry, dear, but I've got a million things to do, and so have you. You'll have to pack your clothes and then... Oh, there's no real hurry. Take all the time in the world. If you're out of the house by 11 tonight, that'll be fine.
Hello, I guess you must have been expecting someone else.
What do you want?
You Reed Stevens?
That's right.
I want you.
Now, look, mister.
Just call me Tex.
What's the idea of the cannon?
What's generally the idea?
You nuts?
If somebody don't like you, Reed, you must have gone out of your way to... Just keep your hands right where they are. Hey, it's a nifty-looking solo host you got there. Mind if I see it? Boy, that's what I call a beauty. But it set you back.
Now, listen, Tex.
Sure wish I could afford one like it. Yeah, don't think much of your shooting iron. Too clumsy. Look at all the effort you got to use to pull the trigger. I guess I was wrong. It don't seem to take any effort at all.
Just a second. Yes?
I'm looking for Michael Waring.
Come in.
Well, I'm afraid there must be some mistake. Are you Mr. Waring?
That's right.
I mean, are you a private detective?
I got a license that says so.
Well, where's your office?
I don't have one. I work right out of here. Disappointed?
Well,
And I don't have a beautiful blonde secretary or a desk full of empty liquor bottles either. Now, if you'd like to get someone else...
I'm sorry. It's just...
No, it's my fault, Miss...
Stevens. Kay Stevens. Only it's Mrs.
Oh, come on in.
Thank you.
Now, sit down, won't you?
I'd rather not, if you don't mind.
All right, suit yourself. Cigarette?
No, thanks.
Okay, let's get down to cases.
I want a divorce.
What do you expect me to do about it?
Well, I'll need evidence.
So you want me to do a little keyhole peeking? Huh?
Yes, his name is Reed Stevens.
You mean his name was Reed Stevens?
What?
That's a funny thing, Sergeant, but I don't remember you knocking.
Come to think of it, I don't remember that either.
What do you mean my husband's name was Reed Stevens?
Well, don't you always use the past tense in connection with a deceased?
What are you trying to say?
He's been murdered, Mrs. Stevens.
No.
Yes, nobody knows that better than you.
Where is he? Where is he? I've got to see him.
You will. You care to join us, Mike?
Is it a pinch?
It is indeed. I'm so glad your apartment is only 8 minutes from headquarters. Whenever we have a homicide, I can always stop here first. And very rarely have I been disappointed. All right, folks, let's go.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, while Sergeant Corbett and Mike go to headquarters with Mrs. Stevens, I'd like to tell you about an idea that will save you money next time you go to your food store. Just get a loaf of Velveeta, Kraft's smooth melting, pasteurized processed cheese food. You can melt Velveeta for a golden smooth cheese sauce that'll do wonders for leftover bits of meat or seafood or vegetables. And it's so easy to make. Just melt a half-pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. You needn't cut that half-pound piece of Velveeta up at all, because it melts so easily and smoothly without any lumps. Then simply stir in a quarter cup of milk, season, and there you have a fine-tasting cheese sauce with a grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And this delicious sauce adds fine nourishment to those leftovers, too, because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk. It's digestible as milk itself, so even the smallest youngsters can enjoy it. Whether you melt golden Velveeta for a wonderful cheese sauce or slice it thick for hearty hot or cold sandwiches or snacks, make Velveeta your handy helper, Mother. Get a 2-pound loaf tomorrow and enjoy America's favorite pasteurized processed cheese food, the one and only Velveeta, made by Kraft. Now, now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Only 15 minutes have passed since Kay Stevens was arrested for the murder of her husband. And now at headquarters, while Mrs. Stevens is being booked, Sergeant Corbett makes our hero a sporting proposition.
Look, Mike, I've got an idea. Why don't you just walk out of here and I'll make believe like I never even saw you with Mrs. Stevens?
No, that's big of you.
Okay, I was just trying to help. She killed her husband just as sure as you're standing there.
I did not.
Then why were you consulting Waring?
I had my reasons. If you weren't so stupid, you'd see that I couldn't have killed Reed.
Why not?
Because I was in love with him.
Why did you want a divorce?
Because I was fed up with him.
That makes a lot of sense.
Oh, sure it does. You can be crazy about somebody, and yet they can do things to you that drive you out of your mind.
Don't make me laugh.
Oh, it happens every day in the week. It's the old story of not being able to live with someone or live without him.
She managed it nicely.
I tell you, I didn't kill him, Sergeant.
You knew he was chasing around.
He did it before?
But this time he wasn't coming back.
He always came back.
If you were so sure of that, why did you go to Waring to get you evidence for a divorce?
Oh, I don't know. I'm all mixed up.
You weren't so mixed up that you couldn't hire a professional gunman?
That is not true.
All right. Lay off it, Corbett. What's this about a professional gunman?
We got a description of the lad who actually pulled the trigger.
Who is he?
We're not sure yet, but according to the building superintendent, he was a tall, red-headed boy who spoke with a Western accent.
You think Mrs. Stevens hired him?
Yes.
You're crazy. I would never do anything to hurt Reed.
All right, that's enough, Kay. Who was the other woman this time?
I have no idea.
Well, if she's bashful, I'll tell you. It was Lois Conway.
Lois Conway?
Freddie's wife. You know her?
Not personally. Oh, really? Maybe I'm missing something. Take it easy, Kay. I'll keep in touch. Call for Mrs. Lois Conway. Call for Mrs. Lois Conway.
Right here, boy.
Hello, Mrs. Conway.
Hello, bellhop.
Well, how could you tell? Mike Waring.
The one they call the Falcon?
No, I'm sure it pays to advertise.
What do you want with me?
Well, it's a long, dull story. Why don't we step into the bar and I'll tell you about it?
No, thank you.
I think you'll change your mind. Reed Stevens is dead.
What?
Mm-hmm. Murdered early tonight.
Maybe I could stand a drink after all.
Bar's right over there.
How did it happen?
A professional gunman paid him a visit in a little hideaway Reed rented on East 58th Street.
Did they catch the man?
No.
And they don't know who hired him, huh?
Well, the police are inclined to believe it was my client.
Your client?
Mrs. Stevens.
They're crazy. Reed was happily married.
He told you that himself?
Several times.
Right through this door.
Would Monsieur like a table?
No, monsieur, will sit right at the bar, but we would like a couple of whiskey sours.
Very good, sir.
You seem to know my preferences.
Oh, you'd be surprised what I know about you, Lois.
Lois?
Well, I figured it's permissible. After all, I do know you real well. I even knew where to find you.
How'd you manage that?
Well, I went to your room first and told the maid I had a COD parcel for you. Imagine my surprise when she said you were staying at the Creighton. Indirectly, that told me a lot more.
I don't see how.
Well, that's because you're no detective. You see, when she refused the COD, it could only mean one thing.
What?
That your husband must have known about you and Reed and tossed you out on your lovely ear.
How dare you?
It's a nice right cross you've got.
I never want to see you again.
Oh, don't count on it, Lois. I was brought up right. I'll be back if only to turn the other cheek. Take care of yourself, Angel. Hello, Conway.
Waring.
I dropped by earlier tonight.
So the maid told me. Come in.
Thanks.
Take off your coat.
No, I don't think I'll be staying long. You hear about Reed Stevens?
Yes, too bad, wasn't it?
Yes, especially for his wife. I'm working for him.
Don't tell me they think she killed him.
They certainly do.
Well, that's absurd. From what I know, they're a very devoted couple.
Mm-hmm. Well, would you have any idea who done it?
According to the papers, it was a gunman for hire.
Yes, but the question is, who picked up his tab?
I can't believe it with Mrs. Stevens.
No, neither can I. Did he have any enemies? Present company accepted.
Just what is that supposed to mean?
Well, after all, he wasn't one of your favorite people.
Oh, maybe not a real favorite, but I liked him.
Even after he walked off with your wife?
You're mistaken, Mike. Nobody ever took anything away from me.
Mm-hmm. Well, when Reed did, he certainly didn't get to keep it for long.
Jackie.
Yes?
This is Mr. Waring.
Well, glad to know you.
Don't be too glad. I find him highly objectionable.
I see.
All right, never mind, Jackie. I can take a hint. Lucky thing I didn't remove my coat, eh, Conway? I knew I wasn't going to get to stay long.
You want me to...
Never mind, Jackie. I'll take it. Hello.
That you, Freddie?
Yes, Lois.
I called several times before.
So Jackie told me.
Will it be all right if I come home and talk to you?
No, it won't.
Just for 5 minutes?
It's out of the question, darling.
Look, Freddie, I don't blame you for feeling the way you do. I realize how you must hate me.
Nonsense. I'm extremely fond of you, Lois.
Well, then couldn't we...
No, I'm afraid we couldn't.
It won't ever happen again.
Certainly not with Reed Stevens, anyway.
You've got to give me another chance. I'll make it up to you. I swear I will.
You just don't seem to understand, Lois. I'm not interested.
Who do you think you're talking to, anyway?
I'd like to tell you, but I think the telephone company might be shocked.
Listen, Mr. High and Mighty, I know plenty about you. How would you like it if I went to Mike Waring?
I wouldn't bother him. He's a very busy man.
I think he'll clear time to hear what I've got to say.
Don't do it, Lois. You've made one mistake already. I hate to see you make another.
Are you threatening me?
Would I do that to my own wife? But then you won't be my wife much longer, will you? Goodbye, dear. It's been grand hearing from you.
Come in.
I'm looking for Mike Waring.
You know what the good book says. Seek and you shall find.
Yeah, I'm sure glad to make your acquaintance, Mr. Waring. I heard a lot about the Falcon.
Well, you can't believe everything you hear.
I'll say that's a good one.
What's on your mind, Mr.
Just call me Tex. Everybody does.
All right, Tex it is. Sit down.
Thanks.
Make yourself comfortable. I'll be back.
Oh, where do you think you're going?
Down the hall.
Come back here.
I just remembered.
I said come back here.
Is that thing loaded?
You can have 6 guests.
No, thanks. I'm awfully bad at games. Well, I would have thought you'd be 1,000 miles from New York by this time.
Why?
Is it your practice to hang around after you do a job?
You're obviously confusing me with someone else.
I doubt it. You're the boy who gunned Reed Stevens.
How in the world did you ever figure that out?
I'm psychic. Who are you working for, Tex?
I'm glad you mentioned that, Mr. Waring, because that's why I'm here. Now, you can see what a trusting soul I am.
Oh, yes, with half an eye.
Well, what would you say if I told you that someone took advantage of my good nature?
No.
They did for a fact. You see, I undertook this assignment on a sort of a contingent basis.
So?
If I deliver, I get paid. And you know what happened?
No, tell me.
Well, after I took care of Mr. Stevens, my party disappeared.
Your party?
The person who hired me. Now, I consider that downright dishonest.
Well, I see your point.
Now, if you was in my position, what would you do?
Get even.
That's just what I thought. Of course, that ain't going to put any money in my pocket, so I was wondering if you might be willing to recompense me.
Well, I don't know. What have you got to sell?
A little piece of evidence that'll give you the name of the person who hired me.
Where is it?
In this handkerchief.
May I?
Oh, no, I'm afraid you'll just have to take my word for it.
Well, don't you trust me?
Oh, of course I do. Would I be here if I didn't?
Well, you can't expect me to buy a blind item. Now, suppose I...
No, you don't get back. And that wasn't nice, Mr. Waring. I trusted you.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, Tex. Guess I lost my head.
Yeah, you did indeed. No.
Good morning, Mr. Waring.
What?
You must have made quite a night of it.
No, where's my head? Must be around somewhere. Oh,
don't try to get up.
No, I don't think I can make it.
What happened?
Well, I had a visitor.
Our friend from Texas?
How did you know?
The elevator boy gave us a description. It tallied with the other.
That was Tex, all right.
What did he want with you?
He said he had some evidence to sell. Seems he never got paid for gunning Reed.
That's modern civilization for you. You can't trust a soul these days.
Well, that was his feeling, too.
What was this evidence he had?
I don't know. He had it wrapped in a handkerchief.
In this handkerchief?
Where'd you find that?
In the hall. Look what was wadded up inside.
Empty cartridge shell.
Yeah, from one of the babies that killed Stevens.
What?
You heard me.
Well, that won't do any good.
Boy, can you call him? There was a thumbprint on this shell.
Whose?
Whose do you think? Mrs. Stevens, that's whose.
I don't believe it.
Well, maybe you don't, but I'll bet a jury does, and strangely enough, Mike, that's all I care about.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, Mike seems a bit skeptical, doesn't he? He wants proof. And if you want to prove to yourself how delicious Velveeta is, you try this. Fix toasted sandwiches of Velveeta, Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food, and serve them with relishes and your favorite beverage. You can be sure those sandwiches will taste good, because Velveeta has such a fine, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And they'll be nourishing, too, because Velveeta is rich in important food values from milk. So make Velveeta your handy helper, Mother, for company snacks and sandwiches, and for the many ways you'll fix it for the family. Get Velveeta in the handy half-pound package or the economical 2-pound loaf. Just be sure you get genuine Velveeta. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Sergeant Corbett informed Mike Waring that Kay Stevens' fingerprints were found on the shell that killed her husband. Now, as we find the good sergeant, the Falcon, are on their way to headquarters, Mike still refuses to accept the evidence.
Listen, Sergeant, there must be some mistake about that shell.
What kind of a mistake?
You're certain that's Kay Stevens' fingerprint on it?
Absolutely.
Well, there must be a logical explanation. Wait a minute.
Oh, no.
What's the matter?
I know what's coming. You see it all now. You know who was responsible for Reed's murder.
Well, I do. Can you pick up Fred and Lois Conway?
What for?
All right, just humor me, will you?
Okay, Mike, if you're going to act like a... There's no reason why you shouldn't have an audience. They'll be there. Conway, as a public-spirited citizen, you should be happy to cooperate with the police. Mr. D.A.
Are you responsible for this, lawyer?
You think I'd be here if I were?
Who's in charge here, anyway?
Me.
You know what's going to happen to you, Sergeant?
Don't take it out on him, Conway. This is
All my doing.
Oh, it was.
What's the idea, Frank?
Idea is that we're trying to determine who was behind Reed Stevens' murder.
Well, why isn't Mrs. Stevens here?
Looks right, she should be.
He is. You come in, Mrs. Stevens.
Is Mike here?
He's here.
Okay. Think you know Mr. and Mrs. Conway?
We've met.
Good, then we can begin. Okay, they found your fingerprints on one of the shells that killed your husband.
That's impossible.
Nevertheless, it's true. How do you explain it?
I can't.
Did Reed pack a gun?
Yes?
How did he wear it?
In a shoulder holster.
Was he ever without it?
Never.
Funny, we didn't find one on his body.
Oh, that's not so funny. Why couldn't that torpedo have removed it?
That still doesn't explain how her fingerprints got on the shell.
Suppose Reed was killed with his own gun.
So what?
So, at one time or another, Kay might have handled it, along with the bullets.
I did. I remember one night in particular, about 5 weeks ago.
And how would you remember that?
Because that was the night that I accused Reed of being in love with your wife.
Are you nasty little...
Temper. Well, there you have it, Sergeant.
There I have what?
Your case. Isn't it clear now who's the guilty critter?
No.
All right, just ask yourself, who was the first to know about the romance between Reed and Mrs. Conway?
Listen, Waring.
Conway?
No, of course not, Sergeant. Logically, it would be Mrs. Conway.
What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, Lois, but I had to help them out. Otherwise, we would have been up all night. And after the evening I spent with your friend Tex, I just couldn't take it. Well, that's all there was to it, Kay. Once I realized Tex was working for Lois, it all added up.
Incidentally, did the police pick him up yet?
20 minutes ago. His real name is Leo Haynes.
Where'd they find him?
On the west side, naturally.
I still don't see Lois's motive.
Oh, that's simple. She learned her husband told her the truth. She was just another girl to Reed. And look what she gave up for him.
What?
Well, Conway threw her out, didn't he?
Now, that's the part I don't understand. You think that Conway would have gone after Reed?
Wasn't worth it to him. Fred's the kind of man who doesn't like trouble. He had his revenge when he packed Lois in. And as far as he was concerned, that took care of everything.
So poor Lois winds up in the middle with nobody wanting her.
Except the police.
How did you peg her, anyway?
The police gave me the answer. You remember where they found Reed's body?
Yes, in a little hideaway he had on East 58th Street.
And what made it a hideaway?
The fact that nobody knew about it.
Exactly. Nobody knew it. Except Reed and Lois. So who could have given Tex the address?
Of course it had to be her. Why didn't I think of that?
Because you're not a detective.
Well, you deserve a lot of credit, Mike.
Was that all I'm going to get?
Oh, no. There's something else. Something you really deserve.
What's that, Angel?
Good check. Good night, Mr. Waring.
Ever find yourself at a loss when you need a hot main dish in a hurry? Well, don't let that happen to you. Always keep a package or two of Kraft Dinner on your pantry shelf. Because with Kraft Dinner, you can make delicious macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes cooking time. Tender, fluffy macaroni with perfect cheese flavor all through it. You see, every package of Kraft Dinner gives you a special quick-cooking macaroni and just the right amount of Kraft grated to sprinkle in for wonderful cheese flavor. And Kraft Dinner can be your answer to today's high prices, because every package makes 4 servings at a cost of just a few pennies each. Tomorrow, get a package or 2 of handy, delicious Kraft Dinner. The Case of the Worried Wife. The Case of the Worried Wife. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon. When Mike Waring learns that if a playboy gets married and tries to settle down, he may find things awfully dead. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbin. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place, the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley, he speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Be sure to hear Rex Harrison and Lily Palmer on The Big Show on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Denny. Now, thanks for calling, but it can't be tonight, Angel. I'm on the case of a guy who jilted a girl. You'd think it would break her heart, but instead of being sad about it, looks like she's trigger happy. This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Worried Wife. Before the Falcon solves today's case, I have a question for you. Have you tried Velveeta lately? Isn't that the finest cheese food you ever put in your mouth? That rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor is good. Really good eating. You see, Velveeta is made by Kraft, and that's something pretty important to remember. Because you and I know the Kraft name on cheese and cheese foods means the very finest you can buy. So remember this. There's no other cheese food like Kraft's pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta, because Kraft and only Kraft makes Velveeta. And now, the case of the worried wife. It's Sunday night in New York when pretty dark-haired Penny Layton pushes the button of an apartment overlooking the East River. While she's waiting for someone to answer, Penny opens her handbag and takes out a small pistol. She closes the bag and thrusts her right hand in with the pistol into the pocket of her fur coat and gnaws nervously on her lip as she hears someone approach the door.
Yes. Are you Mrs. Sheffield? Yes. I want to see your husband.
Well, what's it about?
Just tell him Penny wants to see him. He'll know what it's about.
All right. Wait here. I'll see what he says.
I'll wait inside.
But I don't know.
I said
if he...
I'll wait inside. All right, now you can close the door. I'll wait right here. Well, what are you waiting for?
Who are you, anyway?
I told you. Penny. Penny who? Ask Arnold. He'll tell you. And you can tell him I'm not leaving until I see him. Alone.
All right. I'll tell him. Maybe he can explain what this is all about. Arnold.
Oh, yes, Liza. Who was it?
Penny.
Penny.
Well, that's what she said. Who is she?
Oh, a girl I knew in Florida. I don't want to see her.
Well, she says she won't go until you do see her. She's in the living room.
Yeah, all right. Might as well get it over with. You wait here. I'll get rid of her. Penny, what are you doing here?
Why, Arnold, is that any way to greet me? After I followed you all the way from Miami?
I wrote you. It's all over.
I figured as much when I saw in the paper you got married. That's why I came up.
What do you hope to gain?
For one thing, I wanted to see her. She's pretty.
Oh, thank you.
I'd never have forgiven you if you turned me down for a horse face.
Yes, she's pretty, and I'm in love with her. There's nothing more for you and me, so why don't you be a good girl and just run along? Be sensible.
You call it sensible to give up the man I love to somebody else?
You don't love me.
That's right, Arnold, I don't. But I did, so I'm not giving you up so easy.
There's nothing you can do.
Isn't there?
You little fool, be careful.
She's not going to have you, Arnold. I'm going to kill you, and then I'm going to kill myself.
Don't be ridiculous. Now give me that gun.
Stay back, Arnold. Don't try to get it.
Said, give it.
Let go.
When you drop the gun,
Arnold! Arnold! What happened?
I'm just trying to teach Penny not to play with guns. The bullet went into that chair. No great damage done. Now, Penny, you'd better get out of here.
You'll be sorry about this.
I am sorry. I thought you had better sense. Now, good night. More coffee, darling?
No, thanks. Arnold. I couldn't get that girl out of my mind all night.
No, stop worrying about it.
But suppose she comes back.
She won't come back.
Well, you can't be sure. Maybe we better call the police.
Why, I don't want to make trouble for her.
Oh? You don't still... I mean, it's all over. You're sure there's nothing...
Oh, for heaven's sake, darling, don't be ridiculous.
She must have cared an awful lot to follow you all the way here.
Yes, I suppose she did.
You must have done something to make her care.
Will you stop worrying about it? It's all over.
I hope you're right.
Now, look, if there was any question about it, last night certainly settled it. You don't think I could be interested in her after that, do you?
I hope not. You sure she won't come back?
Yes, I'm sure. She worked herself up to a pitch. When nothing came of it, she was bound to cool off.
Maybe. But I'd feel happier if you'd tell the police.
Darling, will you answer one question?
What?
Are you afraid that if she comes back, she'll try to kill me again? Or are you afraid that this time she won't? Hello, Mara. Drinking alone?
Oh, hello, Sheffield.
I'll join you.
Okay. Hey, you're looking good. Guess marriage agrees with you.
Yes, great institution. I'm all for it. But it has got its little problems. That's why I'm looking for you.
Oh, looking for me? I thought this was a coincidence.
No, I need my money.
You need money? Millionaire playboy needs money?
Well, you see, most of my cash is tied up, and I really went overboard on the wedding and the honeymoon.
Huh? I always heard two could live as cheap as one.
Try it sometime.
I have enough trouble.
Well, I hate to add to it, Mara, but I'm going to have to insist on my money.
Well, I don't know what I can do. Things haven't been going so hot.
I don't like to put the heat on you, but, well, your note's been overdue for a long time. I don't think it's too much to ask.
That's right. You gotta have your champagne, your private stateroom.
What kind of an attitude is that?
Well, it's my attitude,
You've
see?
been drinking too much.
That's right. I'm just a no-good drunk.
Now, look, I lent you that money in good faith. You had big ideas. It's not my fault they didn't pan out.
That's right, Papa. Give me a lecture.
Don't worry, pal, I will. When you're sober enough to know what I'm talking about.
It'll be a long wait.
It better not be. We're going to get this settled.
Of course, Sheffield. We'll get it settled. For keeps.
Michael Waring, the detective called the Falcon?
That's right.
Well, thank heavens. I had the awfulest time finding you. Don't you have an office?
No.
Why not?
Well, if I had an office, I'd have to have a beautiful blonde secretary. If I had a beautiful blonde secretary, I'd have trouble keeping my mind on my work. And if I didn't keep my mind on my work, I'd lose business. Then I wouldn't be able to pay the rent, so I'd lose the office. So I just saved myself the trouble. Come in.
Thank you.
Your name?
Liza Sheffield.
What can I do for you?
My husband Arnold spent December in Florida.
You didn't go with him?
But we weren't married then. In fact, we didn't even know we were going to be.
Mm-hmm.
But while he was there, he started going with a girl, and I guess it was pretty serious. Last night she showed up in New York, and she tried to kill Arnold.
Tried to?
Well, Arnold got the gun away from her, and then he threw her out of the apartment.
Well?
I'm afraid she may come back. I asked my husband to notify the police, but he refused. He says he doesn't want to make any trouble for the girl. That's why I came to you.
What do you want me to do?
Well, I thought if you could find the girl and talk to her.
What do you want me to say to her?
I don't know. Find out what she's planning to do.
Where's she staying?
I don't know.
What's her name?
Penny. Something. I don't know her last name.
You don't know her name. You don't know where she's staying. You don't know exactly what you want me to say to her. This is the sort of case I love.
Well, if it was easy, I wouldn't need the Falcon.
Mm-hmm. I think I'd better have a talk with your husband.
No.
He can fill in some of the details for me.
But he may be angry about my hiring you. I don't want him to know.
Well, if you can't give me anything more to go on...
I thought you were supposed to be such a good detective.
Well, I won't argue that point. But even Sherlock Holmes wouldn't guarantee quick results with what you've given me.
Well, do the best you can.
What happens if Penny catches up with your husband while I'm still looking for him? She'd kill him, wouldn't she?
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Well, then, Angel, do I go see your husband or don't I?
You win, Mr. Waring. Come on.
This is Ed Hurley, friends. Well, now, Mike won his way all right. And you know, I'll bet you mothers would certainly like to win your way, too, when it comes to getting your family to eat those green vegetables that are so good for them. And you can. Just glamorize those vegetables a little by melting delicious Velveeta, Kraft's famous pasteurized processed cheese food, for a smooth golden cheese sauce to pour over them. And it's such an easy sauce to make. All you do is melt a half pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. There's no need to cut it in little pieces because Velveeta melts easily and smoothly without any lumps at all. Then simply stir in a quarter cup of milk, season, and there you have a perfectly wonderful cheese sauce that'll add Velveeta's fine, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor to cauliflower or spinach or broccoli. Velveeta makes them taste better than ever, and you'll be giving your family extra nourishment this way, too, because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk. Even the smallest youngsters can enjoy their vegetables a la Velveeta, because Velveeta is digestible as milk itself. So, Mother, make it your handy helper. Get Velveeta in the economical 2-pound loaf so you'll have plenty for cold snacks and sandwiches, too. Just be sure you get genuine Velveeta. It's the pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality made only by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 20 minutes have passed since Mike and Liza Sheffield started for the Sheffield apartment to see whether Liza's husband, Arnold, would object to his wife's efforts to keep him alive. Now, as they approach the apartment, they see a sharp-faced little man standing at the door.
Oh, dear. It's Mr. Ballard.
Unwelcome guest?
Very.
Hello, Liza. No wonder you didn't answer the door.
Have you been ringing?
Yeah.
Funny. I thought Arnold was home. Well, he ought to be here pretty soon. You can come in and wait, Mr. Waring.
Right.
As for you, Mr. Ballard, I can't see you now. I'm going to be busy.
Oh, I'll wait.
Call me tomorrow if you want to talk to me.
Now, is that any way to treat an old friend?
Please. I haven't time.
It'll only take a minute.
But I don't have anything for you now. Call me in the morning.
Now, look, I want to get things settled.
All right. Tomorrow.
Now.
You heard what the lady said. Tomorrow, now scram.
Now, listen, mister.
I said scram.
Okay. You don't have to get tough. I'm going.
What's with him?
Oh, he's just somebody I used to know. Not important. Now, come on, let's go in.
He's not exactly the sort of character that I would...
Oh!
What's the matter? Uh-oh. Is this your husband? Well, Mr. Sheffield, I'm afraid we're too late. He's dead.
Homicide, Sergeant Corbett speaking.
Hello, Bright Eyes.
Uh-oh, it sounds like Mike Waring.
What do you know? He's a detective.
What do you want, Waring?
Got a corpse for you.
I'm busy. Why did you have to dig one up today?
I didn't dig him up. He hasn't been buried yet.
The boy's sharp.
Anything to brighten your day, Corbett. How soon can you get here?
As soon as I finish my report, you're not the only one who finds bodies.
Oh, have you got another?
Yeah, and I bet she's cuter than yours.
Could be.
Of course, she may not be as dead, but she made a good try.
A suicide attempt?
Yeah, I jumped out of the fourth-story window, all because some guy gave her the brush. Love, it's wonderful.
Did she leave a note?
No, I talked to her. She bounced off an awning. Doc says she'll live.
What's her name?
Penny Layton. Why?
Penny.
Yeah.
Hey, could be a package deal. Let's get together. Maybe we can wrap it up.
Right in here.
Okay.
Well, there she is, Mrs. Sheffield.
Yes. No question about it. That's the girl. Hello, Mrs. Sheffield. What's this all about, Sergeant?
You threatened to kill her husband last night.
You don't have to worry. I won't try again. Just want to die.
We know you won't try again. What we want to know is, did you?
What?
Did you go back to Sheffield's today?
Of course not. Why do you ask that?
Never mind. Come on, Mrs. Sheffield. Waring.
She killed him. I know she did.
Well, that meant she got another gun. Why didn't she shoot herself instead of jumping?
Maybe she counted on the awning saving her.
A 4-story jump? I don't think so.
But she must have killed him. Who else would have done it?
How about your slimy little pal?
Who?
Ballard.
Why, he had nothing to do with Arnold.
What did he want?
I tell you, it had nothing to do with this.
Who is this we're talking about, Waring?
Oh, a character who was very determined to see Mrs. Sheffield today.
Oh. Want to tell us what he wanted, Mrs. Sheffield?
It has nothing to do with the murder.
Suppose you let us decide that.
Was it blackmail?
What makes you think that?
No, it certainly wasn't a friendly visit. And you said you didn't have anything for him. What would he be expecting from you?
Well, it doesn't matter. I wish you'd believe that.
Okay, if you won't tell me, I know somebody else who may.
Who?
Ballard.
Oh, it's Liza's friend.
Yeah, hello, Ballard.
What do you want with me?
What you wanted with Liza.
Didn't she tell you?
Think I came here because your company is so charming?
I don't know why you came here. Who are you, anyway?
Mike Waring.
Oh, the Falcon?
That's right.
Did Liza hire you?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
To find out a few things.
Not about me. She knows about me.
She doesn't know if you were coming or going when we met you at the door today.
What difference does it make?
Well, if you really don't know, it doesn't make any.
Now, look, Warren, are you going to tell me what you want or you're going to get out of here?
All right, Ballard. What did you want to see Sheffield about?
I didn't want to see Sheffield. I didn't see him.
Well, somebody did with a gun.
Oh, so that's it.
That's it.
Well, it wasn't me. You got to believe that.
Well, maybe I do. But you strike me as the sort of character who sticks his nose into things. So if you really want to clear yourself, here's the chance to put the knot on somebody else for the honor.
Yeah. Have you tried Mara?
Who's Mara?
Joe Mara. He borrowed a mittful from Sheffield to open a pool hall. It folded. I was thinking, what if Sheffield wanted his money and Mara couldn't pay?
It's a thought. Where do I find Mara?
Well, you might find him at Freddy's Bar on 43rd Street. Only please don't tell him I tipped you.
No, I won't breathe a word.
I hope not, because if you do, I could stop breathing for keeps.
There it is in the next block.
Yeah, I see it. We made pretty good time, huh?
Hadn't made any better time, you'd be doing time.
No, I'm fast, but I'm careful.
Well, don't put down your flag. If my man isn't in there, I'll be right out.
Okay. But what if he is in there?
Wait anyway. It may not take too long.
Right. Hey, mister, look out! Mister, are you all right?
Yeah. When you shot it, I dropped.
Yeah, those shots came from that alley.
Yeah, I know. You get back. There may be more. I'll go see.
You see anyone?
No, the alley's empty. Did you get a look at who fired those shots?
No, whoever it was standing close to the building in the alley. All I saw was the hand with the gun, and it come around the edge of the building, and I hollered.
Or could you tell if it was a man or a woman?
I wouldn't know. Like I say, all I saw
I
was...
know, a hand with a gun. I hope whoever it was thinks he got me. I'm not anxious to have him try again. Hello, are you Joe Mara?
Huh? Oh, Waring.
Hey, you seem surprised to see me. What's the matter? Do you think I was lying in a gutter with a couple of slugs in me?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I have your description. Maybe you get mine.
I don't.
I hope not, for your sake. How come you know my name?
Everybody knows the Falcon.
Well, I'm naturally a very modest guy, but even I can't help thinking there are a couple of people who don't know me.
Well, I'm not one of them.
All right. But how did you know I was looking for you?
I didn't.
I asked for you at Freddie's bar. They told me you left there 10 minutes before I got there.
So I wanted to get cleaned up, so I wanted to have dinner. That's a crime?
Did someone tip you I was coming?
What makes you think you'd start me rolling?
I know about you in Sheffield.
No? What about me in Sheffield?
You're in hock to him.
You got your tenses wrong, Waring. I was in hock to him.
Oh, you paid him off?
That's right.
When?
Today.
Would it have been this afternoon around 3:30?
It would have been this morning, around 10.
And you can prove you paid him?
Yeah, here. Here's the receipted note. Now, just what are you trying to prove?
I don't know what I'm trying to prove, but it looks like I have proved that a certain character named Ballard is going to have to improve his singing. Looks like he's way off key.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, now, maybe Mike isn't quite sure what he's trying to prove. But I'm sure of what I'm trying to prove, and what's more, I can do it with your help. All you have to do is this. Make yourself a big, hearty sandwich of your favorite kind of bread, spread with a little Kraft mayonnaise, and filled with a good, thick slice of Velveeta, Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food. Now, take a bite and see for yourself if what I'm trying to prove isn't true, that Velveeta is especially good tasting, with a fine, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. Mm-hmm. And Velveeta is good for you, too, because it's so rich in important food values from milk. These good Velveeta sandwiches are perfect for everyone, even the youngest children, any time of day, because Velveeta is digestible as milk itself. So make Velveeta your handy helper. For delicious snacks and sandwiches and for fine hot dishes, too, get genuine Velveeta, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. It's 20 minutes since Ballard's lead led Mike no place. Now the Falcon has dropped in on Sergeant Corbett to swap information, and Corbett seems to be enjoying Mike's report of his interview with Mara.
So you went off half-cocked, Waring, huh?
All right. Before you break a rib laughing, I still think it's Mara.
Where's his motive if he paid off Sheffield?
I don't know. But it must have been the murderer who shot at me, and that couldn't have been either of the girls.
Why not?
Well, you were questioning Mrs. Sheffield.
What time were you shot at, Waring?
About 6:15.
I left the Sheffield woman a little after 5.
Well, at least it couldn't have been Magnolia Blossom. She's in the hospital.
I have news for you, Waring.
Well, don't tell me Penny's been released.
At 5.
Isn't that just peachy?
And then there's Ballard himself.
Yeah, tell me something about Ballard. Did you learn any more about him from Mrs. Sheffield?
Yeah, when you said you were going to see him, she cracked. Admitted he's been blackmailing her.
I thought so. Glad I was right about something. What did he have on her?
Scandal in her past. She didn't want Sheffield to know about it.
Oh, the little guy likes sweat money, huh? Hey.
What's the matter?
The tip-off could have been to protect his pickings.
What?
No, we better go see Ballard. I have an idea he can give us the answers we're looking for.
Yeah?
Yeah. But we better hurry because we want Ballard to talk, and they say dead men don't.
Well, here we are.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Don't get out of the car.
Why not?
Look, Ballard's just coming out.
Oh, yeah.
If he doesn't notice us, maybe we can follow him.
He didn't see us. I'll let him get a little lead, and then I'll follow.
Right. You better start your motor. He's hailing a taxi.
Yeah.
Wonder where he's going.
Well, there's one way to find out. Don't want to follow too close. Hey! Of all the dumb drivers, did you see that guy cut out right in front of me?
To a police car yet. Well, never mind him. The taxi just turned the next corner. We better get going.
Yeah.
Hey, the guy who cut in front of you is turning at the corner, too.
He following Ballard, too? Could be.
Makes a nice parade, huh?
Look behind us, Waring.
Well, what for?
I just wonder if anybody's following us.
They're already in the elevator. Hope we haven't lost them.
Well, they came into this building. Where would they be going? Except up to see Mrs. Sheffield.
But that was Mara following Ballard. I recognized him when he got out of the car.
So what?
So look at the elevator indicator.
Basement.
Yeah. That's not Sheffield's unless she's moved since this afternoon.
Push the button.
Right.
Wonder what they're doing down there.
Well, it's not a maypole dance. You can bet on that.
All right, they're slugging it out. Why?
Mara wants to find out what Ballard knows. Here we are. Get in.
Okay. But I still don't see how you figure it, Waring. Ballard knows about Mrs. Sheffield's past, but what's that got to do with Mara?
Nothing.
Gets clearer all the time.
But we haven't time to discuss it now. Here we are.
There they are. Yeah, come on. All right, Mara, that's enough. Let them go. Where did you... Drop that gun, then we'll talk. Go on, drop it. Do you want to see if I'm only kidding with this one?
Okay.
There you are. Pick it up, Waring. Now, what's going on here?
He was trying to kill me.
Guy's lying. I was trying to make him talk. About what?
Well, the papers say Sheffield was murdered. Waring was asking me about it. Ballard must have figured me, and I wanted to know why. He put a gun on my back. He made me come down here in the basement.
We know that, Ballard. And there are a couple of other things we know. That you were blackmailing Mrs. Sheffield, for instance.
You can't prove that.
And you forget that now that Sheffield's dead, she's willing to talk. And we can certainly prove you were at the apartment today around the time of the murder, because I saw you.
I was there after the murder.
Maybe. Anyway, you better go along with Sergeant Corbett.
Now, wait a minute. I didn't kill Sheffield.
I didn't say you did. But you know who did, and when you talk... come on, Mara. Come back here.
I said come back here.
You're not going anywhere except with Corbett, too. Because, Mara, you're the murderer. Oh, sorry to spoil your little joke, Corbett. It was Mara after all.
Doesn't your arm ever get tired, Waring?
For what?
Patting yourself on the back.
Well, I'd just like to give credit where credit is due.
You weren't so sure it was Mara yourself when you saw that receipt?
Well, I admit it threw me for a while, but I bounced back.
It's cute of Mara. Sheffield wants his money, so Mara scrapes it up and gives it to him. Gets a receipt for it, then plugs Sheffield, and takes back the money.
Uh-huh. He figured it was safe enough because he'd read in the paper about the Leighton girl threatening Sheffield. And he counted on her taking the rap. He might have gotten away with it, too, if Ballard hadn't queered the deal.
Yeah, in fact, I still don't think you solved this one, Waring. You were simply lucky that by following Ballard, we happened to stumble on Mara.
Well, that's what I was counting on.
Yeah?
Yeah, sweetheart. See, I knew that Ballard had tipped off the person who shot at me.
How did you know that?
Because the person was waiting for me at Freddy's bar. That meant he had to know where I'd be going. And Ballard was the only one who knew.
Couldn't it have been Ballard himself who was waiting?
No, because I went straight to Freddy's from Ballard's. And my driver drove fast. Ballard could never have beaten me there.
All right, it wasn't Ballard.
No, but it was somebody who had been tipped off by Ballard. At first, I thought it was somebody working with him, but when you confirmed my suspicions about him being a blackmailer, I changed my idea.
You figured Ballard was following a pattern and blackmailing again.
Yeah, that's right. He was on the scene at the time of the murder. It was perfectly possible for him to have seen the murderer leave the apartment. So I figured it was blackmail, and he tipped the murderer that I knew too much so the murderer could get rid of me. He didn't want me nabbing the killer and spoiling his chance for blackmail.
But Ballard's the one who put you on to Mara in the first place.
I know. He could rattle when I was accusing him and try to get out from under. But after I left, he couldn't see that nice opportunity for blackmail going out the window.
I see.
Well, that's all there is to it. Once I realized Ballard was up to the old game of blackmail, I knew all we had to do was follow him. And sooner or later, we'd cross paths with the murderer.
Yeah, Waring, it all adds up. Except couldn't Mara have been telling the truth when he said all he was trying to do was find out why Ballard sicked you on him?
How did he know Ballard was the one who steered me to him? No, Corbett. A Mara named Ballard, he put his head in the noose.
You've got the wrong metaphor, Waring. In this state, it's not the noose, it's the electric chair.
Well, in that case, hang around for. Good night, Corbett. This is Mike Waring, friends. Our Falcon programs bring you stories of the detection and prevention of crime. And right now, I'd like to say another word or two about preventing crime. You can help, you know. You needn't give money. Just give your sincere support to the Boys Clubs of America. These clubs build good citizens with strong, healthy bodies and minds. Boys who are completely honest, who respect property and individual rights,
and who realize that America is a land of opportunity if you're willing to learn and work and try hard. These non-sectarian, non-profit boys' clubs are operated by groups of public-spirited adults so that boys from 8 to 20 can enjoy the right kind of recreation and companionship in their own clubhouses. If you and your neighbors would like to establish a boys' club in your community, get in touch with the Boys' Clubs of America for help. Think about it, won't you? Thanks a lot.
The Case of the Carved Ham. The Case of the Carved Ham. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns sometimes a gun can change a great comedian into a bad actor. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Jerome Epstein, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening, over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley, he speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Tonight, Theater Guild presents the exciting Fallen Idol on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Linda. I'm glad you called. Oh, you'll have to cancel me out tonight, Angel. I've got to take a toy away from a baby. Mm-hmm. Someone just bought this baby a gun, and unless I stop her, she figures to get quite a bang out of it.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels, then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the missing miss. In just a moment, you'll hear the latest adventure of the Falcon. But first, here's important news for you from the makers of Kraft Quality Foods. Today on this program, we're making the first nationwide radio announcement of a wonderful new product brought to you by Kraft. Yes, a brand new member of the Kraft family of fine foods. At this point, we're not even going to tell you what the new product is. We're saving that for our next announcement, but be sure to keep tuned to this program. Listen for the big news from Kraft in just a few minutes. And now, the case of the missing miss. It is late Saturday afternoon, and a short, heavy-set boy in a dirty trench coat makes his way to the 12th floor suite of Senator Arthur Blake. And when he comes to the door, he feels at his left shoulder where the outline of a holster can be seen. Then, obviously reassured he hasn't forgotten the tools of his trade, he knocks on the senator's door.
Just a second. Yes?
Is Senator Blake in?
Well, I'm afraid he's busy at the moment. Can I help you? I'm Marion Crane's secretary.
Now, nice. Where is he, in there?
Just a moment, Mr.
Darling.
I don't remember making an appointment for you.
Don't let it worry you, Miss Crane. I make my own.
Marion, would you be good enough to... Oh, I'm sorry, my dear. I didn't realize we had a visitor.
Hello, Senator.
How do you do, sir?
I hate to break in on you like this, but it can't be helped. My name is Dowling.
Dowling? Are you?
No, I'm not one of your constituents. I'm with the FBI.
The FBI?
That's right, honey.
Well, what can I do for you, Mr. Dowling?
You can get your things and come along with me.
I'm afraid I don't understand, sir.
You don't, Senator? Did you ever hear of an outfit called Premium Oil?
Premium Oil? No, I don't believe I have.
How about a party named Jean Colbert?
No.
That's very strange, Senator, because our investigation shows you helped Colbert sell over $8 million worth of petroleum products to the Navy during the war.
Well, my good man is selling oil to the Navy, a violation of the law?
It is when Colbert and his phony company never delivered even a jar of Vaseline for all that dough.
Well, there must be some mistake.
Could be.
suppose you take that up with my chief.
I'll be glad to, Mr. Dowling. If you'll excuse me for a moment.
Wait a minute, Senator. Where are you going?
Just to get my briefcase. I left it in the bedroom. I assure you I have no intention of escaping.
Okay.
Mr. Dowling,
Yeah?
are you from the Washington Bureau or the local office?
What difference does... You hear something then?
Yes, came from the bedroom.
Is there a fire escape in there?
No. Senator!
Get away from that window, Blake. Stay where you are, Mr. Dowling. If you take one more step... Now listen, Blake, quit bluffing and climb down off that window ledge. So you think I'm bluffing?
No, Senator, don't!
Well, hello, Lindsay. You know you're not supposed to come to my apartment unless I have something for you.
Well, I got something for you, Lindsay. Senator Blake just committed suicide.
What are you talking about?
Haven't you seen the afternoon papers?
No.
Well, take a look.
Senator Arthur Blake commits suicide. Head of Contract Negotiation Committee dies in 12-story leap. So what?
Well, don't you get it, Lindsay? This is all tied up with premium oil.
Is that what it says?
Oh, no, but that's the way it figures. Senator Blake was my contact.
Senator Blake?
Yeah. I relayed all the instructions I got from you to him.
Well, you're out of your mind, Horrell. There's nothing wrong with premium oil.
Oh, sure there is. I've been convinced of that for a year.
Well, then why didn't you talk up before?
I don't know. Maybe the money was too good. Or maybe I was afraid.
Oh, you're wrong, Horrell.
I don't be a chump. If premium oil was on the up and up, why would they go for all this hocus pocus?
What hocus pocus?
Why, nobody in this setup knows anyone else but the party he gets his instructions from.
Well, I guess that just prevents leaks.
You don't believe that any more than I do. Now, listen, Lindsay, we got to compare notes. Who's the guy you get your instructions from?
I can't tell you.
Now, don't be a sap, friend. We're playing with dynamite. Who's your contact?
Jean Colbert.
You got to get in touch with him.
I can't.
You got to.
But you don't understand, Horrell. I've never seen this Colbert. Whenever he's got any message for me, he writes.
Well, then he must be the head man in this racket.
Now, don't call it that.
Why? You got a better name? We got to face it, Lindsay. They've just been using us for tools.
Well, there's nothing we can do about it.
Yes, there is, too. I'm going to get a private detective.
I think you're making a mistake, Horrell.
No, I should have done it a long time ago. Are you with me?
No, I'm going to sit quiet for a while.
You better change your mind, Lindsay. There's plenty of time for that when you're dead.
Yeah?
I'd like to talk. Mr. Warren, my name is Edward Horrell. I'll be on Sunday, but I need...
Someone else.
Someone else?
Sure, in a city as big as New York, there must be at least 2 private detectives.
Well, you don't understand, Warren. Did you read about Senator Blake's suicide?
What about it?
I'm the boy who paid him off.
What are you yapping about?
Another fellow named Kenneth Lindsay and myself were employed by Premium Oil, you see. But we didn't know what kind of a racket it was. As a matter of fact, Lindsay still isn't convinced.
And how come you are?
Well, I've been doing a little checking on my own.
Well, if you've got any information, Horrell, you should turn it over to the proper authorities. Where do you live?
I'm at Kimberly, apartment 4A.
You there now?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Well, don't do any more talking on the phone. Your wire may be tapped. I'll be there in half an hour.
That you, Warren?
Yeah.
Okay. Come in.
Thanks.
I didn't expect you for another 20 minutes. Let me take you.
What's the matter, Horrell?
You're not wearing.
Ain't I?
No. I've seen...
Goes better with my complexion?
Listen, mister, what? You're darn right I am, especially since I've been listening to the radio.
What do you mean?
Well, according to what I just heard, before Senator Blake committed suicide, an FBI agent dropped around to see him.
So?
So after Blake jumped, this character told Blake's secretary to stay where she was and he'd go get the police. P.S. He never come back. The cops think he was a phony.
And you think that was me,
Well, he meets your description. Heavy-set boy in a khaki trench coat.
Well, I guess there's only one way I can prove it to you. You want to see my credentials?
Well, that might be a good idea.
Okay, Horrell. Now, what does this look like?
Hey, what's the idea of the gun?
You asked to see it.
Then I was right.
Yeah. But I don't think it'll do you much good.
You killed Senator Blake.
No, he was obliging enough to save me the trouble. You see, my department...
Your department?
Yeah. The Department of Dead Ends.
I'm what you might call the cleanup man for premium oil.
You're not fooling me. You're Jean Colbert.
Who?
Jean Colbert.
I don't seem to recall that name.
How about Kenneth Lindsay?
Glad you reminded me. I got to see him next. So suppose we get this over with.
Now, listen, darling. Can't we talk this over?
I don't think so.
Well, for Pete's sake, what can you lose?
You wouldn't be trying to stall me, would you, Harrell?
Why should I?
Seems to me you mentioned something about a fellow named Waring being due here.
Oh, well, I was wrong.
You said it, Harrell. You were wrong. Dead wrong.
Now, darling, look, I'll give you... Give
me what? Too bad. Guess I'll never know.
Yes?
Mr. Kenneth Lindsay?
That's right.
Edward Harrell gave me your name.
Oh, well, come in.
I guess there is such a thing as luck.
I beg your pardon?
There are 8 Kenneth Lindsays in the phone book, and the first time out I get the right one.
Now, look, Mr...
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. My name is Mike Waring. I'm working for Harrell.
Then he did hire a detective.
Yep.
Oh. Sit down.
Thanks.
Drink?
Yes, I could stand one after seeing Harrell.
Why didn't you, bring him along?
Cops thought he'd be much more comfortable at the morgue. I think you dropped something, Lindsay.
Is this your idea of a joke, Waring?
About Harrell? Hardly. He was murdered an hour ago.
Who did it?
Don't you know?
If Harrell told you I knew anything about Jean Colbert...
Jean Colbert? Who's he?
Well, didn't Harrell mention him?
No, he only gave me your name. That's why I said I was lucky to find you.
Suppose I've said now you've got the wrong one.
Well, it'd be a little late now. I spotted you for the right one the second I looked into this room.
How?
Well, you've got 5 afternoon papers here, and they're all turned to the account of Senator Blake's death.
You're pretty smart, aren't you?
No, not nearly enough. That's why I need your help.
Well, I can't tell you a thing, and even if I could, I wouldn't pick you for a confidant.
No, don't be a fool, Lindsay.
I told Harrell to keep his mouth shut.
That didn't make any difference. Use your head. Blake is dead, and so is Harrell. How long do you think you've got?
Well, there may be something in what you say.
Well, of course there is. Now, Harrell got his orders from you, didn't he?
Yes.
And you got them from this Jean Colbert?
That's right.
Who is he?
I don't know. I never saw them. Heard from him through the mail.
Have you got any of his letters here?
Well, yes, but I don't think they'll do you any good. They're all typewritten.
May I have them?
Yeah, sure.
All right, now I want to get one thing straight. After you gave Harrell his instructions, he forwarded them to Senator Blake, right?
That's what Harrell told me. None of us knew any link in the chain except the one next to him.
Well, the senator must have kept some sort of records.
Well, I don't know.
Well, didn't the paper say something about his having a secretary?
Yes, her name is Marion Crane, but you don't think she can shed any light on the subject?
You never can tell, Lindsay. For all we know, she may be the original lady with the lamp. Let's hope she can show us the way.
And now here's the news we promised you. Big news from Kraft. It's the nationwide radio premiere of a wonderful new salad oil, Kraft Salad Oil. The first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft-prepared salad dressings. Now, you know that there are some salad dressings that no one else makes quite like you. You know, too, that many of your prized cooking and baking recipes call for liquid shortening. You also know that for best results, you must use only the best ingredients. And that's why the introduction of Kraft Salad Oil is the most exciting kitchen news in years. For Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil. It's fresh and pure as summer sunshine. Lighter bodied, too, because Kraft Salad Oil is not just refined, it's superfined. It's produced by a special new superfining process created by Kraft. Because it's lighter bodied, it blends quickly and perfectly with other ingredients in your salad dressings. Adds crusty tenderness to things you fry, heavenly fluffiness and moistness to things you bake. Yes, you'll put new magic into your finest recipes with new... Look for the bottle with the beautiful Your Grocers. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Lindsay gave Mike Waring the lead to Marion Crane, Senator Blake's secretary. And now, as we find that little lady, she's obviously got her hands full.
23 left, 82 right. What do you know? Works.
That's not nice, Angel.
Who are you?
Name is Waring, Miss Crane.
Don't you believe in knocking?
Well, I didn't want to disturb you. I thought you might be busy. Looks like I showed good judgment there, doesn't it?
What do you mean?
Well, I'll leave it to you, Angel. Now, what secretary would want to be heckled while she's opening her boss's safe?
I was just getting some of my things.
Well, it's awfully nice of the senator to let you keep all those bonds in there.
Look, Mr. Waring, what business is this of yours?
I'm a private detective, Miss Crane. I'm working for the late Edward Harrell.
The late... You mean Harrell's dead?
Then you did know him, huh?
You know about Colbert.
If I did, I wouldn't have to ask you who he was.
Then why do you want to find him?
Because I've got evidence he's responsible for Harrell's death.
Look, Waring, but I wouldn't things that don't concern me.
Well, that's very good. Safe.
Get out.
Okay, Miss Crane. Don't think it hasn't been nice.
I know, because it hasn't.
Oh, that's where you're wrong, Angel. In fact, I was so delighted, I'm going to tell all my friends about you, especially those in the police force.
Yeah, you do that. 3, 8, 2, 4, 3, 1.
Yeah?
Hello, is that you, Woolsey?
Who's this?
Marion Crane.
What's up, Marion?
You better get a wire out to number 1. Private detective named Mike Waring just looked in on me.
The Falcon? That sounds
He
interesting.
said he had evidence against Jean Colbert. I think he's asking for trouble.
Okay, Marion, if that's what Mr. Waring wants, it should be easy enough to oblige him. I'll be glad to do my part.
Hiya, Pappy.
Huh? Oh, I'm glad to see you made yourself at home.
I didn't think you'd mind, Waring. Shut the door.
Now, listen, mister.
Shut it. And your mouth, too, while you're at it. Now, be a good boy and sit right down on that sofa where I can watch you. Right there. That's close enough.
Is that the gun that killed Harrell?
How would you like to find out firsthand?
Now, don't bother. What's your name, friend?
I've got several, Waring. You can call me anything you like.
You know, you're leaving yourself wide open.
Look who's talking. Listen, Waring. Who's that?
Got no idea.
Get rid of him.
Okay.
And remember, if you crack out a turn, I'm right behind you. Hello, Waring. Can I come in?
Well, I'm awfully busy.
Oh, I just wanted to hear how you made out with Blake's secretary.
Well, I'll call you in the morning, Lindsay.
Wait a minute. Your name, Lindsay?
What? Yes.
Come on in.
But Waring said...
Mr. Waring just changed his mind.
Hey, he's got a gun.
That's what changed it. I've been meaning to look in on you, friend. I'm glad you spared me the trip.
Say, what's going on here?
Don't you get it, Lindsay?
If you don't now, he never will.
Why, you know...
No, look out, Lindsay!
Oh.
Lindsay. Let him lay, Waring. I want to finish that little talk we started.
What do you want?
You've been asking an awful lot of questions about a party named John Colbert.
So?
So I don't like it.
Well, that's tough. Give me 24 hours and I'll know who he is.
Maybe you've got some sort of evidence?
Maybe.
Letters?
Perhaps.
I want him, Waring.
Well, I can't blame you for that.
Look, do you turn him over like a nice boy, or do you have to be coaxed?
Oh. Look, you...
What about those letters, Waring?
I haven't got them.
I hope you got plenty of endurance, because, brother, you're going to need it.
Are you going to lay there all night, Mike, or are you going to tell me what happened?
Oh, look, I told you all I could, Sergeant. Next thing I knew, you and Harris were pouring scotch down my... Hey, where is Harris?
I sent him on an errand.
Is Lindsay all right?
Yeah, the doc had to take a couple of stitches in his scalp, but after that he was able to leave. Any idea who Tough Boy was?
No, I don't think he's local.
You might be surprised. Was he short, stocky, about 5'7", blonde hair, and very white skin?
Yeah, that's the boy.
I thought so.
You know him, Corbett?
Fairly well. His name is Joe Dowling.
Dowling?
Alias Joe Denton, alias Jerry Davis. Shall I continue?
No, never mind. I get the idea. What gets me is why Dowling didn't stick around to finish the job.
What job?
Well, I got the impression he was going to kill Lindsay.
Oh, then Mr. Lindsay can thank me for saving his life. I was on my way up to see you, and I had him ring you from downstairs. When Dowling heard me coming, he must have petered out the back way. Now, let's get back to those letters from Colbert. Dowling got them, huh?
Yeah, they were in my pocket all along. I was a sucker not to give them to him when he first asked.
Why?
Well, there was nothing in those letters that was the least bit incriminating. Didn't tell us a thing about Jean Colbert.
You must be wrong, Mike. Dowling didn't do that job on you for nothing.
Say, wait a minute, Sergeant. I've got a hunch.
That may be for me. Hello. Yes, this is Sergeant Corbett. When, Harris? You sure? Okay, you know what to do. Now, what were you saying, Mike?
I think I know who Jean Colbert is.
Oh.
Dowling.
You're nuts.
Now, listen, Sergeant, it makes sense. I tell you this. Joe Dowling and Jean Colbert are one and the same.
There's only one thing wrong with that theory, Mike.
You'll have to show it to me.
Okay, come down to the morgue.
What for?
That was Harris who just phoned in. He found Dowling's body 20 minutes ago. Now, you satisfied?
Don't forget, tomorrow will be your first chance to try marvelous new Kraft Salad Oil on sale now at your grocer's. Use this new superfine, lighter-bodied oil for those wonderful homemade salad dressings that no one can make quite like you. Use it in those wonderful chiffon cakes you take such pride in. Use it in all your cooking or baking recipes that call for liquid shortening. Get Kraft Salad Oil in either the pint or quart bottle tomorrow at your grocer's. Look for the bottle with the beautiful label. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 10 minutes have passed since Mike advanced his theory that Joe Dowling and Jean Colbert were one and the same and had it promptly explode in his face. And so great is the Falcon's disappointment that even hard-hearted Sergeant Corbett is touched.
Come on, snap out of it, Mike. We all make mistakes. You just abuse the privilege.
Well, I don't suppose there's any doubt that the body Harris found is really Dowling, huh?
None whatsoever. Dowling was just taking orders from Colbert, like Lindsay, Harrell, and Blake.
Did they find Colbert's letters on Dowling's body?
No.
Then I was wrong, Corbett.
Nice of you to admit it.
No, I mean when I said that the letters were unimportant. Colbert had to have them back. Now, why?
Don't ask me. I never saw them.
Well, he certainly looked innocent enough to me.
How about secret writing?
Oh, there was no need for that. If you knew what Colbert was getting at, the meaning was obvious. There were 3 of them. They were all identical. All they said was, Dear Lindsay, enclosed, please find $25,000 for Harrell's account. Will you see that he gets it? And they were signed John Colbert. Wait a minute. Hold everything.
Now, don't tell me you've got another brainstorm.
Yeah, look. Suppose I told you that Jean Colbert was a woman.
You better lay down, Mike.
Now, listen to me, Sergeant. Nobody's ever seen Colbert. The only trace we have is those letters.
So?
So that's why Colbert had to have them back. Because sooner or later, somebody was bound to realize the fallacy. Now, look. How do you spell the French name, Jean?
Jean.
And how do you pronounce that in English?
Jean.
There you are. You see what I mean? It can be a girl's name, too.
But where's there a woman in this case?
How about Senator Blake's secretary?
Marion Crane?
Yes. Though I've never been known to pass up a pretty gal, this one you can take.
Let me understand you, gentlemen. You think that I am Jean Colbert?
No, not Jean Colbert, Miss Crane. Jean Colbert.
No, that's very funny, Mr. Waring.
I'm glad you find it amusing.
Oh, I do, Sergeant. You're basing your entire case on that?
No. There were several other things that gave you away.
Such as?
Well, finding you at the senator's safe.
Anything else?
Well, once I realized that Jean was a woman's name, it all added up. You went to work for Senator Blake just to keep tabs on him.
Why did I hire Lindsay and Harrell?
Because you didn't want any trail leading back to you. And then when you heard there was an investigation afoot to look into premium oil, you thought it time to dissolve your organization.
So I hired Dowling, and then when he did his job, I got rid of him.
Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm. You know, Mr. Waring, this only goes to prove that there is something in woman's intuition.
Huh?
I had a feeling you were going to be an awful nuisance.
Well, I'm glad to say you were right. Okay, Marion, whenever you're ready.
Ready?
Yes, I think Sergeant Corbett is willing to call it tonight, so suppose we start for headquarters.
No. I'm staying right here.
I've got $5 to say you're wrong.
Well, put it up and we'll leave it to the sergeant.
Watch it. Corbett, don't ever get to that purse.
I only want to get my wallet and show him this.
Holy cow.
Well, what is it?
You and your theories. Give her the $5.
What are you talking about?
Haven't you ever seen a card like this before?
No, what?
Well, I have, and it says that the bearer, Miss Marion Crane, is an agent of the Department of Justice.
It doesn't make sense, Waring. You say Senator Blake's secretary was a federal agent?
Yes, she was a plant, Lindsay.
Well, couldn't she have forged those credentials?
No, Sergeant Corbett has already checked Washington. She's been with him since 45.
Well, where do we go from here?
Well, the sergeant and I have been talking it over, and we've come to one conclusion.
What?
We're never going to find Colbert.
Well, you can't give up now.
Well, what else can we do?
Colbert will never be found for one simple reason.
Why?
He doesn't exist.
What are you talking about?
He's the little man who wasn't there.
I don't follow you, Mike.
He's just a figment of the imagination.
Whose?
Yours, Lindsay.
What?
Yes, you were the boy who dreamed him up. You gave him life, breath, and dimension. And what a pity you can't arrange to have him take those 10,000 votes instead of you.
I'm sorry if I was rough on you, Mike.
Oh, that's all right, Marion. But must we talk about that now?
Yes, we must. You know, our office was working on this case for months, and you could have ruined everything.
Well, you don't have to rub it in.
How did you realize Lindsay was our boy?
Well, when I found out you were a government agent, it suddenly occurred to me what a beautiful swindle Lindsay was in a position to work. All we had was his word and several letters that there was actually such a person as Colbert. Lindsay pretended to be just another cog in the wheel.
Sure, by pretending to follow orders like the rest, he could mask as an innocent tool like Rel.
Mm-hmm.
You think Dowling knew who he was?
Yes, he was the only one. That's why Lindsay had to kill him.
So why did Dowling slug him in your apartment?
Well, that was a cheap enough price for Lindsay to pay to convince me he was on the up and up. But you'd be surprised what put me on the right track.
What?
I mentioned to you that I had evidence pointing to Colbert.
Huh?
Well, if you didn't send Dowling around to pick it up, the only other party who could have done it was Lindsay. He was the only other one who knew about the letters.
Then actually they were valueless.
Oh, sure. Lindsay wrote them just to cover himself.
Well, guess that takes care of everything.
Well, not quite. There's still one thing about this case that bothers me.
What?
You.
Do I really bother you that much, Mike?
Oh, you have no idea, Angel.
What's there about me that disturbs you so?
Well, there's your face, and your figure, and most of all...
Yes?
That $5 you won from me on that bet. That I'll never get over. Folks, here's a suggestion for all of you who like and want good candy. Keep Kraft caramels on hand wherever you are. At home for all the family to enjoy. At work to pass around among friends. And even in the pocket of your car to enjoy a delightful candy bite while driving. Follow this suggestion. And whenever you get a yen for good candy, pop a yummy, chewy, soft Kraft caramel into your mouth. Or whenever you feel tired, eat a Kraft caramel. This fine candy gives you real energy in a hurry. There's plenty of nourishing milk in Kraft Dairy Fresh caramels, besides the other fine, pure ingredients. So they're good for you. Ask for Kraft caramels in the big thrifty bag at your grocery store. And get the 6-piece bar for a nickel at your candy counter. Either way, you can't miss a real taste treat. Kraft caramel. The Case of the Big Talker. The Case of the Big Talker. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that to protect yourself from a loudmouth, sometimes you have to use a silencer. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear the Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast.
Fred Allen and Judy Holliday visit the big show today on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Nina. I'm glad you called. Oh, you'll have to cancel me out tonight, Angel. I just landed a new client. Mm-hmm. Of course, I wanted to turn down his business, but no matter how I talked, this boy insisted on giving it to me.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Big Talker. Sunday afternoon and time for another thrilling adventure of the Falcon. But first, a word about another kind of adventure, an adventure in flavor. For right now at your grocer's, there's a wonderful new salad oil for use in your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared dressings. Now, Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil, a lighter-bodied oil to mix quickly and perfectly with all other ingredients. That's because it's not just refined. It's superfined by a special process created by Kraft. Yes, superfined, to put new magic into the salad dressings you make yourself, into those wonderful chiffon cakes you pride yourself on, into every home recipe that calls for liquid shortening. Don't wait to get acquainted with Kraft Salad Oil. Look for the bottle with the beautiful label tomorrow at your grocer's. Get Kraft Salad Oil. And now, the case of the Big Talker. It's Sunday evening in New York, and a trio huddles in the rear booth of the Pelican Club. Reading from left to right, they are Joe Greco, Danny Bell, and William Palmer. And from the deference accorded Mr. Palmer, it's obvious who leads this band, which is no more than Mr. Palmer deserves. All you have to do is listen, and you'll hear some of the slickest arrangements.
Well, of course, the big thing in our favor is the element of surprise. Weber's had everything his own way so long, he won't be expecting any opposition.
Yeah, that's smart operating, Palmer. We pulled the same deal in St. Louis.
Oh, did you, Danny?
Oh, sure. I just walked into this guy's place and gave him 24 hours to leave town.
Uh-huh, and what happened?
He was gone in 4.
They play awfully rough in St. Louis, don't they?
Yeah, you're not kidding.
Maybe this league won't be fast enough for him, boss, huh?
There's always that possibility, Greco.
Why, I remember one time...
much as I'd love to hear you reminisce, Danny, I'm afraid it's getting late.
Oh, well, that's okay. Just remind me to tell you sometime about Lefty Wilson.
I'll make a note of it. But getting back to Weber...
you don't have to draw me a diagram, Palmer. I got the picture already. This Weber gets the big gambling play from the society crowd, and you want it.
Very much so.
Okay, I'll have a little talk with the man.
Oh, I don't doubt that you're a brilliant conversationalist, Danny, but Mr. Weber is also gifted. And let's assume that nothing you say moves him. What's your next step?
Well, we take over.
You see, Greco, nothing baffles him. We take over.
Sure, it's as simple as...
As falling off a log?
Yeah.
Wonderful. When can we expect this eviction to take place?
Hey, now, wait a minute, Palmer.
Don't tell me that you haven't an answer for that.
Well, don't forget, I'm a newcomer in town.
Oh, I've got news for you, Danny. The people in New York are exactly like those in St. Louis. They eat, they sleep, they breathe. And a little .38 caliber slug can stop all those vital functions.
You mean you expect me?
Uh-huh.
Well, you're crazy.
You hear that, Greco? I'm crazy. Here I voiced a simple suggestion.
Look, if you want someone to kill Weber, you better get yourself another boy.
Well, what's wrong with the one I just hired?
Well, first of all...
Look, Palmer, never mind his phony. I'll do it.
Greco, this is not the Army. If I wanted to volunteer...
I only thought that I...
don't. Oh. Danny's going to come through for us, aren't you, Danny?
Well...
You see, Greco, you misjudged him. Why, the minute I spied Danny, I bet he was a man of action. And you know me. I only put my money on sure things.
You and your big mouth. No matter how many times I warn you, Danny.
Oh, cut it out, Martha.
I'll cut it out when you learn to keep your trap shut. We had to leave St. Louis because someone called your bluff. But Mr. Loudmouth doesn't remember that.
Now, look, honey, that's water under the bridge. What are we going to do now?
What are we going to do?
Well, you're my wife.
You don't have to remind me. The only thing that keeps me going is the hope that someday I may be your widow.
Now, look, Martha, suppose I talk to Palmer.
Did you say talk? That's how you got into this mess.
Oh, Martha.
Now, about this man Weber.
Yeah, well, he's nobody to mess with. Maybe we just better pack and go, huh?
Oh, no. I'm not doing any more running. You can go if you want to, but I'm sticking right here. I like New York fine.
Oh, but baby...
Will you stop wagging your tongue and let me think?
Yeah, sure.
Wait a minute. I got an idea.
Oh, I knew I could count on you, baby.
Yeah. This Weber guy is loaded, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Huh? Well, suppose he was informed what Mr. Palmer was planning for him. Don't you think he'd be grateful?
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be worth all kinds of money to him to get the drop on Palmer. I bet he'd go 10,000, easy.
Well, what are you waiting for?
You mean?
Yeah.
But what'll I tell him?
What'll you tell him? You ask me that?
Oh, now listen,
What
Martha.
for? Weber is the man who should listen. And if you can't talk him out of 10 grand, don't bother coming back.
Yes? Mr. Weber?
That's right, sir.
My name is Danny Bell. That's a nice gambling layout you got out there.
Oh, you're very kind.
Well, of course, it's not as big as a couple of places I've got back home.
Home?
Yeah, St. Louis. Greatest little town in the world.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I hated to leave, but I got a proposition I couldn't turn down.
If you'll excuse me, Mr...
Bell. Danny Bell.
Well, I'm very busy.
Take it easy, Weber. You see, this proposition concerns you.
I can't imagine how.
Oh, you think I'm running off at the mouth, huh?
That's rather an inelegant but accurate way to describe it.
Well, suppose I was to tell you that someone was planning to knock you off.
Now you have aroused my curiosity.
Well, is it worth 10 grand for the complete details?
Definitely.
Well, the name of your party is William Palmer.
Oh, Mr. Palmer, eh?
Yeah, he figures on taking over this place.
It just occurred to me, Mr...
Bell.
How do I know this isn't a hoax?
You don't know who you're talking to.
No.
Well, Palmer and me are just like this, see? He wanted me to knock you off. It's a lucky thing for you got friends.
Oh, have I?
Oh, sure. They told me you were a swell guy.
They were exaggerating.
Yeah, that's the only reason I came here.
Well, I appreciate it, Mr...
Bell.
Forgive me, I have a horrible memory for details.
What about that 10 grand? I'm running a big risk, you know.
Then you'd better start running.
Look, Weber.
But perhaps you need something to send you on your way. Well?
All right, I'm going.
Thank you.
But don't you worry, Weber. I'll be seeing you.
I doubt that, sir. I don't ever expect to hear from you again. Is that understood?
Come on.
Hello?
That you, Martha?
No, Mrs. Bell ain't in.
What was this?
Blanche West.
Oh, well, this is Danny Blanche. Where's my wife?
I don't know, Danny. She went out about an hour ago. She asked me to mind the house.
Anybody call?
Only a Joe Greco.
Joe Greco?
Yeah, he said you should ring Mr. Palmer when you got in. You want the number?
No, I'll call when I get home. When Martha comes in, you just...
What was that, Danny? There it goes again. It sounded like... Danny!
Second, Louise. Right with you. Hiya, Ain't.
Why, Mr. Waring.
I'm sorry. I was expecting someone else.
Little girl named Louise Mason?
How do you know?
Oh, I'm a guy who knows everything. Greco's the name. Joe Greco.
What do you know about Louise?
I know she had a date with you and she ain't gonna make it.
Why not?
Let's just say she was indisposed. If you're gonna call her, Waring, you'll be wasting your time. I don't think she'll answer. Believe me, friend, I know wherever I speak.
All right, Greco, where is she?
What are you getting so excited about?
What happened to her?
This is New York in broad daylight. What could happen to her?
Look, Greco.
Hey, holding on to my coat ain't gonna bring her back. If you really want her, all you gotta do is say the word.
What's the word?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, you work for Bill Palmer.
What are you talking about?
Did you read about this jerk Danny Bell getting himself knocked off last night?
Well?
Well, the cops think the boss did it.
Why?
Did you ever try to reason with a cop?
Yes.
You've been pretty successful. That's why Palmer wants you to work for him.
Was it his idea to grab Louise?
Who says anybody grabbed her? You jump to conclusions.
All right, all right. When will she be released?
The minute I get your word, you go to work.
How do you know I won't break it?
That's where guys like us got the advantage over guys like you. We trust you.
I suppose I turn up evidence to prove that your boss did kill Danny Bell.
And he deserves to fry.
Okay, let's go see Palmer.
That's just what I was going to suggest. Lucky I got a cab waiting.
It's lighter bodied. It's superfined.
It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared salad dressings. Yes, there is something new under the sun at your grocer's right now. A new salad oil, Kraft Salad Oil. The first salad oil ever offered for home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared dressings. Wait till you try it in those wonderful salad dressings you make yourself. Those light-as-air chiffon cakes you're so proud of in all your special recipes that call for liquid shortening. For Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil. Superfined for better blending by a special new Kraft process. Because it's lighter-bodied, it mixes perfectly with all ingredients, puts new magic into dressings, cooking, and baking. Don't wait. Put this new salad oil on your shopping list right now. Remember,
It's lighter bodied. It's superfined.
get Kraft Salad Oil tomorrow at your grocer's. Look for the bottles with the beautiful labels. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 20 minutes have passed since Joe Greco dropped Mike Waring off at police headquarters. And surprisingly enough, Sergeant Corbett doesn't seem too pleased to see our hero.
Well, if it isn't that high-flying bird, the Falcon, what brings you to this nest?
Where's Bill Palmer?
You know, for a second there, I thought you said Bill Palmer.
I did. Isn't he boarding here?
What do you want with him?
I'm working for him.
You're kidding.
Now, look, Sergeant.
You wouldn't actually take that bum for a client.
Oh, wouldn't I?
Why, I've known you for almost 10 years.
Well, I guess it only proves you don't know the real me.
Maybe I don't. They say everybody's got his price.
Now, who's the they that's always doing all the saying?
Elliot, tell Palmer Mike Waring's here.
Look, Sarge, suppose I
Why
told...
bother, Mike? You don't owe me any explanation.
Oh, all right, as long as you're going to be pig-headed.
Hello, Waring.
Oh, come in, Palmer.
Well, I see Joe Greco got to you.
He certainly did.
Now, listen to me,
I wouldn't want to waste your valuable time.
Well, what's he sore about?
Oh, he feels I let him down.
I hope I never know that feeling.
Listen to me, Palmer. If anything happens to that girl,
Now,
the way...
Don't go hammy on me, Waring. Nothing's going to happen to her. She's probably back home now.
Now, if I find out you killed Danny Bell...
I know. You're going to let me fry.
I'll pull the switch personally.
Well, I hope you got a union card. How long will it be before they let me go?
Well, that depends on how much help I get from you.
You'll get everything you need.
All right. If you didn't kill Bell, who did?
Mike, I'm going to surprise you.
You have no idea.
No, I've got a wonderful one. What do you think of Weber?
Who?
Hans Weber. I understand Danny had some trouble with him.
Over what?
I couldn't say, but I know Danny threatened to kill him.
Well, maybe I ought to have a few words with Weber.
I don't care how many words you have. Just make sure they're the right ones.
You know what makes me feel badly, Waring?
No, what, Weber?
It's only on occasions like this you come up to the club.
Well, I can't afford it.
Even with Bill Palmer for your client?
Now we're right back where we started. He thinks you should be in his place.
Such ugly suspicions, Mike. Believe me, I hardly even knew this,
Danny Bell.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Well, by any chance, would you happen to recall if you killed him?
Well, I might remember that if I had a motive.
You did. Danny threatened you.
Then I could plead self-defense.
You could.
Well, thanks for the advice, Mike. If I decide to take it, I'll mail you a check.
Come.
Hello, Sergeant.
What are you doing here?
I brought a lady around to see you.
I'm not interested in any of your friends.
Oh, you will be in this one.
Now, look, Waring.
Mrs. Bell.
You want me?
Yeah. This is Sergeant Corbett.
We've met.
What's going on here?
Well, if you'll listen for a minute, you'll find out. Mrs. Bell, tell him the story you told me earlier today.
Where do you want me to begin?
Right at the top of the page. Remember the time of your husband's murder?
Yeah. It was 9:45.
And where were you at that time?
She doesn't need an alibi.
Well, why don't you give that mouth a rest? Do you happen to recall where you were, Mrs. Bell?
Yeah. I was at the Pelican Club.
Did anyone see you there?
Bill Palmer.
What?
That's right. I was with him from 9 to 10:30.
And if Palmer was with you, he couldn't possibly have killed your husband.
No.
Why didn't you tell me that before?
You didn't ask, honey.
You satisfied now, Sergeant?
No.
Well, maybe I can find someone who won't be so difficult. Come along, Mrs. Bell. We'll go see the DA.
Homicide, Sergeant Corbett.
Corbett, this is Wilson of the DA's office. A friend of yours was just around to see my boss.
Oh.
Mike Waring.
He's no friend of mine.
Well, he must be a good friend of the chief's. The DA wants Bill Palmer released.
Sergeant! Hey, Corbett!
Huh?
It's me. Can I give you a lift?
No, thanks. I'm discriminating about the kind of people I'm seen with.
Meaning I'm not.
Uh-huh.
Oh, listen, you
You
idiot.
ought to feel pretty proud of yourself.
All right, as long as you ask, I do.
Sure. I don't know many private detectives who could do what you did for Palmer.
You're darn right.
But then the detectives I know don't go in for perjury.
Hey, listen, who are you
on your way, Waring, you're blocking traffic.
Hello, Mr. Palmer.
Well, as I live and breathe.
And you can thank me for both.
All right, Martha, thanks. Satisfied now?
Not quite. I like people to show their gratitude in a more tangible way.
I don't think I understand you, Martha.
I was supposed to get $5,000 for lying to the cops.
Oh, well, I've come to the conclusion I made a mistake. I could have had Joe Greco do it for nothing.
Then you know where you would have wound up. I saved your life, Palmer, and don't ever forget it.
If I do, I'm sure you'll remind me.
Yes, indeed.
Suppose I told you I didn't kill your husband.
Don't make me laugh.
Oh, they let me go.
And we both know why. So you better dig up that money, otherwise...
You'll... What?
Don't ever try that again.
Oh, you shouldn't have said that, Martha. I'm a gambler, and that's the kind of challenge that I can't resist.
Get it out.
There's no pleasing you. First you complain because I don't give you anything, then when I do, you yell twice as loud. I don't know what I'm going to do with you. Yes?
Is Mr. Palmer in?
Oh, who wants to know?
Hans Weber.
Oh. What's on your mind, Weber?
Oh, Palmer, I just thought I'd offer my congratulations on your release.
Thank you.
Frankly, I never thought you'd make it.
Well, I had a good man working for me, Mike Waring.
But he needed help.
Oh, you mean Danny Bell's widow?
Yes. And then to repay her kindness the way you did.
What do you mean?
Oh, she told me the whole sordid story. She probably thought I would be a little more appreciative.
Hmm? And were you?
Well, I'm ashamed to say this, Palmer.
You weren't.
Well, offhand, I couldn't see how that information was going to help me. So now I'm afraid Martha thinks as badly of me as she does of you.
And I didn't believe we had anything in common.
Oh, we have, Palmer. A great deal. Let's get together real soon and compare notes.
Remember, tomorrow at your grocer's, you can get a wonderful new salad oil for your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil for home use ever offered by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft dressings. Kraft Salad Oil is a lighter-bodied oil, superfined to blend perfectly with other ingredients. Get a pint or quart bottle tomorrow at your grocer's. Ask for Kraft Salad Oil. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Several hours have passed since the extremely friendly conversation between Palmer and Weber. And now at the Falcon's apartment.
Hello, Mike.
What are you doing here, Sergeant?
I just dropped by to apologize.
You what?
Yeah, Louise Mason called me at home and told me why you agreed to work for Palmer.
Oh.
Why didn't you say something? I would have understood.
I tried to.
I know you did. Am I forgiven?
Yeah, sure, Corbett. Come on in.
Thanks.
Care to join me in a drink?
Yeah, I'm off duty. Start pouring, boy. You know, I never thought you were going to get Palmer out.
Well, strictly between us, Sergeant, I was a little surprised myself.
Of course, Danny's wife's perjury didn't hurt any.
What are you talking about?
Oh, didn't you know, Mike? She was reached.
You're crazy.
She admits it herself.
When was this?
About a half hour ago.
She's out of her mind. I don't know why she came to you with that story.
She saw her. She claims you wouldn't pay her off.
I wouldn't pay her off?
Uh-huh. She says you made the deal for Palmer.
She's lying. If she was bribed, Palmer did it himself.
Without your knowledge or consent, like they say.
Yes.
Still, it's kind of embarrassing for you.
Is it?
You get Palmer released, and according to the law, we can't pick him up again.
I know that. Just wait till I get my hands on him.
A couple of the boys downtown think you already did.
Now what are you babbling about?
Somebody put a slug through his brain. You'll die when you hear who that somebody is. Want to get a coat, Mike? Will you go like that?
Now, look. I don't know anything about Palmer's murder, and I know less about Martha's perjury.
You don't have to yell. I believe you.
Huh?
Of course, the opinions expressed here are my own and in no way reflect the opinions of my sponsor, the New York Police Department.
Now, listen, Corbett. You got to give me a break.
What do you want?
A chance at Martha Bell.
That can be arranged.
And I want to see Joe Greco.
You don't think...
Why not?
He worked for Palmer.
Yeah, so did Danny Bell, remember? And while you're at it, pick up Hans Weber.
Hey, you don't want much, do you?
I don't think so.
Well, maybe you're right. There are 7 million people in New York, and you could have involved them all. All right, I'll get a call out to pick them up.
I beg your pardon. Is Sergeant Corbett...
Right here, Mr. Weber.
I was told you wanted to see me.
You were told right. This is Martha Bell. Or have you two already met?
No.
Well, have you, Weber?
I never contradict a lady.
Well, this is Joe Greco.
Yeah.
Likewise, I'm sure.
Listen, Sergeant, what's the big idea?
Yeah, what are we waiting for anyway?
The star of our show.
Thank you, Sergeant Corbett.
You just made it, Mike. They were ready to walk out.
I don't know what they would have missed.
Yeah, you're funnier than Groucho Marx.
And I don't even wear glasses. You tired, Weber?
No, just bored.
Oh. Well, we'll see if we can make it interesting for you. Gentlemen, and Mrs. Bell, we are gathered here together to determine the murderer of one William Palmer.
Here.
Now, would anyone care to hazard a guess?
Oh, is this an audience participation program?
Yes. So suppose I pass among our contestants. First, I have a question for you, Martha.
How nice.
Why did you tell Sergeant Corbett I was the one who got you to lie for Palmer?
You did.
And where did all this take place?
At your apartment the day before we went up to see him.
Now, that's a nice try, Angel. But it isn't the right answer, because I spent that entire day in Jersey on another case.
Listen, Waring.
Sorry, we're a little pressed for time, but don't feel badly. You win at least a 5 to 10 year stretch for perjury. Now, Greco, you're next.
Am I?
Yes, what were you doing at the time of Palmer's murder?
I was down at the Pelican Club.
And how long were you there?
From 6 to 11:30.
And Mr. Palmer died?
At 8:15.
Now, who told you that?
I did.
Okay, Sergeant. Now, let's get on to Mr. Weber.
Must you?
Well, I'll start you off with something easy. Do you remember Danny Bell?
This lady's husband?
Yes. May I ask if you have an alibi for the time of his murder?
So far back. Can you give me a little hint?
Yes, it happened at 9:45 on...
Oh, yes. Well, if memory serves me right, at that time I was at my club, greeting my guests.
And their names?
Perhaps Senator Burns might remember that evening.
Why should he?
Well, there was a little unpleasantness at 9:40 about one of his checks. It was made of rubber.
Well, that completes the first round. And we have a winner.
Have we?
Yes, Mrs. Martha Bell. Will the lady please stand?
Listen, you comic, what are you babbling about?
By killing your husband and Bill Palmer, you have hit the jackpot.
No.
Yes, you win that famous trip up the Hudson to Sing Sing with all expenses on the house. Oh, yes, I forgot to mention, Angel. That trip is only one way.
Say, Mike.
Oh, look, Sergeant, I'm tired. I need a rest.
Don't be ridiculous. We couldn't get along without you. Why did Martha kill Danny?
Simple. She was fed up with him. He never did anything right in his life. And when he tried to shake down Weber and didn't get a dime, that was the final straw.
What kind of a motive is that?
Well, the newspapers are full of stories about wives who have murdered their husbands for less.
And what about Palmer?
Well, she killed him because he wouldn't pay off after she bailed him out with her alibi.
Did she dream up that alibi deal?
Well, sure.
That was a smart piece of work.
Smarter than you think. Because Palmer didn't need the alibi. He was with Joe Greco at the time.
Why didn't he say so?
Who would have believed it? No, she was shrewd. You see, she sold Palmer the idea that she could help him. And at the same time, she helped herself.
I don't see how.
Well, if Palmer was with her, naturally it follows that she must have been with him. And if he didn't kill her husband, neither did she.
Well, the thing that gets me is why you took this case in the first place.
Well, I told you, Sergeant. One of Palmer's boys abducted my girlfriend.
I know, but that's no reason.
What?
If you ask me, she's a lucky girl.
Oh, are you out of your mind?
Well, the way I look at it, being kidnapped is bad enough. But she'd have been in a lot more trouble if she'd kept that date with you. Good night, Mike.
There comes a time in the life of every homemaker when she has to fix a dinner fast, and that's when Kraft Dinner is such a help. You see, in just 7 minutes cooking time, Kraft Dinner makes delicious macaroni and cheese. Wonderful, tender macaroni with fine cheese flavor all through, just like I said, in only 7 minutes cooking time. That's because every package of Kraft Dinner gives you a special quick-cooking macaroni and just the right amount of Kraft grated for that grand cheese flavor. So tomorrow, get a couple of packages of Kraft Dinner. The Case of the Flaming Club. The Case of the Flaming Club. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon. When Mike Waring learns that if a man tries to make things hot for someone who has a knife, he's likely to get stuck. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with a hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Jimmy Durante and Ethel Merman visit the Big Show later on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Linda. Now, thanks for calling, Angel, but I can't make it tonight. The fellow was caught playing with matches, and it made him so mad I have to get to him before he gets all burned up. This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, transcribed today, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Flaming Club.
Before we join the Falcon for his latest adventure, here's exciting news from Kraft. It's more news about a new salad oil, Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared dressings. Wait till you use this new oil in one of your salad dressings or baking recipes. For Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a lighter-bodied salad oil that blends perfectly with other ingredients, adds new magic to every recipe it's used in. That's because it's not just refined, it's superfined by Kraft. Tomorrow, when you shop, be sure to get a bottle of lighter-bodied, superfined Kraft Salad Oil. Look for the bottle with the beautiful label. And now, the case of the Flaming Club. It's late Sunday night in New York when Eric Dean walks slowly to the door of his apartment. He looks through the keys on his key ring for the one which fits the lock. He tries one. After a couple of tries, gets it in the lock, but finds it won't turn. He's fumbling for another key when he hears someone on the other side of the door.
Eric,
Nah?
is that you?
Yeah, it's me, Georgia. Who are you expecting?
Just a minute. Come on in.
Yes, ma'am.
No. You've been drinking.
Is that a fact? Well, who wouldn't be? Went over the books with Larrabee tonight. We keep getting further in the red. In fact, we're broke.
Now, isn't there any way to cut expenses?
Cut expenses. Cut expenses? What are we going to do? We fired the band. Got to keep a bartender and a piano player.
There must be something.
We can stop eating. Cut expenses at home. Cancel my life insurance. Sure, we can cut expenses.
No, there's no use talking about it now. I can see that. But tomorrow...
I don't want to talk about it tomorrow. Just want to sing and dance. Come on, Georgia.
Oh.
Let's dance.
Stop it.
Hey, what's the matter? Don't you want to dance? Nobody wants to dance. Nobody wants to have fun. I want to have fun. Lots of fun. Laughs. I want to blow my brains out. $10:30, and we got 6 couples.
Well, Dean, it was your idea to chuck the band.
My idea. They wanted to be paid.
There's only one out.
You mean there still is an out, Larrabee?
One.
What?
Come on in the office.
Okay. Don't tell me you found a sucker we can unload on.
No, nothing like that.
Well, Larrabee?
We could have a fire.
What?
You heard me. A fire. We have insurance.
Are you crazy?
It's been done.
Yeah. People are going to jail for it, too.
Their only chance to get out from under. Can't you see that, Dean?
I don't like it. Where's the bottle?
Now, wait a minute, pal. Nothing to drink until we get this settled.
It is settled. No fire.
Why not? A can of gasoline, a match, and we collect.
I said no, Larrabee. You talk too much. You'd be sure to shoot your mouth off.
You think I'm crazy?
I think if we got away with it, which we probably wouldn't, but if we did, you'd have to start bragging about how sharp we were.
Dean, I give you my word.
I know you, Larrabee. I know you'd start...
What's the matter?
Just a minute. I thought so. All right, Morgan, what's the idea?
Let go, Mr. D.
You were listening at the door.
No, honest.
Then what were you doing here? You're supposed to be at the bar.
I just wanted to ask you something.
There's a phone at the bar. There's a phone here.
Dean's right, Morgan. What are you doing here?
Mr. Larrabee, believe me, I
You've been snooping.
No, Mr. D.
A snooper and a liar, too. Well, that's all for you, mister. You're through, as of now.
Not so fast, Dean.
What about my back pay? You owe me 3 weeks.
Sue us.
Now, you can't do this.
Don't tell me what I can do. You're fired.
Don't be a fool, Dean. Get back to the bar, Morgan. I'll straighten this out with Dean.
I'm not sure I want that.
Now be reasonable. Dean's upset, that's all. He doesn't realize what he's saying.
Oh, don't I?
No. Well, Morgan?
All right, Mr. Larrabee. If you say so.
That's it, Morgan. I'm sorry about Dean, but we've been having a lot of trouble. And...
I'm not surprised with him asking for it. And believe me, if he keeps on like that, you haven't seen anything yet.
What'll it be, mister?
I'd like to see Mr. Dean.
No, you wouldn't.
Oh, why do you say that?
Nobody likes to see him.
Okay, then let's say he'd like to see me. He phoned me.
Oh. Well, try that door back there. I think he's in the office.
Thanks.
Who is it?
Mike Waring.
Oh, yes, Waring. Come in. Oh, good of you to come, Waring. Sit down.
Thanks. Oh, what do you want with a detective?
Tell me, how good are you at shadowing?
Good enough that I don't waste my time at it. If that's all you want, why pay my fee?
This is something special. I got a partner, Mark Larrabee. I want a record of all his movements.
Why?
Does it matter? I want him followed. I'm willing to pay.
You're willing to pay too much.
I want to be sure nothing goes wrong. That's why I want the Falcon.
Funny thing about me, Dean. When I'm on a case, I like to know what I'm doing.
You'll be following Larrabee.
Yeah, that's what I call a lot of information.
I didn't know you were going to be so curious.
It's my business.
Well, I'm going away for a few days. Perhaps I want to be sure Larrabee stays away from my wife.
Yes, perhaps you do. Well, there are a lot of other detectives in town who'll keep tab for you. I'm not interested in that kind of business.
Why not?
I never cared for gossip.
You wouldn't have to gossip, just report.
See what I mean?
Well, as a matter of fact, I'm not afraid of Larrabee calling on Georgia.
Yeah, then we're right back where we started.
All right, Waring, if you must know, here it is. Larrabee's been drawing a lot of money out of the business. I can't find out what he does with it. I think he's been gambling. I have to know so I can straighten him out if he is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, will you take the case?
Well, you know something, Dean? I still think you're lying. But if you're so anxious to dump cash in my lap, I don't see why I should deprive you of the pleasure. Yeah, all right. It's a deal.
Here I am, mister, in this doorway. You looking for me?
No.
How come you've been following me ever since I left the club?
Have I?
Oh, that's brilliant conversation.
Well, I'm not an old coward.
I never would have known. Who are you?
Does it matter?
It matters that you're following me. What's the idea?
Who told you I'd be following you?
I got eyes.
But I haven't been beating tom-toms. How come you spotted me?
You just aren't as sharp as you think.
Or somebody tipped you. Now, who?
Look, just because you're clumsy.
Not that clumsy.
We won't discuss it. You've been following me, and you're going to stop.
Well, what's stopping me?
This, if it has to.
Is it loaded?
Hang around. You'll find out.
No, I'll take your word. I don't like to set up anyway. Good night, Larrabee.
Hey, mister, I just noticed the time. You're out of luck.
No, not necessarily, driver.
Yeah, but it's after 2. The club will be closed.
Well, I'm not going for entertainment. Just want to talk to the bartender. He may still be around.
Okay, just thought you might want to know.
Oh, thanks.
Some guys raise holy Ned if you don't... Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Fire engines. Hey, look, they're stopping in the next block.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, I see the smoke coming out of that building. Hey!
Well, what?
Look up there. Isn't that the club where you wanted me to take you?
Is it? Yeah, you're right, it is.
It's on fire.
Yeah, so I see.
It's lighter bodied. It's super fine.
It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared salad dressings. Yes, you women who pride yourselves on your own special homemade salad dressings, now you have something new and wonderful to work with. Now, you know in advance that any salad oil offered to you by Kraft is bound to be good. But Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a good oil. It's a new kind of oil, a lighter-bodied oil made to blend perfectly with other ingredients. That's because Kraft Salad Oil is not just refined, it's superfined by a special process created by Kraft. You'll find Kraft Salad Oil not only wonderful for your homemade salad dressings, but also for those grand chiffon cakes you bake. In fact, for every recipe you have that requires liquid shortening. So don't wait to try this new Kraft Salad Oil. Remember,
It's lighter bodied. It's super fine.
get Kraft Salad Oil tomorrow at your grocer's. Look for the bottles with the beautiful label. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. It's a few minutes since Mike Waring discovered that his client's club could briefly boast of the hottest show in town. Now the Falcon is pushed through the crowd and into the burning building. He makes his way through the smoke and flames to the basement steps, hurries down until he's stopped by a fireman at the bottom.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
I wanted to see what started this.
Well, get out of here. You want to get killed?
Fake like I'm a fireman, too, huh?
I got no time for games.
Look, it's just that I've got a hunch there's something phony about this fire. I want... Hey, there's a lot of smoke.
What do you expect?
Well, if I could just see a little... Hey, look over there.
Where?
Here in that pile of boxes. Aren't those a man's legs sticking out from behind there?
I don't see any. Oh, yeah, you're right. Come on. Yeah, here he is.
That's Dean.
Who?
One of the owners of this place.
Well, help me get him out of here. We can get him to the respirator.
I'm afraid artificial respiration won't do him any good.
Well, you never can tell.
In this case, you can't. Look at his chest. He's been stabbed to death. Oh, Corbett. Looks like we've got the fire under control.
Yeah, Waring. Now come on over to the car. I want to get a few things straight.
All right. But isn't it a waste of time, Corbett? You know you'll never keep them straight.
Yeah, that's right, Waring. Make with the gags. Us police don't know from nothing. Takes a bright private op like you to bungle a routine tale so bad a man pulls a gun on you.
I didn't bungle. He must have been tipped.
By who?
Well, that's one thing I'm going to find out.
Really hurts, don't it? And now, Waring, tell me something about this fellow, Dean.
I told you. He was going out of town. He wanted me to keep an eye on his partner, Mark Larrabee. I did, with the results that please you so much.
What did Dean expect you to catch Larrabee doing?
Well, he said he was afraid Larrabee was tossing his bankroll down a roulette rat hole. And he wanted me to check.
Is Dean his partner's keeper?
He claimed he was working at it.
Did you swallow Dean's yarn?
Would you?
You kidding? But I'm not smart like you, Waring.
Well, Dean's story smelled, but I played along to see how things lined up. And the fire coming right at this time seemed too much of a coincidence.
You think Larrabee started it after he shook you?
Well, it's something to check. Along with, how come Dean winds up in the basement of his club when he claimed he'd be out of town?
He planned to leave. He hadn't gotten around to it.
No, how do you know?
You're not the only one who can make brilliant deductions, Waring. I found an airplane ticket in his pocket to Pittsburgh on the 4 a.m. plane out of LaGuardia, from which I deduced he was planning to fly to Pittsburgh this morning.
Corbett, you're a genius. Now, if you're through with me, I'll be running along. There's some angles I still want to look into.
Why bother, Waring? Your client's dead.
Look, I'm going to prove somebody tipped Larrabee about me tailing him.
You don't have to prove it, Waring. Somebody did tip him.
Yeah?
Sure, Waring. You did.
Wait a minute, will you? I'm coming. It's you, Waring. Don't you know it's the middle of the night?
No, I didn't. My watch stopped.
I'm laughing.
Well, I wanted to get to you before anyone else did.
Why?
Because you work for Dean and Larrabee. I thought you might be able to tell me something about them.
Like what, for instance?
Like why you tipped Larrabee that I was hired to tail him.
What are you talking about? How would I know?
You could have listened to my conversation with Dean.
Listened in? Me?
You know my name. You called me by it just now.
Well, you told me at the club.
Yeah, think again, chum. I just went into the club and stopped at the bar to ask for Dean. I never mentioned my name to you.
Well, what's the difference if I do know your name?
Because maybe that's not all you know. Maybe you know Dean hired me.
And if I do?
Then maybe you tipped Larrabee.
And if I did?
Now, that'll break Corbett's heart.
Who's Corbett?
Sergeant Corbett, Homicide Squad.
What's he got to do with this?
He likes to rib me.
You wake me up in the middle of the night on any kind of a rib?
No, not entirely. There's been a fire. Did you know anything about that?
Fire?
Yes, the club burned down.
What?
Kind of a coincidence, wouldn't you say?
Why?
Coming right when one of the owners is suspicious enough of the other to hire a detective to tail him?
You think Larrabee or Dean, the fire...
Yeah, Larrabee or Dean, the fire. It didn't start itself.
But they couldn't have done it?
Why not?
Well, you were following Larrabee, you say, and Dean was on a train to Chicago.
Train to Chicago? Where'd you get that idea?
Well, he told me.
Dean, when?
When he left the club last night around 6.
Dean said he was taking a train to Chicago?
I told you.
Yeah, I know, so you did. But that's not what the plane ticket says.
What plane ticket?
The one that's not for a train to Chicago.
That don't make sense.
Oh, pal, you're catching on. But why should it make sense? Nothing else in this case does.
Oh, no. Now what? All right. Oh, Mr. Larrabee.
Hello, Morgan. I'm coming in.
Sure. After all, why should you be an exception?
Has someone been here already this morning?
Hey, let go.
Answer me.
Waring was here.
Waring, did you talk?
No.
You didn't say anything about what you heard the other day, me and Dean talking about a fire.
No, I didn't tell you.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Hey, what's the idea?
I asked you a question.
I answered.
I want to be sure you're telling the truth.
I am.
You better be, because that was just a warning, Morgan. If I find out you've been shooting your mouth off, maybe that's not all that'll get shot. Think it over.
Hello, Mr. Waring. You mind if I join you?
Why, what a question, Angel. Sit down.
Thank you. You wonder how I know your name.
Do I?
Sergeant Corbett told me about you. He told me you eat in this restaurant quite often.
Oh, bless his little heart.
I'm Mrs. Dean.
Oh?
The sergeant tells me you're suspicious about last night's fire.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand there's going to be trouble getting the insurance company to pay off.
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised.
You were following Larrabee, so you know he didn't start the fire.
How do you know about that? Corbett?
No. I talked to Morgan, the bartender.
Ah, you're a busy little chicken for someone who's just lost a husband.
Oh, I'm on my own now. I have to look out for myself.
Mm-hmm. But didn't your husband have life insurance?
Yes.
Then you looked after him. The fire won't affect that.
I know. But I have a right to collect on the fire insurance, too. My husband wouldn't have started the fire. He wanted to prevent it. That's why he hired you.
Yes, that's what I figured. But how do you know about it?
He told me. He and Larrabee had an argument about it. Larrabee wanted to burn the place, and Eric was against it.
You realize you're admitting that Larrabee had arson on his mind.
Yes. But you were following him, so you know that he didn't do it.
How do you know I didn't see him start the fire?
Because then there wouldn't be speculation. You'd have had him arrested.
All right, I didn't see him. But here's something Morgan didn't tell you. Larrabee shook me before the fire, so he could have done it after he left me.
I don't believe it.
Don't believe. It's the truth.
Oh, dear. I didn't know that changes things.
Yes, it certainly does. So I'm afraid I can't help you. But maybe you can help me.
How?
Your husband told me he was going out of town. Do you know where he was going?
Well, of course.
And do you know how he was going? Train or plane?
Well, train. He doesn't like planes. He gets sick.
I see.
So I guess he missed the train.
Yes, so it would seem.
He had plenty of time. He left the apartment at 8 and said the train didn't leave until 9.
Then he did intend to take the 9 o'clock train to Chicago, huh?
Chicago?
Well, yes. What's the matter?
Well, he wasn't going to Chicago. He was going to Palm Beach.
When you shop tomorrow, be sure to pick up a pint or quart bottle of Kraft salad oil. It's the wonderful new oil for your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. The first salad oil ever offered for your home use by Kraft. Remember, it's lighter bodied because it's super fine. Lighter bodied to blend perfectly with other ingredients. Don't wait to try Kraft salad oil. It's lighter bodied. It's super fine. Look for the bottles with the beautiful labels. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Half an hour has passed since Mike Waring learned that his client apparently had tried to dash off in all directions only to wind up where he started, with a knife in his chest. Now the Falcon is at headquarters and has tossed the confusion to Sergeant Corbett.
Wait a minute, Waring. Wait a minute.
Sure, Corbett. I'm not going anywhere.
Let's get this straight. Dean tells the bartender he's taking the train to Chicago. Then he tells the wife he's taking the train to Palm Beach.
If they're telling the truth.
And when we find him in New York, he has a plane ticket to Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think I finally figured it out, Corbett.
Yeah, I know. He really intended to go to Kennebunkport, Maine.
No, I'm not kidding, Corbett. You see, I checked with the Weather Bureau.
Weather Bureau? Where do they fit?
They told me there was a bad storm in Virginia.
Very interesting. There was also an earthquake in Peru. So what?
So I checked with the railroad. Dean got on the train to Chicago last night.
Then I suppose he got on a train to Palm Beach.
Well, I wouldn't know.
Gets clearer all the time.
Well, if we can get that bartender to talk, it will.
Yeah?
Yeah. He had a fight with Dean a few days ago, and Dean tried to fire him.
Oh, so you think this makes the bartender so sore he murders Dean and burns down the club?
No. He'd hardly go that far just over the loss of a job.
Check.
But he knows something.
And he's one up on me.
Well, in that case, let's go catch up with him, shall we?
Now, what do you fellas want?
Have you caught up on your sleep, Morgan?
Don't make me laugh.
Let's go in, Waring.
Yeah.
Hey.
You can close the door, Morgan.
What do you want?
You said Dean left the club at 6 last night.
Yeah.
Did he go back?
No.
He was killed in the club.
Well, I didn't see him.
And he wasn't hanging around the club.
No.
What are you trying to prove, Waring?
Just trying to account for Dean's time. He left his home around 8. Turns out to be killed in the club at 2:30. Now, what was he doing in the meantime?
You got any ideas?
Yes, Corbett, I have. I think he went to Philadelphia.
Oh, great. Now he goes to Philly. Why?
People keep coming here. I'm going to Philly or someplace. Oh, Larrabee.
Hello, Morgan. I wanted to... Oh, company. I'll come back.
No, don't mind us, Larrabee. Come in.
I can come back later.
Why are you so anxious to get away? Is it because you're afraid we found out about you?
What about me?
That you and Dean had a row about the fire? You wanted a fire. He was against it.
Morgan, I warn you.
Hey, cut it out. Cut it out.
Larrabee, stop it. You're a smart boy, Larrabee. That outburst proves Morgan knows about you.
What do you mean?
Morgan didn't tell us. Mrs. Dean did. But now that you've shown that Morgan knows, too, he's going to have to talk.
What else do you want to know if you know about the fire?
Just this, Morgan. Why did Dean object to Larrabee's idea? Now, come on, don't look at Larrabee. He can't hurt you. Well?
Waring asked you a question, Morgan. Answer him.
Now, look, Morgan, we know Larrabee wanted to start a fire. We know Dean objected. Now, why did he object? Would mean money in his pocket, too.
He was afraid Larrabee might talk. He said Larrabee can never keep his mouth shut.
I see. Well, that does it.
Does what? What are we trying to prove?
Dean's motive.
Motive for what?
For starting the fire.
What? You mean Dean started the fire?
Yes. You see, Dean was afraid to let Larrabee know that's what he intended to do.
Yeah. So he nixed Larrabee's plan.
Mm-hmm. But then he hired me to tail Larrabee so that I'd be a witness when the fire started that Larrabee had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
And Dean hops a Chicago train, stays on it just long enough to establish his presence, then slips off the train, probably somewhere around Philly, and flies back to New York.
Ah, I get it. He figures to start the fire, then hop a plane to Pittsburgh and slip back on the train there.
That's right. That way both partners have an alibi for the fire.
But Larrabee catches Dean at the fire and kills him.
That's a lie. Why would I kill him if he's doing what I wanted?
Well,
He's got a point, Corbett.
Maybe he wanted all the insurance for himself. I don't know.
Well, if you really want to know, don't ask Larrabee. Ask Morgan.
Me? Why me?
Because, Morgan, you're the one who killed Dean, aren't you?
Yeah, you were right, Waring.
Well, wipe your eyes, Corbett. Maybe I'll pull a boner next week.
Morgan confessed. He caught Dean starting the fire, and Dean threatened to frame him. He was going to use that row they had when he tried to fire Morgan as a motive and claim Morgan started the fire for revenge.
Mm-hmm. Larrabee and Dean would have alibis, and that would leave Morgan holding the match.
Right. It panicked Morgan, and he killed Dean. Oh, there it is, Waring. I'll just run along.
Oh, no, wait a minute, Corbett. What kind of a straight man are you? Huh? You haven't asked me how I knew Morgan was the murderer.
All right, go ahead.
Well, Dean told his wife he was going to Palm Beach.
Say, that's right. I forgot about Palm Beach.
Yeah, well, so did Dean when he heard about the storm in Virginia. His original plan, apparently, was to work his alibi on a Palm Beach train. But bad weather made it risky, counting on a plane to get him back to the train.
So he switches to a Chicago train.
That's right. And Morgan said Dean told him he was going to Chicago. But Dean left the club at 6, and Morgan claimed he hadn't seen him again. Still, when Dean left home at 8, he told his wife he was going to Palm Beach. So he hadn't switched plans by 8, which means Morgan was lying. He must have seen Dean again after 8.
All right, Waring. You feel better now that you got that off your chest?
Oh, yes, much better, Corbett. Thanks.
Well, that's good, Waring. You need something to cheer you up.
Do I?
You will when I tell you. Morgan has confessed to the murder, but he still denies tipping off Larrabee about you tailing him. So it looks like it was just your own bungling. Good night, Waring.
Spring is in the air, folks. There's fair weather, sunny skies, trees and flowers in bloom. Everything, it seems, to make living enjoyable. One sure way to add pleasure to living these balmy days is to enjoy the wonderfully good taste of delicious Kraft Dairy Fresh caramels. They're smooth and chewy, soft candy goodness through and through with a caramel flavor developed by Kraft from a special process, the result of years of fine candy making. Yes, Kraft caramels are good, and they're good for you, too. Dairy Fresh, they're called, and that means plenty of wholesome, nourishing milk is in Kraft caramels. Get the big thrifty pound bag at the grocery store, or ask for the nickel bar of 6 delicious pieces of Kraft caramels at the candy store. And when you taste them, I'm sure you'll say, these are the best caramels I've ever tasted. Kraft Dairy Fresh caramels. The Case of the Dutch Doll. The Case of the Dutch Doll. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that little boys who play with the wrong kind of dolls never live to grow up. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon, transcribed today, are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Jerome Epstein, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place, The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. Ed Herlihy speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
1 hour from now, Cary Grant and Betsy Drake star in another adventure as Mr. and Mrs. Blandings, the owners of the famous Troublesome Dream House. It's Top Sunday Listening, Mr. and Mrs. Blandings. Hear Groucho Marx and Ginger Rogers on The Big Show later on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Norma. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to include me out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. There's a party around who's been shown how to parlay a 2-bit pocket knife into a killing. So naturally, he's going to make a stab at it.
This is Ed Herlihy, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Curious Cop.
In just a moment, another thrilling adventure of the Falcon. But first, a word about an adventure you can have any day in the week, right in your own kitchen. For several weeks now, we've been telling you on this program about Kraft Salad Oil, the wonderful new salad oil created by Kraft that's lighter-bodied because it's super fine. Now, here's a suggestion. Tomorrow, go to your grocer's and get a pint or quart bottle of Kraft Salad Oil. Look up your favorite recipe for homemade salad dressing, chiffon cake, or anything else that requires liquid shortening. Then, that night, tomorrow night at dinner, surprise your family with an old favorite made this lighter-bodied, superfine salad oil way. You'll know the difference, and so will the family. Get Kraft Salad Oil. And now, the case of the curious cop. It's late Sunday evening in New York, and Hunter's famed gambling club on East 84th is closed for the night. But that doesn't seem to deter plainclothesman Jack Craven or his partner Frank Walsh from their decision to look in on Mr. Hunter.
You ask me, Craven, we're wasting our time.
You think so, Frank?
Sure. Hunter's probably gone.
What about that light we saw from the outside?
Must have forgotten to turn it off.
No, not Mr. Hunter. He watches his pennies. 5 will get you 10. He's still here counting the take. Where was the light coming from?
This room here, I think. Yeah.
Then this must be the office.
Want me to go in with you?
No. You wait out here. If you hear any commotion, get back to the car. Understand?
Right.
Come on in, Brock. Did you get to... Just a second, you're not Brock.
No, my name is Craven, Mr. Hunter.
What are you doing here?
Ever see one of these before?
It's a badge, isn't it?
Also known as a buzzer or a potsy.
So?
So I don't like people running gambling houses on my beat.
I see.
Especially without consulting me.
And suppose I did consult you?
Well, that might be different. Now, if you were to consult me, say, once a week with $500...
You'd have no objections at all?
No. Live and let live is my motto.
$500 is a lot of money, Mr. Craven.
Well, I can be a lot of trouble, Mr. Hunter.
Suppose I had you reported to the commissioner.
You'd be wasting your time. They've been trying to get rid of me for years, but they never could get anybody to testify against me.
Maybe I'd be willing to.
Are you kidding? You don't like publicity any more in your racket than I do in mine. You better give in, Hunter. I can make an awful nuisance of myself.
I can see that. All right, Craven, don't move.
Now, what do you think you're going to do with that gun?
Something the police commissioner couldn't do. I'm going to get rid of you, Craven.
Now, listen, Hunter, if you don't put away that rod, I'll break you in two.
Stay where you are, Craven. I mean that.
You soup.
Give me another bottle, Hazel. This one's gone.
But Frank,
oh, for Pete's sake. Can a man get anything in his own home without a million arguments? Now get it.
All right.
Oh, wait. Wait a minute. Answer that first. If it's Sergeant Corbett, tell him I'm still sick and the doctor says I can't see anybody.
Hello?
Mrs. Walsh?
That's right.
This is Sergeant Corbett again.
Oh, how are you, Sergeant?
Can't complain. How's Frank?
Just the same.
Can I talk to him?
I'm afraid not. He's asleep.
Okay. Tell him I called, will you?
I certainly will, Sergeant.
Well?
I think he's suspicious.
So what? He can't prove anything.
What's all this about, Frank?
What's what all about?
Why are you avoiding Corbett? Ever since the night Craven disappeared...
I told you I didn't want to talk about that.
But you were with him.
I was not. Craven got out of a car to see somebody. He left me on Lexington and 84th. I never saw him after that.
Then why did they suspend you from the force?
Because they're a bunch of thick-headed jerks.
Frank, you're not telling the truth.
What are you calling me a liar? All right, Hazel, so you want to know what happened to Craven, do you? Well, I'll tell you. He was murdered.
No.
Yes, now do you feel better?
Who did it?
I have no idea.
Then how do you know he was murdered?
I'm psychic.
Frank, you've got to tell Sergeant Corbett.
You're nuts.
If you don't, they'll drop you from the force.
Who cares?
I do. What'll we live on?
Don't you worry about that, Hazel. From now on, it's easy street.
Then you do know who killed Craven.
Yeah, that's right. I bet this party will appreciate me keeping my mouth shut.
You're not thinking of blackmail.
Well, what am I thinking of, baby? Where's my coat?
No, I won't let you go.
Get your hands off me, Hazel.
No, Frank.
I said get your hands off.
Stop it, Frank. You're choking me. Frank.
Yes.
I hate to break in on you like this, Mr. Hunter, but there's a party outside waiting to see you.
I'm busy, Brock.
Yes, I know, but I suggest you clear a little time for this boy. I would if I were in your position.
But then you're not in my position, Brock.
Oh, it's true. Just the same, you ought to see him. His name is Frank Walsh. He's a cop.
So?
So he was Jack Craven's sidekick.
Craven?
The dick who disappeared so mysteriously.
Oh, of course.
Would you see him?
What have I got to lose?
Hey, Walsh.
Yeah.
Come in here.
Sit down, Mr. Walsh. My name is Hunter.
Never mind the introduction, Hunter. I know all about you.
Not all, I trust.
All. When can I talk to you?
What do you call what you're doing now?
I mean, alone.
Would you be a good fellow, Brown?
Why not? Nice knowing you, Walsh.
Yeah, likewise.
Now, what was it you had on your mind, Mr. Walsh?
Last Saturday after you closed, you had a visitor up here.
Did I?
Yeah, a dick named Jack Craven.
And you think I know something about his disappearance?
I think you know everything about it. You see, I was outside when Craven went in to shake you down. A few minutes afterward, I heard a shot, so I beat it to the car. But 20 minutes later, I saw you coming out of here alone.
So you put two and two together.
And got 4. You killed him, Hunter. I don't know what you did with his body.
Then you might as well stop there, Mr. Walsh. Didn't you ever learn that to substantiate a charge of murder, there must be what the pulp writers call a corpus delicti?
Now, look, Hunter, you're not brushing me off like this. We can settle this easily enough. I'm no pig like some guys. Give me 20 grand, and you'll never hear from me again.
I think it would be only fair to warn you, Mr. Walsh, that I have a distinct aversion to being blackmailed.
Well, you better kick through, because if it's the last thing I do, I'll find Craven's body.
I wish you luck. And if you experience too much difficulty, perhaps I can arrange to have you join him. Good day.
What's the matter, Sergeant? You look worried.
I am, Mike.
Still thinking about that Craven mess?
Yeah, a cheap, rotten grafter.
Well, if you ask me, you've heard the last of that cookie.
I wouldn't be surprised if you were right.
You think he's dead?
I don't know. Maybe he skipped. Who knows?
It's funny about Frank Walsh having a nervous breakdown so soon afterwards.
Very funny. Turn right at the next corner.
Where do you want to go?
Over to see Frank Walsh. He lives a couple of blocks down.
Didn't his wife tell you he's sick?
Well, doctor's orders or not, I'm going to have a talk with that guy. Hey, hold it, Mike. Stop the car.
What's the matter?
Thought I saw something in the gutter. Back up. I guess I was...
Hey, Sergeant.
Yeah, turn on your spotlight.
Oh, it's a drunk.
Wouldn't you know it? Okay, let's get him. Can't leave him laying there. All right, mister, what do you think you're doing? Come on your feet, Buster. Give me a hand with him, Mike.
Yeah, right. Let me go. Drunk, look at your hand.
Holy...
Yeah, he's been shot. Yes?
I'm looking for Michael Waring, the Falcon.
Well, you made it.
What?
But I bet it was pretty difficult.
What do you mean?
And you couldn't do much looking through that veil.
Oh.
Come on in.
Thanks.
Just make yourself...
What's the trouble?
Well, I was going to ask you to make yourself comfortable, but somehow I've got a feeling you don't quite trust me.
I don't trust you?
Why else would you carry a gun in your purse?
What are you talking about?
Well, don't tell me it's a compact, Angel, because nothing Elizabeth Arden ever turned out was shaped like that. Is that the gun that killed Frank Walsh?
Killed Walsh?
Yeah, your husband.
You're crazy.
Aren't you Hazel Walsh?
No.
Well, lift your veil. Well?
Who told you who I was?
Well, it doesn't take an Einstein to figure that out. The police are looking for Hazel Walsh in connection with her husband's murder. So when a heavily veiled woman carrying a heater walks in on a private detective 12 hours later, the chances are she didn't come to consult him for pleasure.
I didn't kill Frank, Mr. Waring.
I was with Sergeant Corbett when we found him. He named you as his killer.
I didn't do it.
You had a motive.
If you mean his insurance policy,
No, I'm not talking about money. According to Corbett, Frank's favorite indoor sport was bouncing you around.
That's not true.
It'll be easy enough to prove.
Look, Mr. Waring, I swear I didn't kill Frank.
Well, you've got nothing to hide.
Who are you calling?
Sergeant Corbett. We're going over and have a talk with him.
Put down that phone.
Now, look, Mrs. Walsh.
Put it down.
If you want me to work for you...
No, thanks. I've just changed my mind.
Now, look, you're acting like a 6-year-old. Now, I'm going to call the police.
And I say you're going to do nothing of the kind. Oh. See what I mean? Pleasant dreams, Mr. Waring. It's lighter body. It's superfine.
It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft salad dressing products. When the Kraft Foods Company puts a new product on the market, you can be sure that it's not just another product of its kind, but that there's something really new and different about it. And that's exactly what you'll discover in Kraft Salad Oil. Not just a new salad oil, but a new kind of salad oil. Kraft Salad Oil is a lighter-bodied oil, lighter-bodied to blend smoothly and perfectly with the other ingredients. And the reason Kraft Salad Oil is lighter-bodied is that it's superfined. Yes, superfined by a special process created by Kraft. Don't wait to try this wonderful new salad oil in those distinctive homemade salad dressings you make, those wonderful chiffon cakes you bake, in every recipe you have that requires liquid shortening. Remember,
It's lighter body. It's superfine.
and it's at your grocer's now. Get Kraft Salad Oil in either the pint or quart size tomorrow. Look for the bottles with the beautiful labels. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 3 hours have passed since Mike was lulled to sleep by Hazel Walsh. And now, as we find Mike, he's recuperating in Ed's luncheonette under the tender administrations of Sergeant Corbett.
Hey, how about some service here?
What'll it be, Sergeant?
A cup of Java for me and a couple of aspirin for my friend here.
What's the matter, Mike? Got a headache?
Yes.
Temper.
I get my hands on that Hazel Walsh.
And you're not going to work for her?
Of course I am. Just want to teach her you don't go around slugging people who are trying to help.
You're making a mistake.
Oh, now, look, Sergeant, I tell you, she didn't kill her husband.
Then why did she bop you when you were going to call me?
Well, because she was panicky.
That still doesn't explain why Frank named her as his killer.
Well, he didn't, really. He said something about 20 grand. Maybe he wanted to leave a message for her.
About 20 grand?
Well, why not? Suppose he was trying to tell her something.
You're crazy.
Now, look, Sergeant, Walsh was a grafter.
I don't like that kind of talk.
I don't blame you, but you've got to face the facts. There are always a couple of rotten apples in every barrel. How many times have you had Frank Walsh and Jack Craven on the carpet? You just couldn't make it stick, that's all.
Go on.
Well, my guess is that Walsh tried to shake down Hunter and
Pay off from Hunter just to let him keep running his joint.
he wouldn't, Quiet.
What are you talking about?
Walsh must have known who murdered Jack Craven. Well, he went there last night for a payoff. Got it.
Well, assuming you're right, now all we have to do is find the one party in New York he tried it on.
Well, that shouldn't be so hard, Corbett. Where was Walsh's and Craven's beat?
The east side from 76th to 85th.
9 blocks. All right, who's operating a new joint in that district?
What makes you think this is a new operator?
Human nature. Once a man allows himself to be shaken down, the odds are he'll go on that way without squawking. So my guess would be that Craven got his when he tried his graft on the new customer.
Yeah, you know, Mike, sometimes I think you've got the makings of a pretty good detective.
Oh, thank you. And when did Craven disappear?
4 days ago.
Okay, then we can narrow it down even finer. Craven would probably give this boy a chance to operate a week or two, so he'd have some idea what to charge. Now, who do you know that opened a joint around the middle of March?
Well, I heard rumors the guy named Hunter opened a club around the 14th. But every time a raiding party gets near the place, they fold up their tables and run.
Okay, let's see.
Come on, Mike. Get away from that wheel.
Ever tell you about my system, Sergeant?
Some other time. See any sign of... Where is it?
I think your store. Yeah, that room down the hall.
Want me to flash
flash my badge? No, let's keep this unofficial for the moment. You can close up the joint tomorrow. We've got a murder to worry about.
Come in.
Hello, Brock.
Well, the Falcon, isn't it?
Are we interrupting anything?
Nothing that can't wait. Oh, who's your friend, Mike?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Brock, Mr. Corbett.
Hi.
Glad to know you.
Well, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
We'd like to see Hunter.
What for?
Well, I just want to congratulate him on the establishment he's got here.
Well, tell him when I see him.
Could you arrange for us to do that?
I'm afraid not. Hunter's out of town.
Any idea where?
No, I think he said he might take a little run down to Mexico.
When was this?
About a week ago.
Funny, I would have sworn I saw him on the street Friday night.
Well, you're imagining things.
Must be. Of course, if he's been gone a week, he wouldn't know anything about Walsh and Craven, huh?
Walsh and Craven?
Those two cops who ran into bad luck.
Oh, seems to me I read something about that.
Of course, that's all you'd know about it, huh?
Of course.
Yeah. Well, thanks a lot, Brock. I'll be seeing you.
Yes, do that.
Coming, Corbett?
Huh? Oh, sure.
So long, Brock.
Boy, you really handled that brilliantly.
Shut up.
Listen, Mike.
Shut up and cover me in case anyone comes.
You know, it's not polite to peek at keyholes.
I know, but it can be awfully informative.
What's he doing?
Making a phone call.
Who's he calling?
Well, if you keep quiet, I'll find out.
Hello, is that you, Mr. Hunter? This is Brock. No, business is all right, but some of the customers could be better. You know who was just asking for you? Waring. Yes, that's right. Mike Waring, the Falcon, and there was a cop with him. Well, of course I'm not making a mistake. You asked me. Arthur, wait a minute. Someone just walked in.
Oh, it's all right, Brock. It's only us. Told you we'd be back. Oh, now you went and hung up on Mr. Hunter. That's not nice, Brock. He's going to be awfully hurt.
What do you want, Waring?
Well, I think you owe Mr. Hunter an apology. And what would be nicer than if we all went over together while you paid it? All right, Brock. What floor does Hunter live on?
4. But you won't find him there.
That's right, Mike. We forgot. Hunter's down in Mexico.
Okay, be smart. But I tell you, I wasn't speaking to him.
Cut it out, Brock. We heard you as plain as could be.
You're wrong. I was talking to a girlfriend of mine.
Yes, whose name, by an odd coincidence, was Mr. Hunter. Okay, where do we go now?
It's apartment 4C.
Oh, that should be it. Sure enough. Walter Hunter. All right, Sergeant, where are your keys?
Suppose he's inside?
No, not a chance. Must have skipped after Brock here warned him. But I don't think he could get too far in those 10 minutes.
He got far enough, Mike.
Hey, what's the matter with him?
Well, if you don't know Brock, take a good look at his face. That bullet hole ought to be a dead giveaway.
Holy smoke.
All right, Mike, out of the way.
What's the matter?
I want to see where Hunter was standing when he got it. Judging by the course of the bullet, he must... Well, what do you know?
Hey, there's a gun under the chair.
Where?
The one you're sitting on, Brock.
What?
Leave it alone. There may be prints.
Okay.
Isn't that a police special?
Yeah, and I'll take even money that it's Frank Walsh's service revolver. His wife was awfully careless, Mike.
Oh, now, don't tell me you think...
Well, what do you think?
I don't know, but at least I'm not going around making wild guesses. How do you know it wasn't suicide?
Are you kidding?
Well, it could be.
Don't talk like a chump. We had nothing on Hunter. Why should he blow his brains out?
Well, why should Hazel Walsh do it for him?
Maybe she figured that he knocked off her husband.
Oh, then you admit she wasn't guilty of that.
I admit nothing
Excuse me, gentlemen, but can I get a word in?
What do you want, Brock?
There's a hunk of paper under Hunter's leg.
Oh?
Never mind, Mike. I'll take care of that.
Well, what is it?
Give me a chance, will you? To whom it may concern, I killed Jack Craven and Frank Walsh.
Huh?
I should like my remains to be cremated. Walter Hunter.
What do you say now, Sergeant?
I say, don't shmee.
There's someone at the door.
Turn off the lights. There we are, Brock. Okay, pal, what do you want?
Let go.
Behave.
Let go.
I said behave. Turn on the lights, Mike.
Fine. Crummy-looking bum.
Hey.
You know him?
Yeah, and I wish I didn't. This is Detective Jack Craven.
Jack Craven?
Yeah, my long-lost buddy.
Tomorrow when you shop, don't forget about that wonderful new Kraft salad oil that's waiting for you at your grocer's right now. It's Kraft Salad Oil. The salad oil that's lighter bodied to blend perfectly with other ingredients. Lighter bodied because it's super fine. Try this wonderful new aid to kitchen artistry in your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. Remember, it's lighter bodied because it's super fine. Get Kraft Salad Oil. Look for the bottle with the beautiful label. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Just 5 minutes have passed since Jack Craven made his dramatic entrance, and strangely enough, Sergeant Corbett doesn't seem any too pleased by his reappearance.
Come on, Craven, start spilling. I want to hear you make like Niagara.
I don't know what you're talking about, Sergeant.
Why, you cheap little...
Watch it, Corbett.
You keep out of this, Mike. This is strictly departmental. How do you think all the other boys on the force feel? We work like dogs to make the public trust us. And along comes a rotten grafter like Craven and gives every honest cop a black eye.
All right, but there are strangers present.
Oh, don't mind me, folks. I'm broad-minded.
You keep your mouth shut, Brock, if you know what's good for you.
I'll be as quiet as a mouse.
All right, Craven, I asked you a question.
Let go.
Answer me. Why did you kill Hunter?
I didn't.
No? Then why did you come back to his apartment?
I didn't come back. That was the first time I was there.
Don't give me that.
Can I put my 2 cents in, Sergeant?
Go ahead.
You've been gone for almost a week, Craven. Where you been? Los Angeles. Why'd you go there? None of your business.
Listen, Craven, you answer Waring's questions just as if I was asking them. Why did you go there?
I wanted to see my relatives.
And you certainly didn't travel in the Super Chief. From the look of it, I'd say you did most of your riding in a cattle car. What's the matter? Couldn't Hunter afford any better transportation?
Hunter had nothing to do with it.
Your pal Frank Walsh doesn't support your story.
Walsh? Did he stool on me?
What do you think? You had a fight with Hunter, didn't you?
Yeah, he plugged me.
Over what?
That doesn't matter. He dumped me in a cattle car. When I came to, I was in L.A.
Why didn't you wire us?
I had no dough.
You could have done it collect.
I didn't want to involve the department.
Well, that's understandable. Especially if you wanted to come back to kill Hunter.
I tell you, I didn't kill him. I just got into town tonight.
That doesn't prove a thing. Where were you at 10:15?
Why?
Because according to the coroner's report I just got, that's when Hunter was killed.
Now, listen, Sergeant.
Don't start that suicide routine again, Mike. If Hunter wrote that note, he would have known darn well he hadn't killed Craven here. Where were you at 10:15, Craven?
Being chased all over the freight yards by some railroad dicks.
What?
If you don't believe me, you can call the yards and check.
And don't think I won't.
Just a minute, Sergeant. Does this mean you're writing off Hazel Walsh as a suspect?
No.
Well, then I'd like you to double the force looking for her.
Let me understand you, Mike. You think Craven here is telling the truth?
I do.
Then Mrs. Walsh is our party.
Oh, I didn't say that.
I ask you, Brock, ain't it enough to drive a guy bats?
Oh, don't ask him, Sergeant. If this thing is driving you crazy, who do you think is responsible?
Just what is that supposed to mean, Waring?
Just what it sounded like, Brock. You killed Walsh and Hunter.
I don't know how I can ever repay you, Mike.
Now, forget it, Hazel. I'm only glad it ended the way it did.
So it was Brock who killed my husband.
Yeah, but he didn't mean to frame you. He thought it would take care of Hunter. But when Frank blurted your name to Sergeant Corbett and myself, that upset his plans.
But why did Brock want to frame his boss?
Well, Hunter had a very nice thing in the club. And Brock figured he was capable enough to handle it with Hunter out of the way.
But I still don't see why he murdered Frank. According to that note, Brock thought that Hunter had killed Craven.
Yes, but that didn't do him any good because there was no trace of Craven's body. And a corpus delicti is essential in any frame. That is why it was necessary for him to supply a body that would lead directly to Hunter.
But Frank never even mentioned the man's name to me.
Well, Brock had no way of knowing that. Then when it looked like all his plans were going for naught, he wrote that suicide note and killed Hunter, thinking that would tie up all the loose ends.
Well, where did Brock give himself away?
When Sergeant Corbett and I were at the club. Before we went into the office to see Brock, I asked Corbett the time. He said it was 11:15. A few minutes after that, we eavesdropped on Brock talking to Hunter on the phone.
What's wrong with that?
Well, it was a conversation that never could have taken place. According to the autopsy report, Hunter was killed at 10:15, a half hour earlier.
And that business on the phone was...
staged by Brock to give himself an alibi. He felt pretty sure that Corbett and I were listening in. So, does that answer all your questions?
Mm-hmm.
I'll suppose you answer one of mine. Where did you bury yourself so that the entire New York police force couldn't find you?
I stayed with my sister, Lenore.
Your sister Lenore, huh?
Yes.
She looked like you.
She's much prettier.
Well, if there's one thing I've learned from this case, never to believe any testimony based on hearsay evidence.
Well, I don't know what I can do to convince you.
Oh, that's very easy, Angel. Just give me her address and let me see for myself. Folks, let's talk about enjoyment. That's a pleasant subject, isn't it? Specifically, I'd like to say a few words about candy enjoyment. The kind you find in Kraft Dairy Fresh caramels. Kraft caramels are tops and delicious good eating. Here's the reason why. The Kraft folks spent years developing fine caramels, making them chewy soft and flavorful, making them good so you'd enjoy them. And Kraft caramels have plenty of nourishing milk and other pure ingredients in them, so they're good for you, too. Next time you're at the grocery store, pick up a big pound bag of Kraft caramels, and at your candy counter, get the 6-piece bar for a nickel. Kraft caramels come in regular caramel flavor and in chocolate flavor. Both flavors are delightful. The important thing to remember is this. Whenever you want real candy enjoyment, be sure you get Kraft Dairy Fresh caramels. The Case of the Unwelcome Wife. The Case of the Unwelcome Wife. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that when a girl pretends to be married to an already married man, the results can be murder. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Raymond Massey and Shirley Booth star on Theater Guild tonight on NBC.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Vivian. I'm glad you called. No, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. There's a boy around who thinks he can play with guns, and I gotta prove that when he tries murder, he's in for the shock of his life.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Sweet Swindle. Before the Falcon solves tonight's case, let's listen to this. Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip tastes really good. Not too sharp, not too mild, but just exactly right. And Miracle Whip tastes different, too. Different from any other salad dressing. Try it yourself. See why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. And now, the case of the sweet swindle. It's early Sunday afternoon in New York, and a stocky character named Joe Hardy runs up the steps of a small rooming house on New York's west side. And the reason for Mr. Hardy's haste is apparent. Joe has just struck gold, and he's on his way to notify a fellow prospector.
Irene! Irene, open up.
That you, Joe?
Yeah.
Okay, wait a second.
It's good to see you, baby.
How are you?
A lot you care.
Oh, you're not sore about my staying you up last night?
Oh, of course not.
Oh, come on, Irene. I got great news.
Don't tell me you got a job, Joe. I couldn't stand that.
Yeah? Well, take a look at this.
Where'd you get that money?
Never you mind. This is just the down payment. There's plenty more where this came from.
Joe, what have you done?
Nothing they can grab you for.
You sure?
I'm positive. You ever hear of a guy named Walter Blake?
No.
How about Larry Nichols?
Nichols, the bookie?
That's the boy. This guy Blake is bankroller.
Well, wait a minute. Seems to me I remember reading something about him. Isn't Blake the guy whose wife ran off and took his daughter with her about 15 years ago?
It's longer than that, Irene. Almost 20.
The cops never did find them, did they?
No, the cops didn't, but someone else was luckier.
What are you getting at?
I know where Blake's daughter is, Irene.
What?
Uh-huh. And there's a $50,000 reward still out for her.
Well, where is she?
Not very far from here. In fact, I'm looking at her right now.
Are you out of your mind?
What's the matter? Doesn't being Walter Blake's daughter appeal to you?
No. Blake would know in a minute I'm not the right girl.
I doubt it. The kid was only 7 years old when her mother dragged her off, and kids change a lot in 20 years. Incidentally, I forgot to mention, her name was Irene, too. How's that for a coincidence for you, huh?
It stinks. Joe, you can't be serious about this.
Can't I?
No, you'll never get away with it.
What if I told you that someone very close to Blake is furnishing me with all the necessary information about the kid?
Who?
That's none of your business. But this party is in a position to get everything we need. By the time you and Daddy Blake meet, you'll know all the answers.
I'm not going to do it.
Oh, yes, you will.
Oh, no, I won't. Every time I've listened to you, I've wound up behind the 8 ball.
This is different.
You've said that before.
Now, let's get this straight, Irene. I've got an appointment with Blake tomorrow afternoon at 3. By that time, I expect you to know everything there is about his daughter. Now, here's a list of stuff I want you to memorize. Hey, what's the idea of tearing it?
I'm not going to do it, Joe.
Pick up those scraps.
No.
I said pick them up.
Oh! Oh!
Well? All right, now sit down and put them together. By the time I get through with you, you're going to know those questions and answers so well, you'll be able to do a guess shot on the quiz kids.
Hello?
I'd like to talk to Walter Blake, please.
This is Walter Blake speaking.
Well, hi, Walter. This is Mike Waring.
Oh, yes, Mike. How are you?
Fine. Say, I heard you were approached by a character named Joe Hardy who claims he can put you in touch with your daughter.
So?
So my advice to you is to have nothing to do with him.
This wouldn't be professional jealousy, would it, Mike?
What are you talking about?
Just because Joe Hardy's a competitor of yours?
Now, look, Blake, I called you as a friend. This boy Hardy's a private detective, sure, but he's also a faker. He'll clean you out like a Hoover vacuum.
You're a fine one to talk. Just because you could never locate Irene, you don't want anyone else to succeed. You thought she was dead.
Now, listen to me, Walter.
Sorry, I haven't the time, Mike. Larry Nichols and I are supposed to meet Hardy at 3. I'm not going to take a chance on your delaying us.
Hey, will you look at it rain, Blake?
You look at it, Nichols. You sure this fellow Joe Hardy said he'd be here at 3?
That's right.
Well, that clock's almost a half hour slow. What do you suppose is keeping him?
Maybe it's his conscience.
What do you mean, Nichols?
I wouldn't kid you, Blake. We've been partners too long. From the little you've told me, I wouldn't be surprised if this boy Hardy's a phony. Mike Waring claims
I don't care what he claims. Hardy had a piece of the dress Irene was wearing when her mother took her away.
Is that why you gave him $1,000?
Yes.
You're supposed to be a tough mark. Look, Blake, I know how you feel about this, but didn't it occur to you Hardy could have gotten the description of the dress from the papers?
No. We never released it.
Well, I still think you've heard the last of him. Why don't you just forget the...
Come in.
Hello, Uncle Walter.
Oh, it's you, Jerry.
What's the matter? Am I a disease carrier?
Your uncle's a little disappointed, kid.
What did I do now?
No, it's not you. It's that Joe Hardy character.
Hasn't he been here yet?
No.
What, don't worry, Uncle. It's pouring outside. He probably was detained.
Well, let's hope it's permanent.
Why?
I think your uncle's throwing his money away.
I don't agree with you, Mr. Nichols. He's got no family but me. If there's the slightest possibility of this girl turning out to be Irene, why shouldn't he gamble a few dollars?
It's not just a few dollars. It's $50,000.
Well, I still think they're good odds. If you ask me...
That must be Hardy. Come in.
Good afternoon, Mr. Blake. Sorry I'm late. I couldn't get a cab.
Well, the important thing is that you're here now.
I don't believe you know these gentlemen.
No, I don't.
This is my partner, Larry Nichols.
A pleasure.
Hello.
And this is my nephew, Jerry.
Glad to know you, Mr. Hardy.
It's mutual.
Well, now we can get down to business.
Well, if you don't mind, Mr. Blake, I'd rather be alone.
You afraid of witnesses?
Oh, now cut it out, Nichols.
He's a crook, Jerry.
You want to be careful with those accusations, mister.
All right, Nichols, that's enough. I'm old enough to look after myself.
Well, if that's the way you want it, Blake.
That's the way I want it.
You coming, Jerry?
Good luck to you, Uncle. Nice knowing you, Mr. Hardy.
Yeah, I'll see you around sometime. Nice boy, your nephew.
Yes, Jerry's all right, but...
You're interested in someone closer home, huh?
That's right.
Well, I promised you more evidence that this girl was your daughter, Irene.
Well?
Would you happen to know offhand what she was carrying the day she disappeared?
Yes. There was a red school bag trimmed with black leather.
Anything else you remember about it?
Her initials, IB, were embossed on the top.
Let me open this package.
That's Irene's bag.
I was sure it was.
Where did you find it?
In Los Angeles. Took a lot of work to dig it up.
Where is she now?
Aren't you forgetting something, Mr. Blake?
Huh? Oh, you mean the reward money?
Uh-huh.
I've got it right here. Here. It's in $100 bills, just as you asked.
That's fine.
Well, where is she?
2126 Chalmers Avenue.
2126 Chalmers.
Yeah, she's living in a furnished room under the name of Irene Kent.
Does she expect me?
Yeah, I told her you'd be around 5.
I can't thank you enough, Hardy.
Oh, don't thank me, Mr. Blake. It was a pleasure to serve you. I'm sure you and your daughter will be very happy together.
Hello, Irene.
You're not...
Yes, I am.
I don't know what to say.
Why don't you start by inviting me in?
You'll have to excuse me.
I know. It's not every day you find a new father, but you'll get used to it.
Did I turn out the way you expected?
I don't know what I expected. You were only 7 when your mother took you away. Incidentally, where is she?
She died 2 years ago.
Well, why didn't you let me know?
Mother never mentioned you. We didn't even use your name.
Well, didn't you remember anything at all about me?
Very little, I'm afraid.
I've made a million plans, Irene. Now, the first thing we've got to do is to get you out of it. Where did you get that picture?
It's Mother's.
Tear it up.
Oh, now, Dad.
I'm sorry, Irene. I had no right to ask that. Your mother did a terrible thing to me, but she was crazy about you.
Yes, she always worried about me. Remember how she wouldn't let me use the skates you bought?
Yeah. We had quite a fight over that.
And it was the same story when you brought home the bicycle and the pony. She accused you of wanting to kill me.
You remember the pony?
Like it was yesterday. He was a brown Shetland with a white star on his nose.
You remember the saddle I bought?
It wasn't a saddle, it was a cart.
So it was.
Well, what's the matter, Father?
I'm just trying to figure out something.
What?
How you learned about that pony and cart.
Oh, I remembered it.
You couldn't very well, Irene.
Huh?
You see, I ordered the pony for your 8th birthday, and it was delivered the day after my wife ran away.
I don't understand.
Yes, you do. You're not my daughter.
You're making a mistake.
No, the mistake I made was earlier today when I believed Joe Hardy. You're not Irene.
Stay away from me.
You're not my little girl. Where is she?
No.
Where is she?
Hey, Waring, you use this place as an office or something?
Please, Nichols. My friend Ed is a very sensitive fellow. The name of this place is Ed's Luncheonette. See the big red sign? And as for an office, does fine for that, too. But right now I want to eat. What do you say we order?
Oh, I've already eaten. You go ahead. Jerry's not here yet anyway.
Okay, when he gets here, we'll talk. Say, Ed.
Oh, hi, Mike. Glad you dropped by.
Well, what's good today, Ed?
Oh, now, that's a fine thing to ask a cook. Naturally, everything's good.
Oh, most humble apologies.
And better.
Yeah, well, what's especially good?
Well, let's see. I got some real good shrimp, Mike.
Mm-hmm.
I could make a shrimp salad I know you'd go for.
You know I'd like it, huh?
I sure do. Because I make it with Miracle Whip. And the salad dressing's a mighty important part of a salad, you know.
Oh, why, sure. Why, did you ever hear of a self-respecting salad going out without dressing?
No, really, Mike. Salad dressing adds flavor.
Like Miracle Whip here. It adds a real peppy flavor.
Sharp.
But not too sharp, Mike. Most folks say Miracle Whip tastes just exactly right. Why, do you know the craft salesman told me that Miracle Whip outsells the next 20 leading brands of salad dressing combined?
That's so.
Sure, so it's really America's favorite salad dressing. Folks must like it a lot. My customers sure do.
Hey, smooth, huh?
Yeah, sure is, Mike. Miracle Whip is just as smooth as satin. Why?
No, Ed. I meant that cute little blonde that just went by.
Oh. Well,
all right, I'll have that shrimp salad, Ed. And make it with plenty of Miracle Whip, will you?
Oh, it'll be a pleasure, Mike.
You sure you don't want anything, Nichols?
No, thanks.
Okay. Oh, say, here comes our boy now. Hello, Jerry.
Hiya. Sit down.
Hello, Waring. Nichols. Has Nichols talked to you about what we want yet, Mike?
I left it for you, Jerry.
Well, now, you're my uncle's friend, Mike. You've got to do something and do it fast before there's any more trouble.
Well, maybe I'm sick, but I don't see what you two want done.
Now, don't look at me, Waring. This is Jerry's baby. I'm washing my hands of the whole business.
You didn't approve of Blake giving Joe Hardy that money, Nichols,
No, I smelled a rat right from the beginning. I warned Blake this would happen.
Where's your uncle now, Jerry?
Well, that's just the trouble, Mike. We don't know. He called Nichols about a half hour ago.
What did he have to say?
Nothing much, only he got a lead to Joe Hardy, and he made an appointment to meet him at his hotel later tonight.
Well, I don't think there's much chance of Hardy showing up after this.
Oh, that's where you're wrong. Hardy doesn't know what my uncle wants him for.
Well, he must have some idea, Jerry.
Nope. According to Nichols, my uncle told Hardy he was so pleased at the way things turned out, he wanted to give him a bonus.
You don't think Hardy will fall for that? He probably learned what happened from that girl.
That's what I told Blake, but he said the girl wouldn't talk.
What's to prevent her?
I can think of several things, all of them unpleasant.
What do you suggest, Mike? If my uncle finds Hardy there, he'll kill him. Now, you're the only one who can reason with him. I didn't have much luck when I tried it earlier today.
What's the name of Hardy's hotel?
It's the Parkside. It's off Madison.
What time was the appointment for?
1 o'clock, I think.
Well, it's almost that now. By the time I find a cab...
Well, you can take my car.
Oh, I thought yours was in the shop, Jerry.
No, I got a new one this morning. Wait a minute. Wait. Here are the keys, Mike. It's parked right in front of the place. You can't miss it. It's a convertible.
Okay. Well, how do you like that? After the big build-up Ed gave us about the salad, I have to rush off without touching it. Oh, well, stick around, fellas. I'll be back as soon as I can.
All right, mister, pull over to the curb.
Listen, officer, I'm in a hurry. You can't stop me now.
Who can?
Well, I guess you can.
Now, get out.
What for?
Don't ask so many questions.
All right.
Where's your license?
I got it right here in my... That's funny.
You left it in your other suit.
I must have. All right, give me the ticket. Let's get it over with.
Just take it easy, bud. Where's your ownership card?
I don't have any.
What happened to that?
This car doesn't belong to me.
Didn't your mother tell you it wasn't nice to steal?
Oh, don't talk like a jerk. This isn't hot.
Isn't it?
No, I borrowed it from a man named Jerry Blake.
You should have told him in advance.
What are you talking about?
You'll find out.
Look, officer, all this can be straightened out, but I haven't got time to do it now.
I suppose you're bound on a mission of life and death.
You're not kidding.
No, only it's going to be your life, mister, if you don't start following orders. Now get in your car and follow me. All right, Baker, open them up. You got a visitor, Waring.
Jerry.
Hello, Mike.
Look, will you tell this big skipper...
I already have.
Don't blame me, mister. I'm just a cop. I got a signal to pick up a hot car, and I did.
What hot car?
Well, I showed you the records, didn't I? We got a call at 9:45.
Jerry, did you report that car stolen?
No.
Well, then who else could it... Hey, where's Larry Nichols?
Nichols?
Yes, he was with you when I left Ed's luncheonette.
Well, he left right after you did.
Is that so?
Yeah, he said he had to get back to work.
Well, maybe I can imagine what that work is.
What do you mean?
Come on, we're an hour late now. I'll draw you a diagram on the way over. What floor did the superintendent say Joe Hardy was on?
8C.
What's the matter with you, Jerry? You look baffled.
I am, Mike. I can't believe there's any connection between Hardy and Larry Nichols.
Well, there's got to be. Nichols was the only one who knew I borrowed your car, so he must have been the one who reported it stolen after he left Ed's place.
But what was the point?
To delay me in getting here in time to keep your uncle from laying hands on Hardy. Here's the elevator. Come on, get in.
Okay. It just doesn't make sense. If Hardy and Nichols were working together, all Nichols would have to do was phone him and warn him that my uncle was on his way over.
Well, maybe he didn't want to warn him.
I don't get it.
Maybe Nichols wanted Joe Hardy to get himself killed.
How do you figure that?
Well, who would take the rap?
Why, my uncle, I guess.
And your uncle and Nichols were business partners. And if Nichols has been playing fast and loose with partnership funds, he might want your uncle tucked away where he couldn't ask any embarrassing questions.
You're crazy, Mike.
Well, we'll soon see. Must be down this way.
Then you think we're going to find Joe Hardy's body?
Don't you?
I don't know what to think anymore.
8A, B. Ah, here we are.
I borrowed the keys from the superintendent.
Good boy.
Hope Hardy won't object.
I don't think he'll be in a position to. The light switch ought to be somewhere around.
Oh, I got it. Mike.
Yeah, shut the door.
You were right.
No, I wasn't. I was wrong.
What?
Look again, Jerry. This isn't Joe Hardy. This is your uncle, Walter Blake.
What do you want?
Well, that all depends. You Irene Kent?
Who wants to know?
Oh, I beg your pardon. My name is Mike Waring.
That still means nothing in my young life.
Well, we'll have to remedy that in the future. If you have a future.
What kind of a crack is that?
Judging from those bruises on your neck, Irene, someone must be awfully peeved at you.
What do you want, mister?
Okay. Where's Joe Hardy?
Why?
Walter Blake was murdered tonight.
Blake. Did Joe kill him?
I can make out a very convincing case, so you better start talking, Irene. You know, an accessory to a murder.
Well, I give you my word, Mr. Waring. I didn't have anything to do with that.
You posed as Blake's daughter.
I didn't want to. Joe made me.
Where's Hardy now?
I have no idea. I haven't heard from him since early this morning.
Did he know that Blake discovered you were a phony?
Well, if he did, he didn't get it from me.
Why not?
Well, I didn't know where to reach him.
Yet you told Blake where Hardy could be found.
I didn't expect Joe to be there.
Mm-hmm. Who put your boyfriend up to this swindle?
I don't know.
Come on, Irene. Who supplied all the background material?
I swear I don't know.
Well, I've got an idea. And for your sake, I hope it turns out a little better than my last.
Just a second.
Sorry to disturb you at this hour, Nichols.
Oh, Mike.
Can I come in?
Sure.
Thanks. You're about Blake?
Yeah.
Tough, huh?
Well, I warned him not to have anything to do with Hardy.
So did I. But I still can't help feeling this is partly my fault.
Why?
Maybe I would have gotten there in time to stop it if I hadn't been grabbed by the police.
Grabbed by the police?
Yeah. Oh, didn't you know? They picked me up while driving Jerry's car. They had a report it was stolen.
Well, who did that?
But I'm glad you asked me, Nichols, because I had an idea it might be you.
Have you blown your top, Mike?
Thought you were going to stay at Ed's place until I returned.
Oh, I had some business to attend to.
Yeah, and you gave it all to me.
Well, you're out of your mind. Did it ever occur to you that Jerry might have notified the cops?
Oh, sure, but I like your qualifications better. First of all, you were working with Joe Hardy. You gave him all the information he needed to pass Irene off as Blake's daughter.
And you're forgetting I was the one who told Blake not to pay.
Sure, that was smart of you, Nichols. That way, you gave yourself an out.
I couldn't have been too smart if you got the goods on me.
Well, I had help. Irene told me your name.
You're lying. She didn't...
Yeah, go on, Nichols. Finish it. She didn't know that you were in the operation. No, you told me that yourself. Jerry might have dug up that picture of Mrs. Blake and a few other bits of information, but he never would have known about the dress and the pony. He was only a kid himself at the time.
Got it all figured out, haven't you?
I like to think so.
Well, tell me something. Did you figure on this?
Put away the gun, Nichols. That isn't going to get you anything.
That's where you're wrong. For one thing, it's going to get me a head start. And yours is just the head to supply it. Oh.
Who's there?
Nothing to get frightened about, Irene. It's only me.
Joe.
What's the matter, baby? You act like you're seeing a ghost.
Well, I thought that...
What, I'd skip out on you? Now, you know, Irene, that's not my type.
What are you doing here?
I got a date to meet a friend of mine, a fellow named Larry Nichols.
Nichols?
Yeah.
I don't think he'll be here, Joe.
Why not?
Well, a man named Mike Waring was here about an hour ago,
And?
That's all there is to it.
No, there must be a little more. What'd you tell Waring?
Nothing, Joe.
Except?
Well, when he said Walter Blake was murdered,
You gave him every little bit of help you could.
I didn't tell him much, Joe.
Well, that's not your fault, Hardy. After all, how much did you know? What bothers me is what you might say if Waring got back to you again.
No,
We can't take a chance on that, baby.
Listen, Joe.
Now, Irene, you can see that for yourself. The first opportunity, you'll crack wide open. Now, what are we going to do about that?
Well, I guess Joe doesn't know what to do either. I say either because I think there are lots of folks who don't know what to do at times. Now, maybe you don't know what to do to get your family to eat salads. You don't? Well, make those salads with Miracle Whip. Miracle Whip!
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip!
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip!
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip!
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of boiled dressing and old-fashioned mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Several hours have passed since Mike tangled with Larry Nichols and came off second best. And now our hero staggers to his feet and heads for the phone. Then, with none too certain fingers, he dials the police.
Second Precinct, Sergeant Lewis.
Hello, Sergeant. This is Mike Waring.
Where the devil have you been, Mike? We've been looking for you for the past hour.
Well, I was out.
Where?
Just plain out. Look, have you picked up Joe Hardy yet for the Blake murder?
No.
Well, while you're at it, you might as well get out an alarm for Larry Nichols. And you're probably too late for a girl named Irene Kent.
How'd you know that?
Well, it figured. Hardy must have taken her away with him.
Well, that's where you're wrong, Mike. She was left behind.
I can't imagine why.
You would if you saw her now. She's got two big bullet holes right where her heart used to be.
Yes?
Hello, Jerry.
Mike, hey, what happened to your head?
Oh, just trying to prove what goes on when an irresistible force meets an immovable object.
Come on in, sit down.
Thanks.
Anything new?
Yeah. Irene Kent was murdered.
What?
Shot, to be exact. Apparently an hour or two after I first spoke with her.
Was she able to tell you anything?
Enough to convince me I was right about Nichols. He was working with Joe Hardy.
I can't believe it.
Well, you can take it from me. It's true. Where do you think I picked up this knot on my head?
Nichols?
Who else?
Did he get away?
Yes, but I don't think he'll get very far.
I still say you're wrong. Why, he told my uncle in front of me that it was a mistake to deal with Hardy.
Yeah, well, I explained the reason for that before. You're even using it to clear him. But the fellow I'd like to lay my hands on is Joe Hardy.
You think he's the one who did the actual killing?
We'll know as soon as we get a look at the gun.
I suppose if the slug they took out of my uncle matches those they took out of Irene, that'll be it.
Just about.
Yeah, but suppose Hardy gets rid of the cannon.
I don't see how he could. If anyone was to do that, it would have to be you.
What are you babbling about?
Well, I'm sorry to give away your little secret, Jerry. But you killed your uncle and Irene Kent.
Ed. Yeah. More coffee, please.
Yeah, me too, Ed.
Right with you, fellas. Go on, Mike. I'm sorry I interrupted.
Well, that's all right, Sergeant. You practically got it all anyway.
Am I to understand that Jerry was the one who notified us to pick you up in that car?
Yeah, sure. That gave him enough time to go over and kill his uncle.
Well, I can see his reason for that. With his uncle dead and with no other family around, Jerry would come into all of Blake's dough.
Uh-huh.
But what was his motive in killing that dame, Irene Kent?
The fact that he had no motive.
Wait a minute.
Here you are, man. No, thanks, Ed. Now, you see, Sergeant, when you found Irene dead, that made you believe her killer was either Nichols or Hardy, since she was tied up with him.
Go on.
All right, now consider what would have happened if Walter Blake was the only victim. Sooner or later, you would have realized that Jerry was a suspect with the best motive of all. And by killing Irene, he made it appear that her death was tied up with the plot to clip his uncle. And we knew definitely he had nothing to do with that.
Well, what put you on the right track?
Well, you'll grant me that the one who tipped off the police to nab me on that stolen car rap was the murderer?
Yeah, but how can you prove it was Jerry?
Easy. It's too bad I didn't think of it in time. See, Jerry's car was a brand new convertible. He'd only gotten it yesterday. Nichols never saw it. He was surprised when Jerry volunteered the keys to the car. So, how could Nichols report it stolen? He didn't know the make, the color, or the license number.
Hey, that's right.
Yeah, I only wish I'd thought of it before I knocked myself out. You don't know what a problem this raises.
Why?
Well, Blake was my client, and he's dead. And Jerry won't even talk to me now. So you tell me, to whom do I send my bills? This is Mike Waring, friends. You've probably heard people say, defense is everybody's job. But maybe you haven't known just what you could do to help. Well, here's a way you can help Uncle Sam and yourself at the same time. Buy defense bonds. Help build your country's security and your own. Remember, defense bonds are rate of interest. Ask about the payroll savings plan where you work. Or, if you're self-employed, ask about the bond-a-month plan where you bank. Save your money the smart way. Buy defense bonds.
The case of the broken fingerprint. The case of the broken fingerprint. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that if a fella tries to keep a girl from wasting her life, he may help her lose it. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written tonight by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlen. Let's think.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Alicia. I'm glad you phoned. No, I'll have to pass, Angel. I'm all tied up on business. Some boy I know has a sure thing going, and he feels that together we ought to make a killing.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the nervous shakedown. Before the Falcon solves tonight's case, let's listen to this.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip tastes really good. Not too sharp, not too mild, but just exactly right. And Miracle Whip tastes different, too. Different from any other salad dressing. Try it yourself. See why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. And now, the case of the nervous shakedown. It's Wednesday evening in New York, and a seedy-looking character named Ozzie Miller walks into Blake's, a small bar and grill off 3rd Avenue. Then, spying a familiar face at the bar, he strolls over with an assurance he hardly feels.
Hiya, Mr. Quinn.
Huh?
Cold out tonight, ain't it? But it must be...
What do you want, Miller?
What's the matter? Can I buy you a drink?
You buy me a drink?
Yeah.
That's a switch. What do you intend to use for money?
Don't worry about that, Steve.
Steve?
Hey,
huh?
Blake, how about a little service down here? What you drinking, Steve?
Look, you crumb, who do you think you're kidding?
But you think I ain't got no money. Take a look at this.
That's quite a roll.
There's a lot more where that came from.
Where'd you get it, Miller?
That happens to be little Ozzie's business. Hey, Blake, we're gonna get some service here, but me and my friend have to go elsewhere.
For my part, you can go
Lay off him, Blake.
Yeah, sure, Steve.
Hurry it up, hurry it up. You know what I was thinking, Steve?
Nope.
You ain't seen that blonde anymore, are you?
Oh, you mean Francine Walker?
Yeah. I was wondering if you'd be sore if I,
Tried to date her?
If you mind, Steve, just say the word.
Of course not, Ozzy.
You think she'd go out with me?
Well, I should be crazy not to. How'd you like me to fix it up for you?
Would you?
For a pal? Anytime. I tell you what. Let's go in the back and I'll phone her right now. Blake. Mr. Miller and I are going in the back, and we don't want to be disturbed for anything.
Yeah, well, what if...
I said for anything. Sit down, Ozzy.
You want a dime?
What?
For the phone.
Oh, yeah. You want me to call Francine?
And what are you going to tell her?
Well, that all depends, Ozzy, on how much you tell me first. How much was in that roll you just flashed?
What do you want to know for?
Just curious. I bet you had $500 there.
Look, Quinn, if you don't want to call Francine for me, just say so.
Where'd
and
you get that money?
That's for me to know and for you... Hey, keep your hands to yourself.
Where'd you get that dough?
I found it.
Don't lie to me, you punk.
Hey, let me go.
I'm going to get the truth if I have to break every bone in your body. Personally, that's the way I'd rather do it.
Yes?
Say, this is going to be more fun than I thought.
I beg your pardon.
Are you Laura Sherman?
That's right.
Well, I'm very glad to know you, Miss Sherman. My name is Steve Quinn.
Steve Quinn?
Oh, don't look so puzzled, honey. There's no reason why you should know me. I don't move in your circle like Ozzie Miller.
What?
Well, you know Ozzie, of course. He's a swell guy. Hey, why don't I come in? Hmm?
I can think of 100 reasons, Mr. Quinn.
Oh, you don't really mean that.
Now, look, if you're not out of here in 2 seconds...
What'll you do, call the police? Oh, I take it then you don't mind if I stay.
What do you want?
Just a chance to get acquainted. Hey, that's an original Picasso up over the fireplace, isn't it?
How would you know?
Oh, you'd be surprised at the things I know, Laura. Now, I'd say you were strictly the 20-carat type. That's what I just finished telling Ozzie.
Now, look, if you think you're going to get any money out of me...
That's what I had in mind.
Did you ever consider working for it?
Well, it's too obvious. Anybody can do that.
Well, you're wasting your time, Quinn.
You know, I had a feeling you were going to say that.
Did you?
Mm-hmm. So it's lucky that I'm prepared with an answer. Now, Ozzie said if you got difficult, to mention Brooklyn and the date December 31st.
What's that supposed to mean?
You're in the best position to know.
How much do you want?
A check for $1,000.
I can't afford it. Not if I have
Take care of Miller? Oh, don't you worry your pretty little head about him. He won't bother you anymore. Hey, you want a pen? Now, be honest. Isn't it nicer to deal with me than Ozzie?
I think I'd rather be blackmailed by him.
You'll get used to me, Laura. If you don't, it'll be my own fault, because I'll certainly give you every opportunity. Oh, make that payable to cash, if you don't mind.
Oh, waiter.
Yes, Mr. Gaynor?
Have you seen Miss Sherman around?
No, sir.
Well, if she should come in, would you tell...
Bill!
Oh, there you are, Laura. I was beginning to get worried.
Well, I was tied up on a little business matter.
You sure it was business?
Just what do you mean by that, Crack?
Suppose we sit down.
I want to know what you meant.
You were due here at 2:30.
So?
So when you didn't show at 3, I went over to your place. And just as I got out of the elevator, I saw a stocky boy going in.
You don't mean Steve Quinn.
Who?
Oh, never mind. You thought he was my new romantic interest?
What else was I to think? You know how I feel about you, Laura.
No, I don't.
I'm crazy about you.
But you don't trust me.
No, it isn't that, dear.
Then what is it?
I was just curious. Of course, it's none of my business.
You're
and
so right. But you couldn't resist trying to make it yours, and I happen to object. If I were you, Bill, I'd get myself a girl who won't mind.
SL31152. I'd like to speak to Mike Waring, please.
This is Waring.
Oh, well, my name is Bill Gaynor.
Who?
Bill Gaynor. I've heard a lot about you, Mr. Waring. They tell me the Falcon is the finest private detective in these parts.
Who told you that?
Well, what difference does it make?
None, except that I've been running into that line so often, I'd like to reward the boy who's spreading the propaganda.
I wonder if you could handle an assignment for me. I don't know your fee.
I can tell you. $50 a day plus expenses.
Well, fair enough. I'm interested in a man named Steve Quinn. I'd like to find out everything I can about him.
Why?
But what do you mean, why?
Well, I assume your interest in Mr. Quinn is more than academic.
Well, it is. He's been bothering my fiancée.
Well, then she should complain to the police. Quinn's got a record as long as your arm. He's tried everything in his day, from arson to robbery.
Has he ever attempted blackmail?
Wouldn't be surprised.
Well, thanks a lot, Waring. You confirmed a hunch. If you'll send me a bill at the Kempton, I'll be more than glad to take care of it.
That you, Randy? All right, you don't have to break down the door. Next time you might let... Who the devil are you?
I'm looking for a Mr. Quinn.
Well, I don't know if I can accommodate you. There are a couple of us. Which one do you want?
Steve Quinn.
Then I'm your party. What's on your mind, mister?
You'd be surprised. My name is Bill Gaynor.
That's interesting.
A couple of hours ago, you were up to see Laura Sherman.
Was I?
Yep.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Gaynor, but you're no cop, are you?
Nope.
That's what I figured. Somehow you didn't look official to me.
I'm engaged to Miss Sherman.
Wow, bully for you. It's a wonderful girl you got there.
And I intend to keep her.
Oh, you think that I... Hey, that's very funny.
No, I don't think anything of the sort, Quinn. I know why you went to see Laura. You're blackmailing her.
Look, if you don't mind, friend, try to keep your voice down, will you? This is a public hallway. These neighbors of mine are awfully nosy.
You are going to tear up that check that she gave you.
Am I?
Yep, and you're never going to bother her again.
Well, under the circumstances, I guess there's only one thing for me to do. I'm sorry we don't have an elevator in this house.
Huh?
You'd be surprised how easy it is going down these stairs. Happy landings, kid.
Can I get your towel, Mr. Gaynor?
What?
I asked if I could get your towel. Hey, what happened to you? Hey, you ought to have a doctor.
How'd you get in here?
The door was open.
Well, you got your nerve.
Yeah, that's a civil service for you.
Civil service?
Oh, didn't I mention it? I'm a cop.
A cop?
Uh-huh, Sergeant Corbin. Heard you had a little trouble at 5 o'clock tonight with a boy named Steve Quinn. Did he do all that to you?
No.
You sure?
Look, it doesn't matter, Sergeant. I don't wish to prosecute.
Well, now, that's very tolerant of you, but unfortunately, the state of New York isn't that broad-minded.
What are you talking about?
Steve Quinn was murdered 20 minutes ago.
He what?
Uh-huh. I hope you got either a good alibi or a good private eye handy. 'Cause confidentially, Mr. Gaynor, I think you can use both. Hi, Eddie. How goes it?
Oh, couldn't be better, Sergeant.
Say, you seen Mike Waring around?
No, but he should be here any minute. I'm working up something special for him.
Well, how about something special for me? Cops eat too, you know.
Okay. Ed's Luncheonette. Never let an officer go hungry. And for you, I have something very special.
Fine. What is it?
Lettuce and tomato salad.
Oh, are you kidding?
Nope.
Well, what's so wonderful about lettuce and tomato salad?
Well, lettuce and tomatoes are full of vitamins and minerals.
Yeah, but...
But besides, there's a dressing that I use that gives this everyday salad a very distinctive flavor. Miracle Whip.
Well, this Miracle Whip really tastes different, does it?
Oh, sure does, Sergeant. You see, there's no other salad dressing like Miracle Whip. It's the one and only. Got a flavor that's not too sharp or too mild, but just exactly right.
Well, it's got to be doggone good to pep up lettuce and tomato.
Miracle Whip does just that. Adds a nice peppy flavor to the salad.
Hey, is anyone else eating this marvelous salad of yours, or are you experimenting on me?
For your information, Sergeant, more Miracle Whip is sold than the next 20 leading brands of salad dressing combined.
Is that a fact?
Yes, sir. That's why Miracle Whip is America's favorite salad dressing.
You know, Eddie, you just about convinced me.
One last question, though.
Shoot.
Whatever it is.
Miracle Whip.
Yeah, Miracle Whip. Who makes it?
Kraft.
Kraft? What exactly is it called again?
Miracle Whip.
Well, why didn't you say so in the first place?
Oh.
Why, sure, bring it on. Good gosh, I've been using that wonderful Miracle Whip on my salads for years and years.
Oh, how do you like a guy like that?
Hey, Sergeant, that sounds good enough to eat. Suppose you dish one up for me, too, Eddie.
Okay, Mike, it'll go nice with that sandwich I fixed up for you.
Good
Well,
boy.
as I live and breathe, if it isn't the one and only Falcon. I've been looking for you.
On business?
Yeah. Ever hear of a boy named Bill Gaynor?
Why?
I'm asking the questions now.
Well, he was up to see me yesterday. He wanted some information about Steve Quinn.
What'd you tell him?
Only what I knew.
Obviously, it was more than enough.
Well, what are you talking about?
Quinn was bumped 2 hours ago.
I don't believe it.
Well, if you'd like to step down to the morgue, I'll be glad to show you the body.
You think Gaynor did it?
I know he did.
You're out of your mind. He couldn't have killed Quinn.
Why couldn't he?
Well, he's not the type. If you knew human nature...
But you do.
Yes. Now, listen, Sergeant, how's chances of me talking to Gaynor?
You think you can get him out?
I know I can.
Well, that's a kind of a challenge I can't resist. Okay, Mike, but you might as well finish your sandwich first. You'll be eating crow later. Gaynor.
What do you want?
Mike Waring's here.
Mike Waring?
Hello, Gaynor.
Gee, it's good to see you again, Mike. Well, I don't think there's any reason to detain you any longer, Sergeant.
Does that mean you'd rather I go?
You mind?
Why should I? Anything you want, just yell.
Thank you. All right, Gaynor, sit down.
I didn't kill Steve Quinn.
Then who did?
I have no idea, Mike.
According to the police, you had a fight with him this afternoon.
Yeah, but I didn't kill him.
What was the hassle about?
Absolutely nothing.
You mean he pitched you down a flight of stairs just out of sheer caprice? Look, Gaynor, if I'm going to help you, I'll have to know the whole story.
Well, Quinn and I had trouble over some girl.
What's her name?
What, does it matter?
Yes, very much so. Who is she?
Ethel Barry.
Where does she live?
Well, as a matter of fact, she's no longer in town.
Oh, no?
No, I think she had a Continental Trailways ticket for, I believe it was El Paso.
When was this?
Oh, quite a while back.
Uh-huh. Tell me something, Gaynor. Do I really look that stupid?
What do you mean?
That story's got more holes in it than my head.
Listen, Waring...
Only if you're going to make sense. Now, how long have you been engaged to Laura Sherman?
What do you know about Laura?
Just what I read in the papers. Is she the woman in the case?
No.
Now, look, friend, you're in no position to be noble.
I'm not trying to be, but she had absolutely nothing to do with this. If you knew Laura...
Yeah, well, I don't, Gaynor. And with you in here, this looks like the best time to get acquainted. All right, Sergeant, open them up.
Very sweet of Bill Gaynor to give you my name, Mr. Waring. I can't tell you how I appreciate it.
Well, in all fairness to him, he tried to keep you out of this, Laura.
Laura?
Well, I feel as though I know you so well. After all, I've read so much about you in the papers.
You can't believe everything you read.
You mean it's not true about those 3 divorces and 2 annulments?
It was only one annulment.
Well, you know how these tabloids exaggerate.
I do. That's why I intend to keep my name out of them now.
I don't see how you're going to manage that.
I bet you could do it for me.
Well, sure. But where's my incentive?
Would money tempt you?
You might try.
$5,000.
No, I guess it wouldn't. But they say money isn't everything.
Oh. Would you like a drink?
Yes, now that I'd love.
I don't want you to get the wrong idea, Mr. Waring.
Oh, good gracious, no.
Actually, there's no reason for me to be involved in this mess. I never even knew this man, Finn.
Quinn. Steve Quinn.
Well, whatever his name was. And if I didn't know him...
It follows you certainly wouldn't have killed him.
Naturally.
Mm-hmm.
Soda?
Just a squirt. Whoop, that's fine.
Now, honestly, Mike, do you see any reason why I should be involved? Don't misunderstand. If I thought I could possibly help Bill, I'd be tickled to... excuse me.
Yes, go right ahead.
Hello?
Is that you, Miss Sherman?
Who is this?
Don't tell me you've forgotten so soon. This is Ozzie Miller.
I think you have the wrong number.
I said this is Ozzie Miller.
Well, there's no one here named Parker.
What's the matter? Can't you talk?
That's right.
Oh. Okay, call me back later. I'm at the New Bedford.
I don't know what's the matter with the phone company these days.
Yeah, Congress ought to look into it. Well, much as I hate to do this, Laura, I'm afraid I'll have to tear myself away.
Oh, but you didn't even finish your drink.
Well, suppose you keep it warm for me, Angel. I may be back sooner than you expect. Hello, Ozzy.
Who are you?
Cut it out, Ozzy. You mean to tell me Laura Sherman didn't call you back?
I don't know what you're talking about.
She must have known I was on my way over. Next time you use a phone...
Look, mister.
Waring is the name.
You better get out of here.
Well, that's a pretty fancy girl you got yourself mixed up with, Miller. And if you don't watch out, you'll be toasting your pants on the Sing Sing Grill.
You're crazy.
Are you and Steve Quinn working together?
Who's Steve Quinn?
How much did you take Laura for?
How much did we take her for?
Well, obviously you must have been blackmailing her.
Why? Because they called her? Maybe we're in love.
Well, I'd forget it, Ozzy. I don't think you're her type. That's why I can't understand where you picked up whatever it was you were holding over her. Is that where Quinn came in?
Told you to get out of here.
I assume you have a permit for that gun.
No, but it can blow just as big a hole in you. You want to say?
No, that won't be necessary, Ozzy. I know when I'm not wanted.
Four, one, three.
Hello.
That you, Randy?
Who wants to know?
Ozzy Muller.
Oh, listen, you
I just
pest.
called you to do you a little favor. You know who's working for Bill Gaynor?
I don't care
It's
who.
Mike Waring.
Who?
Waring. I bet Bill Gaynor don't go to the chair for knocking off Steve.
You think so?
Well, you know the rep that Waring's got. He's not wrong very often. I thought you might want to do something about boosting his average.
Say, Jack.
For me?
Yeah, I wonder if you could give us some help. Where's the Hayden Planetarium?
I go down 3 blocks, then turn right. Then right again at the next light.
Look, Jack, I hate to put you to any trouble, but do you suppose you could take us over there?
What?
Come on, Waring. Get in.
Well, if you insist.
I do indeed. All right, Harold.
You know, nobody's going to believe this.
Won't they?
This kind of stuff went out with Little Caesar.
Well, maybe this is the right time for a revival. It all depends on how you feel about that client of yours.
You mean Bill Gaynor?
Yeah. He's got a fry for that Steve Quinn killing.
I don't know, friend. It's beginning to look better for him all the time.
I hate to hear that, Waring. Maybe you better just drop the case.
Well, I don't want to seem stubborn, but I'll have to have some pretty good reasons.
Well, wait till Harold finds a nice, quiet spot, and I'll give you some. And I bet they'll all hit you in the right place.
Mike, come on, Mike, wake up.
Huh?
Quit faking. You're in the hospital now.
What happened, Sergeant?
What happened? You're the luckiest guy in the world, that's all. You were hit over the head at least a dozen times.
Oh.
Sure, if they picked any other spot, you would have been a dead pigeon.
Why, you no good.
Now, do you want to tell me about it?
Now, why should I? Now, where's my client?
He's still sitting.
You mean you didn't let Gaynor go after this?
What's one thing got to do with the other?
Oh, you idiot. Why do you think I was beaten up? They were afraid I'd get Gaynor off.
I see.
You don't see a thing.
Well, then maybe you better explain it to me.
Gaynor was engaged to Laura Sherman.
That I told you.
Well, Steve Quinn was shaking her down.
Oh, really?
Yes, and there were several others in the deal.
Who, for instance?
For instance, a punk named Ozzy Miller. The party you want is the man behind Miller, and I know who he is. Now, if you want a description...
No, let me do it this time, huh? He's 5'11", black hair, weighs about 190.
How did you know that?
My mother was frightened by Mr. D.A.
Oh.
Shall I go on impressing you?
You can try.
Your assailant's first name's Randy. When last seen, he was driving a green Nash. License number 438712.
Then you got him, huh?
No, but we will have in about 20 minutes.
Well, I tell you, this Randy is the boy who killed Quinn.
I don't see how you get that.
He practically admitted it to me. He was afraid I'd get Gaynor off.
Well, you can hardly blame him. You see, Randy's last name is Quinn.
What?
Yeah, he's Steve's brother. He's afraid you'd help his brother's killer get off.
Well, I figured...
Yeah, you figured. You know, that's some head you got on your shoulders, Mike. I can't blame Randy for trying to knock it off.
Of course, there are many ways to use your head. I mean, besides the way Mike's head is being used right now. For example, whenever I want a salad that's really delicious, I use my head by making sure the salad is made with Miracle Whip.
Miracle Whip. Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Mike Waring fell flat on his face. As we find him now, he's huddling with his client, trying to discover where he tripped.
I'm sorry, Mike, but I can't think of a thing.
You've got to, Gaynor. You only had an alibi.
I haven't. I was home all alone when Quinn was killed.
Well, that's not good enough.
Well, can the police prove I wasn't?
No, they can't. That's the big item in your favor. But we can get you out of here if you'll just admit one thing.
What?
Your fight with Quinn concerned Laura Sherman. Now, come on, Gaynor. You might as well tell me the truth. I know most of it already. Quinn was blackmailing her.
That's right.
Well, what did he have on her?
Laura wouldn't tell me.
Where did Ozzie Miller fit in?
Who?
Ozzie Miller.
Laura didn't mention him.
Well, is it possible that Miller was working on his own?
I wouldn't know.
Well, suppose he was. Yeah. And suppose Quinn muscled in.
Well, then you think that...
I think it's high time we assembled our complete cast. We've got enough now to make it curtains for someone.
Friends, we are gathered here on this solemn occasion.
No. That's the wrong speech, Sergeant.
Well, what difference does it make, Mike? Mr. Miller wasn't paying attention anyway.
What's the matter, Ozzie? You bored?
You guys think you're smart.
Well...
I don't want to heckle, but when you two Rover boys are through playing games, I'd like to go.
Oh, what's your hurry, Laura? Don't you want to help us solve our little problem?
Yeah, who do you think killed Quinn?
I thought Mr. Gaynor was responsible.
I decline the nomination, Laura.
I still think you should be drafted, darling.
Well, that's not very charitable of you, Angel. Bill went to see Quinn because of you.
I didn't ask him to. It wasn't my fault if he wanted to play Sir Galahad.
Wasn't it?
No. We had a dinner date, and when I phoned him at 6 o'clock to call it off, he asked me to forgive him. We'd had a quarrel earlier that day.
About Quinn?
Yes. Somehow he guessed that Quinn was blackmailing me.
Well, I guess that does it, Sergeant.
You mean she...
I mean she'll make a first-class witness against Gaynor.
What are you babbling about?
Well, don't breathe it to a soul, Gaynor. But I was wrong about you all along. Now, ain't that enough to kill you?
You know, Mike, there's only one thing that bothers me.
Is there?
Yeah. When I think of the way you fouled up this case.
Well, now that's gratitude for you. I give the man a killer.
You what?
Well, just because you had Gaynor in the brig doesn't mean a thing. You never would have gotten a conviction. You didn't have a shred of proof.
You've got your nerve. I said all along that Gaynor killed Quinn because he was crazy about that girl.
Yeah, well, that just proves how flimsy your case was. That wasn't his motive at all.
No?
No, he killed Quinn because Steve muscled in on his personal gravy train.
Come again?
Look, if anybody was going to blackmail Laura, it was going to be Gaynor. Who do you think was working with Ozzie Miller?
Gaynor?
Certainly. And who else was in a position to know what Laura would pay off on? Oh, incidentally, what was that business anyway?
Well, according to Miller, New Year's Eve, while Laura was under the influence, she killed a pedestrian in Brooklyn.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, she's a grand girl. But we'll get her for it. And I still insist Gaynor could have gone over to see Quinn because she sent him.
No, never. What time did Gaynor have that tussle with Quinn?
5 o'clock in the afternoon.
And it wasn't until 6 o'clock that night that Laura told him of her troubles. Obviously, then, the information had to come from his partner, Ozzie Miller.
Well, it could have come from you.
No, never. All I told him was that Quinn had a record.
So now, will you behave? Oh, you have the nerve to sit there so smugly after lousing up this whole case.
Well, you're a great one to talk, and after all I've done for you.
All you've done for me?
Well, sure. I've always been ready to share everything 50-50 with you. And when I make a mistake,
Yes?
I'm perfectly willing for you to take the rap. Now, what could be fairer than that? This is Mike Waring, friends. July 1st, this Sunday, the people of Canada are celebrating the 84th birthday of the founding of Canada as a nation. All of us in the United States cherish our fine and friendly relation with our Canadian neighbors. This spirit of friendliness that has existed without even the necessity of an armed patrol on the border is a shining example to the entire world of how two free and independent nations can live together in peace and goodwill. Congratulations, and all good wishes to our fine neighbor and good friend on her 84th anniversary.
The Case of Everybody's Gun. The Case of Everybody's Gun. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that a man who has no charity in his heart may end up with a bullet in it. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written tonight by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Chuck Webster as Sergeant Corbin. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Laugh with Groucho. He's next on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Sherry. I'm glad you called. No, you'll have to cancel me out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. Mm-hmm. Some client of mine wants me to locate a missing girl. He doesn't care what it costs, so naturally I'm going to shoot the works.
Once again, the Adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the killer's key. It is early afternoon in New York, and in a shabby rooming house in Midtown Manhattan, a nervous young man named Larry Gordon gives himself a dose of artificial courage. Then, deciding further treatment is indicated, he starts pouring again.
Who is it?
Me, Larry. Open up.
Wait a minute, Claire. Did you get them?
Everything. Here, you fly to Chicago. From there, I made a reservation for you on the California Limited.
What name did you use?
Larry Holcomb.
Good. When's the plane leave?
8:25 tonight.
Couldn't you get me out sooner?
No. Listen, Larry, I still think you're making a mistake. Running away is no solution.
Are you crazy?
Maybe this isn't as bad as you think.
It's worse. If Hunt ever lays his hands on me, that's it.
I think you're wrong.
Look, I worked for the man for 8 years. I know how his mind operates. I never should have opened my yap to those Treasury boys in the first place.
You had to, darling.
Why? Was someone twisting my arm? They got enough on him to send him up for 10 years.
But without you, they've got no case.
And don't think that Mr. Hunt doesn't know it. Now, if you want to help me pack...
Larry.
Think you could have been followed?
No. No, I was very careful.
Who is it?
Kemper, Internal Revenue.
Oh, just a minute, Mr. Kemper. Look, sweetie, they'll be awful sore if they know I told you where I was.
What do you want me to do?
Get in the kitchen and, for Pete's sake, be quiet.
All right, darling.
I'm coming, Mr. Kemper.
Hello, Larry.
Mr. Hunt.
Yes.
But I thought it was...
I hope you'll forgive the deception. I did it very well, don't you think? Kemper, Internal Revenue Department. You know, the stage may have lost a great talent.
Listen, Mr. Hunt.
I'm afraid I haven't time, Larry. I'm pretty busy these days combing Internal Revenue men out of my hair.
I wasn't going to testify against you.
You weren't?
No, I was beating it. See, I've got the tickets right here.
So you were bound for California, eh? My humble opinion, you couldn't have chosen better. Where were you planning to stay?
Why?
Well, someone should cancel the reservation. Since you're going elsewhere.
No, don't.
Have a pleasant journey, my boy.
Yeah? I'd like to see Mr. Hunt, please.
Who are you?
Sergeant Corbett.
You don't look like a soldier to me.
You're right. I'm with the police. Where's Hunt?
Well, it's like this, Sergeant.
Bruce, did you say... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were entertaining.
He ain't so entertaining.
You Charles Hunt?
That's right.
I'm Sergeant Corbett, homicide.
How morbid.
Well, somebody's got to do the job. You ever hear of a fellow named Larry Gordon?
Yes, of course. He works for me. Or should I say, he once did.
Why?
Well, I'm being investigated on an income tax matter, as you may have heard.
Yeah, I've heard.
And since Larry's going to testify against me, naturally, I don't consider him in my employ.
Well, he won't need the job anyhow.
Pardon?
He was knocked off at 3 this afternoon.
I can't believe it.
Well, take my word for it. I saw the body. And I have an idea you saw it even before I did.
You're not serious.
I certainly am. We got enough evidence.
Evidence?
Yes. You see, by an odd coincidence, Larry's girlfriend, Claire Marlowe, was in the kitchen when you gunned him.
Is that what Miss Marlowe claims?
Well...
Well, what?
Well, it's the way we figure it. We found her fingerprints.
You're evading the question. Has Miss Marlowe accused me?
Well, I haven't spoken to her yet.
Why not?
She disappeared. She must have been scared to death.
The fact remains, until you discover Miss Marlowe, you have absolutely no case.
Don't worry, we'll find her. And when we do...
When you do, give me a call.
Okay, Hunt, I'll be seeing you shortly. And then we'll see how...
You're creating a draft, Sergeant. Well, Bruce? You heard.
How can I help it? I'm not deaf.
What do you think?
I think when they find Claire Marlowe, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes.
On the other hand, suppose I found her first. Who was that private detective Logan mentioned the other day?
You mean Mike Waring?
See the one they call the Falcon?
Yeah.
Well, be a good boy and look up his address. I think I've got a case for him. That's the situation, Mr. Waring. So you see my problem.
No, I'm afraid I don't, Mr. Hunt.
Isn't it obvious? I want you to locate this Claire Marlowe.
You said the police are looking for her.
Unfortunately, I haven't much confidence in them.
Mm-hmm. Well, the jails are loaded with people who thought that.
Nevertheless, I'd like to see you take the assignment.
I don't like it.
Why not?
It smells to me of tampering with a witness. Corbett claims this Claire Marlowe can prove you're guilty of Larry Gordon's murder.
But there's another side to the coin. If Miss Marlowe saw someone else, she can establish my innocence.
Yeah, I suppose that's true enough. What if the police find her first?
So much the better. I just want the additional insurance. In my position, I need it.
All right, Hunt. I'll do what I can.
That's all I ask. You do what you can. And from that point on, it's up to me.
Yeah? You the superintendent?
That's right.
My name is Mike Waring. Wonder if you could give me some information about one of your tenants.
Who?
Claire Marlowe.
You a cop?
Why?
So I told the other fella everything I knew.
What other fella?
Oh, tall, thin fella, about your size.
Oh, you must mean Sergeant Corbett.
Yep, that's his name.
Mm-hmm. Well, now that you've told Corbett, why not tell me?
I don't know nothing. Came home yesterday like she was scared of something, went right to her room.
How long did she stay?
Oh, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Did she have a grip with her when she left?
Nope, just a pocketbook.
And she didn't say where she was going?
Nope, and I didn't ask. I believe a fella should mind his own... If it ain't one thing, it's another. Excuse me a second.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Well, what do you know? Special delivery from Claire Marlowe.
Yeah, let me see that.
Hey, what you doing?
Just a minute. Dear Herman, please don't tell anyone you've heard from me, anyone at all. I wonder if you'd be good enough to do me a favor. I've made arrangements with North American Van Lines to move my stuff on Wednesday. They know where to deliver it. My bank book is in the upper right-hand drawer of my dresser. If you take it with the enclosed withdrawal slip, I'm sure you'll have no trouble getting the money. Will you please bring it over to me at the Kenton Hotel? I'm using the name Claire O'Brien.
Why does she want to use a name like that for?
Kenton Hotel, then.
Hey, where you going?
I have to report to my client. You've been a great help, Herman. Thanks a million.
Bruce?
Yeah?
I believe that's the phone.
I believe you're right.
Don't you think you should answer it?
What's the point, Mr. Hunt? It's probably for you.
You know something, Bruce? I'm beginning to dislike your attitude. Now answer the phone.
I still say it's a waste of time. Yeah?
I'd like to talk to Gerald Hunt, please.
Who wants him?
Mike Waring.
Hold it. What'd I tell you? It's for you.
Who is it?
The Falcon.
All right. Oh, I don't think I'll be needing you anymore today.
You mean you want me to leave?
That's what I want.
Well, far be it from me to hang around when I'm not wanted.
Hello?
I've got good news for you, Hunt.
Really?
Really. I've located Claire Marlowe.
That is wonderful.
She's staying at the Kenton Hotel. She's registered under the name of Claire O'Brien.
I needn't tell you how happy I am with your services, Mr. Waring.
I was lucky.
Let's say we both were. You may have been fortunate to find Claire, but I was lucky to find you. I would have had a difficult time of it without you.
I'll think nothing of it. When are you planning to see Claire?
Immediately. You're familiar with the old proverb, he who hesitates is lost? Well, in my position, I can't afford to waste a second. Goodbye, Mr. Waring. Thanks ever so much.
An hour has passed since Mike Waring reported to his client, Gerald Hunt, where Claire Marlowe could be found. They're now in that young lady's hotel room.
All right, you guys. Come on, let's hurry it up. Get out of here.
All right, Sergeant.
Oh, Davis, see if you can find any prints around, though I doubt it.
Can I move the body now, Sarge?
Now, you better wait for Lewis. He may want some more pictures.
Right.
Hey, Levy, how you doing on that?
Okay.
Oh, you boys carry on. I'll get it.
I'd like to... Sergeant Corbett.
Hey, what are you doing here?
I came to see Claire Marlowe.
Okay, look.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Well, is this close enough, or would you like to hold her hand?
I don't think she'd get a kick out of it.
Neither do I. What'd you want with her?
That's a long story.
Well, I never knew you to tell any other kind, so let's get started.
Well, a client of mine wanted me to find her.
And you did.
I was lucky.
I wonder. Who's your client?
Well, I'd rather not say.
So you'd rather not say, huh? Look, lunkhead, an innocent girl's been murdered. Nobody knew where she was hiding out. And if you found her...
All right. You don't have to draw me a diagram. I was responsible.
Yes, indeed. You set her up for a clay pigeon. I've known stupid jerks in my time, but of all...
Look, never mind a name, Sergeant. I can think of 1,000,000 to call myself.
Well, who's your client? Or maybe I can guess.
Well, don't bother.
Look, Mike, don't try to hold out on me.
I'm not going to. I admit I was the patsy in this case.
You were the patsy? What about her?
Well, I know. Well, someone's going to pay for it.
Hey, wait a minute. Where are you going?
Going to have a word with my client. After that, you can have him. Well, frankly, I doubt if there'll be much left. I'll be seeing you, Sergeant.
Yeah?
Is Hunt in? Who are you?
Never mind, I'll announce myself.
Now, wait a
All
sec.
right, Bruce. Come on in, Mr. Waring.
Try and keep me out.
Bruce, get the gentleman a drink.
Sure. What do you have, Buster?
A little privacy. Suppose you leave me alone with your boss.
What orders I take from him.
You better give him his walking papers, Hunt.
Really, Mr. Waring, aren't you being a bit high-handed?
Tell him to blow.
All right, Bruce. You may go.
Well, as long as you put it that way.
All right, now what was the idea, Hunt?
What was what idea?
Don't give me any double talk. I'm in no mood for it.
How dare you?
It's easy, I'll show you.
No.
Look, you made a sucker out of me. You got me to find Claire Marlowe so you could kill her.
You mean Claire's dead?
As if you didn't know.
But I didn't.
I suppose you don't remember me phoning you at 1:30 this afternoon. I told you where you could find her. I could blow my brains out for not calling on her first. But you didn't make that mistake, did you?
Let me go.
Sure, I'll let you go. Now, confessions are in order. You killed her, didn't you?
No.
Come on, Hunt. I'm going to get the truth if I have to break every bone in your body. You murdered her just as you murdered Larry Gordon.
I swear I didn't.
Where's your coat?
I'm not going with you.
Yes, you are. I promised to deliver you to Sergeant Corbett down to headquarters, and that's one promise I intend to keep. Now, will you go quietly?
No.
Okay, suit yourself. Now, come on. Get up. You got a long, rough trip ahead of you.
Hey, Matty.
Yes, Sergeant.
Carlin report in yet?
Just about 2 minutes ago.
Well, where's Hunt?
He couldn't find him.
You mean he skipped?
Yeah, Colin said the place was a shambles.
Well, get a 47 out. I want every bus and train depot watch and cover the airfields. If Hunt gets away...
Don't worry, Sergeant. He won't.
Hey, never mind, Matty.
All right, you crumb. Inside.
No, let me go.
What's the idea, Mike?
What's the matter with you, Sergeant? Don't you recognize him?
Well, who would? He looks... Wait a minute. It's Hunt.
That's right.
Well, what happened?
Well, he had a little accident. Go on, Hunt. Sit down.
You slug him?
No, Sergeant, you know me.
Well, that's why I asked. Listen, Mike.
Now, look, why don't we both listen? All right, Hunt, make like a birdie.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, if I've got to bounce you around again...
Hey, what's going on here?
He admitted to me that he murdered Claire Marlowe.
I lied.
You what?
I couldn't help myself, Sergeant. He would have killed me.
Yes, and it's not too late now. Do you deny
I deny everything. I was forced to make that admission to protect myself. Under the circumstances, I felt I was justified.
Look, Sergeant, could you leave us alone for a couple of minutes?
Don't be a sap.
Well, it's all right for you to talk, but I feel responsible for that girl's death. If I hadn't found her, she would still have been alive. I phoned him at 1:30, and I told...
Hey, wait a minute. When did you phone him?
At 1:30.
Oh, no.
Why, what's the matter?
But do you realize what you've done? You've just given him an alibi.
Are you nuts?
Claire Marlowe was killed at 1:45.
What?
45 minutes before you called him.
Well, that means...
That means he couldn't have killed her.
Oh. Well, look, Hunt, if I've done you an injustice...
Indeed you have.
Will it do any good if I said I was sorry?
None at all. Good day, gentlemen. I trust I'll never see either of you again.
Well, welcome home, Mr. Hunt.
I see you've taken over, Bruce.
I didn't think you'd mind. You like some champagne?
No, thanks.
You don't know what you're missing. This is the bitter end. They tell me it's the only thing when you're celebrating.
Is that what you're doing?
Sure. Aren't you back?
I'm flattered. I didn't dream you cared.
Yeah, I was real worried. I had a feeling I was never going to see you again. Hey, you ought to do something about that eye. That Mike Waring can really dish it out, can't he?
All right, Bruce. The joke is over. What's the meaning of this?
I told you I was celebrating. Surely you don't begrudge your ex-employee a bottle of champagne.
My ex-employee?
Well, the way I see it, I've been working for you for 7 years.
So?
So I decided it was time I bettered myself. After all, this is the land of opportunity.
And you feel opportunity is knocking at your door?
Definitely. You sure you won't join me in a drink?
Enough of this nonsense. Get me my robe.
You don't seem to understand. I'm through taking orders. With what I got on
And what
you...
have you got on me?
For one thing, you knocked off Larry Gordon and Claire Marlowe.
This may come as a shock to you. But the police are satisfied I had no hand in either. You see, I have an unimpeachable alibi.
Is that a fact?
Yes. It now develops that Miss Marlowe was murdered 45 minutes before Mr. Waring reported her whereabouts to me.
Well, what do you know?
I know you've been taking too much for granted.
I don't think so. I happen to know how it was worked.
You do?
Yeah. I was going through your clothes.
What?
Well, I thought maybe you wanted me to send them out to the cleaners. Anyway, in your pocket, I found this card. Lawrence Regan, Private Investigations.
So?
So I wondered what you would want with 2 private detectives, and just like that, it came to me. You were going to use Waring as an alibi.
You're mistaken.
Well, there's an easy way to check.
Who are you calling?
The boy Sherlock, Lawrence Regan.
You're being ridiculous.
Am I?
Hello?
Let me talk to Mr. Regan, please.
Speaking.
This is Bruce Webster. I work for Mr. Hunt.
Well,
Well, the boss would like to know whether you had any luck finding Claire Marlowe.
what's the matter with the guy? Has he blown a fuse? I reported back to him at 11 o'clock this morning. She's at the Kenton Hotel, registered under the name of Claire O'Brien.
I guess it kind of slipped his mind.
What's going on here?
Nothing you should worry about. Thanks a lot, anyway. Well?
You win.
I always do. I'm the patient type. I learned that from you.
What do you want?
$25,000.
That's a lot of money.
Well, it ain't as though I was going to throw it away. I'm going to sock it into government bonds. That 3% they pay will come in mighty handy.
You're making a mistake.
I don't think so. I always say the least a fella can do is be patriotic. You better get it up fast, Mr. Hunt. We don't want to keep Uncle Sam waiting.
Sergeant, I don't get it at all.
Well, you would if I had my way. You ruined everything.
Look, are you sure Claire Marlowe died at 1:15?
Positive. The desk clerk at the hotel heard the shots.
Did she have any other enemies?
No. This thing's tied up with the Larry Gordon killing for sure.
That doesn't make sense.
Well...
There was no way in the world for the... Hello.
That you, Waring?
Yes, who's this?
Bruce Webster.
Who?
I work for Hunt, remember?
Oh, yeah.
I just thought you might be interested. I'm terminating my employment.
That's supposed to mean something to me?
It might mean a lot. If you could dig up some cash, I could let you know my reason.
What are you talking about?
Well, wouldn't you like to know how Hunt made a chump out of you?
I certainly would.
How much dough can you raise?
I'm not in Hunt's class.
No, but every little bit helps. Could you lay your hands on 10 grand?
Don't be ridiculous.
5?
I've got $720 in the bank.
Fine, I'll take it.
Now, wait a minute.
Come on, Waring, make up your mind.
Where are you?
I got a little place at the Fortuna Apartments on West 93rd. Drop around when you're in the neighborhood.
Okay. Don't go away. I'll be in the neighborhood in 20 minutes.
That you, Waring?
Yeah.
Just a second. Come on in. Mr. Hunt.
Surprised?
Yeah, I thought I saw the last of you.
You thought wrong.
What's the idea?
It's fairly simple. I'm a man who hates loose ends. Naturally, with you dangling about.
You wouldn't.
Oh, you recognize the gun. Yes, it's the same one I used on Larry Gordon and Claire Marlowe.
You'll never get away with it. The cops will know for sure.
You're concerned for me. You needn't worry. You see, I've taken the liberty of preparing a note in which you confess to both murders.
You're nuts.
When the police break in, they'll find the note and the murder gun. Naturally, it'll be in the traditional position for suicide.
They'll never buy it. They had no motive to knock off Larry Gordon.
You have, the way I've explained it in this note. Seems you were madly in love with Claire. When she spurned you for Larry, you decided to rid yourself of the competition. As for Claire, she was a witness to the act. So regretfully, you had to dispose of her, too. Isn't that poetic?
Listen, Hunt.
I wish I could, my boy. But time is of the essence.
No, don't.
15 minutes have passed since Mike promised to call on Bruce Webster. Now we find Sergeant Corbett helping him keep that promise.
This must be it. Yeah. Suppose he won't talk.
Just leave everything to me.
I left Hunt to you and what happened. Sure he said he'd meet you here?
Yes, positive. I told him I'd be over in 20... Look, get out of the way.
What are you doing?
Well, what does it look like?
Don't you know it isn't polite to peek through keyholes?
No, but it could be awfully interesting.
What do you see?
Give me a hand with this door.
Well, what was it?
Come on. Put your shoulder to it. 1, 2...
Holy smoke.
Yeah.
What did he want to do that for?
Don't ask me. I'm a stranger here myself. Here, wait a minute. What do you make of this?
To whom it may concern, this was the only way. I killed Larry Gordon. It was all Claire Marlowe's fault. She led me on. I thought with Larry out of the way, we'd have a deal, but I was a chump. Don't bother looking for any relatives. I haven't... Hey, cut that out, Mike.
I was only going through his pocket.
Well, you know better.
I just wanted to see what he had on him.
Well?
Well, someone was here before me. All he's got on him are these 2 keys. What do you make of it?
Well, one's obviously for his grip, the other for his car.
No, this doesn't add up.
What do you mean?
He didn't commit suicide.
But look at the gun.
You look at it. I tell you this was engineered.
By whom?
By Hunt, of course.
Can you prove that?
What, to you? Where's my percentage? Let's find someone who'll give me better odds.
I can't believe it. When I was up at Brewster's a few hours ago...
And you admit you were there.
Why should I deny it? He complained of not feeling well this evening. Naturally, the least I could do was chauffeur him home.
And when you left?
He seemed perfectly all right. I never dreamt he contemplated suicide. I still don't understand why.
Well, maybe this note will clear things up.
To whom it may concern. That's the only way Oh, so that explains it.
Yes, it would seem to.
I never realized he was involved with Claire.
Well, things are seldom what they seem. For instance, when we broke into Bruce's room, it looked as though he committed suicide.
But you don't believe it?
No.
You told me you found the gun in the sand.
Yes.
And it was the same weapon that was used on Larry Gordon and Claire Marlowe.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I should imagine that would take care of everything.
No, not quite. There was one thing missing. When Corbett and I got to Bruce's room, the door was locked.
Well?
Well, if he committed suicide, it had to be locked from the inside.
Obviously.
Well, then what happened to the key?
That's right. It wasn't in the lock because you were able to peek through the keyhole.
And it wasn't on him or in the room. That means the door must have been locked from the outside, and the killer absent-mindedly walked off with the key.
Look, Mr. Waring.
All right, Sergeant, go through his pockets.
No, you can't.
Who can't? Well, what do we got here?
It's all a mistake.
Yeah, you said it, friend. And the beautiful part of it is it only takes one to land you in the chair. All right, Sergeant, he's all yours.
Well, like my father used to say, another day, another dollar.
And believe me, you didn't earn this one. I did all the work.
Well, you schlump. You should talk. You gave Hunt that alibi.
You're out of your mind. If it hadn't been me, it would have been some other private dick.
Come again?
Look, it all comes down to one thing. Hunt had 2 of us trying to locate Claire. He probably waited until the other boy came through for him before he even hired me.
Yeah, well, what was the point?
Give himself that alibi. After all, when I told you I reported to him after the girl was murdered, it didn't seem possible he could have been responsible.
Well, I still say...
Oh, wait a minute. Hold everything.
What's the matter?
I just thought of something. I never got paid.
Huh?
By Hunt for finding Claire.
Sue him.
Sue him? He's going to the chair.
So what? If I were you, kiddo, I'd really make trouble for him. Good night, Mike.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Carol. I'm glad you called. No, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. Some boy I know just bought himself a gun, and unless he's stopped, he aims to get a big bang out of life.
Once again, the National Broadcasting Company brings you the transcribed adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. The Adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risked their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the Grand Gamble. It is early morning in New York, the time of day generally reserved for slumber. But there's plenty of action at Dana's, a gambling spot on Manhattan's east side. All of which impresses the two gentlemen standing by the roulette wheel.
Well, what do you say, Mr. Calvin? You seen enough?
More than enough, Eli. How long's it been going on?
Jackie tells me 6 weeks.
What do you figure the take is?
Around 6 or 7 G's a night.
Not bad. Where does Dana keep himself?
In the office, over there.
What do you say we drop in and congratulate him?
Now?
Now.
Maybe we better wait.
I said now.
You're the boss.
Yeah, I'm the boss, Eli. Let's not forget it.
What do you want me to do?
Just stay out here and see that we're not disturbed.
Yes?
Hello, Dana.
Calvin.
Yeah.
Well, I must say this is a surprise.
I meant it to be. Oh, keep your hands off that buzzer. I just assumed we weren't interrupted.
Now, look, Calvin.
Sit down.
You can't come in here
Who can't? Oh. Now, look, you crumb. This is my territory. From 86th Street to 94th.
Since when?
Since all the time. You're going to close up shop.
And if I don't?
I'll do it for you. I'll give you 24 hours.
You give who 24 hours?
Well, aren't you the sly one?
Aren't I? Now, do you leave quietly or do they carry you out?
You better put that gun away, Dana. It's out of character.
Is it?
Yeah. You're not man enough to pull a trigger. Go on, I dare you. Well, what are you waiting for? You got a right to gun me? Shoot. You can tell them it was a heist.
I'm warning you, Calvin.
You're warning me. Give me that gun. Let me go. Come on, drop it. Oh! You shouldn't have tried to bluff me, fella. Because I really got a great hand. Come on, Dana, get up. You can't quit now. I got time for another couple of rounds. Oh!
That you, Daddy?
Yes.
Oh, you're home early. Daddy. Daddy, what happened?
Nothing.
But look at
I tell you it's nothing, Joan. Let me sit down.
I'm going to call a doctor.
You'll do nothing of the kind. Tomorrow.
But your face...
I had a little accident, that's all. I fell down at the club.
Can't I get you anything?
Just the phone book.
Who do you want? I'll look it up for you.
See if there's an Al Romero listed.
Al Romero.
Yes.
Couldn't be the same one.
Couldn't be what same one?
The Al Romero I read about. The one who was tied up with Murder Incorporated.
No, this is a different boy.
You're not telling the truth.
Okay, so it's the same one. And I got a job for him. You happy now?
Oh, you don't mean that.
Don't give odds, Joni.
Daddy, what's come over you?
I've seen the light. I just learned when you're in my racket, you can't use kid gloves. Vince Calvin was around to see me tonight.
Calvin?
Yeah. That's why I look this way. So from now on, I play his rules.
You don't know what you're saying.
Try to understand, Joan. I'm doing this for you. I want you to have the best of everything.
But I don't want it that way.
You don't get it any other way. Mr. Calvin taught me that. Now, give me that phone.
No, I won't let you do it.
You won't? Sorry, baby. You might as well learn the facts of life now. Information? I'd like the phone number of Al Romero.
Oh, Angel, you don't know what you... Oh, go away. Oh, for Pete's sake. Wait a minute. Where's my robe? I said, wait a minute. What's
How are you, Mike, wearing?
Well, it all depends.
Depends.
On the time of day. Before 7, I'm not myself.
I know it's late, but I've got to see you.
Well, come back in the morning.
That's no good. Time is of the essence. I don't know what I'll do if you...
Well, now, take it easy.
But you don't understand.
Well, I never will at this rate. Now, sit down.
Thank you. I suppose I should introduce myself.
I suppose you should.
My name is Joan Andrews.
Joan Andrews.
Yes.
If you say so.
Don't you believe me?
I never question a lady's word at 4 o'clock in the morning. But I wouldn't advise you to come back at 5 with that story.
Why?
Well, if you're Joan Andrews, how come the initials on your purse are J.D.?
Oh, this belongs to a friend.
Mm-hmm. All right, Angel, have it your way.
I tell you, it's the truth.
Well, let's hear the rest.
Well, I'm engaged to a man named Vince Calvin.
Vince Calvin? You?
Do you know him?
Yeah. So I won't offer my congratulations.
Well, Vince has been threatened.
How do you know?
He told me.
Now, go on.
That's all there is to it. I want you to see nothing happens to him.
Now, Angel, enough is enough. You can't expect me to buy that.
I swear it's true.
Does Calvin know you're here?
No, and he mustn't find out. He thinks he can take care of himself.
Well, from what I know of that gent, he can.
But I can't afford to gamble. You've got to protect him.
Why don't you go to the cops?
Because I don't want any publicity. Vince would kill me if there was.
And this is the man you're engaged to?
I didn't mean it that way.
Now, how did you mean it?
Look, Mr. Waring, it all comes down to this. Either you want the case or you don't.
I get $100 a day plus expenses.
That's all right. I'll pay you in advance.
Hey, you're really on the level about this, aren't you?
Well, what did you think?
Well, frankly, Joan, I don't know. Where can I reach you?
Oh, don't bother calling me. I'll call you.
Okay. But keep in touch with the office. I hope for your sake there won't be any startling developments.
That's funny.
You must have money in the bank, Eli. You're talking to yourself.
There's a blue Nash behind us.
It's a very attractive color. So what?
I'd swear that was the same car I saw on Broadway.
You're imagining things.
I tell you, it's the same one, Calvin. He's trailing us.
Turn up 84th.
It's one way going east.
That's all right. I'll take care of the ticket. Let's see if he makes the same mistake. Well?
What did I tell you? He's coming right after us.
Okay, stop right here. Give me a gun.
What are you going to do?
Wait for our friend?
Yeah, but don't you think we...
I think you worry too much. Stay here. What's the matter, comrade? Having trouble?
How's that?
I asked if you were having trouble.
Oh, yeah, I guess I lost my way.
I guess you did. Get out.
What for?
I want to look at you.
Now, listen, friend.
Are you going to get out of that car?
Is that thing loaded?
What do you think?
I think I better get out.
Now, walk over to that lamppost.
Sure, anything you say.
Hold it. That's fine. Just keep your hands where they are.
How's this?
Well, what's the idea, Waring?
Well, if it isn't Vince Calvin. Certainly is a small world.
Too small. Why are you tailing me?
Me? Tailing you?
Eli saw you on Broadway.
No, must have been two other guys. I was just headed home.
So you go the wrong way up a one-way street?
We all make mistakes.
And you're going to pay for yours.
I wouldn't try that again.
Who put you on to tailing me?
None of your business.
I got a good mind.
I wouldn't try it.
Well, keep out of my way, you understand? I don't like being crowded.
Oh, with 10 million people in town, you got to expect it.
I mean it, Waring. If I catch you within gunshots, so help me, I'll let you have it. Now, on your way.
What for? I like it here.
Okay. Maybe I can arrange for you to hang around for quite a while. Come.
I'm looking for Vince Calvin.
Who are you?
If I wanted you to know, I would have had them announce me.
Eli! Eli!
If you're calling your stooge, you're wasting your time.
Where is he?
What difference does it make?
Now, look, comrade, I don't know what your game is.
Solitaire. I play it with this.
What's the idea of the gun?
This is how I deal 'em. Would you like to see one off the top?
What made Dana think I'd fall for this?
Ah?
Well, didn't Dana send you around?
You can't expect me to divulge the name of my client. That wouldn't be ethical.
Now, look, Buster, you're not kidding me. I don't frighten easy.
Mean to tell me you're not scared?
Not a bit.
Glad to hear that. There's one thing I admire. It's a guy with plenty of moxie. It's a pity to have to spill yours. Oh, a real pity.
We Americans have been justly accused of living at too fast a pace. Not only are we living too fast, we are also driving too fast. On the highways, speed is the number one killer. It takes more than half of the lives lost in traffic accidents in many states. Last year, speeding drivers caused 15,000 deaths in the United States. That year, more than 500,000 persons were injured in automobile accidents blamed on excessive speed. That is the bloody price tag on too much speed, the cost that you may pay sooner or later for a few minutes saved by speeding. Slow down for safety's sake, and you'll be doing your part in the current campaign against the number one killer on the highways. Initiate and support your local enforcement drives against speeders. And remember, drive as though your life depends on it. It does. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Three hours have passed since Mike Waring had his run-in with Vince Calvin, the man he was hired to protect. Now, at Mike's apartment, we find him recuperating from the encounter.
Yeah?
Hiya, Mike.
Oh, what do you want, Sergeant?
Now, that's no way to greet an old and trusted friend. Hey, what happened to you?
Never mind.
Hey, let me see.
Will you get your hands off me?
Well, if I was you, I'd trade this head in for another. Or better still, you could grow one.
Look, Sergeant, I'm in no mood for kibitzing.
Wow, looks like someone really did a job on you.
Well, you ought to see the other guy.
I did. He looks even worse.
What are you mumbling about?
Why'd Calvin slug you?
How did you know it was Calvin?
Now, you're not the only detective in the crowd.
Well, when I get my hands on him...
I can arrange that. He's at the morgue.
The morgue?
He was gunned at 9 o'clock tonight.
Is that on the level?
You know I never joke about things like murder.
Who did it?
Did you?
Don't be an idiot.
Well, you got to admit we can make out a pretty convincing case. After all, he bounced you around.
I went around killing everyone who bounced me.
Yeah, I know. You could fill your own personal cemetery. Still in all, it doesn't look so good for you.
Who says so?
Lieutenant Coram.
Oh, that jerk.
That jerk can pull you in and throw away the key. What gave with you and Calvin?
I was tailing him for a client.
Why?
She thought he was in danger.
Oh, she must have had inside information. Who is she?
Joan Andrews.
You say that like you don't believe it.
Well, I don't.
So even though you knew she was a phony, you took the case.
Oh, she may have been a phony, but her money wasn't.
What'd she have against Calvin?
Nothing.
Look, Mike, if you're holding out
Why
on me...
should I? She told me they were engaged.
And you bought that story? Calvin's a married man.
Well, I didn't know that.
For a smart guy, there's a lot you didn't know. You better find this client of yours.
Sure, tell me how.
Well, that's your headache. But you better dig her up and do it fast. Lieutenant Coram...
Hey, wait a minute. How did you learn about my run-in with Calvin?
Eli told me.
You mean Eli Proctor, Calvin's stooge?
Yeah.
He knows all about Calvin's operations, doesn't he?
Including the one Calvin did on you.
Yeah. Well, maybe he knows something about my mysterious client, too. You want to join me?
No, thanks. I've already talked to him. But don't let that stop you. Now, you go right ahead. Have your fun.
You sure you won't join me in a drink, Waring?
Positive.
You don't know what you're missing.
Well, I'll take my chances, Eli. Why did you tell the cops Calvin slugged me?
It was my duty, wasn't it?
You're the kind of a guy who never forgets it.
Not me.
Well, let's see how good that memory is. Did Calvin have any enemies?
Nary a soul.
Just a big, lovable guy, huh?
That was Vince. We're really going to miss him around here.
Yeah, I'll bet. Who's going to handle the business now that he's gone?
I don't know, but if his wife wants me, I'll be available.
Well, that's big of you.
Well, that's the sort of a guy I am.
She'd be a lot easier to swindle than Vince was.
You want to watch that mouth, fella?
I'm sorry. You see, I washed it this morning. Can't seem to do a thing with it. Know a girl about 5'2", blue eyes, blonde hair, pretty?
No, but I'd love to meet her.
Me, too. How did she know that Calvin was in trouble?
Maybe she was planning to knock him off.
So she hired me to prevent it?
You didn't do too good a job, did you?
That was Calvin's fault. He never should have slugged me.
If I were around, this might not have happened. Well, that's life for you.
Or death. What does Mrs. Calvin look like?
You're barking up the wrong tree, Waring. She's a redhead.
Mm-hmm. Did he have any girls on the string?
Nope.
Come on, Eli, open up.
Tell you, he didn't have any trouble with a dame. But he did have trouble with a man.
Who?
Arthur Dana.
The guy who runs the club on 86?
Yeah, Vince closed him up.
Well, then Dana might have had it in for Calvin, huh?
I wouldn't be at all surprised.
Yeah, well, thanks a lot, Eli. You've been a big help.
You're not leaving already.
Yeah, but I'll be back. See what you can dream up in the meantime.
Yes?
Well, if it isn't Joan Andrews.
What?
Well, that's the name you used 36 hours ago.
Are you out of your mind?
If I am, Angel, it's little girls like you who are responsible.
Get out.
Now, Joni, I didn't throw you out when you came calling on me.
You're crazy.
You don't remember coming to my apartment at 4 o'clock yesterday morning?
I came to your apartment?
Yes, you did. And you used the name Joan Andrews. Just to keep the record straight, what are you calling yourself today?
Look, are you going to get out of here?
Wait a minute, of course. You must be Dana's daughter. I was a sap not to have seen it before. Why did you hire me to protect Vince Calvin?
Vince Calvin? I never even heard of the man.
Well, your father did. Were you afraid he was going to kill Calvin?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, Angel, I rarely slug a woman, but in your case, I'll be glad to make an exception.
Don't you dare.
Where's your father?
He's not here.
Dana! Dana!
I tell you, he's not here. He flew to the coast on business yesterday morning.
What time?
He caught the 4:30 plane.
But Calvin was killed at 9.
Well, that proves my father couldn't have done it.
You're lying.
If you don't believe me, check with Creighton Airlines.
Thanks for the advice, Angel. That's one tip I intend to take.
Hello?
That you, Johnny?
Daddy, where are you calling from?
Los Angeles. What'd you think?
When are you coming home?
Maybe a week or 10 days?
Try to get back as soon as possible.
Why? What's the matter?
I can't talk on the phone. Where are you staying?
Why?
I want to write to you. Vince Calvin was murdered yesterday.
I know. I heard about it out here.
Well, Mike Waring is investigating the matter.
Falcon? How did he get involved?
Well, that's a long story. I'll go into it in my letter. What's the name of your hotel?
Oh, it won't do you any good, honey. I'm checking out. I don't like it here.
But how'll I reach you?
Well, you can't. You'll have to wait for me to get in touch with you.
But Mike Waring thinks
I don't care what he thinks. You told him I was on the coast?
Yes.
Well, there's my alibi. When he hears I called you from...
Daddy, that was your dime being released into the payphone.
Listen, Joan.
You're in New York. You've been here all the time.
Forget it.
But if you were in New York...
I told you to forget it. Take care of yourself, Joni. Don't worry about Mr. Waring. I'll take care of him.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, get your bets down. The gentleman is coming out. And 8's the point.
I got 2 bits, says he's right, Eli.
Go away, boy. You bother me.
You busy?
What does it look like? And the gentleman got himself a big 10.
I would a word with you.
Would you?
Yeah. Unless you want me to make a nuisance of myself out here.
Jackie.
Yeah?
Take over the table.
All right.
I knew you'd see the light.
Follow me.
I did that once, and it didn't work out so well.
Huh?
The other night. Wound up with a peach of a headache, remember?
It was your own fault.
Hey, this is quite a layout.
I'm glad you like it.
Yeah, you really moved in, haven't you?
Come on, Waring. Get to the point.
Well, I was wondering if you had any more leads.
Leads?
Yeah, for Calvin's murder. What about his missus?
What about her?
You think she might have knocked him off?
Are you nuts? Where's her motive?
Ooh, she might have wanted to get her hands on all this.
Don't talk like a schmo. She don't even know what this thing is worth.
Well, that's going to make it awfully convenient for you.
Now listen, Waring.
Well, isn't it?
If you came here to needle me...
Apparently I succeeded, All right, can you think of anyone else who might have had it in for Calvin?
What's wrong with Dana?
Nope. He's got an alibi.
Who says so?
I do. He was on his way to Los Angeles at the time.
Couldn't he have hired someone else to do the job? A torpedo.
Ooh, I never thought of that.
Well, it's time you did.
Yes, you may have something there. Of course, there's only one thing wrong with that theory.
What?
If Dana hired a pro to do the job, he wouldn't quit now.
What do you mean?
Well, his daughter must have told him I was shoving my nose into this business. If Dana felt I was a source of danger to him, he'd give orders for that gunman to go to work again.
Well?
Well, the mere fact that I'm alive proves you're wrong. Still, it was an original thought, Eli. Let me know if you get any more bright ideas.
Come on in, Waring.
What
Just keep your hands where they are.
Who the devil are you?
Me? I'm a nobody.
Not with that gun in your mitt. That makes you a big man.
Yeah, I guess it does. Kick the door shut. I said kick it shut.
Sure, anything you say.
Now, park yourself on that sofa.
Hey, don't I know you from someplace?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you must be the citizen who got Calvin.
How did you figure that out?
Oh, I'm real smart.
Well, then maybe you can answer this. If I'm the guy who killed Calvin and you know it, what do you suppose is going to happen to you?
Well, that's a very good question.
Ain't it? I'll give you 2 minutes to dream up the answer.
Any day, any hour now, perhaps this very minute, a tragic moment in our nation's history will occur. Somewhere, a careless driver will wreck an automobile, or a jaywalking pedestrian will be struck down. Another life will be snuffed out in an automobile accident, suddenly, needlessly. Why will this particular accident stand out in history? Because for the first time, this death will tip the balance scales of the two mass killers of Americans, war and the automobile, downward on the automobile side. Each of these three wholesale killers, destroyers of life, has killed about 1,005,000 Americans. War took its vast toll in nearly 177 years, the automobile in a mere 52 years. Once the automobile fatality side of the scale tilts downward, it will probably stay down. Unless you and I, as drivers and pedestrians, become safer and act to reduce this senseless slaughter on the highways, automobiles will keep on killing Americans at a far faster rate than wars. What can we do about it? We can demand that our civic organizations and communities act immediately to make drivers more careful and the highways safer. Drive as though your life depends on it. It does. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. Just 90 seconds has passed since Mike Waring entered his apartment to find it occupied. Worse yet, the new tenant moved in with all the necessary hardware.
Well, what do you say, Waring? You look like you've been thinking. You come up with the answer?
What answer?
What's going to happen to you?
Oh, well, if I were judging solely by appearances, I'd say someone doesn't want me around.
Smart boy.
Would you mind telling me who you're working for?
What difference does it make?
Well, I'd hate to get sent to my grave without knowing who's responsible.
That's the way it wakes out sometime.
Was it Dana?
Where do you want it?
Do I have a choice?
Sure, I ain't a bad guy. If you leave it to me, I'll put it right in the back of your head. That way you won't feel a thing.
Thanks, loads.
I mean it. I never had a complaint yet.
I bet.
Okay. On your feet.
Well, what's the point? I'm only going to get knocked off him again.
Okay, wise guy. Try to do you a favor.
I'm ready to return it. If I were you, I'd drop that gun.
Would you?
Yeah. Don't look now, but there's an ugly police sergeant right behind you.
Think I'm going to fall for that tired routine?
Why not?
What? Watch it, Sergeant. Corbett.
I'm all right.
What about our friend?
Well, I can't say as much for him.
Is he?
Yep. This time, Corbett, you really called your shots. Hello, Eli.
Waring.
Yeah, I want you to meet a friend of mine.
No, don't bother introducing us, Mike. We've met 6 years ago, wasn't it, Eli? When you and Calvin first started. You had a joint on West 8th Street. It was just a little...
Let's not start reminiscing, huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. I got carried away.
Sit down.
No, thanks. We won't be staying long. We just dropped by to thank you.
What for?
Well, if it hadn't been for you, we never would have cleaned up this mess.
What are you mumbling about?
We solved Calvin's murder.
Swell. But I don't see
Well,
how...
you were the one who advanced the theory that there might be a professional killer involved. And you were right.
Did you find him?
Yep. Waiting for me at my place. His name was Tony Abruzio. At least, that's how he's been identified at the morgue.
The morgue?
Well, it was either him or Waring, and like a fool, I made the wrong choice.
I doubt it. I think you were aiming for me, but you're such a rotten shot.
Look, if you guys got nothing better to do...
Oh, we have, Eli. You see, before Tony died, he named you as the party who hired him.
You're lying.
We even found your check on his body.
You couldn't. I paid him...
Cash? All right, Sergeant, what are you waiting for? Make out like a cop and do your duty.
I suppose I should apologize, Mr. Waring. But you see the position I was in. I was afraid my father intended to kill Calvin.
And that's why you hired me.
Yes.
Well, didn't you know your father was in New York during the time of the murder?
Well, I only discovered that later. It seems he canceled out on his trip. Then when he heard that Calvin was murdered...
He got nervous and decided to play it as though he were in Los Angeles all along.
Mm-hmm.
That was silly. He played right into Eli's hands. He was just lucky that Eli gave himself away.
Now, that I don't understand.
Well, you see, Angel, it all came down to motive. Eli was the only one who actually profited by Calvin's murder. With Calvin gone, it was a cinch for him to move in and take over the club.
But what about Mrs. Calvin?
No, she didn't figure to give him any trouble. He even admitted to me that she didn't know the score.
Weren't you guessing all this?
Well, sure, but I had nothing else to go on. Then when Eli suggested a professional gunman might have done the actual job for your dad, I decided to do a little deep-sea fishing.
I don't follow you.
Well, I told him that if your father was behind the kill, he'd certainly take care of me.
Oh, so that's why he sent that Tony Abruzio around, hmm?
Mm-hmm. He really rose to the bait. So I got together with Corbett and laid a trap.
Then it was no accident that the sergeant turned up.
Oh, no, he was behind me right along.
And I still am.
Oh, no.
Just thought I'd see how you're getting along. Mind if I join you?
I certainly do. Didn't you ever hear two's company and three's a crowd?
No. No, did you just make it up?
Oh, now listen.
Wait, there's an easy way to handle this.
Oh, but you're not leaving.
Well, you two get along so well, it would be a pity to let a woman break up your happy home. Good night, Mike.
The case of the murdering...
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Lois. I'm glad you called. I will be able to make it tonight. No, you heard right, Angel. I've given up being a private detective. I've retired. Yeah, I'm going to learn to take it easy if it kills me.
Once again, the adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the dirty dollar.
According to the World Almanac, New York is the city of churches. But you'd never guess it from my business. Instead of peace and quiet, all I've known is violence and death. Well, I've had it. No more playing cops and robbers for me. No more dealings with offbeat characters like Johnny Stone and Steve Haynes. Oh, in case you're curious, those are the two gentlemen getting out of the convertible on Forsyth Street. They're bookmakers' bookies, which means they take layoff money. Bets other gamblers are afraid to handle. I guess you might say they live dangerously, which often makes me wonder how they're going to die. Listen, Johnny, maybe you better let me handle this.
No.
I don't like the way you look.
I don't like it either, Steve, but what can I do?
You know what I mean. Well, supposing
I said no, Steve. I'll take care of Mr. Dollar myself. This the place?
Yeah.
Certainly doesn't believe in putting up a front, does he?
That you, Lisa? I was just getting ready to...
What's the matter, Paul?
Nothing, except this is a surprise. Isn't every day you get to entertain your boss?
I suppose that's true.
Shut up, Steve.
Well, say, why don't you sit down?
No, thanks, Paul. We can't stay long.
Well, can I get you a drink?
Mm-mm.
You sure you wouldn't care for something?
Now that you mention it, maybe I would. If it's all the same to you, I'll take... How much is it, Steve?
$2,568.23.
Huh?
Well, that's the way we figured it.
I don't understand.
You've got sticky fingers, Paul. Unfortunately, you got them glued to my money.
Wait, you're wrong. I've worked for you for 9 months. Did I ever once get out of line?
There's always a first time.
I give you my word.
What did you do with the money?
I think I know, Johnny. Our friend Mr. Dollar is a student of the racing form. I see he picked Gallant Kid today at Hollywood.
Is that how it went?
I was going to return it, Johnny, honest.
You never should have taken it in the first place. I trusted you, Paul. I don't let anyone abuse my confidence. Get up.
No.
I said get up.
Let me go.
Now, I'll give you 24 hours to make it good. $2,568.23. And I want it to the last penny.
Just a second. I said just a second.
Is Mr. Stone in?
He's asleep.
Where is he? In there?
Now, look, lady.
Get your hands off me.
You nuts. Now, get out of here before I...
Hey, what's going on there?
Nothing, Johnny. Go back to bed. I can handle this.
No, you can't. So you are Johnny Stone.
That's right.
Well, this is a great...
Hey, what's the idea?
I wouldn't do that again.
Why? Would you beat me up, too?
Look, sister.
Who are you?
Lisa Dollar.
Oh,
You recognize the name? I believe my husband works for you.
you got your tenses wrong. He did work for me.
How could you do such a thing? How could you hit a man half your size just because he stood up to you? But you're not used to that, are you, Mr. Stone?
What?
You're used to people falling all over themselves to cooperate in your crooked deals.
Is that what you think?
That's what I know. But you don't frighten me. I've met men like you before. Bullies who always pick on someone weaker.
Listen, sister.
Shut up, Steve. Anything else you care to say?
No, I think I've said enough. You just keep away from Paul. You are never to go near him again. Do you understand?
I understand.
Are you going crazy or something, Johnny? How could you take that, especially that slap in the puss?
Forget it.
Forget it. I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. That Paul must have really sold her a bill of goods.
I guess she must trust him. Kind of nice, isn't it, Steve?
Huh?
Being able to believe what someone tells you.
I don't get you.
It's not important. Did she say her name was Lisa?
Hey, you feel all right?
I feel fine. Get the car. I'm going out.
Without me?
Without you.
What's come over you, Johnny?
I don't know. Maybe I'll have a better idea after I talk to a friend of mine. Now, get the car while I change.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Mike Waring around?
Well, he's kind of busy at the moment.
Where is he? In the back?
Look, mister, he gave me strict orders he wasn't to be... Hey, come back here. Don't you understand English? I said come...
Hello, Mike.
Well, if it isn't Johnny Stone. I was thinking about you today.
Must be mental telepathy.
Well, I'd ask you to sit down, but you anticipated. Drink?
No. Don't let that stop you.
It won't.
How about doing a little gumshoeing for me?
Haven't you heard, Johnny? I've retired.
I heard, but I don't believe it.
It's true. I've had it. I've had much too much.
What are you talking about?
This business of being a private dick finally got to me. They told me it would.
You're not making sense. What are you, 36, 37?
In this racket, you age fast. You see people at their worst. Guys who'd stab you in the back for 2 bits, even with inflation. Yeah, and sometimes you even feel sorry for some of them, especially when you find out what makes them tick.
You must be bathing in lanolin plus. You're getting soft.
I never claimed to be in your league, but that's the story.
Now, suppose you hear mine.
I hope it's more interesting.
I had a boy, Paul Dollar, working for me. He's married to a girl named Lisa.
Well, so far it ain't.
I'd like you to find out everything you can about her.
Johnny, you're not receiving me. I told you I quit. Why don't you get Martin Kane?
This Lisa seems to be quite a gal, Mike. She slapped me.
Well, you sound like you enjoyed it.
I did.
You better watch yourself, Johnny. You're acting almost human.
And that would never do?
Never.
Well, see what you can find out about it.
Look, I told you.
I know you're retired. But, Mike, you're a betting man, aren't you?
So?
So, I believe all women are alike. They're only out for one thing. I'll give you 1,000 to 1. This Lisa Dollar is no different from the rest.
Well, I'd be a sucker to refuse those odds. Okay, Johnny, keep your checkbook handy. You got yourself a bet.
Taxi! Oh, taxi.
Where to, lady?
1427. Just a second. I hate to repeat myself. Oh, mister.
Who, me?
Yes, in case you're interested, I'm going home.
Why would I be interested?
Well, you must be. You've been following me for days.
Oh, I'm slipping. I guess I was right to retire.
Who are you?
Mike Waring.
And why are you doing this?
Well, let's just say that...
Hey, will you people make up your mind? Either you want a cab or you don't?
He's right. Mind if I join you?
What?
Well, you want to know why I'm making like a bird dog?
All right.
Thanks. Okay, driver, let's head uptown. I'll tell you when to stop.
I don't know why I'm doing this. It makes absolutely no sense.
You're curious.
And you're a private detective.
Well, let's say I was a private detective.
Was?
Now, skip it. I admit I'm acting like one now.
You're working for Johnny Stone, aren't you?
What makes you say that?
Just a feeling I've got.
Well, you're right. Peculiar boy, Johnny. He's very interested in you, Lisa.
I'm overwhelmed.
You should be. Johnny's got a very low opinion of mankind. Guess he's been burned too often. And your husband gave him a hot foot, too.
What are you talking about?
Why do you think Johnny slapped him around?
Because Paul wouldn't cooperate in some crooked gambling scheme.
Paul got his hand caught in a till.
Now, just a moment. That's not true.
Look, Mrs. Dollar, I've done a little investigating. It's happened before with Paul. Once in Des Moines, another time...
But that was different.
Well, there's one way to convince you.
What's that?
Your husband's IOUs. He owes over $8,000 around town.
How did you get these?
Johnny made him good.
I told him if it ever happened again,
You'd what?
Never mind. I hope your Mr. Stone is pleased with himself.
No, this wasn't Johnny's idea. He didn't mean...
Driver, will you please stop?
Look, Mrs. Dollar...
All right, now, either you get out or I will.
Okay, Angel. Thanks for the ride, anyway. Sorry you didn't enjoy it. Okay, buddy, take the lady home.
That you, Lisa?
Yes, Paul?
Where you been? You said you'd be home by 5.
I guess I'm undependable. But then so are you. Why did you do it, Paul?
Why'd I do what?
Lie to me.
I lied to you?
There wasn't a word of truth in that story you told me about Johnny Stone. I made a fool of myself.
Honey, I swear...
Oh, don't deny it, Paul. I saw the IOUs. You've been gambling again.
Oh, Lisa, I'm no good. I don't know why you put up with me.
I'm not going to.
What are you doing?
I'm leaving.
Oh, no, you can't. I won't let you. I swear I'll never do it again.
Please get out of my way.
I know I've said it before, but this time I mean it. I couldn't live without you. Lisa, please don't do it.
It's no use, Paul. We've played this scene for the last time.
Just give me one more chance. You won't be sorry. Please, darling. You know how I love you.
No, don't.
I'll make it up to you. You won't ever regret it.
I've got to have time to think it over, Paul.
But you'll be back. Say you'll be back.
Let me go.
No, not until you promise.
All right, Paul. I promise. One way or the other, I'll be back. Now let me go. Hello?
Is that you, Trudy?
Yes.
This is Paul Dollar. Is Lisa there?
Oh, no.
Now, you gotta tell me the truth. Have you seen her?
Well, she was here, Paul, but she went out at 9 o'clock.
Did she say where she was going?
No.
She promised to come home, but it's almost 11 now.
Oh, don't worry, Paul. I'm sure she's all right.
You're lying to me. She is there.
No.
Please, Trudy, let me talk with... Talk to...
What is it, Paul? Paul!
They say a dollar doesn't go very far these days. Well, this one was going nowhere. 2 hours later, they had his wife down at headquarters. When I waltzed in, Sergeant Corbett was finishing his pitch. It's a lovely bit of salesmanship.
Now, you've got to understand, Mrs. Dollar, I'm your friend.
Thank you.
No, I mean it. I don't blame you at all. Why, anybody in your place would have been fed up years ago. Your husband was no good.
He was weak.
Well, it's the same thing.
No, it isn't, Sergeant. Paul meant well. He just couldn't help himself.
Well, the point is...
he's trying to trap you, Lisa.
Well, if it ain't that high-flying bird, the Falcon. I thought you retired.
I have. I just dropped by the kibitz.
Obviously, you know the lady.
Obviously. How are they treating you, Lisa?
All right.
Why don't you tell them the truth? We're just getting ready to beat her when you walked in.
Have you booked her?
Yeah. The charge is murder in the first. Now, if she tells the truth, she might get off with 10 to 20.
I have. I didn't kill my husband.
You were going to leave him?
No.
Your bags were packed.
I've been packing and unpacking them for the last 8 years.
And when you got fed up playing mama, you murdered him.
Isn't that a little drastic? She could have divorced him.
Maybe he wouldn't let her go.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Corbett, why...
Excuse me, Sergeant. Is it necessary that he stay?
Well, not if you don't want him.
I don't.
Now, look, Mrs. Dollar, I want to help. After all, this is partly my fault.
Come again?
Well, I was the one who told her that Paul was up to his old tricks.
How'd you find that out?
I was doing a favor for a friend.
Who?
I'm no name dropper.
You're forgetting something, aren't you? Concealing evidence in a murder case is a little more serious than passing a red light.
You don't have to tell me that.
I thought maybe it slipped your mind since you retired. Now, who's the guy, and why did he want you to check up on Mrs. Dollar?
It doesn't have any bearing on this.
Oh, doesn't it? It supplies a whole new motive. Suppose this man was in love with her.
That's ridiculous.
You know who he is?
Yes, Johnny Stone.
Oh, thanks a heap. Haskell, get a car ready. I want to pick up Johnny Stone.
You're making a mistake.
When I need your advice, Mr. Waring, I'll come and get it. Now, why don't you find yourself a park bench and wait like Barney Baruch?
Hi, Johnny.
Oh, Mike. Come on in.
Well, I see I got here before Sergeant Corbett.
Come again?
He's on his way.
What are you babbling about?
Well, haven't you heard? Paul Dollar was murdered.
So what's that got to do with me?
Well, this may come as something of a shock, Johnny, but you're a potential suspect. When was the last time you saw Lisa Dollar?
Why?
Because the police are inclined to think you two might have had a romance cooking.
Oh, they're crazy. I only saw her that once.
And that's the time you fell.
I didn't fall.
And why did you ask me to check on her?
Oh, let's just say I was intrigued.
No, you say it. I wouldn't attempt to sell that to Corbett. Did you kill her husband?
Mike, why should I?
Well, you know human nature. You might have figured she'd never leave Paul as long as he needed her, and that would be forever.
Well, you know a little about human nature yourself. Do I impress you as the kind of guy who'd let a woman take the rap?
Why not?
You're late.
How did you get here before me?
I got connections. I know a motorman on the Lexington Avenue Express.
Tain't funny, McGee. All right, Johnny, get your coat.
Is this a pinch?
That's what it is. Now let's shove off.
Well, it's about time, Mike.
What?
Hold it. Don't move.
You've blown your cork, Steve.
Just stand still. Okay, sit down.
Thanks. You won't think me nosy if I ask what's the idea.
I just heard the cops picked up Johnny for Paul Dollar's murder.
And you think I had something to do with it?
No one else knew he was interested in that dame.
She did.
You're lying.
Okay, have it your way.
I'm gonna. He didn't kill Paul.
Well, since you seem to know so much, who did?
Me. Well, why don't you say something? Do you want to turn me in?
How far would I get?
You mean the gun? Forget it. Here.
Huh?
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
Relax. Why did you do it?
What difference does it make?
I'm going to ask you that at headquarters.
Okay. I was a lush till I met Johnny. That was 14 years ago. He straightened me out. I swore someday I'd make it up to him.
And he told you he wanted Paul Dollar knocked off?
He told me nothing of the kind. It was my own idea. I got eyes. I could see he went for Lisa.
No, it won't wash, Steve. The cops will never buy it.
Why not? I'm handing him a confession.
Yeah, that's just the trouble. An unsubstantiated confession to murder is worthless. There has to be at least one outside piece of evidence linking you to the crime. Is this the same gun?
No, I got rid of the other.
Where?
Down at Coney Island.
That's pretty vague.
Well, you couldn't expect me to make a map of the place.
No, it's no good, Steve.
I tell you, I killed him.
I'm still waiting to be convinced.
I shot him twice.
That was in the papers.
It was a .38.
Likewise.
Look, you gotta believe me. Johnny had not... Wait a minute. How would it be if I dug up a witness?
You mean there was one?
Yeah. Why didn't I think of him before?
Who?
Never you mind. Just set up a date for us at headquarters. I'll meet you there in 20 minutes.
Oh, hiya, Steve. What's the good word?
Is Cokie Myers around?
He's in the back.
Thanks.
What do you want with that crumb, anyway?
Just be a good fellow and see we're not bothered.
Well, that's you, Doc?
Sorry to disappoint you, Cokie.
Ah, hi, Stevie. If you're looking for more...
No, I'm looking for you.
Yeah?
Smoke?
Thanks, yeah.
I got a job right down your alley.
I better get somebody else, Steve. My nerves are shot.
It'll pay $100.
What?
100 clams. You could do a lot with that kind of dough.
No, it's no use. I'm sick. If you could hold off a couple of days, maybe...
I can't. Suppose I made it 2 bills.
When would I get it?
Right now.
I guess I ain't so sick after all. Start counting out, fella. You just got yourself a boy.
Hi, Sergeant.
Huh? Oh, what did I do to deserve this?
Nothing. That's why you should be grateful. Steve, come on in here and bring your friend with you.
Come on, Cokie.
Yeah, right, Steve.
Hey, does this look like the Y? Why don't you find some other place to hang out?
Quiet. Steve Haynes, Cokie Myers, Sergeant Corbett.
Glad to know you.
Hi.
Haven't we met before?
It's possible. I work for Johnny Stone.
Oh.
Can I see him?
His lawyer sprung him 20 minutes ago.
Oh, that's swell.
He'll be back.
I wouldn't make book on it. I got Paul Dollar's murderer right here.
You what?
Okay, Steve, that's your cue.
I did it, Sergeant. I killed Paul.
Why?
Well...
Now, hold it. Don't you think we ought to have a stenographer in here?
Why waste his time?
Look, lunkhead, this isn't a rib. We've got everything, including a witness. All right, Cokie, tell him what you told me.
Okay, where do you want me to start?
Right at the top of the page.
Well, last night around 10:30, Steve here came to see me. It seemed he wanted somebody to drive him.
So?
We took his car and I ran over to Forsyth Street. He got out and he told me to keep the motor running. About 5 minutes later, he was back. There was a gun in his pocket.
How do you know that?
Because while we drove down to Coney Island, he got a screwdriver and took it apart.
And then what?
We parked in front of Steeplechase and walked down the beach.
Never mind the rest. Let me congratulate you boys. That's a lovely story. If you put it to music, you might have another South Pacific.
Why, what's the matter? Don't you believe it?
No.
I tell you, I killed him, Sergeant.
And Coky's your witness?
Yes.
How much did you pay him?
I resent that.
You don't remember things so well, do you, Coky?
I get by.
Well, what time did you get to Paul Dollar's place on Forsyth?
Around 5 minutes of 11.
Well, then how do you account for the fact that at 9:30 last night, a Coky Myers was picked up for vagrancy on Chambers Street and wasn't released till 1 in the morning?
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. You were right to retire, Mike. Only your timing was off. You should have done it a week ago. Now, all you phonies, clear out.
Now back to the adventures of the Falcon.
Well, there were no two ways about it. The Falcon had done it again. After Sergeant Corbett unveiled his haymaker, I watched him toss Steve Haynes and Coky Myers out of the office. His footwork was beautiful. Then he turned on me, but I jabbed him off balance. I demanded to see Lisa Dollar. I always say, if you're short on brains, gall does just as well.
Oh, I don't know why I'm doing this.
Because you love me.
Yeah, your regular store-bought doll. Haven't you got it through your thick skull what this is?
Suppose you tell me.
Another Snyder Gray case. The two of them teamed up together to murder her husband.
Oh, you're crazy. Johnny only saw her once.
That was enough. Mrs. Dollar.
Yes?
You got company.
Hello, Lisa.
I don't want to appear ungracious, Mr. Waring.
But you could do without me.
Exactly.
Now, you've got to believe I've been trying to act in your best interests.
Why? You are not being paid.
And that's just the way I wanted it. Doesn't jeopardize my retirement status. Did your husband have any other enemies?
No.
You sure? He'd embezzled before.
And we'd always made the loss good. I'll do it this time, too.
I don't see how.
I'll manage it some way. I told Mr. Stone he wouldn't lose a penny.
You told Johnny that when?
Right after I discovered Paul had lied to me.
Yeah, what'd I tell you? She's been seeing him all along.
Do you remember the time, Lisa?
Yes, it was 9 o'clock. The clock was striking when I left Trudy's apartment.
Who's Trudy?
Her girlfriend, the one who reported the murder.
But how could she... Hey, wait a second. I see it now. Let's go, Corbett.
Where?
Don't worry. I'll lead you there by the hand. Don't go away, Lisa. I'll be back for you real soon. Hello, Steve.
Oh, hi, Mike. Sergeant?
Hi. Johnny home?
No.
Mind if we wait?
What do you want with him?
Oh, I just dreamed up a couple more questions I'd like to ask him about Paul Dollar's murder.
I tell you, I did it.
Oh, no. Let's not have that again.
All right, so I got Coky to perjure himself, but there was nothing else I could do. You wouldn't believe me.
Maybe Trudy could help you out.
Who?
The girl Paul was talking to when he was killed.
There was no girl. Oh, you mean on the phone?
Haven't we had enough of this nonsense?
Must be Johnny now. Hi, pal.
What's going on here?
Well, you're just in time to offer congratulations. Steve finally made it.
Made what?
The chair. And he did it the hard way.
What are you babbling about?
Corbett, who reported Paul's murder?
I told you, a girl named Trudy Bergner.
Well, if she didn't live in the same building, she must have heard the shots on the phone.
That's what I said.
Don't you see, Corbett? That piece of information wasn't released to the papers. No one but the killer could have known it.
Why didn't I think of that before?
Steve, you crazy fool. Why did you do it?
I always wanted to do something for you. You know, to make up for all the swell things you did for me. When I saw how you went for Lisa, it came to me. You're not sore, Johnny?
No. No, I'm not sore, Steve.
And everything worked out fine. All right, fellas, let's go.
Tell me something, Mike. Just between us girls, you were kind of lucky, weren't you?
No, I told you right at the beginning Steve was our boy. I figured if he was willing to confess to murder for Johnny, he might very well have gone whole hog and committed it.
I still don't see it.
Well, what's so hard? Johnny was Steve's god. All his life he's wanted to prove his devotion. Well, when he thought Johnny wanted Lisa...
He tried to get her for him, even though it meant killing her husband.
That's right.
You think he's crazy?
Well, what do you think?
Well, he certainly was sane when he planned that killing. He covered his tracks so well that when he confessed to save Johnny, he couldn't prove it.
Isn't that a beautiful hunk of irony? But then the whole case was loaded with the stuff. You think Johnny wanted Lisa?
But didn't he?
No, I doubt it. I think he just admired her.
I'll give odds you're wrong. I know human nature. He won't stay away from her no more than you could quit this racket.
Don't you kid yourself. I have.
Maybe so, but I'll lay 8-5. I see you next week. Good night, Mike.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Kathy. I'm glad you called. No, I'll have to have a rain check, Angel. I'm leaving tonight for Italy. Yeah, I just heard when it comes to murder, there's no place like Rome.
Once again, the National Broadcasting Company brings you the transcribed Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. The Adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the running waters.
If you ever wondered why Rome wasn't built in a day, maybe I can explain. They didn't use American labor. Take a craftsman like Steve Waters. Mr. Waters is the rugged-looking citizen sauntering down the 8th floor corridor of the Hotel Nationale. He just arrived in Rome an hour ago without baggage and without friends, and already he's got a gun and a girl. Now, that's what I call a fast worker.
Yes,
You Marie Antonescu?
that is right.
Well, I must say this is a pleasure. I'm Steve Waters.
I beg your pardon.
You never heard of me?
No,
Well, that's funny. I'm an old friend of your family. Matter of fact, I just saw your father yesterday.
you saw my father.
Yeah, and he sends his love.
Oh, but that is impossible. My father is in Bucharest. I do not understand. Romania is behind the Iron Curtain.
Yeah, yet apparently I can get in or out any time I want. I guess I must be a magician, huh?
You are a Comintern agent.
Well, it's a possibility.
What have you done to my father?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. He looks real fine. You'd think prison agreed with him.
He is in prison.
Oh, didn't you know? I'm sorry. But you don't have to worry. He won't be there long. Either way. Cigarette?
No,
You sure?
I want nothing from you.
Not even your father's life?
What do you want, Mr. Waters?
All right, I'll make it short and sweet. Now, you're kind of friendly with a boy named Kirby Patterson.
How did you learn that?
Well, I probably know more about Kirby than you do. For instance, did you know he's with American intelligence?
No.
Yeah, he's a spy, just like I am, only he's working the other side of the street. Now, his current assignment is to meet a man in Rome named Mike Waring. Only, he's not going to make it.
He isn't.
No, you're going to see to that.
Get out.
Okay. Oh, anything you want me to tell your father?
Wait.
What?
What is it you wish?
When do you expect to see Kirby again?
Tonight at 7.
Uh-huh. Well, now, suppose the two of you have a drink up here before you go out. Only, when you pour Kirby's, add the contents of this bottle.
You expect me to poison him?
Oh, now, let's not jump to conclusions. Now, this won't kill him. It'll only put him out long enough for me to keep his appointment
You
with
mean-
Mike Waring.
You are going to pretend to be Kirby.
Uh-huh.
I will not do it.
Look, Marie, let's not argue. We both know you will. Just take care of that bottle.
Where are you going?
Isn't this your bedroom?
Oh, you cannot sleep in there.
Oh, I don't intend to. No, you see, I figure you and Kirby need a chaperone, what with this drinking and such. So, I'll just keep an eye open to see that you don't get into trouble.
Honey, I don't like the way you look. You sure you feel all right?
I feel fine, Kirby. What makes you say such a thing?
Well, your hands are like ice. I'm going to get your coat. Where is it, in the bedroom?
Don't go in there.
What's the matter?
I hate to be treated like an infant, that's all. Someone would think I was helpless.
Yes, but you've got a chill.
I tell you I'm all right. I just need a drink.
All right. Where do you keep the...
Never mind. I'll fix it myself.
You're not going to let me do anything tonight.
What will you have?
Scotch on the rocks.
Kirby, you know I love you.
Well, I certainly hope you do.
I would die if anything happened to you.
Now, what brought that on?
I just hope you understand. Sometimes we cannot help ourselves.
Okay, Marie, let's have it. What are you trying to tell me?
Nothing, darling. Here's your drink.
Thanks.
Well, salute.
Salute. Hey, where'd you get this stuff?
Is something wrong?
It's got a peculiar taste.
Oh, it's your imagination.
How do you know? You haven't even tasted yours.
Oh, no, it is fine.
I still say it's got an off taste. Here, you try
Oh,
mine.
you're trying to be ridiculous. They were both ports of the same bottle.
What are you getting so steamed up about? All I said was... Marie,
What is it?
I don't know. I can't catch my breath.
Maybe if you sat down.
Get me some water.
Yes, darling.
Hurry, honey. I feel like I'm gonna...
Kirby!
You'll wake the baby.
What have you done to him, Walter?
What did I do? I'm just an innocent bystander.
He's dead.
No. He's gonna be fine. Now, why don't you just sit down and relax till Mike Waring's train pulls into Rome, huh? Oh, I sure hope it's on time. We'll have to give Kirby another treatment if it's late.
All right, pal. What do you think you're doing?
Scusa, signora. I look for my friend. They tell me he's in this compartment.
Well, did you think he was hiding in my luggage?
No capisco.
In case you hadn't noticed, that's my bag you're handling.
Oh, I want to see if this is his suitcase.
What does that tag say?
Michael Waring.
Well, now that we've got me identified, who are you?
Roberto Stefani.
Roberto Stefani?
Si.
What were you doing with my grip?
Oh, you make a mistake.
No, you did. You should have closed the straps.
All right. I tell you the truth. I have to make sure you really are Michael Waring.
Why?
You work for American intelligence, no?
How did you find that out?
Did they not tell you in London a man would meet you on the Rome Express to give you your next assignment?
No.
Maybe they, how you say, double check. You are to go to the Hotel Nacional and meet Kirby Patterson there. Am I right?
Keep talking.
You are supposed to deliver some information to him which can be used by our friends in Romania.
How come you know so much?
I work for American intelligence, too.
That's pretty good.
You do not believe me?
Oh, what a question.
Senor Waring, please.
Now, stand still. Oh, so you pack a gun, huh?
Naturally. In our work.
Yeah, tell me more about your work, Roberto. I see your dues are paid up through August.
Huh?
Well, isn't this a membership card in the Italian Communist Party?
Oh. Well, I can explain this, senor.
Yes, I'll bet you can. Tell the comrades I enjoyed my entrance to Rome, only next time let me choose my own welcoming committee.
Let me get this straight, Waring. You mean this Roberto Stefani actually had the nerve to pose as one of our boys?
Yeah, he even knew I was supposed to meet a Kirby Patterson in Rome.
Sure gotta hand it to the bums. They don't miss a trick.
No. Lucky I'm suspicious by nature. They used to say I wouldn't trust my own mother, so naturally...
You want to see my credentials?
Uh-huh.
I was wondering when you'd get around to that. Come here.
Kirby Patterson, 5'9", 172 pounds. Brown hair, brown eyes, birthmark on left temple. Well, you certainly fit the description.
Well, I ought to. I wrote it myself. When are you leaving for the States?
Just as soon as I finish this assignment.
Well, there's no time like the present. Where's the dope?
Right here in this notebook.
Well, it's in code.
Well, what did you expect? How soon do you think you can get it to your contact in Romania?
Well, we'll have it by Thursday, maybe Wednesday. Expecting someone?
No, put the notebook away.
Right.
All right, come in.
Signor Waring.
That's right.
My card.
Giulio Farinacci, Hotel Nacional.
I'm going to run along, Mike.
Yeah, okay, Kirby. Lots of luck.
Yeah, same to you. Oh, lift one for me when you get back to Times Square. Huh?
I'll do that. Oh, what can I do for you, Giulio?
I am what you call the house detective here.
Oh, well, I'm glad to meet you.
The honor is all mine, Signor. It is a great pleasure to greet my opposite number from the great democracy across the Atlantic.
How's that again?
Well, are you not the private detective they call the Falcon?
Oh, only when they can't think of anything worse.
You are here on business?
No, I've retired, Giulio.
Oh, what a pity. I had hoped to be allowed to cooperate. No one knows the criminal mind like Giulio Farinacci. I trust you will forgive me for mentioning it, but as one in the profession, you will understand.
What?
The senior who was just here. You call him Kirby.
What about it?
It is an unusual American name.
No, not too. Why?
In the lobby yesterday, I heard a foreign lady call a gentleman Kirby. He did not look like your friend.
You sure?
Yes. He was a tall, blonde man.
Well, was Kirby his first or last name?
I would have no way of knowing.
Look, Giulio, this is very important. Now, if you run across this other Kirby again, let me know. I'd certainly like to meet him.
Senor Waters.
What's the matter with you, Roberto? Can't you see I'm busy?
But the Senor Patterson here. He is opening his eyes.
Oh, it's about time, too. Give him some water.
Here, senor.
Huh?
Drink.
Hiya, Kirby.
Who are you?
Well, generally, I go under the name of Steve Waters.
Steve Waters?
Yeah, although lately I've been using yours.
I don't understand.
Oh, your headache?
Yeah. Where's Marie?
Marie?
Marie Antonescu. Isn't this her room?
Yeah, now that you mention it, I believe it is.
Where is she?
Oh, one of my associates took her for a ride. I didn't think this was any place for a woman, especially if we wanted to have a little man talk. You recognize this?
No.
It's a notebook I got from Mike Waring.
Mike Waring?
Yeah, only it's in code. Would you happen to have the key?
Let's see now.
Mustn't touch.
I got a Mickey.
Hey, did you hear that, Roberto? He thinks he was drugged.
But who would do such a thing?
Well, I wonder.
Well, if I'm not the world's prize chump. Senor Waters.
Well, I put down that phone, Kirby.
Operator.
Look, boy, don't make me do something you'll be sorry for.
Operator. Senor Waters.
Hang up the phone.
But he is dead.
Well, then he certainly won't want to use it. Hang up, Roberto. We got work to do.
You and your children can expect to live long thanks largely to better medicine and surgery. But you could expect to live even longer were it not for the danger of automobile accidents. If driver education could be taught in all of our high schools instead of only a third of them, it might someday help to save the life of your own son or daughter. If your schools don't have these courses, demand driver education for your children. And if your own automobile is not in the good repair it should be sure to have it fixed. Remember to drive as though your life depends on it. It does. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon.
Well, that's life for you. One minute you got it, and the next you haven't. Miss Kirby Patterson learned the hard way. But I had no idea what was going on. The first I knew of it was some 8 hours later. I just finished tangling with a mess of bracioli at Angelo's on the Via Cavour when I looked up and saw a gentleman dressed in blue standing over me. If his uniform wasn't a giveaway, his feet were. They were flat. He was a cop, all right. His name was Emilio Balbo, and he was a captain in the Carabinieri. It seemed the Capitano had heard of me and wanted to show me the local sights. It was a deluxe 50-cent tour. He started with the morgue, and that was my finish.
You will be good enough to observe, Senor Waring.
I'm observing.
I would be most interested in your deductions.
Well, offhand, I'd say he was either English or American.
Uh-huh.
Probably American, judging by his clothes.
Si.
And he must have been pretty handy with his fists.
And what do you base this?
The broken knuckles on the right hand.
Capisco.
How come his clothes are so wet?
Perhaps you can guess.
You fished him out of the Tiber?
Exactly.
Well, he wasn't in there long. Maybe 4 or 5 hours.
Formidabile. Would you care to venture a guess as to his identity?
No, I'm afraid not.
The desk clerk at the Hotel Nacional said he visited you this afternoon.
He's out of his mind.
Perhaps I can refresh your recollection. His name is Kirby Patterson.
What? That's impossible. Or is it? If he's Kirby Patterson, who's the other one?
What other one?
The boy who called on me yesterday. And I gave him the... Listen, Capitano. You're positive this is the right Kirby Patterson?
Absolutely. He was identified by a member of the American Embassy.
Poor devil.
You have no idea who killed him?
Yes, I've got a big idea.
Who?
The fellow who called himself Kirby Patterson.
What?
Yeah, if you're confused, think of me. But maybe I know the man who can clear up this mess.
Who?
The house stick at the Hotel Nacional. I'll let you know how I make out.
Some more Chianti, Signor Waring?
No, thanks, Giulio. Right now I have more pressing problems.
My ears are at your command.
Well, you told me you saw a woman with a man named Kirby in the lobby of the Nacional.
See, I did.
Are you sure about that?
The memory of Giulio Farinacci is not to be doubted, Signor. It has been said.
Yeah, okay. Who was the gal?
Let me think.
Oh, she might have been a guest of the hotel.
How do you arrive at that conclusion?
Well, you said she wasn't Italian. So it's a good bet if she met Kirby at the Nacional, she must have been living there, because he wasn't.
Beautifully reasoned.
Well, you know who she is?
It escapes me at the moment.
Okay, we'll start with the hotel register. That ought to give us a lead.
Wait. I believe I know the very woman. Yes. Suite 813, Marie Antonescu.
Marie Antonescu?
She's from Romania, I believe.
Thanks a lot, Giulio.
Perhaps I can assist.
No, you've done your share. From here on, it's up to me. Let's hope I do as well. Hello, Marie.
I beg your pardon.
Well, aren't you Marie Antonescu?
Yes?
Kirby Patterson sent me around.
Kirby sent you here.
In a manner of speaking.
Oh, please come in.
Thank you.
Sit down.
Thanks.
I imagine Kirby's feeling very angry with me.
No, as a matter of fact, he isn't feeling a thing.
Oh, I am surprised.
And he's dead.
No.
Yes.
I do not believe you. You are lying.
Where's my percentage?
But they promised me that...
Now we're getting to it. What did they promise you?
Nothing.
Look, Angel, you're in a jam. Start talking.
I know nothing, Mr. Waring.
You know my name is Waring.
You said so?
No, I didn't. Kirby must have told you about his appointment with me. Well, the Kirby Patterson showed, all right, but he wasn't the right boy.
How do you know?
Because I saw the genuine article down at the morgue. They just dragged him out of the Tiber. He wasn't pretty, Marie. The fish...
Stop it!
What's the matter? Getting sensitive all of a sudden? What did you do, take a walk while they killed him?
He wasn't killed here.
No? What's that rust-colored spot on the rug near the phone?
Blood.
It ain't borscht.
But he told me it would only put him to sleep.
Who told you?
That's Steve Waters.
Stocky lad? Brown hair, a little birthmark over his left temple?
Yes.
How much did he pay you?
Oh, you do not understand. This Mr. Waters came here yesterday. He told me they had arrested my father in Bucharest, and if
You didn't cooperate, you'd never see him again.
Yes.
Oh, come on, Angel. You can dream up a better story than that.
I swear it is the truth. You must believe me.
That was the first time you saw this Steve Waters?
Yes. He had just flown in from Romania.
Then he might be out of Italy, but... No, he wouldn't. That material is worthless unless it's decoded.
What?
Nothing. I was just talking out loud. He's got to stay in Rome till he solves it. We're all behind the 8-ball if Mr. Waters is gone.
Two equals A. 17 is I, then 23 would have to be O. No, that doesn't work. Yeah, there ought to be some... That you, Roberto?
Si, Senor Waters.
Wait a second.
I bring you something to eat.
Well, put it down on the table. What do you got there?
Pasta, lasagna, vino.
Ah, looks good.
My wife make.
Well, my compliments to the little woman.
Senor Steve.
No.
You know they are looking for you.
Do tell.
They ask questions everywhere. My wife, she's very nervous. We have a little one on the way.
Well, what's your excuse?
Huh?
You're nervous, too. And maybe you should be. Because when the chief hears about Mike Waring nabbing you on the Rome Express with a party card in your pocket...
You would not tell him. He would kill me. Senor, I beg of you for the sake of my wife and my children.
Yeah, we've got to consider them.
Yes. Well, my youngest is only 2 years old.
Yeah, and you've got another bambino on the way.
Si.
Well, that does raise a problem. I got it, Roberto. Why don't you quit the party?
You think the chief would let me?
Well, of course. What didn't you know? The party's like a social club. You can resign whenever you please. Sure. Yeah, just let me talk to the chief. I can guarantee your troubles are over.
Yeah?
Signor Waring,
That's right.
Giulio Farinacci at your service.
What did you find out, Giulio?
Your friend, Stephen Waters, came to Rome by way of Berlin.
Berlin.
There is no airplane service direct to Bucharest. He had a return ticket.
What's the next flight out?
Tomorrow morning at 11.
Well, then there's a good chance that Waters might still be in Rome.
Yes, he is. According to my information, he is living with a despicable type named Roberto Stefani.
Roberto Stefani. That's the comrade I ran into on the Rome Express. What's the address?
Corso Vittorio, number 23.
Got it. Thanks a lot, Giulio. You're the greatest house dick this side of 42nd Street. Anytime you want a job at the Waldorf, let me know.
Apparently, there is no one here.
Apparently, Giulio.
Could it be my informant misled me?
Let's find out.
Wait. Signor Waring, what do you call that?
Well, in English, they call skeleton keys. Anyone coming up the landing?
I do not like this. It is against the law.
So is murder. You think they take an oath not to use soap and water when they join the Communist Party?
Those things they consider unimportant.
What's behind that curtain?
Oh, that is where they sleep. Signor.
Yeah?
That is Stephen Waters?
That was Stephen Waters.
He's dead.
Yeah, well, I didn't think that extra hole in his head was for ventilation.
We should not be here.
All right, take it easy, Giulio. I want to look around. He had some papers that belonged to me. Help me turn them over.
If the signor will excuse me.
Oh, what do you know? Here's a little item that did the trick.
It is a German Luger.
Yeah, that's what it is. Got a handkerchief?
I do not think the Carabinieri will approve of this.
No, I do not think they will. Signor Waring, we meet again, eh?
Yeah, I know this sounds antisocial, Capitano, but you're the last man I wanted to see.
My entrance was a trifle premature.
A trifle?
What a pity. I could have timed it to give you an opportunity to wipe your fingerprints off the weapon.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You don't think I'd do that?
Oh, I know appearances can be deceiving. Would you like to convince me here? Or wait till we get to my office?
Every day last year on the highways, an average of 103 Americans like yourself or those in your family were killed in automobile accidents. But a lot of highway deaths don't seem to bother us much unless someone in our own family is killed. You can do your part in helping to fight disaster on the highways by being a safer driver and by working in your community and state for strict law enforcement that means safer traveling for all of us. At all times, you must remember to drive as though your life depends on it. It does. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon.
you know anything worse than being discovered standing over a cold corpse with a hot gun in your hand, I'd like to hear it. Just drop me a line and care of the Italian police in Rome. They'll know where to reach me. They don't have far to travel.
Let me congratulate you, Signor Waring. You relate a very interesting story.
So help me, it's the truth. Ask Giulio here.
Si, Capitano. I take an oath he does not lie. I was with him every minute of the time, from the moment...
Excuse me, please. Barbo qua. Sì? Sì. Capisco. Hai fatto benissimo. Sono molto gradito, grazie. Signor Waring, my apologies.
Huh?
You too, Giulio.
I do not understand.
Well, that makes two of us.
You will be pleased to learn we have solved the case.
You have?
You are interested?
Vitally.
Beh, the murder of your colleague, Kirby Patterson, is no mystery. He was killed by the communist agent, Steve Waters. Agreed?
Agreed. But who killed Waters?
You care to venture a guess?
Yeah, Roberto Stefani.
Wrong.
It was his apartment.
But Roberto had no reason. The death of Waters was motivated by revenge.
I don't see it.
You are forgetting the woman in the case, Maria Antonescu.
Maria Antonescu?
She was in love with Kirby.
And you think she killed Steve Waters?
Yes.
Never.
Then how do you account for the fact that the murder gun belongs to her?
What?
And her fingerprints were found on the bed near the body?
Well, there must be some mistake.
I hope not, for your sake, senor. If there is, we shall have to return to you. But let us see what the lady has to say for herself.
Tell you are wrong, Capitan. I did not kill Steve Waters. I was in my hotel all evening.
And the gun you say was stolen from your room?
Yes. Ask Giulio. I reported it to him this morning.
She tells the truth, Capitano.
Did her door show signs of forced entry?
No.
Then she was merely preparing an alibi.
No, it is not true.
How do you explain your fingerprints being found near Steve Waters' body?
I cannot.
Maybe I can.
It would be most interesting, Senor Waring.
Well, it's simple. She was there.
No.
Look, Marie, you've got to stop lying. You're panicky and you're not thinking clearly. We can buy that stolen gun routine, but not the fingerprints. You had to be in that room.
I tell you...
Well, don't bother unless it's the truth. Now, you went to Roberto's flat, didn't you?
Yes. But when I got there, Waters was dead. But I did not kill him, I swear it.
How did you learn where he was?
Through a telephone call.
Whose?
He would not give his name.
This is most amusing.
All right, give her a chance, Capitano.
Surely you don't believe her.
Well, why not? What's so hard to believe about an anonymous phone call? You got one.
Me?
Or you just didn't blunder into Roberto's place. Someone must have tipped you off.
True.
Well, there you are.
But if she did not kill Waters, who did?
Aren't you forgetting someone?
Roberto Stefani.
Well, he's a possibility, Giulio. Let's see if he meets the acid test. Now, this whole case is tied up with politics. Steve Waters was brought to Rome to do a job, but in accomplishing it, he killed Kirby. That made him a liability to the comrades. They had to get rid of him.
Then the order to liquidate him must have come from a higher functionary here in Rome.
That's right.
But who could his superior be?
Well, that's a good question, Capitano. Just ask yourself, who knew I was looking for Steve Waters? Who was in a position to remove Kirby's body from Marie's room? Who alone had the opportunity to steal her gun?
Obviously, someone employed by the Hotel Nazionale.
Well, obviously.
You are referring to me.
Who else? Yeah, she did a nice piece of work, Giulio. I'm sure the party appreciates your efforts. Maybe when you join Steve Waters, you can start a new communist cell. You'll find a lot of hot prospects down there.
Attenzione, volo numero 91 da Roma a Berlino, cancello numero 5. Your attention, please. Flight 91, Rome.
Well, I guess that means me.
Before you go, Senor Waring, on behalf of my colleagues, let me thank you again for your valuable assistance.
Oh, my pleasure, Capitano.
I know it is undiplomatic of me to inquire, but that notebook of yours...
Yeah?
Did you ever find it in Giulio's belongings?
You know I couldn't answer that. But don't bother looking for it.
I understand. But I'm just sorry you could not visit with us longer.
Oh, I'll be back, if only for one reason. They say when in Rome, do as the Romans, but I never got a chance to find out just what it is the Romans do. This I got to learn. Arrivederci, Capitano.
Case of the King of Clubs. The Case of the King of Clubs. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that when trumps are led, the game can be murder. The adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced and transcribed by Bernard L. Schubert, written by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon with Susan Douglas as Marie. This program came from New York. Fred Collins speaking.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Marta. Now, you'll have to include me out tonight, Angel. Army intelligence is flying me to Casablanca. Yeah, that's the place in North Africa they made that movie about. No, they don't plan to star me in a picture, but if I behave myself, they may use me in a frame.
Once again, the National Broadcasting Company brings you the transcribed adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. The Adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves the Case of the Broken Key.
According to the encyclopedia, Casablanca is a seaport on the Atlantic coast of Morocco, situated 33 degrees, 27 minutes north, 7 degrees, 46 minutes west, which shows you how little the encyclopedia knows. What does that tell you about Casablanca? Does it conjure up the romance and intrigue? Does it say if you peek behind the beaded curtain in the Café Tangier, you'd find both there personified by Helene Grant? And though Helene may not be Ingrid Bergman, it works out even, because the boy who just parted those curtains isn't Humphrey Bogart either.
Mademoiselle Grant?
Yes?
I am Mulai Hafid. I was told to meet you here.
Of course, you can identify yourself.
My credentials, comrade.
Well, they seem to be in order.
You are disappointed?
Very. These papers show you're Mulai Hafid, but how do you know I'm Helene Grant?
I naturally assumed.
You had no right to. A Comintern agent takes nothing for granted.
Forgive me.
Sit down. Would you care for a drink?
I am a Muslim, comrade.
Oh, yes. I forgot.
You find it strange a follower of Mohammed can be a member of the Communist Party?
I don't care who you follow as long as it doesn't interfere with your work. You cabled Paris that Robert Foch is in Casablanca.
He is.
You're sure you've got the right man?
Yes, I took this photograph of him last week.
Mm-hmm. It's Robert, all right. Who's the girl?
She arrived with him from Marrakesh. Her name is Yasmin Marin.
So, Robert has gone native.
Pardon?
I meant no offense, Mullah.
It was a natural reaction.
You're annoyed.
Disturbed is perhaps a better word. I have a problem, comrade. I would like to disaffiliate myself from the party.
Oh, ridiculous. Just because I hurt your feelings.
My feelings count for nothing. I made this decision many months ago. I joined the party hoping it would improve the lot of my countrymen.
You're an idealist, Mullah.
You are amused.
Oh, I realize such people exist.
Even among ignorant natives.
I apologized for my remark. Now, about Robert Foch and this woman.
Mademoiselle has not answered my question.
Mamselle has the same answer for you she has for Robert Foch. Why do you think we're looking for him?
I have no idea.
Comrade Foch was a member of the party in France, a valued member. 10 months ago, he asked to resign. Naturally, the party couldn't release him, so he disappeared. Now he turns up in Casablanca with a...
native girl.
Yes. And I've been sent here to reason with him.
Mademoiselle had better work quickly. He leaves tonight from Kazes Airport.
What?
He purchased a ticket this afternoon for Cairo.
Oh. Well, maybe I can talk him into canceling out. Get a car, comrade. We'll try.
Messieurs, mesdames les passagers, attention, s'il vous plaît. Numéro 23,
Why, Robert Bush.
Elaine.
Now imagine finding you here. Well, it certainly is a small world.
Much too small.
You going somewhere?
Why?
Well, if you are, I'd avoid Cairo. I don't think you'd like it this time of year.
Well, if I knew you were in Casablanca, Elaine,
You'd have arranged to stay.
Naturally.
Oh, that would have been lovely. Still, it might have posed a problem. What about Yasmin?
Yasmin?
Isn't that her name? She's beautiful, Robert. Mullah showed me her picture.
Suppose we leave her out of this discussion, eh? She knows nothing of my activities.
Why, comrade, you haven't gone middle class and fallen in love.
I said we will leave her out of this.
Yes, you will. Now, here are your orders.
I refuse to accept them.
I wouldn't get on that plane, Robert. I don't think you'd like the welcoming committee in Cairo. Do you remember Emile Rousseau?
Emile?
Mm-hmm. He's waiting for you at the airport there. Now, personally, I never believed those stories that he learned his trade working for the Nazis at Dachau. Still, one never knows, does one?
You win.
Oh, I'm so glad you decided to stay. And won't Yasmin be pleased? Suppose I drop you at the hotel and you can break the news.
Yes?
Have I the privilege of speaking with Yasmin Marin?
Who is this?
I am called Mulai Hafid.
What is it you wish?
For myself, nothing. I merely desire to be of service to Mademoiselle. You are acquainted with Robert Foch?
You are a friend of Robert?
I am a better friend of yours. Did you know Monsieur Foch plans to desert you?
You lie. Robert would never leave me.
Did he ever mention a European lady named Helene Grant?
Why are you torturing me? Why are you telling me all this?
Because we have a great deal in common, Yasmin. We both have been betrayed by foreigners.
I do not believe you.
But you are not as certain as you were before.
No, you are lying.
If it pleases you to believe that, so be it. But I suggest at least an investigation might be in order. May Allah be good to you.
Robert. Robert, open up, Robert.
I told you 1,000 times,
Oh,
Yasmin.
Chérie, I should have known he was lying.
What?
Imagine I almost believe him.
What are you talking about?
That man who called the one who gave his name is Mulai Hafid.
Mulai Hafid?
He said the most awful things, Robert. That you were running away with some woman, and I was jealous enough to...
What are you staring at?
Those suitcases.
Well,
He was telling the truth. You are planning to leave me?
don't be a fool, Yasmin.
Then why are the bags packed?
Oh, this is none of your concern.
I suppose Helen Grant is none of my concern either. What is she to you?
Nothing, absolutely nothing.
Yet you were going away with her.
Look, Yasmin, there are certain things you will never understand.
Because I am an ignorant native.
That has nothing to do with it. It's true I was running away.
So you admit it? I'll kill you. I'll kill you both.
Oh, you little fool, put that knife.
I'll show you.
You are insane. Put it down.
Robert.
Put it down. You idiot. Now get out.
Oh, no, Robert, please.
I never want to see you again.
I did not mean it, Sherry. I would never do anything to hurt you.
Will you get out or must I
Robert,
make
put
you?
me down. Put me down.
Not till you are outside.
I'll kill you.
You will never have another opportunity.
Robert, please, let me in. I did not mean it, Thierry.
Go away.
Not unless you say you forgive me.
There's nothing to forgive.
Promise you will call me. Otherwise, I will not go.
All right.
You promise.
I promise.
You won't be sorry, darling.
Women can be difficult, can't they?
What? Where did you come from?
Your bedroom. I suppose I should apologize.